Swallowed Star Chapter 615 to Chapter 671. The 136 celestial bodies in the void constantly revolved in an extremely mysterious trajectory, drawing upon the two most fundamental laws of the universe, the law of time and the law of space, causing the void where the 136 celestial bodies existed to form its own space-time. Although they could still be seen with the naked eye, what the naked eye saw was actually an illusion. Rumble space rippled and a beautiful completely golden 1000 long universe ship appeared. Thank you everyone, and thank Lord Skyfeather Emperor for me too. At the entrance of the other ship, Luo Feng bid farewell to the silver-winged man and the others, after which he became a beam of light and flew towards the completely golden universe ship. The distance between the two ships was only 10,000 kilometers. Luo Feng whistled past and arrived at the entrance of the beautiful golden ship. There stood 3 warriors with surging origin law energies. Luo Feng only recognized one of them, the bald man Dylan. Your Majesty! Dylan shouted. Dylan. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Your Majesty Luo Feng, welcome to the Primal Region's 9th space. The other 2 undying warriors, one of them had long silver hair, silver pupils, and bare feet. A beautiful lady smiled and said, the 9th space, also known as Black Period Space, is where all the previous majesties live. Please enter the ship. I'll send you to your residence. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, entering the ship. This ship was purely used to receive guests, hence the decorations were extremely luxurious. The so-called luxurious was naturally something normal rich people in the universe couldn't even see. Only people like Luo Feng who had inherited his memories and watched the treasure trove could understand how luxurious this ship's decorations were. Within the ship's guest hall, Luo Feng and the others stood there, looking at the scenery of the space outside. Rumble. The ship activated and quickly returned to the 9th space. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked to discover that he could only see the constantly moving 136 planets. However, when the ship entered the space, Luo Feng could clearly see, the 136 planets were revolving at the edge of the space, and at the center of this space was an incredibly glaring continent. On this floating continent, there were many exquisite palaces. How mysterious! Luo Feng exclaimed. This spacetime is called the Black Period Spacetime. The void continent ahead is also called the Black Period Continent. The silver-haired, silver-eyed woman smiled as she explained, from the outside, one can only see 136 Black-era planets. However, they are unable to see the most important Black Period continent. All of the princes live on the Black Period continent. Of course. In this spacetime, the most expensive thing to construct is the 136 Black Period planets. The silver-haired silver-eyed lady smiled and explained, these 136 Black Period planets are all man-made planets, every single one of them was created by our virtual universe company at a huge cost. After all, these are the residences of the many generations of your majesties. Safety is extremely important. We need to prevent the other races from ambushing you all. Luo Feng held his breath. A man-made planet? This was not difficult at all. However, for the virtual universe company to think that it was a huge price, that was an exaggeration. These 136 Black Period planets automatically revolve, forming this part of space-time. There was a hint of pride on the silver-haired silver-eyed woman's face. Anyone who wants to attack and trespass will be resisted by the spacetime here. All attacks will be diverted to the 136 Black Period planets and neutralized. Undying's attacks have no effect on this space, even a group of universe country leaders can forget about barging in. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard the strength of the virtual universe company. As his position grew higher and higher, the more he interacted with them, the clearer he understood. Like the powerful beast gods of Blood River continent, didn't they still fall in the end? Wasn't the entire Blood River continent under surveillance? Like Demon Mountain, the demon node inheritance was indeed powerful. However, the great being that left behind the inheritance back then, didn't he still retreat against the virtual universe company? Many secret regions were immediately occupied. The human race was one of the pinnacle races of the countless races in the universe. As one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity, the virtual universe company indeed had unbelievable power. Within the primal secret realm, the 9th spacetime Black Period Spacetime's Black Period continent was extremely vast. Every royal highness was given a territory of close to 1,000,000 kilometers. Dylan's guards naturally stayed within Luo Feng's territory. After Luo Feng entered, his consciousness quickly connected to the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's Villa Training Grounds. Rise. Luo Feng stood in the vast training grounds, the dark golden long rod behind him shot out tens of thousands of golden lights, simultaneously being controlled by Luo Feng's unbelievable level of spirit energy control. As a spirit reader controller with a spirit energy amplitude of over 3,200, using the Nanshan armament was much easier. Rumble, the surrounding land and skies changed color, becoming a boundless blade energy world. Condense. Luo Feng said softly. Immediately, a golden blade swiftly condensed in front of Luo Feng, after which it immediately dissipated. At the same time, another golden blade swiftly condensed 500 meters away from Luo Feng. After successfully condensing, it once again dissipated. And 1 kilometer away, another thread of golden blade energy condensed. Within the blade energy world, blade energy condensed and dissipated everywhere. Blade energy, everywhere, blade world second level. Everywhere. Haha. Luo Feng smiled. Immediately the entire blade world dissipated and countless gold lights swiftly returned to the dark golden long rod on his back. During the 12 years in Demon Note Mountain, even though my origin law comprehension has improved quite a bit, it's still not enough for me to reach the point where the blade world is everywhere. Luo Feng was delighted within, my spirit energy amplitudes are over 3,200, 32 times the normal limit of 100. This 32 times spirit energy control is what allows me to easily make the blade energy everywhere. If I were to attempt the 8th level now, I'd probably succeed. Luo Feng thought. Currently, amongst the universe-level geniuses, only Fei Tua alone had passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And he had just left Demon Note Mountain, and the inheritance slot was taken by a stranger. There was no need to attempt the Heavenly Bridge now. If the entire world knew about it, it wouldn't do him any good. Also, having the ability to pass the 8th level didn't mean he had to do it immediately. Even when his strength was high enough in the future, passing the 8th and 9th levels in one go, it wasn't impossible. Like the wolfman Ko Luo Fu who had the ability to pass the 8th level, he wasn't in a rush to do it. To the study. Luo Feng swiftly left the training grounds, becoming a beam of light and entering the study through the balcony window. Sitting at his desk, Luo Feng looked at his laptop screen, flipping through the information on the dangerous level and impossible level missions. As a Primal Region member, Luo Feng's search authority was much higher now. Much of the secret information he couldn't see in the past was now accessible to him. Every 100 years, I can at most accept 10 missions. The 100 years here refers to the 100 years between the qualification battles. Luo Feng thought, after the qualification battles, in the next 100 years, I can at most accept 10 missions. After these 10 missions, I reckon my core will break through to Sector Lord level. When that time comes, my Earth body will break through to Domain Lord level. To Luo Feng, his Earth body could break through to Domain Lord level at any time. However, the moment he did, he would be sent out by the Virtual Universe Company, usually to his home universe country to become a governor. Even though there were many benefits to having authority, the privilege of universe-level geniuses, the training missions, he would no longer have the chance to do so. Stay in the universe level. Luo Feng had never thought of being like the others, staying in the universe level for so long. With the golden horned beast's evolution speed, I have no need to delay at all. Luo Feng thought, and comprehending the origin laws is the easiest at the Sector Lord level. The moment the golden horned beast reaches the Sector Lord level, my universe origin law comprehension speed will increase by leaps and bounds. The Sector Lord level was the easiest level to comprehend the origin laws. In the vast universe, normal domain lords that could comprehend the origin laws were already considered not bad geniuses. However, sector lords being able to comprehend the origin laws was a matter of course. Even in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, within that small starfield, there were many sector lords with extremely high comprehension and recognition of the origin laws. One could see, the sector lord's comprehension speed was indeed extremely fast. Sector lords comprehending the origin laws had many advantages. This was also the reason why the Time Sector Lord was willing to stay at the Sector Lord level for so long, not rushing to break through to Undying. Hence, the moment Luo Feng stepped into the Sector Lord level, that would be his true explosive period. Obviously, with his internal world constantly swallowing metal and evolving, he only had 60 to 70 years left to reach the Sector Lord level. There are a total of 6 dangerous level mission worlds in the Primal region. I'll finish them all in one go. Luo Feng was extremely confident, with the E9 grade laser gun, Masha Clansman, Golden Horned Beast, completing the dangerous level missions. As long as he didn't actively seek death, there would definitely be no problem. After I finish the dangerous level missions, I'll go do the impossible level missions. However, maybe these missions have some huge opportunities and secrets, however every one of them is probably very dangerous. The last time I succeeded in Demon Note Mountain, however the next time might not be the same. Luo Feng reminded himself, he had to act within his abilities, he couldn't let his greed cloud his eyes. Luo Feng had accepted the impossible level missions before, he was very clear, there were a total of 18 of them. The Virtual Universe Company had 4 of them in their secret regions, of which the Primal region had 2 mission worlds. One was the first Purgatory Abyss, the reward was 1 million points, it was the highest, and also the most dangerous and difficult one. The other was the 6th, Confusion Galaxy, the reward was 500,000 points, it was slightly more dangerous than Demon Mountain. I'll first complete the next 10 years. I'll first complete the 6 dangerous level missions, after which I'll go take the impossible level mission Confusion Galaxy. Confusion Galaxy is only slightly more dangerous than Demon Mountain. Luo Feng sat in front of his desk, with a clear plan in mind. After this series of missions, my strength will probably rise by quite a bit. The best would be after the Golden Horned Beast and Masha Clansman break through to Sector Lord level, I'll go to the hardest Purgatory Abyss. Luo Feng nodded. After all this was completed, he would be sent out by the Virtual Universe Company to become a governor. Luo Feng was very direct and efficient in his work. Since he had decided to do this, naturally he wouldn't waste time. That day, he began to apply for the dangerous level missions. The dangerous level missions, Luo Feng continued. The 6 dangerous level missions were all within the Primal region, hence the time spent on the universe ship was shorter. The completion speed of the 6 missions were all different. Of these 6 dangerous level missions, Luo Feng discovered 2 of them had a huge secret hidden within. However, it was extremely dangerous. These 2 dangerous level mission worlds, one was Weiska Planet, the other was the ancient shrine ruins. Luo Feng had discovered some clues to a huge secret, and was carefully investigating them. Weiska Planet's most mysterious and important ancestral god tomb was guarded by a large group of Undyings. This scared Luo Feng so much that he didn't dare venture too deep, because the moment he was discovered by an Undying. Even if Luo Feng risked his life, with the Domain Lord level 9 Golden Horned Beast, the Undying would probably be able to kill him in one move. The outer perimeter of the ancient shrine was very low, allowing Luo Feng to easily complete the mission requirements. However, the deeper within, as Luo Feng explored, he discovered that it was extremely dangerous. Luo Feng had to rely on the Masha Clansman to carefully enter. One had to say, the Masha Clansman's natural ability clone was indeed heaven-defying. Relying on this move, Luo Feng's main body hid at the outermost area, allowing the Masha Clansman to sneak in and enter the dangerous area, snatching food from the tiger's mouth and finding a unique vein leaf that was no less valuable than the flame void gold. This leaf was called the Purple 100 leaf. It had many special uses. It was best to give it to an Undying level plant life to use. Its normal auction price was around 2 million mixed elements. Of course, after working so hard to get the Purple 100 leaf, Luo Feng was afraid of causing trouble and immediately left the ancient shrine. He spent a total of 3 years and 6 months, completing 6 dangerous level missions, discovering 2 of the missions' hidden secrets, earning a total of 95,000 points and 1 Purple 100 leaf. The more benefits one got from the missions, the more greed and ambition grew within one's heart. Because the 6 dangerous level missions that he worked so hard for only earned 95,000 points. Even at the highest exchange rate. 1 mixed element for 1 point, that was only 95,000 mixed elements. However, with just one huge secret and chance encounter, he got 1 Purple 100 leaf, that was worth about 2 million mixed elements. It was enough to buy a few Black Dragon Mountain starfields. Luo Feng, you've earned big. Purple 100 net leaf, your teacher back then couldn't even find a place to buy it. Once the cloud contact vine breaks through to undying level, you can feed it the leaf and its strength will definitely soar. If the cloud contact vine was at Sector Lord Pinnacle and you feed it the leaf, it would have a 10% chance of breaking through to undying level. Babata was extremely excited. The reason why the chance isn't high is because the leaf's main effect is to change the body structure. After completing the 6 dangerous level missions, Luo Feng rested for 3 months before beginning the impossible level mission. Confusion Galaxy, any Primal Region member could at most take 3 impossible level missions. Luo Feng had already taken Demon Mountain, hence he could still take 2 more. According to Luo Feng's plan, he would first take the lower difficulty Confusion Galaxy. The difficulty was naturally compared to the mission Luo Feng mission, Hell level mission the number the Hell Abyss the mission. The Hell Abyss was simply too dangerous. The difficulty level mission had an average death rate of 90%. However, the number 1 Purgatory Abyss had a shocking death rate of 99%. Hence generations of geniuses, very few dared to attempt it. Even someone as competent as Luo Feng. He also decided to wait for the Masha Clansman and Golden Horned Beast to reach Sector Lord level before attempting it. Confusion Galaxy was a small region within the vast Primal Region. It was about the size of the Milky Way. Confusion Galaxy's mission was very simple, it was a search mission. 1. Find 39 crystals, detailed information on the crystals, receive 500,000 points. A simple search mission. Actually, the requirements of the impossible level missions were all very simple. Some were simple survival missions, others were search missions. But for the dangerous level and hard level missions, one could often see the requirements to kill and obtain items, they encouraged killing. If I still dare to kill in the impossible level mission, I'd be courting death. Luo Feng carefully began the impossible level mission. Confusion Galaxy, just like its name, was a super labyrinth-like place. As it was the size of the Milky Way, hence it was much bigger than Demon Mountain. Even an undying who spent tens of thousands of years would probably only walk through a part of the labyrinth galaxy. It was a very mysterious place. The secrets within, according to Luo Feng's discoveries, shouldn't just be one. After spending a total of 5 years and 7 months, Luo Feng had finally gathered all 39 crystals in the Confusion Galaxy, completing the mission. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to leave. He let his body hide in a relatively safe place and let the Masha Clansman explore the dangerous areas. The Masha Clansman's ability to transform was indeed very suitable for exploration. It had been close to 11 years since Luo Feng completed Demon Note Mountain and acquired Demon Note's inheritance. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay Little District. I don't believe that I won't be able to find the huge secrets and opportunities within Confusion Galaxy. My body is currently in the automaton ship, staying in a safe area outside Confusion Galaxy. The Masha Clansman has entered the secret areas within Confusion Galaxy. If I can't find it in a year, I'll spend 10 years. If that doesn't work, I'll spend 50 years. Luo Feng walked in the quiet walkway, pondering about Confusion Galaxy. Confusion Galaxy was indeed worthy of being called Confusion Galaxy. At the same time it was filled with danger, the Masha Clansman had died 6 times because of this. However, every time, Luo Feng would spend some energy to form another Masha Clansman within his internal world. As long as the core wasn't destroyed, Luo Feng's 3 bodies wouldn't die. 30. Thunder God's anxious voice resounded, "You've finally arrived, second brother, why the rush?" Luo Feng smiled as he looked in the distance, the white-robed bald Thunder God was rushing towards him. "Just what urgent matter, the mail you sent me actually said it was extremely urgent. It scared me so much that I immediately rushed over." Luo Feng smiled as he walked beside Thunder God. Thunder God and Luo Feng walked in the walkway and very quickly entered the courtyard beside. "It's really urgent." Thunder God's face revealed an anxious expression too. "Speak." Luo Feng sat on a chair in the courtyard. "It has to do with Big Brother." Thunder God said. "Big Brother?" Luo Feng was shocked. In terms of handling matters and character, Luo Feng really respected his big brother Hong. From Luo Feng's point of view, even if he and Thunder God got into trouble, his big brother Hong wasn't someone who would do so. Speak, what's the situation? Luo Feng's expression became serious. For a person like his big brother, nothing would happen to him for a very long time. The moment something did happen, it would be a huge problem. This matter is laughable. Thunder God shook his head and sighed. Right, you should know that Big Brother has been in the Ganwu universe country for the past 10 years. I know. Luo Feng nodded. During the qualification battles, his big brother had already returned to the Ganwu universe country with his teacher Time Sector Lord Luo. The place he stayed these past 10 years was one of the 9 great administrative planets of the Ganwu universe country, Jade Dome Planet. Thunder God said, however, who would have thought that just because he was on Jade Dome Planet, he actually developed feelings for a girl? What kind of joke is this? Luo Feng stared. Big brother Hong developed feelings for a girl. During the Grand Nirvana, Hong's wife had already died. She died early. Hong had always brought up his 2 children. With Hong's position and power on Earth, who knew how many girls wanted to marry him? What kind of girls hadn't he seen before? What's more, with his mental state training, that level of power, to truly make Hong fall in love with someone, that was simply an unbelievable thing. This was even rarer than an iron tree blooming. I'm not too sure either, but this is the truth. Thunder God exclaimed, you should know Big Brother's personality. The moment he decides on something, even if everyone in the world objects, it won't affect him at all. Luo Feng nodded. Many illusions couldn't even shake his faith, much less Hong. Hong and that girl did develop feelings for each other, however. Jade Dome Planet, as one of the 9 great administrative planets of the Ganwu universe country, is a place where the rich and powerful gather. Just the Undying families alone have branches there. There are already a few hundred families. Thunder God frowned, and this girl's background is extremely huge. Her family forcefully stopped Hong from being with her. What kind of joke is this? Luo Feng stared. Cowherd and weaver girl, in the universe, even those high and mighty super families usually wouldn't stop people from having relationships. On the contrary, if they met an absolute warrior, they would rather send their own women to sleep with him. Because the bloodlines of the strong were usually very strong. This resulted in the universe, strong men could marry many women, and strong women could marry many men. Unless there was a special reason, for example, if an Undying suddenly fell in love with a girl, saying I've fallen in love with this girl. Then due to fear of this Undying, naturally the family wouldn't allow the girl to be with other men. However, such situations were extremely rare. Why would they stop? Luo Feng asked curiously, don't tell me some powerful person has fallen in love with her? Nope. Thunder God shook his head, I haven't found any such relationship. Big Brother himself said no, it's purely that family stopping them. Luo Feng frowned, I understand what you mean, you're saying, there's no other power stopping them, just this family stopping them? Right. Thunder God nodded. And the reason? Luo Feng asked. I don't know. Thunder God shook his head, that girl's family probably doesn't want to explain the reason to us. What family? Who's the Undying behind the family? Tell me. Luo Feng frowned and prepared to investigate. Since this matter involved his big brother Hong, no matter what, he had to help. P.S. Second chapter here. As there was a chapter missing yesterday, there's still the 3rd chapter today. I really don't know. Thunder God shook his head, I want to help Big Brother, but he's only told me a little when he's frustrated while drinking with me. After all, we've been together for so long, even though we're not blood brothers, we're closer than that. And when I asked for more details, he refused to tell me. Luo Feng frowned. I'm looking for Big Brother. Luo Feng gently tapped in midair and a screen appeared. He gently tapped it and sent a mail to his big brother. After a while, dressed in simple black casual clothes, Hong walked in, smiling, you're all here, 3rd brother, why are you so anxious to find me? Big brother, sit. Luo Feng said. Thunder God stared at Hong too. Hong looked at their expressions and frowned, sitting down and saying, 3rd brother, you know? Luo Feng nodded, looking seriously at Hong. Big brother, you're serious? Hong nodded, not feeling awkward at all. At Hong's level, he had already seen through everything. Haha, I didn't expect there to be a woman in the universe that could attract Big Brother. I too want to see just what magic she has. Luo Feng smiled as he said. Actually, when Hong nodded, everything was clear. Hong seemed to have truly fallen for her. As for why she attracted Hong, and why the two had feelings for each other, Luo Feng naturally couldn't ask. Is it big trouble? Luo Feng looked at his big brother. A little. Hong too frowned with a sense of worry. Big brother, tell me what family it is, and who is the undying behind it. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Tell me the situation, I'll help you. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng too looked at Hong. This time I can only trouble you, third brother. Hong didn't reject either. The three of them were absolute geniuses. Even Luo Feng, who had the weakest mental state, had long reached the point where his heart was like a mirror, able to see through all illusions and illusions. Hence when they did many things, they didn't bother with formalities, they were extremely direct. And they all understood each other's thoughts. This family is the Jishur family, one of the 300 emperor official families in the Ganwu universe country. That girl is called Ji Qing. Hong said directly. Luo Feng nodded. He gently tapped in mid-air and a screen appeared. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God couldn't help but look at it. Search. Luo Feng searched for information on the Jishur family, Undying, and Ji Qing, one of the 300 emperor noble families in the Ganwu universe country. With Luo Feng's authority as a primal region member, he was indeed able to read very secret information. Lines of information instantly appeared on the screen, covering the entire screen. Huh? Why can't we see it? Thunder God was puzzled. Within this search information, a portion of it is classified, hence you won't be able to see the information on the screen. Luo Feng smiled. This is also one of the restrictions of the Virtual Universe Network. As he spoke, Luo Feng gently tapped on the top of the list. Open a little. Immediately in. Article appeared. It was formed according to Luo Feng's search for the Jishur family, Undying, and Ji Qing. Oh? Luo Feng couldn't help but to reveal a look of shock. What's wrong? Thunder God asked. Hong's eyes were filled with anticipation. The authority of this information isn't high, I can tell you all in the virtual universe. Luo Feng smiled and said, you all should know, the Ganwu universe country has a total of 13,000 star fields. Just the Undyings under the country leader alone definitely number over 10,000. Amongst them, many of the Undyings with great contributions and strength naturally became officials and emperors. A country's emperor and official had nothing to do with the official level or emperor level Undyings. Like some low-level civilizations in the universe, the strongest might be at the universe level, but they still had emperors, princes, and kings. Hence, like some of the smaller universe countries' officials were very worthless, while the universe countries' officials were very powerful. Like the virtual universe company, Battle Axe Dojo's emperor and officials were the true noblest. Like True Yen Emperor, he was emperor level, however compared to the Ganwu universe country's emperors, he was much, much higher, official level and emperor level. Only the virtual universe company, Battle Axe Dojo, these kinds of superpowers had the right to confer them. What's more, in the various universe countries, there were almost no emperor-level Undyings. The Ganwu universe country has a total of 32 emperors and 268 officials. Together they are called the 300 emperor officials. Luo Feng said, the 300 emperor officials have huge authority, they are the top of the 10,000 Undyings, almost all of them are official-level Undyings. Hong and Thunder God listened carefully. The Jishur family, their territory is the Snow Border Starfield. The family's ancestor, also the first leader of the ancient family, is called Ji Tian Song. His official title is Silver Snow Official. Luo Feng said, Silver Snow Official Ji Tian Song belongs to one of the 300 emperor officials. He is one of the oldest officials that has followed the Ganwu universe country leader for the longest. He is highly regarded by the country leader. As Luo Feng spoke, his eyebrows creased. This Jishur family wasn't to be messed with. Behind them was the Ganwu universe country leader. Of course, the high and mighty Ganwu universe country leader, when it came to these small matters, he probably wouldn't even bother to interfere. That powerful? Thunder God muttered. Hong, however, was rather calm. Ji Qing. Luo Feng continued, Universe Level 9, a rare absolute genius of the Jisher family, currently a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. What? Hong fiercely stood up. Thunder God stared wide-eyed, his mouth wide open. After a while he said softly, My God. Of the 5 great powers of humanity in the universe, the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo were slightly stronger. The other Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank were slightly weaker. However, no matter, the 5 were still equal. Becoming a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, one definitely had to be an absolute genius to enter. She's actually... Hong's expression was complicated, shaking his head. He, Hong, hadn't even entered the Battle Axe Dojo's core. He didn't expect the seemingly normal girl he liked was actually a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Of the 5 great powers, only the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo would hold genius battles. Hence the other 3 powers all cast their nets wide open to secretly recruit geniuses. This also resulted in the geniuses that were recruited not being very famous. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, the 3 brothers of Earth, sat together. I'm getting ahead of myself. Whether or not she's a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance has nothing to do with our relationship. Hong looked at Luo Feng, 3rd brother. You've seen the information. This Jisher family is obstructing me and Ji Qing. Do you have any way to solve this problem? Yes. Luo Feng nodded without hesitation. Thank you. Hong's eyes were filled with gratitude. Luo Feng smiled, Big brother, these few years you've always been helping me, now it's my turn to help you, there's no need to thank me. With regards to mental state training, Hong had never found it troublesome, and had always guided Luo Feng, haha. Hong suddenly laughed. Because deep within, Hong had always remembered the first time he met Luo Feng. His age was probably even older than Luo Feng's grandfather, hence he naturally had the feeling of caring for a younger generation. Caring for a younger brother. Hong did this purely out of instinct, he had never thought of anything in return. Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Luo Feng sat quietly before his desk. Troubled? Babata, who was on his shoulder, chuckled. Now you feel that things are troublesome? What troublesome? Big brother hasn't asked for my help in so many years. With his personality, this time he asked for my help. No matter what, I'll do it. Luo Feng smiled. What's more, this matter to me isn't too difficult, I just need to make a choice. Choice? Babata was curious. I have 2 ways to solve this problem. Luo Feng said, the first is to ask my teacher True Yan Emperor to appear. With my teacher's status, even the Ganwu country leader would have to give him some face, that Silver Snow official wouldn't dare be slow. As long as the problem isn't too big, my teacher just has to appear and the matter will be solved. This method was the simplest and most direct. However, Luo Feng didn't want to trouble his teacher easily. His teacher was very protective of him, and he had never asked his teacher for help before, asking once in a while. Luo Feng believed his teacher wouldn't reject. However, deep within, Luo Feng felt that unless there was no other way, it was better not to trouble his teacher. And the second? Babata asked. The second is for me to break through to Domain Lord level now. Luo Feng said, the moment I break through to Domain Lord level, I'll immediately be sent out by the Virtual Universe Company as a governor, and I'll be sent to my home in the Ganwu Universe country. According to the rules, I'll be in the Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company, occupying one of the highest positions. As the bridge between the Ganwu Universe country and the Virtual Universe Company, the moment I take up an important position, the group of Undyings and nobles in the Ganwu Universe country will have to give me face. Give the Virtual Universe Company face. Luo Feng's position was extremely high, he was a Primal Region member. If a Primal Region member were to be sent out, his position would be extremely high too. Because within the Virtual Universe Company, a Primal Region member's position was comparable to an official level Undying, the position naturally corresponded, naturally it would be one of the highest positions in the Ganwu Universe country. You're preparing to break through? Babata was shocked. Weren't you preparing to break through Purgatory Abyss? Hence, I'm thinking. Luo Feng frowned as he sat at his desk pondering. Actually, there was a third method, which was for Luo Feng to go through the virtual universe to meet Silver Snow official Xianxia. However, Luo Feng was after all only a universe-level primal region member. The chances of a primal region member dying were extremely high. Those that became undyings were few and far between. Even if they became undyings, they were usually official-level undyings. Only occasionally would an emperor-level undying appear. Xianxia himself was an official-level undying, and he had existed for trillions of years. He was an old official that the Ganwu universe country leader regarded highly. To a brat like Luo Feng, it was hard to say if he would fall in the future, plus Luo Feng couldn't affect him at all, hence he would at most treat him politely. However, the real problem was, he probably wouldn't budge. I have no confidence in the third method. The first method is the most confident. My teacher True Yen Emperor is someone that can make friends with the universe country leaders, and he's also the upper echelon of the virtual universe company. If he appears, that Silver Snow official wouldn't dare take him lightly. The second method is for me to take up the position of a governor. When that time comes, I'll wield huge power and represent the virtual universe company. My words will be different. Luo Feng frowned. However, the second method is for me to give up on Purgatory Abyss. Purgatory Abyss. Confusion Galaxy definitely has a huge secret, it's just that I haven't found it yet. Purgatory Abyss is ranked number 1, the secret must be even bigger. Suddenly, Luo Feng's mind flashed with the Wolfman Ko Luo Fu's matter. His entire expression changed, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had unknowingly been affected by his greed again. In the previous 6 dangerous level missions, he had been pleasantly surprised with a purple 100 net leaf. Hence in Confusion Galaxy, he hadn't given up. Luckily he had the Masha clansman to explore, hence even though he had died a few times, he could still revive. Purgatory Abyss is ranked number 1, if I'm too confident, I'm afraid that'll be the time I fall. Luo Feng took a deep breath. When it's time to take a step back, always chasing the limits. I'm afraid that's not a good thing. What's more, even if I complete the Purgatory Abyss mission, it'll only be 1 million points. The purple 100 net leaf and flame void gold I got before, they've far exceeded that. I'll give up. I'll give up the last Purgatory Abyss mission and prepare to break through to the Domain Lord level. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He suddenly felt that sometimes giving up was also a form of reward. Teacher. Luo Feng stood in front of the screen, on it was his teacher True Yen. What's up? True Yen smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Teacher, I can feel that I can break through to the Domain Lord level at any time. Teacher, do you think it's better for me to stay at the universe level or enter the Domain Lord level? Luo Feng looked at True Yen. Even though he had already made his decision, he still wanted to hear his teacher's opinion. Oh? Do you feel like you can break through? True Yen revealed a look of joy and laughed. Of course it's a breakthrough. In the path of cultivation, one should be cautious when one should be cautious, and brave when one should be courageous. Naturally, one should advance courageously in cultivation. Cut through all obstacles. What was the point of staying at the universe level for thousands of years to compete with the younger generations? Charging into the region master level. At that time, the ones competing with you will be the region master level geniuses. The greater the pressure, the higher your fighting spirit. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Let's advance. You must have an indomitable heart. What's more, the realm of the Realm Lord was the stage where one's comprehension of the origin law would improve the fastest. You're all just playing around now. The Sector Lord battles are the most important and intense. True Yen looked at Luo Feng. You should have passed 2 impossible level missions by now. You still have one last chance? What's one less? If you lack points then, I'll use money to exchange for it. The points of an impossible level mission, I don't care about it. Even the highest exchange rate, 1 million points only represented 1 million mixed elements. True Yen, this level of being, indeed wouldn't care. Didn't he see Skyfeather Emperor casually throw out a piece of flame void gold? An indomitable heart? It's just playing around now? Luo Feng was shocked within. After which, he smiled at his teacher on the screen and said respectfully, Understood, teacher. I'll immediately break through to the Domain Lord level. Go. Go and explore the outside world. that's where the true strong live. Forever under the protection of the virtual universe company, you won't grow. Tru Yan laughed loudly on the screen. Luo Feng nodded. Update complete. The 10th chapter has ended. The 11th chapter was about to begin. Luo Feng was about to take on the position of a governor and explore the outside world. Tomorrow was Saturday. He had been working hard these past few days and finally had a day of rest. He could also organize the plot and prepare for the 11th chapter. The day after tomorrow, May 22nd, the 11th chapter would officially begin its update. When the chapter ended, Tomato also pulled for monthly votes. To celebrate Luo Feng's exploration of the outside world, everyone gets some monthly votes. That day, Luo Feng began his breakthrough. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansmen both had experience breaking through before, and the Golden Horned Beast and his earth body were both flesh and blood life forms. The evolution process was almost exactly the same. Very quickly, a life core formed within Luo Feng's body. Within the life core, there was a soul crystal and genetic energy crystal. Of course, this life core wasn't too important to Luo Feng. The life core corresponded to his earth body. The life core corresponded to the Masha clansman. The core within the internal world was the true core of the three bodies. Half a day later. The Virtual Universe Company personnel stationed on Black Period Continent immediately rushed over to Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the Virtual Universe Network has discovered through your network that you've already stepped into the Domain Lord level. According to the company's rules, we need to confirm it in reality. The three black-cloaked staff stood before Luo Feng and said respectfully. Luo Feng, however, revealed a smile. Whether it was the consciousness sensor helmet or the quantum computer, etc. As long as it was connected to the network, it would usually be equipped with a body check device. These devices were very ordinary, their accuracy wouldn't be too high, hence he needed to check it in reality to confirm it. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Please release your spirit energy and genetic energy. The leading staff said respectfully. All right. Luo Feng smiled and released a pure spirit energy. It swept through the surrounding region and returned within his body. After which he extended his right hand and a glaring gold light shot out. D. 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 The instruments in the hands of the three black deacons sounded. The black deacons looked down and nodded slightly. Luo Feng's spirit energy and genetic energy had indeed reached Domain Lord Level 1. Your Majesty, please give us a drop of blood, let us test and confirm if your body's genes have evolved. The leading staff said. Luo Feng nodded, a drop of blood seeped out from his fingertip and flew towards the staff. Checking spirit energy, genetic energy, and blood, this was a very accurate way to confirm one's strength. Spirit energy could confirm one's soul level. Genetic energy could confirm one's physical body level. Blood could confirm one's genetic evolution level. Of course, there was another extremely accurate method, and that was to let a warrior directly use his spirit energy to enter Luo Feng's body and carefully check to see if he had a life core. However, this method was very insulting and dangerous. The life core was the core of a person. If someone took the opportunity to investigate and destroyed the life core, wouldn't that mean the death of a prince? Furthermore, with His Highness's status, how could he tolerate someone else's careful investigation? The blood test has confirmed that your Majesty's body can be greatly strengthened to the 9th level of the Domain Lord realm. The leading black-clothed official smiled and looked at Luo Feng. Your Majesty, all the information from the test has already been sent into the Virtual Universe Network. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on stepping into the Domain Lord level. Thank you. Luo Feng nodded. Since Your Highness has been confirmed to be an Area Lord, then according to the rules, Your Highness will have another chance to strengthen your body. The leading deacon smiled, his violet eyes filled with friendliness. We have already brought the nutrition cabin. There is enough nutrient fluid within, enough for Your Majesty to reach Domain Lord Level 9. Luo Feng nodded. The Virtual Universe Company was like that, every one of their Majesties didn't need to waste time on energy accumulation. The moment they stepped into the Domain Lord Level 1, they could use the nutrition cabin to strengthen to the Domain Lord Level 9. Who? A completely gray-colored nutrition cabin appeared before Luo Feng. The seemingly simple nutrition cabin was obviously not cheap to build. Of course, the nutrition fluid within the nutrition cabin was the truly precious thing. Your Majesty, this nutrition cabin can only be used by you alone. The leading black-cloaked official smiled. Other than the nutrition cabin, there's another thing I need to tell you. Luo Feng stood there listening. The second thing is that once you reach the domain lord level, you'll have to be sent out. The leading black-cloaked official looked at Luo Feng. According to the rules, you'll usually be sent out to your home. Your Majesty's hometown is the Ganwu Universe country. I wonder if Your Majesty is willing to return to the Ganwu Universe country and take up an important position in the Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company. If not, you can choose any other universe country. I'm willing to go to the Ganwu Universe country. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty. The leading purple-eyed black-cloaked official smiled. As you are a Primal Region member, the position you'll be assigned to in the Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company will be very high, with huge implications. Hence it'll be decided by the upper echelons, after which the appointment will be made. This requires a long process. Usually the earliest would be a month, the latest would be half a year. Luo Feng nodded. Since the matter is done, we won't disturb you any further. The purple-eyed black-cloaked official bowed. Behind him the other two black-cloaked officials bowed respectfully too. So, the three of them became three beams of light and flew away. Luo Feng watched as the three flew away, before returning to his chair in the living room. The efficiency is really low. Just one appointment would take at least a month, the latest would actually take half a year. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. The bald undying god Dylan, who had been following behind Luo Feng, sat beside, smiling. Your Majesty, as you are a Primal Region member, the appointment would definitely be the highest position in the Ganwu department, and the power and benefits involved would be huge. You'll need to go through a series of procedures before you can make the appointment. Tell me, what position can I take? Luo Feng was curious. The Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company in the Ganwu Universe country. Under normal circumstances, there are 3 tycoons at the top. Dylan said, the Ganwu department is split into the military, business and army. Those 3 tycoons are in charge of the military, business and army. There's even an army? Luo Feng was shocked. Because normally speaking, it was split into the military and business departments. Strictly speaking, the Ganwu department of the Virtual Universe Company is split into the military and business departments. Dylan smiled. The military department refers to the large number of warriors directly under the Virtual Universe Company, as well as the geniuses and grooming within the Ganwu Universe country, etc. These are all part of the military department. The business department is the business side, with trillions of employees. The benefits involved are huge. Luo Feng nodded. The military and business departments were the main 2 departments of the Virtual Universe Company. This he knew long ago. However, Dylan smiled. The universe is vast, with trillions of races. Our human race often engages in large-scale wars with other races. Hence, in the 1008 universe countries, they all have a standing army. Universe army? Luo Feng squinted. The weakest army has to be at least universe level. Dylan said, maybe in a galaxy, the number of universe-level warriors can be counted on one hand. However, in the vast universe countries, to build an army of over 100 million universe-level warriors, 1 million sector lords and over 10,000 undyings, it's still possible. Luo Feng held his breath. A super army led by over 10,000 undyings? Every universe army is an extremely important military force of the universe countries. Dylan said, hence the management of this army is extremely important. Luo Feng nodded. Right, such a terrifying super army, who would manage it? Universe army, it's impossible for the upper echelon of a universe country to completely control it. Dylan said, every army of a universe country is usually managed by the upper echelon of the universe country itself and the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company, or Battle Axe Dojo, stationed in the universe country. Luo Feng was shocked. Just the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo? Right. Dylan nodded. The 1008 armies of the 1008 universe countries, of which 504 are managed by the Virtual Universe Company and the universe countries themselves. The other 504 are managed by the Battle Axe Dojo and the universe countries themselves. The Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo looks like they're much stronger than the other three powers. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Of the 5 powers. However, the other 3 powers couldn't even interfere with the 1008 Universe Country armies. Obviously their power couldn't compare to the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo. Of course they're much stronger. Dylan smiled and nodded. The 5 powers have always been led by the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo. Your home Ganwu Universe Country is coincidentally one of the 504 universe countries under the Virtual Universe Company. Dylan smiled. Hence, the Ganwu Universe Country's army is managed by our Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu Department and the upper echelon of the Ganwu Universe Country. Hence, the Ganwu Department, other than the normal military department and business department, has an additional military department. Dylan smiled. Of course, the military department only has a portion of the army's management rights. Unlike the 2 ministers of the Warriors Department and the Department of Commerce, who had absolute control over their respective departments. However, even so, the military department is still a powerful department. Luo Feng nodded. Right, a super-universe army formed from the entire universe country's army, even with a portion of the management rights. The Ganwu Department's military department was still very powerful. The Ganwu Department's 3 tycoons are the military department head, business department head and military department head. Dylan smiled. To be able to become a department head of a certain universe country, one's power threshold is official level undyings, 3 official level undyings? Luo Feng was shocked within. Your Majesty, your power is definitely far from theirs. However, your position and authority in the company is indeed the same as the official level undyings. Dylan smiled. Hence the moment your Majesty returns to the Ganwu Universe Country, then, your position and authority will be the same as the 3 tycoons. Hence, your Majesty, you will become the 4th tycoon of the Ganwu Department. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng held his breath as he listened. The Ganwu Department had a lot of authority in the Ganwu Universe Country, even the most important army had a lot of control over them. Even the high and mighty Ganwu Universe Country leader had to obey the Virtual Universe Company. This naturally caused the Ganwu Department's authority to be ridiculously huge. The 4th tycoon? However, the Ganwu Department only has a total of 3 departments. Luo Feng was curious. P.S. 11th chapter of the Feudal Officials begins. The 3 departments were divided by the 3 tycoons. What was the 4th tycoon doing? Looks like your Majesty hasn't searched for this information in detail. Dylan smiled. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. It was only because of Hong's matter that he decided to reach the Domain Lord level earlier. Hence he hadn't had the time to search for information and other preparations. The Primal Region members will be sent out, their positions will be the Supervisor Envoys. Dylan said, their positions will be the same as the 3 department heads. Supervisor Envoys, what do they do? Luo Feng was curious. Just a title? No actual power? It was very important to have real power. Just having a high position, but no actual power was useless. Luo Feng knew about these things back on Earth. Of course they have actual power. Dylan said, and they have a lot of power. Ah? Luo Feng listened carefully. Our Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu Department represents the company to manage many matters in the Universe Country. Even many of the undyings in the Ganwu Universe Country are friendly with the 3 department heads. Can you imagine just how shocking is their power? Dylan exclaimed, it's because their power is too great, even the undyings have their ambitions. As time goes by, for the sake of ambition and greed, they do things that harm the Virtual Universe Company's interests. That's very normal. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Power corrupts, what's more, having so much power over a universe country. Hence, the Supervisor Envoys are like their names, they have the right to monitor. Dylan smiled, they can monitor the 3 department heads. The moment they discover anything fishy, they can report it to the headquarters. Haha, no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to withstand such serious checks. What's more, if there really is something fishy, then all the more they won't dare mess with you. Those 3 department heads will definitely coax you, they won't dare mess with you. Dylan smiled. As long as you become a sector lord, your position as a governor will automatically end and they'll be able to relax. After all, there are too few primal region domain lords. I'm afraid it'll take 10 million years or even longer before a supervisor envoy lands in the Ganwu universe country. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Supervisor envoy, this was equivalent to representing the headquarters to monitor. This power was indeed not small. This is the most basic power of the supervisor envoy. Dylan laughed. From a nurturing point of view, the virtual universe company will also arrange for your majesty to do other things. Some things, if your majesty does well, you'll be able to gain points. Luo Feng nodded. That was right. Domain Lord and Sector Lord level geniuses also had their own ways of obtaining points. It was just that it wasn't as easy as the universe level. The news of Luo Feng becoming a Domain Lord quickly spread throughout Yuxiang Mountain. Yuxiang Mountain, as the virtual universe company's pinnacle of geniuses, everyone was incomparably jealous of the primal region, hence back then when Luo Feng entered the primal region through the qualification battles, these geniuses all knew about it. Back then they were all shocked, this Luo Feng entering the primal region in his first qualification battle, it was truly impressive, but who would have thought? In just 10 years, Luo Feng actually rushed to Domain Lord level and was sent out. Has this Luo Feng gone stupid? Our Yuxiang Mountain primal region geniuses, 90% of them can break through to the Domain Lord level at any time. But how many of them are as crazy as him? Universe level geniuses and Domain Lord level geniuses, the difference in strength is huge. I heard that the weakest Domain Lord in the absolute beginning secret area has passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and the weakest Domain Lord in the primal secret area has passed the 10th level. Even the strongest universe level genius Fei Tua, if thrown into the Domain Lord level, he would barely be able to stay in the absolute beginning region. Has this Luo Feng gone crazy? Who knows? Within a private room within the Banyan Manor Hotel in the public region. The top 10 of the genius battle back then were all gathered here, mainly to send Luo Feng off. Whether it was Rongjun or Bolin, when they found out that Luo Feng had actually broken through to the Domain Lord level, they were all stunned. Madman, we've known each other for so many years, and I've always thought you were crazy. However, this time, you're even crazier than I thought. Rongjun raised his wine glass. No matter how much of a genius one is, they usually stay in the universe level for over 1,000 years before breaking through. Most of them stay for thousands of years before breaking through. However, you, just for your madness, madman, I toast you. Haha, savage, come, drink. Luo Feng raised his glass. Pa, the two of them clinked their glasses and raised their heads to drink. Madman. Wukka stood up and smiled. The universe-level geniuses stay in their levels for thousands of years, and the Domain Lord-level geniuses stay in their levels for tens of thousands of years. Hence the Domain Lord-level members of the absolute beginning region, the weakest has passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And the lowest in the primal region is the 10th level. I know this. Luo Feng smiled. Absolute beginning region Domain Lords, of the 139 have passed the 8th level. 58 have passed the 9th and 3 have passed the 10th. Of the 10 domain lords in the primal region, 9 have passed the 10th and 1 has passed the 11th, am I right? Wukka was speechless. The others in the private room all quietened down. According to what they knew, Luo Feng had only passed the 7th level. He was much weaker than the domain lord absolute beginning members, much less the primal region members. What's there to be afraid of? The Domain Lord qualification battles happen once every 1,000 years, there's still a few hundred years till the next one. Luo Feng smiled. After a few hundred years, my strength will probably rise again. Bolin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly looked up, his voice cold. In a few hundred years, do you have confidence in passing the 10th level? Luo Feng went silent. The Heavenly Bridge had 3 levels, 1 to 3. 4 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 to 12, hence, going from the 9th to the 10th was an incredibly difficult hurdle. Those absolute geniuses that had trained for tens of thousands of years were all geniuses from the many genius battles and hero battles. However, those that had trained for tens of thousands of years to pass the 10th level, only a little more than 10 of them. And these 10 were all the most exceptional from the genius battles, or hero battles, or even absolute geniuses nurtured by the virtual universe company. They were all incredible. They still spent over 10,000 years to pass the 10th level. From the 9th to the 10th, it could be said, the difficulty was even higher than the 1st to the 9th combined. You have confidence? Bolin stared at Luo Feng and asked again. Haha. Luo Feng laughed, at least. I have the courage to fight. What's more, who knows what will happen in the future? The group of people at the table went silent. They all felt Luo Feng's indomitable heart. This was a conviction that would never retreat. Even though they understood this, the others didn't learn from Luo Feng, because Luo Feng broke through as a Primal Region Universe level member, and none of them were able to enter the Primal Region. Primal Region, Black Period Continent. Your Majesty, don't worry. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Don't worry? Luo Feng frowned. The Primal Region is simply too far from the Ganwu Universe country. Even if I take a universe ship that can travel at 50 times light speed, it would still take over a year. A year's time. I'm very worried about my big brother right now, but after a year, who knows what will happen? Unless I go trouble my teacher. Your Majesty, unless there's no other way, it's best not to trouble the ancestor. The bald Dylan said. Of course I understand. Luo Feng frowned, but the flight time. Your Majesty. The bald man smiled. I've said it before, Your Majesty doesn't have to worry. In the universe, other than a universe ship, there's another faster way to reach the Ganwu Universe country. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked. What way? Your Majesty should have been to Primal Universe City before. The bald man smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Universe City is in the Primal Universe. And the Primal Universe and the ancient Primal Universe we live in, the distance between the two, no matter how close, is still much further than when you go to the Ganwu Universe country. The bald man said, however, back then when you went to the Primal Universe, it was extremely fast, right? Luo Feng nodded, very fast. It was because we went through the Universe Passage. Luo Feng remembered clearly, back then when he sat in the Nine-Blade Knights Universe ship and went through the Universe Passage to the Primal Universe. In that passage, the time flow was unstable. It made the group of geniuses very uncomfortable. Right, the Universe Passage. The bald man nodded. Not only that, like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Your Majesty lived in, behind the empire is the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. That sacred land Black Dragon Mountain is actually a god country. And within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, there's a fixed passage that leads to the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. Luo Feng nodded, he knew this. And the god countries are all in the crevices of the universe space. The bald man Dylan smiled. Those passages that connect the god countries to the outside world are all teleportation passages. Whether it's the god country space passage or the higher level Primal Universe passage, they're all teleportation passages. Dylan smiled, allowing two places that are originally over 100 million light years or even further to instantly arrive through the passage. These are all fixed space passages. Dylan sighed. For any fixed passageway, the farther the 2 points are connected, the greater the price it costs. Even if it's a short distance, it'll still require tens of thousands of mixed elements. Some of the further ones may require millions of mixed elements, even tens of millions of mixed elements to build a fixed passage. Luo Feng was shocked. The cost of a fixed passage was indeed huge. Other than being able to build a fixed passage. Dylan smiled. God countries can also do one-time teleportation. When I'm in my god country, as long as I leave a coordinate somewhere else in the universe, I'll be able to instantly create a space teleportation and do a one-time teleportation. Dylan exclaimed, this kind of teleportation has a smaller cost. However, every time I teleport, I'll have to create a space passage. According to the distance, the cost varies. To return to my god country from here, I'll have to create a teleportation, which consumes about 3 mixed elements of resources. From my god country to the Ganwu Universe country, I'll need about 5 mixed elements. Dylan said. Luo Feng was shocked. Using the god country to teleport once would consume 8 mixed elements. Many Undying's wealth didn't even reach 10,000 mixed elements. Even his own teacher probably wouldn't bear to use it again and again. Creating an extremely long-distance space passage consumes a huge amount of energy. Hence even the Undyings are used to using universe ships. Dylan said, unless it's an extremely urgent matter, fleeing etc., only then will they choose to teleport back to the God Country. Or use the God Country to instantly teleport to another place. Luo Feng sighed within. The God Country was the majority of an Undying's life. It was a very mysterious existence, with many special abilities. No wonder the path to the primal universe is a fixed universe passage. If I had to create a teleportation every time and return, the cost, even the virtual universe company wouldn't be able to bear it. Luo Feng exclaimed within, if he wanted to return to the Ganwu universe country, to save time, he would have to spend a huge amount of resources. 2 chapters completed. The new chapter, everyone give your monthly votes, recommendation votes, etc., to support me no matter what votes. Tomato loves them all. The primal region was an ancient universe secret region. It was incomparably vast and vast. Black Period Continent. The palaces were continuous, one couldn't see the end of it. The past geniuses of the primal region all stayed here. And the control center of the entire Black Period continent was a 66-story completely black tower. The lowest level of the tower was over 1,000 kilometers in length and width, its height reaching tens of thousands of kilometers. This tower controlled the surrounding space and time. Within the 45th level of the tower's hall, it was densely filled with intricate apparatuses and screens. Around these apparatuses were many silver armored personnel and very few black armored personnel. The huge screens hovered above the hall. Suddenly, one of the screens lit up. I want to take a universe ship and leave the primal region towards the Ganwu universe country. A voice suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Immediately, the group of black-robed men in the hall looked up and saw a figure appear on the large screen. It was a black-haired young man wearing a layer of silver armor. It's His Majesty Luo Feng. His Majesty Luo Feng is leaving for the Ganwu universe country now? Hasn't the order been passed down yet? The distance from here to the Ganwu universe country is very far. Even if you take the highest quality F-grade universe ship, it would still take 1 to 2 years. And the order would take at most half a year to pass down. It wouldn't be strange for His Majesty to leave now. The group of black-armored men discussed softly. Another black-armored man walked to the control board and pressed a button, saying respectfully, Your Majesty Luo Feng, your request has been passed down to the main control system. In a while the authority will pass down the order. Black Period Continent. In the air above Luo Feng's palaces, a completely black flat universe ship floated. Within the universe ship. Dylan, this ship of yours is really not bad, an F-grade universe ship. I heard many Undyings can't even build one. Luo Feng sat on the sofa within the control room, looking around and smiling as he complimented. This Xianxia ship was awarded to me by my teacher after I made a huge contribution. Dylan sat on the sofa beside. Reward? Luo Feng was shocked. That third senior of his was indeed generous. This Xianxia ship's material was weaker than the Yun Mo planet ship, however no matter what, it was still an F-grade universe ship. D. Master, we have obtained the authorization. We can leave now. A cute girl's head appeared on the small screen in the control room. The girl said in a crisp voice. Let's go. Dylan ordered. Yes. The Yanxing ship immediately began to move. Very quickly, its speed soared, becoming a blur as it swiftly flew into space. When they reached the edge of the Black Period space, there was a ripple in the space. The Yanxing ship passed right through the ripple. After half a day. In space, the Yanxing ship was like a huge flat fish in space. Your Majesty, we have already left the primitive secret realm. Dylan laughed. That primal region is the virtual universe company's core area. I don't dare to use my God country transfer there. I can do it now. Sorry for the trouble. Luo Feng stood up. He looked at the endless starry sky outside with a look of anticipation. He had never seen a divine nation teleportation before. It'll be quick. The bald man, Dylan, who was dressed in a gorgeous black robe, also stood at the side. His entire body was faintly rippling with a strong nomological aura. His eyes were looking at the endless void. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light lit up from Dylan's body and instantly spread out, covering the surrounding space of several kilometers. The entire ship was enveloped in the glaring light. This is Luo Feng, who was also enveloped in the light, stared wide-eyed in shock. He could vaguely see a golden palace in the distance. This is the God Country? Xiao, the entire Yanxing ship immediately followed the light passage and was absorbed into the God Country. God Country transfer was similar to an ultra-long-distance teleportation. However, this type of teleportation wasn't from comprehending the universe laws, or from understanding the space laws. Instead, it was a special ability contained within the Divine Kingdom itself. This was an ability that the Divine Kingdom naturally possessed from the moment it was born. The Yanxing ship was enveloped in a glaring light and immediately vanished in space. Within the undying Dylan's God Country. Wah! Luo Feng stood within the ship's control room. Through the external simulation, he looked at the beautiful God Country outside. The dark blue color was like an endless sea of jade. There were only slight ripples on the surface of the sea, and above the endless blue sea, floated a golden palace. That golden palace was like a star, constantly emitting light that illuminated the entire Divine Kingdom. This is my God Country. Dylan stood beside Luo Feng and smiled. How beautiful, how majestic. Luo Feng looked at the distant golden palace illuminating the entire God Country ocean. Your Majesty, the God Country is an undying's most important place. Dylan reminded Luo Feng. Hence you must never bring any threatening enemies into the God Country. The moment you do, it'll be a true life or death battle. The moment it collapses, even if the undying survives, he'll never be able to advance. Luo Feng nodded. Also, the God Country transfer has to be done in a very secretive place, with no other undyings within a certain range. Dylan said. Because the moment you do it, it will reveal the location of the God Country. If other undyings find out where it is, it'll be a nightmare. Luo Feng nodded. The Divine Kingdom was like one's core. It was his lifeblood. He must never reveal it. This time, although Dylan had brought himself and his guards into the Divine Kingdom on the spaceship, the Divine Kingdom did not have enough manpower. However, as there weren't any undyings within the guards, they weren't a threat to Dylan at all. Then shall we head to the Ganwu Universe Country now? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Dylan's entire body emanated origin law energy. Simultaneously, the golden palace within the God Country suddenly glowed incredibly brightly, forming a beam of light. Rumble, the beam rushed into the sky. The Yanxing ship also swiftly flew towards the pillar of light, flying straight into it and disappearing into thin air. So, the long-distance teleportation was complete and the beam of light dissipated. Within the Ganwu Universe Country, on the surface of a nameless mineral planet, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere, and a flat universe ship appeared out of nowhere. Your Majesty, right now we're within the Ganwu Universe Country's rock starfield. Within the control room, Dylan stood beside Luo Feng and smiled. I've left a thread of my undying energy on this planet, hence no matter how far it is, I'll be able to sense it through the God Country. I'll be able to teleport there. One has to leave a thread of undying energy before teleporting? Luo Feng asked curiously. Yes. Dylan nodded. One has to confirm the destination before teleporting. And an undying's undying energy is unique. Every undying's energy is unique, hence it can be used as a location marker. Luo Feng nodded. An undying's undying energy was indeed unique. Every god's energy was different. According to what you're saying, to teleport the God Country to a certain place, one has to leave a marker there. Luo Feng frowned, which means, these places, you've been to them before. Right. Dylan smiled. For example, if I've never been to a place before, naturally I won't be able to teleport there. How far is this place from Jade Dome Planet? Luo Feng asked. This marker is the closest to Jade Dome Planet out of all the markers I have. Dylan said, from here, we'll do universe travel and travel at 50x light speed in the dark universe. It'll take about 12 days. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. 12 days, traveling in the vast universe, 12 days was indeed an extremely short amount of time. Let's go. Luo Feng smiled. Yes. Dylan nodded. Luo Feng returned to his own resting cabin. This was specially prepared by Dylan, it was extremely luxurious. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng took out a nutrition cabin from his space ring and placed it on the ground. I haven't had the time to soak in the nutrition cabin. Luo Feng looked at the nutrition fluid within the nutrition cabin and thought, for my earth body to rise from Domain Lord level 1 to Domain Lord level 9, I'm afraid it'll take half a year. It's just that recently I've been busy with Big Brother's matters, hence I can only soak in the nutrition cabin. After the nutrition cabin confirmed Luo Feng's identity, it automatically opened. After which Luo Feng laid naked in the ice-cold and precious nutrition liquid, the endless special energy immediately began to permeate his skin, muscles, organs. It began a swift transformation process. 12 days later. After Dylan woke Luo Feng up, he came to the control room. Your Majesty. The 10-sector Lord Guards bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Along the way, the sector lords, domain lords, and universe-level soldiers of the guard team were all in the universe ship. Only now, when they were about to reach their destination, did the 10-sector lords come out of the cabin. Dylan smiled and pointed at the space outside. Your Majesty, look, that's Jade Dome Planet. Luo Feng stood in the control room and looked out. In the distant space, there was an incredibly glaring planet. It was completely blue. Your Majesty, Jade Dome Planet is one of the 9 first-class administrative planets within the Ganwu Universe Country. As the Ganwu Universe Country's territory is simply too vast, hence they created this first-class administrative planet to better control the entire country. This Jade Dome Planet is the political center of the surrounding 1,000 star fields. Dylan smiled and explained, and Jade Dome Planet itself is a man-made planet within the God Country. It's not naturally formed. The entire planet's diameter is 980 kilometers, it's comparable to a normal star's size. Luo Feng smiled, there should be a universe galaxy bank on this planet, right? Of course there is. Dylan nodded. In a while I'll go to the universe galaxy bank to transfer the 8 mixed elements to you. Luo Feng smiled. Universe galaxy bank, it was time for him to collect his teacher's inheritance. Today's situation wasn't too good, hence he missed a chapter. As today's chapter was late, Tomato owed everyone 2 chapters. He'll make up for it within these 2 days. Please forgive me everyone, the main thing is that Tomato and his wife have been out on their honeymoon, hence they're very busy sometimes. Tomorrow morning, he'll have to accompany his wife to climb a mountain. Please forgive me, Tomato's updates are still working hard to ensure they're normal. If the Undyings wanted to earn huge amounts of wealth, they usually had to risk their lives. Many normal Undyings with over 100 million years of lifespan only had wealth of up to 10,000 mixed elements. On average, they wouldn't even earn 1 mixed element in 10,000 years. This was also why the Undyings would rather take universe ships to roam the universe and not use the convenient God Country transfer. Even the Emperor-level Undyings were used to taking ships. Because, the God Country transfer used up a shocking amount of resources. And to these Undyings, spending a few years to travel wasn't much at all. Just immersing themselves in studying the laws, by the time they opened their eyes, a few years would have passed. Your Majesty, there's no need for that. Dylan said. How can we do that? We were able to reach Jade Dome Planet so quickly because of the God Country transfer. And the God Country transfer uses up so much resources, how can we let Dylan pay for it? Luo Feng smiled, looking at the distant beautiful planet. Jade Dome Planet, the color is very similar to my home. Your Majesty's home? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Earth, he hadn't returned for over 200 years. When the F-grade universe ship neared the atmosphere of Jade Dome Planet, Luo Feng and the guards all flew out of the cabin door. Who? Dylan waved his hand and the F-grade universe ship disappeared. Let's go, to Jade Dome Planet. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. An undying, 10 sector lords, 100 domain lords and 1,000 universe-level warriors formed a guard army that replied in unison. After which, the guard army surrounded Luo Feng and became beams of resplendent lights that flew towards Jade Dome Planet, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and heading deeper into the planet. After a while, an incredibly majestic ancient city appeared in Luo Feng's vision. Those ancient cities, from the surface, one couldn't see any technology at all. Your Majesty, this Jade Dome Planet is the political center of close to 1,000 starfields, one of the 9 great first-class administrative planets of the Ganwu Universe Country. It's also where countless Sector Lord families and even undying families have their branches here. Dylan looked down at the ancient city that was getting closer. Hence on Jade Dome Planet, the strong are as common as the clouds. Even Sector Lords have to be low profile. Luo Feng nodded. The Ganwu Universe country had so many undyings, there were probably quite a few of them on Jade Dome Planet. Let's enter the city. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Under Luo Feng's lead, the 1,000-plus people descended into the ancient city. Jade Dome Planet, Xianxia City, one of the 108 major cities, had very strict management. Even those disciples from large clans or sector lords from certain starfields had to follow the rules and enter the city through the gates. It was absolutely forbidden to fly into the city. Those who dared to do so were definitely people with power and authority in the Ganwu Universe country. Furthermore, flying was prohibited in the city. Look. That group of people actually flew down directly. On a street that was hundreds of meters wide in Xianxia City, the residents of Jade Dome Planet with different appearances and noble statuses looked up in shock at the black mass of people descending from the sky. They were like dark clouds descending, especially the faint aura of a world that they gave off. Some were as hot as fire, some as cold as ice, some as stable as a mountain. 10 sector lords naturally gave off an aura that shocked the people on the streets. Even though on Jade Dome Planet, sector lords weren't rare, they were still very noble beings. After all, those high above undyings wouldn't even bother to show themselves in 10,000 years. Hence sector lords were the strongest warriors that the residents of Jade Dome Planet could see. 10 sector lords, and all of them were recognized by the origin laws. Even if one ransacked an entire starfield, they might not even be able to gather 10 sector lords recognized by the origin laws. Let's go. Luo Feng ordered, and a group swiftly became blurs as they left. Who are those people, 10 sector lords? What's their background? The passers-by on the streets glanced at each other, completely stunned. Any world overlord would be able to establish a powerful clan. But now, these 10 world overlords were merely followers? That silver-armored black-haired youth, is he an important core member of the 300 emperor families in our universe country? And he has to be the most pampered member, otherwise how could he have 10 sector lords as followers? I didn't see wrongly right, those 1,000-plus people, even the weakest is universe level. The people on the streets were all exclaiming. They believed that Luo Feng should be an important member of one of the pinnacle families in the universe country, otherwise he wouldn't have such a grand entrance. Even on the first great administrative planet Jade Dome Planet, it was rare to see such an entrance. Luo Feng and a bustling group entered a luxurious villa in Xianxia City. It was called Swallow Mountain Villa. The prices in Xianxia City are really high. Just this villa alone, I bought it in the virtual universe network. I spent 12 billion universe dollars. Luo Feng smiled. Buying some small galaxies would probably only cost 100 billion universe dollars. To be able to buy such a huge villa on Jade Dome Planet, one really has to have some capital. Haha, it's indeed expensive. However, to your majesty, it's nothing. If your majesty were to come openly, the Ganwu Universe country would have already arranged everything. There's no need for you to buy this villa. Your majesty likes to be low profile, understand? The 10 sector lords all smiled and agreed. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Alright, this villa will be our residence on Jade Dome Planet. Dylan, follow me on a trip, the rest can stay here temporarily. Yes, your majesty. Over 1,000 guards replied respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Let's go, Dylan. Luo Feng walked out. Follow me to the Universe Galaxy Bank. Yes. Dylan nodded slightly. There were 108 cities on Jade Dome Planet, and every city had a Universe Galaxy Bank. After all, the people living on Jade Dome Planet were definitely the wealthiest people in the Ganwu Universe country. Even the most normal residents on Jade Dome Planet could easily buy a life planet in a few galaxies. Those low-level civilizations royals, if they came here, they would be considered the lowest class. For the Universe Galaxy Bank to have 108 of them on Jade Dome Planet, it wasn't strange at all. Universe Galaxy Bank. Luo Feng looked at the distant tall bank skyscraper. That artistically designed skyscraper was surrounded by grass for a few km, and all he could see were people from various starfields discussing. I wonder how much money is in the bank account my teacher left me. Luo Feng thought. After all, he invested a huge amount of money in the UNMO planet ship and cloud contact vine. However, with his strength, an official level undying strength, his wealth shouldn't be small. He thought within. However, Luo Feng didn't stop, bringing Dylan quickly to the main entrance of the skyscraper. Respected guest, the Universe Galaxy Bank welcomes you. A robot beside the entrance said respectfully. That voice was infused with a simple soul signal, making anyone who heard it feel extremely comfortable. Within the main hall of the bank, a group of people were seated, taking turns to enter the reception room to do some business. Luo Feng and Dylan, however, stood there silently. Chi. The bank's AI system scanned Luo Feng and Dylan. According to their life energies, they swiftly confirmed their identities. As one of the 5 great Leviathans, the Universe Galaxy Bank naturally had information on the Primal Region member Luo Feng and the Undying Dylan in its database. Luo Feng and Dylan, their statuses were extremely high, even the head of this branch didn't have the authority to receive them. Will the two of you please follow me? A delicate and pretty green-clothed lady walked out from the reception room, walking towards Luo Feng and Dylan, and said respectfully. Luo Feng and Dylan followed the green-clothed lady, taking the escalator and quickly arriving at the 9th level of the bank. 2 guests. The green-clothed lady smiled. Due to your high statuses, our branch doesn't have anyone to receive you. Hence, you can only communicate with our Galaxy Bank's AI system. Luo Feng and Dylan nodded. This was for the sake of confidentiality. The higher one's status, the more confidential some of their business was. Dylan, you stay here, I'll go in. Luo Feng said. Yes. Dylan nodded. Hua, the glass door of the hall automatically opened. Luo Feng stepped in and the glass door automatically closed. Even though it was just a glass door, be it spirit energy or genetic energy or any other scanning signals, they were unable to penetrate this special glass. Within the glass door. Respected guest, how do you do? An incredibly beautiful lady with a red furry tail bowed. How do you do? I need to withdraw some money. Luo Feng nodded. With one look, he could tell that this lady was actually a robot, just that she had an extra layer of skin. Please enter your account number. The robot lady smiled. 8,492, 8,593, WOXH, 8,528, 5,285, 032. Luo Feng swiftly reported. I need to confirm your spirit energy. The robot lady extended her right hand. Please use your spirit energy to scan my right hand. Luo Feng nodded. A thread of spirit energy swiftly scanned the right hand of the robot lady. His teacher's inheritance could only be received by the UNMO planet disciples. This was an extremely important step. The data matches, please enter the 3-4-dimensional passcode. The robot lady continued. Luo Feng swiftly entered the incomparably complicated passcode, simultaneously staring at the screen before the robot lady. D. Passcode passed. The robot lady smiled. Luo Feng ordered, balance check. At this time, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel nervous. The inheritance his teacher had left for him, just how much was it? The screen flashed and a line of numbers appeared. Balance, 312 28 10 mixed elements. P.S. Chapter 1. Looking at the balance, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. His teacher Hu Yanbo had indeed left enough for his disciple, a total of 312 million mixed elements. This was such a huge amount of wealth, it was enough to buy a few starfields. Of course Luo Feng's position was different now. Even though he was excited, he didn't go crazy. This was because Luo Feng had the UNMO planet ship, close to 10,000 blood river crystals, flame void gold, purple 100 net leaf and Luo Fuchi plate. These were all treasures worth millions of mixed elements. Of course Luo Feng couldn't bear to sell them for money, hence he couldn't even take out the 8 mixed elements needed for the God Country transfer. The reason why he couldn't take it out was because a portion of it was invested in Pinghai Company. The second was to buy the metals needed for the golden horned beast's evolution. Cash. The feeling of having cash is really different. Luo Feng looked at the balance on the screen and smiled. With over 3 million mixed elements, whether it's repairing the Yun Mo planet ship or evolving the Cloud Contact Vine to Sector Lord level, there won't be any problems. Transfer. Luo Feng ordered, transfer to the account with my spirit imprint. Alright. The robot lady smiled and nodded. Transfer successful, Mr. Luo Feng. The robot lady smiled, there's still 3 mixed elements in one of your accounts, do you want to transfer? Accounts? Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Back then when his teacher died on Earth, before he died, he swiftly set up a bank account in the virtual universe network, with 2 accounts, for the star level and universe level to get his inheritance. As for the area lord level, they would receive the highest total account. There's actually 3 mixed elements? Luo Feng exclaimed within. His teacher was indeed generous. The star level account had 10 billion Ganwu dollars, this was comparable to a universe level warrior's wealth. The universe level account had 3 mixed elements, this was comparable to a normal sector lord's wealth. The domain lord account had 12 million mixed elements, this was his teacher's entire wealth. Transfer it. Luo Feng nodded. Alright. The robot lady swiftly transferred everything to Luo Feng's spirit imprint account. This spirit imprint account was the safest account in the vast universe. As long as one had a spirit imprint, there wouldn't be 2 life forms with the same spirit imprint. Hua, the glass door opened and Luo Feng walked out. Your Majesty. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. I just transferred 8 mixed elements to your account, did you receive it? Luo Feng looked at Dylan. I got it. Dylan nodded, but he felt a little helpless. He, Dylan, was already one of the top Undying generals, his true battle strength was already close to that of an official, or could barely make it. His wealth naturally wasn't small, even though spending 8 mixed elements like this was a little painful, however. Luo Feng was after all his junior master, spending money for him wasn't a big deal. In his opinion, even though his junior master's seniority was higher than his, he was just a domain lord level genius. How much wealth could he have? How could he compare to an Undying like him? But Luo Feng insisted on returning it, so of course he couldn't refuse. This little uncle master really has a backbone. He doesn't easily owe others favors, Dylan thought. Let's return. Luo Feng smiled. After receiving over 3 million mixed elements, Luo Feng was in a great mood. Yes, Your Highness. Dylan immediately accompanied Luo Feng, leaving the Universe Galaxy Bank and returning to Luo Feng's newly purchased Swallow Mountain Villa. Swallow Mountain Villa. Within a study, Luo Feng sat crossed-legged, a thread of his consciousness swiftly connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region, Luo Feng's living quarters. Within the study. Haha, Luo Feng, your teacher must have left quite a bit for you. Babata shouted from his shoulder. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at his laptop screen. On it was a mail. It was from the Universe Galaxy Bank. The content was congratulating Luo Feng on becoming a 4-star client. 4-star client? Luo Feng looked at the mail and smiled. Babata, I remember the 3-star client's minimum requirement is 10 mixed elements. This mail says the minimum requirement for a 4-star client is 10,000 mixed elements. Then what about a 5-star client? The minimum requirement for a 5-star client is 10 million mixed elements. Babata laughed. Even your teacher, when he had the most cash, he had over 10 million mixed elements. But later on, he spent 2 million mixed elements on the Cloud Contact Vine, and with good luck, he finally managed to let the Cloud Contact Vine reach immortal level. With the Undying Cloud Contact Vine working with your teacher, the two working together, even an official level Undying would find it very hard to kill him. It's a pity that he eventually met an Undying that was proficient in the soul aspect and barely became an Emperor level Undying. Luo Feng nodded. 10,000 mixed elements was a 4-star account, 10 million was a 5-star account. He only had about 3 million mixed elements in his account, naturally it was a 4-star account. However, Luo Feng, a normal Undying's wealth is around 10,000 mixed elements. Babata said, a very weak and poor Undying, their wealth might not even reach 1,000 mixed elements. And an official level undying, their normal wealth is around 10 million mixed elements. And I'm talking about wealth, not cash. Luo Feng nodded. Those warriors had long converted their wealth into strength. For example, his teacher Hu Yan Bo had spent a huge amount of wealth on the cloud contact vine, causing it to reach undying level, immediately giving his teacher the strongest assistant. It was a pity, in the end, the pair still fell. My total wealth is around 10 million mixed elements. Luo Feng thought, flame void gold, purple 100 net leaf, Luo Fuqi plate, these three add up to about 5 million mixed elements. The Yun Mo planet ship's value is also over 3 million mixed elements. Of course, the most valuable thing I have is the Blood River crystals. Those close to 10,000 crystals, just by exchanging with the Virtual Universe Company, it could be exchanged for millions of points, and the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. With the Virtual Universe Company monopolizing the crystals, the true value of the crystals would definitely exceed millions of points. Hence, these crystals were the most valuable thing he had. My teacher's wealth. Along with the miraculous encounters from the few missions, it actually gave me such a huge amount of wealth. Luo Feng sighed to himself, of course, compared to my other teacher, Tru Yan, this doesn't count for much. My teacher Tru Yan can casually throw out over 1 million mixed elements. Different statuses, naturally the wealth would be different. An emperor level undying was much stronger than an official level undying. And the pinnacle emperor level, even close to the universe country leader level Tru Yan emperor. His wealth was naturally even more shocking. However, as a teacher, he had a large number of disciples, at most he would occasionally help a few, he couldn't just pass his wealth to a single disciple. Unless it was like Hu Yan Bo, the other disciples all died, only leaving his wealth to the sole disciple Luo Feng. Luo Feng sat before his desk and swiftly tapped on his laptop screen, buying some precious items that could allow the cloud contact vine to break through to Sector Lord level. Buying treasures in the Virtual Universe Company, one could use points to exchange or cash. Just like when Luo Feng bought the metal the golden horned beast swallowed, he used cash. Luo Feng looked shocked at the screen. There were 3 choices on the screen. 1. The cloud contact vine evolved from Domain Lord level 9 to Sector Lord, normal evolution, 3 years, 11,800 mixed elements required. 2. The cloud contact vine evolved from Domain Lord level 9 to Sector Lord, normal evolution, 1 month, 19,200 mixed elements required. 3. The cloud contact vine evolved from Domain Lord level 9 to Sector Lord, super evolution, 3 months to 6 months, 32,000 mixed elements, 56,000 mixed elements and 85,000 mixed elements required. Super evolution? Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng gently tapped on it and looked at the details of the 3 choices. The cloud contact vine's different paths of evolution, the difference in strength was huge too. From how many vines the cloud contact vine had, one could determine its level of evolution. The Sector Lord cloud contact vine had at least 36 vines. This was the worst case scenario. The highest it had was 360 vines. This was the best case scenario. My cloud contact vine is currently Domain Lord level 9, with 108 vines. Luo Feng looked at the details of the super evolution. The super evolution was split into 3 precious items, the price ranging from 32,000 mixed elements to 85,000 mixed elements, according to the description. If my cloud contact vine uses the best super evolution, it should be able to produce 216 vines. Luo Feng frowned as he looked. His cloud contact vine only had 216 vines at best? Babada, what's going on? Luo Feng frowned. The Sector Lord cloud contact vine has 360 vines, that's the legendary limit of perfection. Babada said casually, from the start, one would need to spend an incomparably huge price. When it reaches the Sector Lord level, it would require close to 1 million mixed elements. Close to 1 million mixed elements, teacher has that much money, right? Luo Feng pondered. There's one more thing. Babada curled his lips. The higher the evolution of the cloud contact vine, the harder it is to break through to the undying level. Teacher's cloud contact vine back then only had 108 vines at Sector Lord level, however it still used up 2 million mixed elements and a few lucky coincidences to allow it to break through to the undying level. As for the perfect state of the cloud contact vine, the more perfect it is, the more the universe envies it. To become undying, that's too hard. Luo Feng nodded. However, Luo Feng, your resources, conditions, background, future prospects, are much stronger than your teacher's Lone Ranger. You can now choose the best super evolution. Babata said, Sector Lord level, to be able to produce 216 vines, in the future breaking through to the undying level might be hard, but maybe you still have a chance of success. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all as he gently clicked on the best combination of the super evolved items. Luo Feng had plenty of confidence in the future. It was fine if he didn't step into the undying level, but the moment he did, he would definitely be an absolute warrior amongst the undying. At least he would first become an official, and then a king. Hence, his best helper cloud contact vine had to be strong enough to 85,000 mixed elements gone just like that. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, I'll get the Virtual Universe Company to help repair the Yunmo planet ship. Luo Feng, I suggest that you, not only repair the ship, but also get the Virtual Universe Company's people to modify the ship internally. Raise the ship's performance. In terms of technology, the Virtual Universe Company is the strongest amongst the human race. The ship modifications they make are incomparably powerful too. Luo Feng immediately contacted the Virtual Universe Company's internal staff and explained his requirements. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please send us the detailed data and pictures of the ship you need to repair, as well as the specifications of the ship you need to modify. Send it all to us, the more complete the better. We can also determine the cost based on the damage and the modifications. A gentle and clear voice resounded from the screen. All right. Luo Feng nodded, immediately sending over the information Babata had prepared. After a while, Your Majesty Luo Feng, our Virtual Universe Company's F-grade universe ship can reach 50 times light speed. Our technology is extremely mature. I advise Your Majesty to choose the limit of 50 times light speed performance configuration. If you raise the requirements, then the cost of the modifications will rise by leaps and bounds. And the normal performance ratio is the highest. A voice resounded from the screen. What about the flexibility and mobility? Luo Feng asked. It's also the normal specifications. The clear voice was very polite. Your Majesty, the repairs require 56,000 mixed elements, the internal modifications require 124,000 mixed elements, a total of 180,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng nodded. Babata had calculated before, if he bought the materials from the outside world for the Virtual Universe Company's people to repair, just the materials alone would require about 80,000 mixed elements. Luckily, he was a Primal Region member, hence he had a discount. Your Majesty, our designers here are asking, this F-grade universe ship is constructed from hybrid copper essence, its edges are very thin and sharp, and it contains engravings, it has very strong cutting power. However, the origin law engravings are rather simple and not complete. Would you like to complete it? The clear voice said. Luo Feng was stunned. The Yunmo planet ship was a triangular ship, its edges were incredibly sharp, however what was with the origin law engravings? Agree with her. Babata urged from his shoulder. Which plans do you need to complete, and how much does it cost? Luo Feng asked. 1. A simple repair of the engravings, this can be done for free. The clear voice continued. 2. Complete the entire process, raising the ship's defense by 30%, its cutting power by 50%, the cost is 139,000 mixed elements. I agree to complete it. Luo Feng nodded. The Cloud Contact Vine used 85,000 mixed elements, the Yunmo planet ship used 319,000 mixed elements, a total of 404,000 mixed elements. More than 400,000 mixed elements have been consumed so quickly. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at the screen. Spending money is really like flowing water. Right, Babata, what's up with this origin law engraving solidification? Why does it require 139,000 mixed elements? Don't be dissatisfied. Babata, who was on his shoulder, curled his lips. This law rune solidification is actually the law runes on many spirit weapons and origin weapons. By activating the mysterious runes, one could draw upon the power of the universe's origin laws to strengthen one's defense and attack. In order to build the UNMO planet ship, Master had spent a lot of effort and invited a very powerful expert to solidify the law runes. What a pity. The experts the Master hired, of course they can't compare to the masters within the virtual universe company. Babata exclaimed, to be able to raise its defense by 30% and slashing attack by 50%, TSK, the virtual universe company's origin law engraving masters are truly impressive. This is an entire universe ship body being engraved with origin law engraving. Just the materials alone are already very expensive, 139,000 mixed elements, TSK. If it was your teacher who hired such an expert, the price would at least double. With the support of the virtual universe company, it's indeed very convenient. Luo Feng laughed. It was indeed convenient, however it still cost a lot. Jade Dome Planet, Water City, Swallow Mountain Villa. Within the underground warehouse. Luo Feng spent 12 billion universe dollars to buy this villa. One could imagine how huge it was. The entire villa was about 30 kilometers in length and width. Just the main building's underground warehouse alone was 3 kilometers in length and width. This was specially used by the big families and powers to store their universe ships. A body made of hybrid copper essence. 3 white-robed men stood within the warehouse, looking at the triangular universe ship before them. The 3 corners of the ship were curved, extremely thin and sharp. When this ship accelerates, even a planet can be easily sliced through. The leading white-robed old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng, saying respectfully, Your Majesty Luo Feng, will be taking this ship away. When will it be repaired and sent back? Luo Feng asked. The 3 before him were sent by the virtual universe company. As Jade Dome Planet was an extremely important planet within the Ganwu universe country, hence on Jade Dome Planet, there were many important members of the virtual universe company here. Hence when Luo Feng had just signed the contract online, the virtual universe company had already sent people to take the ship away. Your Majesty, our virtual universe company has many repair and modification points within the human territory of the universe. Hence it'll still be very fast. The longest time it takes to go back and forth is no more than 3 months. The white-robed old man said. Luo Feng nodded, take it with you. Yes. The white-robed old man looked at the UNMO planet ship. With a thought, the ship was immediately kept into his internal world. This handover process was transmitted directly into the virtual universe network. As long as the handover was completed, then Luo Feng wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the ship. If the escorts were incredibly greedy and daring to swallow the ship and flee in the universe, then, the virtual universe company would immediately compensate Luo Feng with a ship that looked the same, but with better capabilities. As he watched the 3 white-robed members leave in the ship, Luo Feng turned to Dylan beside him. Dylan, let's go, follow me to see my big brother. Yes, Your Majesty. Dylan nodded. Dylan was the leader of Luo Feng's guard team. While he was out, he would always be by Luo Feng's side to protect him. Of course, as an undying, a large part of Dylan's consciousness was in the virtual universe network. He only needed a part of it in reality to reach the highest level of alertness. The moment something dangerous happened, Dylan's other part would immediately return to reality. Big brother. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked out of the Swallow Mountain Villa. It's been a long time since he saw his big brother in reality. Jade Dome Planet's 108 main cities. Grimoire City, a famous restaurant, Qinxing Restaurant's 3rd-level private room. This was the place Luo Feng and Hong agreed to meet. Third brother, there's another story behind this Grimoire City. You should know that Jade Dome Planet is a man-made planet. Back then, when this planet was just sent out from the God Country and placed in this space, the Ganwu Universe Country began a large-scale migration, many large families immediately stationed here. Hong sat by the table, smiling. Families as many as the clouds, the strong as the clouds. Naturally there were many conflicts. Later on, because of a powerful Undying's inheritance, it caused a huge war among the Undyings. Luckily it was a man-made planet, the materials used were extravagant, hence it was able to withstand the Undying's war. However, even so, that war still turned an area of 10,000 kilometers into ruins, after which they built this city, naming it Grimoire City. Actually, it's also a warning. Luo Feng nodded. Dylan, who sat beside Luo Feng, smiled. after the initial chaos on Jade Dome Planet, under strong control, it became much more peaceful. After being in Jade Dome Planet Grimoire City for so long, I've really fallen in love with this city. Hong exclaimed as he shook his head. Haha, because there's a woman Big Brother likes here. Luo Feng smiled. Huh. Hong laughed self-deprecatingly. Big Brother, where are you staying now? Luo Feng asked. I'm currently following my teacher, because he's interacting with an old friend, hence he's staying at his house. I'm staying there too. Hong lifted his wine glass and drank gently. Teacher's friend is called Bushka, he's a relatively strong undying. Luo Feng asked, do your teacher and that undying Bushka know about you and Ji Qing's matter? How can I hide this from them? Hong shook his head. Earlier when my matter with Ji Qing was discovered by the Jisher family, they immediately sent people to Bushka's family. If it wasn't for Senior Bushka's face, I'm afraid the Jisher family would have immediately killed me. Luo Feng's expression changed. He could imagine that scene. His big brother and Ji Qing met and fell in love. He didn't even know of her background. Suddenly one day, the Jisher family's people rushed to Bushka's family and berated him, ordering Hong not to bother Ji Qing anymore. Anyone would be helpless in such a situation. The Jisher family, in terms of power, is much stronger than the Bushka family. Hence Senior Bushka had no choice. Hong shook his head. Senior Bushka once went to visit Silver Snow official on my behalf, however that Silver Snow official didn't even meet Senior Bushka. To make Senior Bushka lose face because of me, I really... Hong's expression was complicated. He raised his head and drank the wine in his glass. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. Bushka, maybe he was a relatively strong undying, however the difference in power between undyings was huge. That Silver Snow official Ji Tian was one of the 300 emperor officials. He was an official level undying a long time ago, and was also an old subject of the Ganwu country leader. Whether it was in terms of power or individual strength, he definitely suppressed Bushka. And this Silver Snow official, according to the information Luo Feng gathered with his authority, was obviously a very proud and aloof person. Bushka went to visit, yet Silver Snow official didn't meet him. This was within Luo Feng's expectations. Looks like this official level undying is really angry about this matter, and is really against it. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows as he pondered. When the official order is given, I'll become one of the highest echelons of the Ganwu department, only then will my words have enough effect. Big brother, wait a few more days, the moment my order is given, I'll go meet Silver Snow official. Luo Feng said. 3 chapters completed. Today's edition, I still owe everyone one. Tomorrow, I'll continue to work hard, pull down my monthly votes too. If I don't pull down my monthly votes, I'll always be suppressed. I hope the brothers and sisters of the Red Alliance will support me a little, give me 1 or 2 monthly votes. Tomato stared wide-eyed at the monthly votes in everyone's hands. When Luo Feng arrived on Jade Dome Planet and met with his big brother Hong in the restaurant, within the Tiansong city of Jade Dome Planet's 108 large cities, within the Silver Snow official residence. Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong had an extremely deep foundation in the Ganwu universe country. As one of the 300 emperor officials, back then when this huge artificial planet Jade Dome Planet was constructed, there was a city named Tiansong, and this city Tiansong City was also managed by the Silver Snow official residence. Its power and influence far exceeded the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's sacred lands and god lords. Within the Silver Snow official residence, Master, a dark red-skinned, pointy-eared, jade-green-eyed skinny man knelt respectfully there. Hong has finally left the Bushka family's residence, heading to a restaurant called Xinxing Restaurant in Grimoire City to receive guests. That punk has finally come out? On the chair sat a man wearing a gorgeous robe with silver edges. The man had long black hair, a fair face, and a pair of black eyes that faintly glowed with silver light. In terms of appearance, he was very similar to the people of Huaxia on Earth, but his natural aura made it clear that he was of a higher status. Master? The dark red-skinned skinny man looked up at the master before him. The Jisher family, as an ancient family that had existed for over 100 million years, had trillions of descendants. As a descendant of the Jisher family, there wasn't anything to be proud of. It was because the family was simply too huge that it was extremely difficult to stand out. Everything depended on one's own ability, and his master Ji Landang had been extremely hardworking since young. His talent wasn't bad too, and he had finally become a universe-level warrior. To be able to become a universe level, he was naturally placed in an important position within the Jishur family, with over 1,000 life planets as his territory. However, within the huge Jishur family, Ji Landang was still at the bottom. After all, there were many domain lords and sector lords within the family, and the universe levels were even more shocking. Ji Landang was originally supposed to live a quiet life like this. However, one time he casually doted on a certain maid and had his daughter Ji Qing. Ji Landang's fate immediately changed. His daughter Ji Qing had displayed shocking talent from a young age, growing at an unbelievable speed, immediately receiving the attention and nurturing of the Jishur family headquarters. After which, she was even taken in as a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Core members of the 5 great human powers? All of them were super geniuses. In the hundreds of millions of years of history, although the Ji clan had fostered a few core members that were taken in by the 5 great powers, they weren't of the Ji clan's bloodline, but were only geniuses that were born in the snow border starfield. Whereas, Ji Qing was the first peerless genius in countless years to be taken in by the 5 great powers early on. Even the ancestor of the Ji clan, the first patriarch, Silver Snow Marquis, Ji Tiansong, was shocked and delighted. Ji Qing's status in the family immediately soared. Ji Qing could be said to be one of the top 10 major characters in the clan. Even those world overlords didn't dare to act rashly in front of him. His daughter's status soared. As his father, Ji Landang's status naturally rose. He was in charge of the dozens of galaxies in the territory of the Snow Border Star region. Instantly, he became a high-ranking member of the Ji family. I didn't expect little Qing to fall in love with a guy from a barbarian planet in the years I wasn't here. Humph. No matter what, as a father, I will help little Blue get rid of anyone who stands in her way. Ji Landang's eyes flashed. Knowing about his daughter, Ji Landang immediately took a universe ship back to Jade Dome planet. However, during this period of time, Hong had been staying within the Bushka family mansion. That Bushka family was after all an undying family. Maybe the high and mighty Silver Snow Marquis Ji Tiansong could look down on them. However, the rest of the Jishur family didn't dare to. Undyings, they were still undyings. Hence Ji Landang hadn't been able to meet Hong. Now he finally had the chance. Ji Qing was his precious daughter. She was also the reason why Ji Landang was able to rise. The reason why he rose from the bottom to the top was because of his daughter. The moment his daughter was finished, his current power and status would probably disappear too. I definitely won't allow it. Ji Landang clenched his fists. Get someone to lead the way. I want to go to the Morning Star restaurant. Ji Landang ordered. Yes, master. The dark red-skinned skinny man knelt and said. Morning Star restaurant's 3rd-level private room. Luo Feng was chatting with his big brother Hong. Suddenly, pung. 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 A knock on the door resounded. Luo Feng frowned. Enter. Hong looked at the door. The door automatically opened. The tall and handsome male attendant bowed respectfully. There's someone downstairs who wants to meet a few guests. Meet who? Luo Feng was curious. He says he wants to meet a man called Hong. The waiter could feel the faint pressure coming from the people in the room, and he couldn't help but become even more humble. This was the real world. If he anchored an existence with a certain status, he would most likely lose his life. Big brother, he's here to meet you. Luo Feng smiled at Hong. Ah? Hong looked at the attendant. Let him in. Yes. Only then did the attendant leave respectfully. Who wants to meet me? I don't know many people on Jade Dome planet. Hong shook his head curiously. Luo Feng laughed loudly. To be able to say your name directly, he's probably very familiar with you. Who knows, it might even be that lady Ji Qing. Ji Qing? Hong's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from the stairs downstairs. It was slightly heavy. Luo Feng and Hong both looked outside. Your Majesty, it's a Universe Level 9 and a Domain Lord Level 9, there's no threat at all. The black-robed bald Dylan sat beside and squinted, communicating to Luo Feng. Ah? Luo Feng nodded. Silhouettes finally appeared outside. It was two men. The Universe Level 9 man had black hair, a square face, his skin was pale, no different from the Chinese of Earth. And the other Domain Lord Level 9 man was taller, his skin was purple, those long nails were like sharp daggers, his eyes too glowed purple. From the way the two walked, the Domain Lord Level 9 should be a bodyguard. "How do you do, Hong?" The square-faced man looked at Hong. "You are?" Hong looked curiously at the square-faced man. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Ji Qing's father." "Ji Landang," the square-faced man said. Luo Feng frowned. Ji Qing's father had appeared? From the looks of it, his big brother had never seen Ji Qing's father before. Hong immediately stood up. "Mr. Ji. About you and Ji Qing, after I found out, I immediately rushed back to Jade Dome Planet from the Snow Border Starfield." Ji Landang's eyes stared at Hong. "It's just that these few days you've been in the Bushka family residence. I didn't want to disturb you. Today I've come without any ill intentions, I'm purely here as Ji Qing's father." "I understand." Hong nodded and listened. "You're very outstanding." Ji Landang looked at Hong. "I heard your performance in the Ganwu Universe Country's Genius Battle was not bad, even though you weren't absorbed by the Virtual Universe Company. It's undeniable that you're a very outstanding youth." Hong listened attentively. "However, Hong." Ji Landang sighed softly. "You and my daughter are different. My daughter lives in the Jishur family, a family that's 100 times stronger than your Black Dragon Mountain Starfield Imperial family. You're a lone ranger, you can follow your teacher and wander, with no worries, no pressure." Ji Landang sighed. "However, my daughter lives in the Jishur family, the internal competition within the family is extremely intense. In the Jishur family, the moment you accidentally fall, you'll be stepped on by millions of people. All this, do you understand?" "I understand." Hong nodded. The internal competition within the Imperial family was intense. Just like the universe's superfamily Jishur family, the internal competition was even more intense. Hence, my daughter Ji Qing cannot walk the wrong path, the moment she does, she'll be beyond redemption. Ji Landang looked at Hong, "And the matter between you and her has already angered my Jishur family's head ancestor. The head ancestor is furious, the entire family is panicking." Hong was silent. "Hence, I hope you leave her for Ji Qing's sake, don't pester or contact her anymore." Ji Landang said seriously, "Don't communicate with her in the Virtual Universe Network, and leave Jade Dome Planet as soon as possible. I hope you can disappear from her world. As long as you disappear, she'll still be the head ancestor's favorite child. And if you continue to pester her, she'll be beyond redemption." Ji Landang looked at Hong. Hong was silent. Hong's fist that was blocked by the table was clenched tightly, it was pale, and his expression was ugly. Luo Feng frowned. "As a father, I beg you, let go of my daughter Ji Qing. I believe you too wish for her to have a beautiful future, right?" Ji Landang looked at Hong. Hong stood there. "I understand." Hong nodded. "I hope to receive news of you leaving Jade Dome Planet. That way, as a father, I will be incomparably grateful." Ji Landang bowed slightly, after which he turned and left with his bodyguards. From start to finish, Ji Landang didn't even notice Luo Feng, nor did he notice the Undying Dylan. When an Undying didn't want to reveal his identity, how could Ji Landang and his bodyguards discover him with their strength? The dining hall was silent. Hong, who had been controlling himself, suddenly went pale, after which he shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Third brother, isn't this funny?" Hong looked at Luo Feng. "There's nothing funny about it." Luo Feng shook his head. Hong shook his head. Hong saw things very clearly. Hence, even though Ji Qing's father seemed very polite, the meaning behind his words, Hong could naturally see it with a glance. This Ji Qing's father obviously hated Hong very much. He couldn't wait for Hong to leave Jade Dome Planet and vanish from Ji Qing's world. Being hated by the father of his beloved woman, Hong felt terrible within. "Big brother." Luo Feng patted Hong's shoulder. "I'm fine." Hong shook his head. Luo Feng couldn't help but frown. What was up with that Silver Snow official? Even if he was an absolute genius, was he not allowed to fall in love? What a joke. That day, Luo Feng sent Hong back to Bushka's mansion. Before he left, he instructed Luo Feng, "Third brother, I need your help with this matter. However, you have to be clear on what's going on, don't do anything rash. If you really cause any harm to Ji Qing, then big brother, I understand this." Luo Feng nodded. This was also the reason why Luo Feng didn't reveal his identity. When Ji Landeng came, Luo Feng slightly changed his facial muscles to prevent Ji Landeng from recognizing him. No matter what, right now wasn't the time to meet Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong. Luo Feng didn't dare be rash about his big brother's matter. There were countless examples of good intentions causing trouble. Time passed. Even though Luo Feng had arrived on Jade Dome Planet, he had remained in Swallow Mountain Villa, soaking in the nutrition cabin. He hasn't left yet? That Hong, he's still staying in Bushka's family? Ji Landeng walked about in the large hall. This youth is also an exceptional genius from the Universe Country Genius Battle. This sort of genius, his pride should be extremely strong. Whether it's for his pride or for his laughable love, my words should have made him leave early. Master, he has indeed been staying in Bushka's family. A dark red-skinned skinny man knelt and said respectfully. Bastard. Ji Landeng's eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. He really wanted to bring his men to kill Hong. However, he was clear, since even the head ancestor Silver Snow official didn't send anyone to make a move, then no one under him would dare make a move. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, under Ji Landeng's anxious anticipation, Hong had remained in Bushka's family, not leaving at all. This made Ji Landeng furious. And during this period of time, Luo Feng silently stayed in Swallow Mountain Villa. Swallow Mountain Villa, main building's meditation room. A nourishment cabin was placed in the corner of the quiet room, and beautiful vines with many colors filled the entire quiet room. The main vines and leaves were faintly glowing, and all the long vines and leaves were quietly changing, their color and appearance constantly changing. Your Majesty! Dylan's voice pierced through the walls and resounded within the room. The nutrition cabin's door automatically opened and a naked black-haired man with an almost perfect body stood up from the cold and precious nutrition fluid. Simultaneously a green armor covered his body. This level 4 genetic energy armor was sent over by the Virtual Universe Company. These items, the Virtual Universe Company provided them to their core members for free. Whoosh! Many of the vines that covered the walls of the meditation room suddenly rushed over and wrapped around Luo Feng's arm. Mo Yun. Luo Feng gently caressed the leaf, smiling, during this period of time, you can slowly evolve. Once you're done, it won't be too late to battle with me. Immediately, the erect vine drooped down slightly, as if it was nodding. At the same time, the cloud contact vine's strong attachment came from his consciousness. It was like a child's attachment to its parents. Haha, soon. In another 2 months, you will be able to successfully transform. Luo Feng wore a green armor on the inside and a silver armor on the outside. He pushed open the door and walked out. Your Highness. Dylan stood at the door and bowed, smiling. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on reaching Domain Lord level 8. I'm still a little away from level 9. Luo Feng smiled. Because from Domain Lord level 1 to level 9, the higher the level, the more energy one had to accumulate. Especially the last 3 levels required the most energy. For Luo Feng to reach the pinnacle of Domain Lord level 9, theoretically he would need about 6 months. However, he had already spent 4 months, he estimated he still needed another 2 months. Your Majesty, the Virtual Universe Company's people are downstairs. Dylan said. Let's go. Luo Feng nodded and quickly arrived at the main building's first-level living room. 3 white-robed men stood there. As they saw Luo Feng and Dylan descend, they immediately bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. Haha, meeting you all makes me happy. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Has my universe ship been repaired and modified? Yes, Your Majesty. The leading white-robed old man said apologetically. The main thing was that the modification department spent a little more time. Hence it was only delivered now, please forgive me. No problem, let's go to the underground warehouse. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, let me take a good look at it. Yes. Luo Feng and Dylan along with the 3 white-robed men arrived at an incredibly spacious underground warehouse. The leading white-robed old man bowed to Luo Feng. "Your Majesty, look." As he said that, he pointed ahead. Immediately a blood-colored triangular ship appeared on the ground of the warehouse. The ship's powerful energy caused the surrounding space to tremble. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he stared at the ship. The Yunmo planet ship was a huge ship with a diameter of 800 m. This triangular ship's three corners were extremely thin and sharp, and the entire ship's body was covered with faint engravings that could not be seen with the naked eye. These engravings naturally gave the Yunmo planet ship an even more terrifying aura. Without a doubt, such a ship, the moment it accelerated, even a meteorite cluster would be like tofu before it, slicing it apart. It wouldn't even affect its speed much. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, this ship's entire body is made from the F9 grade hybrid copper essence. Along with the perfect origin law engravings by our virtual universe company's masters, its defense has already reached an extremely shocking level. Even an emperor-level undying would find it extremely hard to break through this ship." The white-robed old man pointed at the ship and smiled. "This ship, as long as it absorbs an undying metal life, then it'll definitely be worthy of an emperor-level undying." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Yunmo planet ship? The repaired Yunmo planet ship would accompany him for a very, very long time. "Luo Feng, hurry in, hurry in," Babata urged. Under the white-robed old man's lead, Luo Feng found out how powerful the repaired Yunmo planet ship was. The ship's body's defense has been raised. Along with the energy shield's modifications, its defense has been raised by close to 40%. On the screen in the control room, Babata's head appeared. Babata said excitedly, "The ship's acceleration and turning speed have been raised by close to 80%. Its highest flight speed has even reached a shocking 50 times light speed. This virtual universe company's technology is simply too powerful." From a certain perspective, the virtual universe company has already excavated the Yunmo planet ship's potential to its maximum. If we want to improve the Yunmo planet ship again, the best way is to let an immortal rank metallic lifeform fuse with this ship and give it life characteristics. Haha. After so many years, I can finally control the Yunmo planet ship again. On the screen, Babata was incomparably excited. Suddenly he became sad and solemn. "But Master Luo Feng." Babata looked at Luo Feng, his eyes gleaming. "You must avenge Master in the future." Luo Feng nodded. "Definitely." Babata looked at Luo Feng and thought back to back on Earth, the youth who carefully discovered the Yunmo planet ship and snuck into the ship. Back then, it was purely because it had no better choice that it allowed Luo Feng to accept Hu Yanbo's inheritance, becoming Hu Yanbo's only living disciple. Back then, Babata even forbade Luo Feng from asking about Hu Yanbo's enemies, because Babata didn't even dare to think that one day Luo Feng would be able to avenge Hu Yanbo. However now, Babata saw hope. The three great bodies have heaven-defying talents, shocking willpower, a strong background, the virtual universe company's meticulous nurturing. Luo Feng, he definitely has hope to become an emperor-level undying. When that time comes, he will be able to kill that bastard. Babata prayed. Luo Feng, however, was constantly observing the ship. The Yunmo planet ship was just like the Universe Galaxy Bank's secret room structure. It could block spirit energy and other types of scanning. With the Yunmo planet ship's many systems, unless an undying could forcefully send his god energy in, anyone below undying level would be unable to do soul attacks. Entering this ship, it's really safe. Luo Feng thought, when he becomes an undying, the Masha clansmen will have no fear of soul attacks. The Yunmo planet ship's defense is extremely strong. The two combined is a trump card combination. Good news came one after another. When Luo Feng acquired his life and death companion, the Yunmo planet ship, on the second day, the Virtual Universe Company's official appointment was finally announced. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain. Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within his study, Luo Feng sat before his desk, looking at his laptop screen as he received the official notification. It was the appointment from the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng, from today onwards, you are the Virtual Universe Company's supervisor envoy stationed in the Ganwu Department. You have the authority to investigate and monitor the military department, business department and army. Babata shouted from his shoulder. Haha, Luo Feng, from now onwards, the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department will have to fear you. Luo Feng looked at the contents of the appointment. The appointment was simple. This assignment was a domain lord level test. Just this job alone, when Luo Feng reached sector lord level, he would immediately receive 100k points. During this period, our virtual universe company will occasionally send out special missions for you to carry out. Every job will have a corresponding point reward. This was one of the words in the mail. Obviously, during the period of nurturing, universe-level geniuses could carry out training missions, domain lord-level geniuses could carry out various jobs, sector lord-level geniuses could carry out life and death missions. These would all bring about points rewards. The appointment has been announced, the Ganwu department will also receive the notification. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right now it's time for me to take up the appointment and visit the 3 tycoons. With the appointment, Luo Feng's status was naturally different. P.S. Second chapter here, continue writing the third. The moment the order is officially given, I can actually directly teleport from my villa to the Ganwu department in the virtual universe. Luo Feng looked at the detailed details of the mail on the screen. After memorizing all the important rules, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. To the Ganwu department. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Schwa, he immediately vanished from his desk and teleported to the Ganwu department in the virtual universe. Within the virtual universe, there was a main space. This space had many continents, and every continent represented a universe country. Surrounding these continents were densely packed islands. These islands either represented middle-level civilizations or special locations. Like the Ganwu continent's Black Dragon Mountain Island, that was where the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would normally go after entering the virtual universe network. Ganwu continent's Amethyst Island. This was an incomparably beautiful island made entirely out of amethyst. The entire island's area wasn't inferior to the Black Dragon Mountain Island at all. On the island, there were countless palaces made out of amethyst. Each palace's height and grandeur were clearly differentiated. In the center, the amethyst palace that was over 10,000 kilometers tall was the most eye-catching one. Under the sunlight, this majestic amethyst palace reflected all sorts of beautiful colors. This Amethyst Island was the Virtual Universe Company's office in the Ganwu department. As the universe was simply too vast, the office was naturally located in the virtual universe. Everything is normal. However, the headquarters suddenly sent a supervisor envoy over. This Luo Feng, why is he in such a rush to break through to the domain lord level? Within the huge hall, there was a huge round table with a diameter of over 1000 m. Beside the table were 3 huge thrones. At this time, there was a person sitting on each throne. The one speaking was an ape-man with fur on his face. He was dressed in an exquisite and beautiful purple robe, frowning as he spoke. Chi-chi-chi, his purple robe emanated threads of purple lightning. What's the use of you being unhappy? Even if this Luo Feng doesn't break through to the domain lord level right now, in a few thousand years, he'll still become one. His home is also the Ganwu universe country. When the time comes, he'll still come to our Ganwu department as a supervisor envoy. With long golden hair that glowed like the sun, and 3 golden feathers on his head, this devilishly handsome man said with disdain. Purple lightning Marquis, gold feather Marquis. A gentle voice resounded. It was a barefooted young lady, covered in a black veil. Her gaze seemed to cause the space around her to distort. The order has been given, this Luo Feng will soon take over. There's no point in arguing here at this time. The ape-man Purple Lightning Marquis and the evil-looking Golden Feather Marquis looked over. Luo Feng's identity is the supervisor envoy. He has the authority to investigate the many things we've done. I'm afraid he'll find evidence against us, said the black-masked lady softly. The Purple Lightning Marquis is in charge of the Commerce Department. There are many messy transactions within the Commerce Department. No matter how good the accounts are, and how much evidence has been destroyed, if someone were to seriously investigate. Haha, monkey, even if you aren't imprisoned in the Starfield prison, you will still be able to escape. You have to go to the foreign battlefield to atone for your crimes. The evil man chuckled. Is your warriors department clean? The ape-man looked at the evil man coldly. It's still better than your business department. The evil-looking man raised his eyebrows. All right. The black-masked lady creased her eyebrows, ordering softly. Immediately the two looked at the black-masked lady. She seemed a little angry. There are some things that can't be avoided. As long as the supervisor envoy is determined to investigate, with enough time, he'll definitely find some problems. Even if the problems aren't serious, removing us from our positions won't be a problem. The ape-man and the gold-haired evil man nodded in agreement. No matter what, we have to keep our positions. The ape-man said seriously. The three tycoons of the Ganwu department, what kind of status did they have? They held great authority. They were much stronger than normal official-level undyings. The warriors department, the business department and the army, actually the hardest and safest to investigate was the army. Because the army was simply too huge, and it was jointly managed with the Ganwu Universe country. If the supervisor envoy wanted to investigate the army, he would have to go through the upper echelons of the Ganwu Universe country. It would be extremely complicated. It would be much easier for the warriors and business department to investigate. Firstly, that Luo Feng isn't an idiot. If he's determined to investigate, that's forcing us to go against him. The black-masked lady said softly, this won't do him any good. If he dares to do that, we'll kill him in secret. The gold-haired evil man said coldly. Kill? The ape-man sneered, Gold Feather official, do you think his teacher Tru Yan is an idiot? Tru Yan is a being second only to the Holy Lord amongst the ape-man race, and he's extremely tyrannical and famous for being protective. If you really dare to kill him in secret, unless you've done it flawlessly, even wiping your own memories and not letting Tru Yan find out, otherwise, you're dead. The gold-haired evil man squinted. Tru Yan, killing him, Gold Feather official, was as easy as killing an ant. All of you wake up, this Luo Feng made it into the primal region in his first qualification battle. Such a genius, he'll definitely be noticed by the upper echelons of the headquarters. The black-masked lady said coldly, and he still has that Tru Yan emperor behind him. Even if we make a move, we'll at most teach him a lesson and let him suffer a little. We definitely can't kill him. The moment we do, that'll be the end of us. The ape-man and the gold-haired evil man nodded. We have no other way. The black-masked lady pointed into space and a screen appeared. On it was a detailed plan. These are the 3 plans my underlings have written, take a look. The two looked. After looking, the two exchanged glances. Let's hope that Luo Feng is a smart man. That way, he'll be able to enjoy his time as the supervisor envoy and enjoy himself. The 3 of us won't have to worry too much. Otherwise, we'll all suffer together. The gold-haired evil man snorted softly. After a while, beep. 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 A piercing alarm resounded within the hall. The 3 tycoons stood up fiercely. He's here. The black-masked lady said softly, let's go, we have to passionately welcome the supervisor envoy. Right, passionately welcome. The ape-man nodded. Extremely. Passionately. The gold-haired evil man intentionally revealed his most friendly smile. Amethyst Island's easternmost area was an amethyst reef that was a few tens of square meters. A beautiful light shot into the sky and Luo Feng appeared on it. This is the Ganwu department's office in the virtual universe? Luo Feng was dazzled by the light that shone on the island. The entire island was simply a huge work of art. Under the sunlight, the amethyst palaces were indeed beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. So, Luo Feng immediately flew up and headed towards the center of the island. As the island was simply too huge, comparable to the Black Dragon Mountain Island. After flying for about 100,000 kilometers, Luo Feng saw the huge amethyst plaza filled with a blur of silhouettes. With a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. At the front of the blur of silhouettes stood 3 silhouettes. Dressed in a luxurious purple robe, the ape-man seemed very elegant. He had a smile on his face and his body was surrounded by purple lightning. A man with an incomparably glaring golden long hair. His smile was resplendent and his entire being was like the sun that made one feel warm. A barefooted lady dressed in a black robe. Her casual allure made Luo Feng feel good even though he knew it was allure. Welcome Supervisor Envoy Mr. Luo Feng. The black-robed lady smiled. Hua, The blur of silhouettes that one couldn't see the end of, all of them knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty Luo Feng. Greetings, Your Majesty Luo Feng." The hundreds of undyings bowed. "Luo Feng, welcome to our Gongwu department." The black-robed lady smiled and said, "Luo Feng, I've long heard of your name. To be able to make it into the primal region in such a short time, I'm impressed, truly impressed." The golden-haired man's smile was resplendent. His entire being seemed very friendly and warm. "Haha. Luo Feng, I'm from the Crown Yen clan of the Ape-Man race. Your teacher Tru Yen is the greatest being of the Kahong clan. I've admired him since young, and have always treated him as my target. To be able to see his disciple today, I'm really happy. Haha." The ape-man was extremely passionate. Luo Feng stood there, looking at the three tycoons' passionate welcome, the hundreds of undyings bowing respectfully and the countless people kneeling down. He was stunned. This Gongwu department's welcome was simply too grand. And these three tycoons were all official-level undyings. In terms of position, they weren't any lower than him, yet they were so passionate. "Luo Feng." The black-robed lady walked over and smiled, "Let me introduce you. I know the three of you." Luo Feng spoke immediately, looking at the black-robed lady. "You should be the head of the army department," Black Yen official Wei saw. The black-robed lady smiled and nodded. "You should be the head of the military department," Gold Feather official Ai Fu. Luo Feng looked at the golden-haired man who smiled and nodded. "You should be the head of the business department," Purple Lightning official Xianxia. Luo Feng looked at the ape-man. He laughed loudly and nodded. "Looks like Luo Feng understands the three of us quite a bit. Even before you've arrived, you've already understood us quite a bit. With your scouting abilities, this supervisor envoy job will definitely be very easy. I'll have to trouble the three of you to help me." Luo Feng smiled. "Of course. Definitely. It's my duty." The three magnates smiled and nodded. "Luo Feng, let me introduce you." The black-robed lady smiled and pointed at the blur of silhouettes and the undyings bowing respectfully behind her. "Our Gongwu department, because we need to manage the over 10,000 star fields of the Gongwu universe country, over 100 million galaxies. So other than us three ministers, there are 322 other undyings, as well as important people in charge of star fields and galaxies, a total of 820 million people, all here." Luo Feng held his breath. Looking at the endless number of people kneeling in front of him, it turned out that there were 820 million people. No wonder even his own vision could not see them clearly. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the 322 undyings. He suddenly saw a green-skinned old man with a head full of wrinkles. He was shocked within. Man Luo? This old man, it was the old man Luo Feng frequently saw back in the Black Dragon Mountain Island killing fields. 3 chapters. Completed. It's the end of the month. Don't waste your monthly tickets. Let's support Tomato. There were no monthly tickets, but there were free recommendation tickets. Tomatoes loved them too. Luo Feng? Man Luo saw Luo Feng look over. As an undying, his memory was very good. He revealed a friendly smile. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Back then, that huge figure Man Luo from the killing fields had actually become his underling. Luo Feng felt that things were very mysterious. Black Yen official. Luo Feng looked at the 3 tycoons beside him and said softly, "There's no need to keep everyone kneeling, let them disperse." Luo Feng, you are indeed kind and merciful. Gold Feather official Ai Fu smiled. Luo Feng's heart trembled. His actions were called kind and merciful? This military department head Gold Feather official Ai Fu's passion. Luo Feng couldn't take it anymore. The black-robed lady ordered, "Disperse." That gentle voice reverberated throughout the entire Amethyst Island. Yes. The 820 million heads in charge of the many starfields and over 100 million galaxies bowed respectfully, after which they became beams of light and flew towards the various directions of the island. Fellow Undyings, follow the 3 of us and accompany the supervisor envoy Luo Feng to have a good look at the island and the operations of the Gongwu department. The black-robed lady ordered. Yes. Including Man Luo, the 322 Undyings all bowed. Man Luo and the 322 Undyings followed behind Luo Feng, Gold Feather Official, Black Yen Official and Purple Lightning Official, these 4 tycoons. The moment it involved their subordinates, these Undyings would have to immediately step out to explain. Back then, that punk that participated in the genius battle, when he first appeared in the killing fields with his big brother and second brother, he was so young. Even during the genius battle, he wasn't that strong. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, 200 years later, he'd become the 4th tycoon of the Gongwu department? Man Luo looked at Luo Feng and exclaimed within, Purple Lightning Official and the other 2 must be incredibly passionate, making Luo Feng happy. Otherwise, if Luo Feng were to fall out, the 3 of them wouldn't have a good time. Man Luo. The ape-man Purple Lightning Official roared. Head. Man Luo walked to the front and bowed. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield's business department is under you. Purple Lightning Official Xianxia glanced at Man Luo. Luo Feng's home is from the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. He wants to know more about the situation there. You give him an answer. Yes. Man Luo bowed slightly. Mr. Man Luo, long time no see. Luo Feng turned and smiled at Man Luo. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last met. Your Highness, Man Luo is very surprised. Man Luo said with a smile. Okay, we'll talk as we walk. Luo Feng nodded. Within the main palace of Amethyst Island, Luo Feng was accompanied by Purple Lightning Official, Gold Feather Official and Black Yen Official, along with over 300 Undyings, touring the important departments of the Gongwu department. Luo Feng could also ask a few simple questions to gain a basic understanding of the Gongwu department's operations. There was a resting hall in the palace. Purple Lightning Official, Gold Feather Official, Black Yen Official and Luo Feng were gathered together. The other Undyings had already retreated. If I didn't look, I wouldn't have known, but with one look, the power of the Virtual Universe Company is everywhere. It's really shocking. Luo Feng picked up the precious fruit before him, chewing on it as he said, the entire Gongwu Universe country's livelihood, economy etc. has been completely controlled by the Virtual Universe Company. Of course. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled. Humanity's 5 great leviathans, the Universe Mercenary Alliance values the strong, the Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank are mainly in charge of bank storage and investment business. The Battle Axe Dojo also values the strong, only our Virtual Universe Company controls the entire economy of humanity. The 1008 Universe country's economy is completely controlled by our Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng exclaimed. The Virtual Universe Company was indeed very powerful. It seemed like the universe had many large corporations, businesses, powers etc. However, all of them were controlled by the Virtual Universe Company. Just like those companies that created virtual games, all of their games required a virtual space. They all had to rent it from the Virtual Universe Company. Like the slaughterhouses, they were all monopolized. Even the Battle Axe Dojo's broadcasts in the Virtual Universe Network required money from the Virtual Universe Company. Anyway, humanity couldn't leave the Virtual Universe Network. Hence, the Virtual Universe Company controlled the entire economy of humanity. Even the Universe Army was split 50-50 with the Battle Axe Dojo, each controlling 504 Universe countries' armies. Any country, any family, any organization, as long as they want to develop, they have to work with our Virtual Universe Company. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official's eyes were filled with confidence. Even the other 4 Leviathans work with us, much less those countries and families. In terms of business, our Virtual Universe Company has an absolute monopoly. Economic control, countless treasures, strong as the clouds, hence the number of geniuses our Virtual Universe Company absorbs every year, is the highest amongst the 5 Leviathans. Gold Feather Official said confidently. In the Gongwu Universe country, our Gongwu department has half of the control. The other half belongs to the Gongwu Universe country leader. The black-robed lady said softly. The 3 tycoons, their words were filled with absolute confidence. Luo Feng couldn't help but tremble within. He truly felt the power and control of the Virtual Universe Company. No wonder the Gongwu Universe country leader couldn't wait to send all the geniuses in the universe countries during the genius battles. From the looks of it now, the Gongwu Universe country leader could very well be a member of the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng, when are you coming to the Gongwu Universe country? The black-robed lady smiled. Right, when are you arriving? The golden-haired man and the ape man looked expectantly at Luo Feng. I've already reached Jade Dome Planet. Luo Feng said. What? The three tycoons were shocked. The primal region was extremely far from the Ganwu universe country. Even in a universe ship, even an extremely powerful one, it would still take 1 to 2 years. You've actually reached Jade Dome Planet, and you didn't even tell us beforehand. Ape Man Purple Lightning official's face was filled with smiles. This is your fault, you are the supervisor envoy sent by the headquarters, you represent the headquarters. How can you just come to the Ganwu universe country without a word? Gold Feather official, Black Yen official, we should follow the rules and prepare a welcoming feast for Luo Feng. Right. The black-robed lady nodded. Of course we have to prepare a welcoming feast, and it has to be very grand. We have to use this welcoming feast to announce to the upper echelons of the Ganwu universe country, our Ganwu department supervisor envoy Luo Feng has arrived. Gold Feather official said. Leave this to me. Ape Man Purple Lightning official said. Your business department will be in charge of this, there definitely won't be a problem. Gold Feather official said, however we have to show Luo Feng's identity, he is a primal region member, the supervisor envoy sent by the headquarters. The scale of the banquet has to be high too, don't let those bullshit small families come and join in the fun. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The three of you, there's no need. Luo Feng opened his mouth. What do you mean there's no need, it's very necessary. The ape man said, Luo Feng, this isn't just your personal face, it's our Ganwu department's face, it's the entire virtual universe company headquarters face. It's also your teacher Triyan's face. Luo Feng was completely speechless. Leave this to us. Gold Feather official said confidently. Let the scale be small, I don't like it too crowded, we'll do it within Jade Dome Planet. Luo Feng said. Small scale, don't like it too crowded? Alright, no problem. Ape Man Purple Lightning official as the head of the business department patted his chest and guaranteed. The virtual universe company Ganwu department had a very high position in the Ganwu universe country. As the Ganwu department represented the virtual universe company, it had some management over the entire Ganwu universe country. Even though on the surface it was the Ganwu country's manager, however even the Ganwu country leader had to listen to the virtual universe company. This resulted in 1008 universe countries. Any one of the departments would attract many official-level undyings to fight to become the department head. The 3 department heads, all of them had high positions. Compared to the 300 emperor officials, they were much stronger. An invitation from the Ganwu division? The headquarters is sending a supervisor envoy to join the Ganwu department? No wonder the 3 tycoons are so anxious. A banquet hosted by the 3 tycoons, we have to give them face. When the invitation was sent out, the entire upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country was in an uproar. Invitation from the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department, who would dare not go, Jade Dome Planet, Tiansong City, Silver Snow official residence. Head ancestor. Teacher, 8 undyings bowed respectfully, hundreds of sector lords, close to 10,000 people all knelt there. This was the true upper echelon of the Silver Snow official residence. Because of Ji Landing's daughter, he could barely make it into the 10,000, hence he was able to kneel at the back of the crowd. And those 8 undyings were all disciples of Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong who broke through to become undyings over the countless years. Jishur family, how many geniuses could a family produce? The entire Snow Border Starfield had many more geniuses. Silver Snow official had nurtured 15 undyings over the countless years, and there were only 8 in the headquarters. Rise. A cold voice, almost causing the surrounding space to freeze. 8 undyings, hundreds of sector lords and close to 10,000 people all stood up respectfully. In front of them stood a man dressed in a silver-white robe, with long black hair and sideburns. This silver-robed man was just standing there, it made one feel like they were facing an endless world of ice and snow. He was Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong, one of the 300 emperor officials of the Ganwu universe country. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department have personally sent me an invitation. Silver Snow official's voice was cold. This is a welcome banquet for the supervisor envoy sent by the virtual universe company headquarters. They've sent invitations to all the important families in the universe country. As the scale is limited, I'll be bringing 2 people. Below, the 8 Undyings, hundreds of sector lords and close to 10,000 upper echelon elites all looked up, their hearts burning with passion. Such a high-level banquet, those who could attend were definitely the highest echelons of the Ganwu universe country. Even Silver Snow official could only bring 2 people. Very obviously, many weaker Undyings families didn't even have the right to attend. Yukon, Feng Yan, you 2 follow me. Silver Snow official said indifferently. Yes. One of the Undyings, along with a female sector lord amongst the hundreds of sector lords, all revealed expressions of joy, replying respectfully. Silver Snow official glanced at the 2 and sighed within. Yukon was his favorite disciple. It was a pity that the 15 Undyings under him weren't of the Jisher bloodline. Feng Yan, full name Ji Feng Yan, sector lord pinnacle warrior, was the one with the highest chance of reaching Undying in Ji Tiansong's eyes. It's a pity that my Jisher, other than me, doesn't have a second Undying. Silver Snow official sighed within, the chances of an Undying being born was simply too low. Maybe in the entire universe country, there could be over 10,000 Undyings, however it was limited to 1 family, even after so many years. It was very hard for 2 Undyings to appear. Everyone else leave. Silver Snow official ordered. Yes. The 7 Undyings, hundreds of sector lords and close to 10,000 family elites all left respectfully, leaving only the Undying Yukon and sector lord Ji Feng Yan. The news of the banquet the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department held for the supervisor envoy quickly spread throughout the upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country. However, this banquet was simply too small, the level was extremely high, only the 300 emperor officials and a few stronger Undying families received the invitations. And over 90% of the Undyings didn't receive an invitation, much less the sector lord families. One could see how high the level was. This made many Undyings exclaim, normally we don't even have the chance to meet the 3 tycoons. Who knew this banquet would be so small? We didn't even receive an invitation. The invitation from the Ganwu department was a symbol of status. Those who received the invitation were all the upper echelons of the Ganwu universe country. Jade Dome Planet, Swallow Mountain Villa. Study room. The vines that covered the entire walls of the room suddenly shook, because the nutrition cabin's door automatically opened. A naked, short-haired youth, Luo Feng, whose body proportions were comparable to the gods of Earth's myths and legends, stood up from the ice-cold nutrition liquid. A genetic energy armor automatically appeared on his body, and his outer appearance changed into a silver-white armor. Mo Yun. Luo Feng smiled and touched a vine that extended over. I'll go out first, you continue evolving. That vine's leaves waved up and down, almost like it was nodding. The study room door automatically opened. Luo Feng smiled as he walked out. Outside, a flash of light formed a human silhouette. It was Dylan. Your Majesty. Dylan smiled at Luo Feng. Congratulations on reaching Domain Lord level 9. I've only just reached the Domain Lord level 9. I haven't reached the pinnacle yet. Luo Feng smiled. If I had another half a month, I'd be able to reach the pinnacle. But, since tonight is the welcoming banquet, I have to come out. Your Majesty, the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department have indeed given Your Majesty a lot of face. This welcoming banquet. I've heard that the 3 tycoons sent out an invitation together. Which of the Ganwu universe country's officials would dare not come? Dylan smiled. Your Majesty's face is definitely earned. It's all mutual. Luo Feng smiled. They're doing this because they want me to show mercy. You can even pick bones from an egg. The Ganwu department, since they were in charge of many things within the universe country, business, military, the implications of these were huge. To say that there were no problems at all, even the most principled person wouldn't be able to do it. After all, they could manage themselves, but it would be hard to manage their subordinates. If Luo Feng really wanted to investigate, even if the 3 of them were clean and above board, Luo Feng would still be able to give them a headache. Maybe Luo Feng could make use of his connections with his seniors, along with the official level Undyings that wanted to be the head of the Ganwu department to help. Luo Feng could still get rid of 1 or 2 of them. What's more, Luo Feng reckoned that these 3 wouldn't be too clean either. Otherwise, why would they be so passionate? Your Majesty, are you prepared to do this? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. When the water is too clear, there won't be any fish. Luo Feng smiled and headed out. Dylan was slightly stunned. When the water is too clear, there won't be any fish? Your Majesty is indeed the disciple the ancestor favors. Dylan thought within, following Luo Feng and leaving. Luo Feng brought the entire guard army and swiftly headed towards the location of the banquet. Simultaneously, Luo Feng ordered one of his sector lords to head to the Bushka family mansion and bring his big brother Hong over. After a while, Xianxia city had a core plot of land with a diameter of close to 1,000 kilometers. A month ago, it was still a gathering place for the members of the Virtual Universe Company. However, within this month, the core plot was swiftly dismantled and the members were moved to other locations. And within 3 days, they built a luxurious villa that was close to 1,000 kilometers in area, called Luo Villa. Any supervisor envoy, after they took up their post, the Virtual Universe Company would help them build a place to stay. As one of the 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department, on Jade Dome Planet, a slightly larger villa that was comparable to a galaxy, building a 1,000 kilometers luxurious villa suited Luo Feng's status. Luo Feng and the others could already see the distant luxurious villa. Third brother, this is your new villa? Hong looked at the distant luxurious Luo villa. He couldn't help but be shocked. This is even bigger than the Bushka family residence. Your Majesty is the Ganwu department's supervisor envoy. His position is equivalent to the 3 heads. According to the size of the villa, it should be comparable to the 300 emperor officials. Standing beside Luo Feng, Dylan smiled and explained, as he was only here as a domain lord, hence the villa he built is slightly smaller than the Silver Snow official residence. Luo Feng smiled. Go, let's enter. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. A group of people followed. Luo Villa had over 1 million servants, however within a villa with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, over 1 million servants wasn't considered much. Your Majesty, I've been ordered by Purple Lightning official to wait here. Your Majesty, I've been ordered by Gold Feather official. Black Yen official's orders, a male sector lord and 2 female sector lords stood at the entrance of the villa. When they saw Luo Feng, they all bowed respectfully. While bowing, the 3 secretly informed the 3 tycoons. So, 3 silhouettes immediately appeared at the entrance. Luo Feng. The black-robed lady shouted. Luo Feng, you really came on the last day. 8-man Purple Lightning official couldn't help but say. This is your villa. Purple Lightning official has spent quite a bit of effort on it. You should have come earlier to take a look. Gold Feather official said. Luo Feng smiled. I was busy with training, hence I only came today. Ah, so it's training. No matter what, training is the most important. The 8-man Violet Lightning Marquis nodded repeatedly, and the other Gold Feather Marquis and the black-veiled young woman smiled in agreement. These 3 great figures said in their hearts. You, this peerless genius, should wholeheartedly focus on cultivating. There's no need to worry about the supervision work. Under the 3 tycoons' welcome, Luo Feng entered the Luo Villa. The construction of the villa only took 3 days, and the preparation for this banquet took over 10 days. The main thing was that the precious ingredients had to be transported over from other parts of the universe. Since the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department wanted to make it grand, giving Luo Feng face, naturally they did their best, at the same time. Because the 300 emperor officials of the Ganwu universe country, along with other powerful undying families, were all quite far from Jade Dome Planet. Hence the invitations were sent out a month in advance, allowing the important figures to rush over. In the blink of an eye, it was already dark. The entire Luo Villa was filled with light, one couldn't even see clearly what was going on within. And on this day, many incredibly expensive universe ships stopped in the air above the entrance of the villa, after which undyings walked down from the cabin doors, entering very formally the main hall of the banquet hall. Big brother, you stay in this resting room, I'll go receive the guests. When I need you to come out in a while, I'll inform you. Luo Feng said to Hong, placing him in a small quiet resting room. Luo Feng. Quickly come over, the guests are about to arrive. Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official and Black Yen official looked at Luo Feng. Coming. Luo Feng smiled and walked over, with 2 flashes, he went from one end of the hall to the other. Today we've invited after all the important figures of the Ganwu universe country, powerful figures, and since we've sent out the invitations, naturally we have to be polite. Ape-Man Purple Lightning official smiled. However, from the entrance to the banquet hall, there's still a few hundred km, they won't rush over, instead they'll talk and walk, it should take a while before they arrive. Luo Feng nodded. The 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department stood at the 2 sides of the main hall. Looking into the distance, Luo Feng could clearly feel powerful origin law energies rippling outwards. Some were as dazzling as light, some were as tyrannical as lightning, some were as forceful as the earth, some were as intense as the flames. The origin laws emanated, the surrounding space began to warp and tremble. Finally, powerful figures appeared in the distance, the group of great figures from the Ganwu universe country. They were either dressed in grey long robes, barefooted with their long hair down, or in luxurious long robes, or in undying armors that reeked of blood, or riding small undying beasts, or completely covered in robes, revealing only their eyes. Some were 10 m tall, some not even half a meter tall. Some had fur all over their faces, like beastmen. Some were completely bald, almost like they were made of metal, without a single strand of hair. This group were mostly official level undyings, in groups of 2 or 3, chatting with their good friends, pulling away from their enemies, heading towards the main hall. Luo Feng, Purple Lightning official, communicated softly. Other than the 300 Emperor officials, there are other official level undyings invited to the banquet, along with some with shocking backgrounds and power. There are also a few who are closer to you, like Bushka from the Bushka family, or the God Leader from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They may not have the qualifications, but I've invited them too. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Luo Feng nodded, looking at the distant group of undyings chatting as they walked. Gold Feather official, Purple Lightning official, Black Yen official. Walking right at the front was a man with a large nose, single horn, curly hair, dressed in a beautiful dark golden long robe, laughing loudly as he walked at the front of the group of undyings. With a flash, he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, smiling widely as he looked at Luo Feng. This must be the new supervisor envoy, Mr. Luo Feng. Haha, you run the fastest. Ape-Man Purple Lightning official laughed loudly, turning to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, this is one of the 300 Emperor officials of the Ganwu universe country, Dragon Wing Emperor. Dragon Wing Emperor, how do you do? Luo Feng nodded and smiled. The Emperor officials of the universe country were much lower in status. These 300 were all official level undyings. Haha, I've long heard of your name. You brought our Ganwu universe country face. Today I finally get to meet you. Dragon Wing Emperor laughed loudly, following which he brought 2 of his underlings and entered the main hall under the guidance of the staff. Following which another undying walked over, greeting the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department and Luo Feng passionately. Undyings after undyings brought their underlings over. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department and Luo Feng welcomed them one by one. After a while, Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official, Black Yen official. Your invitation really makes me, the Black Dragon, very happy, haha. A tall and sturdy man covered in black dragon scales, with a black dragon horn on his head walked over passionately, his gaze gleaming fiercely when it landed on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, this is the God Lord from your hometown Black Dragon Mountain Empire, just call him Black Dragon. Ape-Man Purple Lightning official smiled and introduced. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This tall and sturdy man emitted a ferocious beast energy. He was actually the God Lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain. Mr. Black Dragon, how do you do? Luo Feng smiled. Haha, you came from my Black Dragon Mountain Empire. I, Black Dragon Mountain, am extremely proud. The Black Dragon Mountain God Lord laughed. He was incomparably passionate as he walked into the main hall. The Ape-Man Purple Lightning official watched as Black Dragon entered the hall before communicating. Luo Feng, this God Lord from your hometown Black Dragon Mountain Empire, comes from the very weak Black Dragon Mountain tribe. That Black Dragon Mountain tribe has a total of about 10,000 pure race members. This Black Dragon is the head of the Black Dragon Mountain tribe. He built the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. His strength is average, and he's still a distance away from the official level. Normally, he wouldn't have the right to participate in such gatherings. Because he's the divine master of your hometown, he was able to come this time. Luo Feng nodded. One by one. It's him, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. A tall and skinny man with a head full of silver lumps brought a white-haired and kind-looking old man over. That white-haired old man. Luo Feng naturally recognized him. It was Hong's teacher, Time Sector Lord Luo. Beside him should be his good friend Undying God Bushka. Bushka. The eight-man purple lightning official laughed and shouted, "Haha, you finally arrived. This Luo Feng. I don't need to introduce him." Luo Feng and Hong's relationship had long been revealed to the three tycoons the first time they met. And when Bushka received the invitation, he too knew the reason. The tall and skinny man with the lumps all over his head smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Beside him, Time Sector Lord Luo too looked at Luo Feng. Big brother is inside. Mr. Bushka. Mr. Luo, we'll chat later. Luo Feng nodded. The two nodded and entered the hall. The three tycoons of the Ganwu Empire sent out close to 1,000 invitations in total. Other than a small number of invitations for special reasons such as adventuring in the universe secret realms or adventuring in other races' territories, the rest had all arrived. About 80% of the invited guests had arrived. Luo Feng welcomed them one by one. He had a clear understanding of the upper echelon of the Ganwu universe country. The so-called royal family, princes etc. were extremely laughable. The true rulers of this universe country were still these great undyings. Gold Feather official, Purple Lightning official, Black Yen official. A clear voice resounded. A silver-robed man with long silver hair walked over with a man and a woman, simultaneously revealing a smile and greeting. Following which he looked at Luo Feng, Supervisor Envoy Mr. Luo Feng, it's a pleasure to see you. Luo Feng, this is Silver Snow official. The eight-man Purple Lightning official smiled and explained. He's here, the main character had arrived. The most important guest of this banquet had arrived, it was him who stopped his big brother and Ji Qing. Luo Feng looked at the clear and cold silver-robed man and smiled, the great name of Silver Snow official, I've heard many people talking about you when I first arrived on Jade Dome planet. Even on this planet, there's a city named after you. Tiansong City. To be able to see you in person today, it's really a pleasure. Haha. Silver Snow official couldn't help but laugh. I've also heard my guard captain tell me the story of how Silver Snow Marquis pursued the immortal metallic lifeform Kabaddi. I can imagine how you, Silver Snow Marquis, chased through countless starfields, slaughtered your way into the territory of the bug race, and then finally killed Kabaddi amidst the bug race wave. It makes one's blood boil. Luo Feng exclaimed. Silver Snow official's smile grew even wider, that was in the past, it's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Silver Snow official seemed proud and aloof. However, it depended on who was speaking to him. Luo Feng as a Primal Region member, the current supervisor envoy, his position wasn't any lower than him. As the new generation's absolute genius of the virtual universe company, plus he had a teacher like True Yen Emperor behind him. He was definitely the pride of the entire human race in the universe. Such an absolute genius, these words, immediately made Silver Snow official feel good. Silver Snow official, go in and rest first, we'll talk more later. Luo Feng said. Silver Snow official smiled and nodded, following which he brought Yukon and Ji Feng Yen into the banquet hall. This scene caused the Purple Lightning Marquis, the Gold Feather Marquis and the Black Yen Marquis to secretly exchange glances with each other. After receiving so many guests, I've never seen Luo Feng so passionate. Right, it's almost like he's met someone he worships. Luo Feng's status and experience are very high, there's no need for him to lower himself. Don't tell me he really worships Silver Snow official? Even though the three tycoons knew of Luo Feng and Hong's relationship because of Luo Feng, they didn't even know about Hong and Ji Qing. After all, as the high and mighty three tycoons of the Ganwu department, why would they have the leisure to care about the younger generation's love affairs? Hence when they saw Luo Feng being so courteous, they were slightly suspicious. Finally, close to 1,000 undying guests had all entered the banquet hall. They all sat in groups of 2 or 3, discussing softly. The three tycoons and Luo Feng all returned to the banquet hall. Gold Feather official. A voice resounded in Gold Feather's ears. He turned to look. In the distance sat Silver Snow official Ji Tian-song. Silver Snow official, you're looking for me? Goldfeather walked over and sat opposite him. There are some matters. Silver Snow official said, isn't your military department in charge of the Ganwu universe country's elite nurturing? What's up? Goldfeather looked at him. Nurturing geniuses, other than the genius battles, they were usually gathered from the entire universe. They were judged to be level 3, level 2, level 1 and special elites, finally selecting the most outstanding ones to enter the core. Actually, compared to the genius battles and hero battles, this method of nurturing geniuses wasn't inferior at all. The elite nurturing has a quota. Can you give my Jisher family 50% more? Silver Snow official said. 50%? Goldfeather's lips curled up. That's too high. I still have things to do, I'll talk to you later. After which, Goldfeather immediately got up and left. This Silver Snow official really dares to ask, 50% more? The virtual universe company spent a huge amount of resources on nurturing their elites. His Jisher family wanted so many people to enter and let the company nurture them, yet his Jisher family didn't have to spend any money. TSK. Goldfeather's eyes gleamed with disdain, his entire being gave off an evil vibe. However, looking at the distant Luo Feng, Goldfeather immediately adjusted his state, his entire being becoming warm and friendly. Luo Feng. Goldfeather smiled and walked over. Watching Marquis Goldfeather leave, Silver Snow Marquis Ji Tiansong frowned slightly. At this moment, Ji Fengyan and Yukon returned. Ji Fengyan said in a low voice, Clan ancestor, did Marquis Goldfeather agree? Goldfeather didn't agree nor reject. Silver Snow official snorted coldly, our Jisher family has 50% more slots in the Snow Border Starfield. Even in the entire Ganwu universe country, it's not obvious at all. According to the quality of each generation's elites, the number of elites nurtured can fluctuate. Adding a few more and wouldn't require Goldfeather to waste his resources. However, if he's not satisfied, this matter will definitely be difficult. A family's future was more important. He had 15 undyings under him. If he was a general without an army, how would he have the power he had today, from a small family to a large race? Nurturing the next generation was extremely important. Head ancestor. Ji Fengyan said softly. Silver Snow official looked at Ji Fengyan. I'm afraid everyone here can tell that Luo Feng himself is just a domain lord level 9 punk. Even though he's an absolute genius in the universe, the path to undying isn't that easy. He might even fall in the future. Among the many great undyings here, not many care about Luo Feng. Ji Fengyan said softly, however, from start to finish, everyone has been very polite to him. Without a doubt, it's because of the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department. Silver Snow official continued to look at Ji Fengyan. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department control too many resources. For a power to grow, they have to listen to the business department. The future nurturing of the family, they have to listen to the military department. Even if the strong want to be safer in the battlefield outside and gain more merit points, they have to listen to the military department. The 300 emperor officials, the many powerful undying families, none of them dare to not give the 3 tycoons face. Everyone is very polite to Luo Feng. It's because of the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department, they are worried about that Luo Feng. That Luo Feng has the authority to supervise. Hence the 3 tycoons are so polite, personally inviting the important figures of the Ganwu universe country and personally introducing every undying to Luo Feng. In the past, who has ever seen the 3 tycoons so polite? Usually it's others who are polite to them. Hence, Ji Fengyan said confidently, as long as we can convince that Luo Feng to help, his words will probably be very useful. Silver Snow official nodded, I understand this. However, that Luo Feng's background isn't small either, it won't be easy to get his help. Doesn't that Luo Feng respect the head ancestor a lot? Ji Fengyan said. Respect? Silver Snow official squinted his eyes, sighing for a while, in a while, I'll find this Luo Feng to have a chat. P.S. First chapter here. Within the main hall of the banquet hall. The group of undyings and their underlings, a total of a few thousand people were gathered within the hall. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department chatted for a while, before walking up to the high platform at the front of the hall. Attention all. Ape-man Purple Lightning smiled as he looked at the many undyings below. Haha, the many undyings below all smiled and looked up, preparing to listen to the three tycoons speak. After the genius battles, there's always a batch in every era. However, to be able to defeat all those absolute geniuses that have trained for thousands of years and make it into the primal region, how many of them are there? Purple Lightning official said loudly, everyone says that Bolin is a genius that only appears once in 10,000 eras. However, I want to say that this person is even stronger than Bolin. His improvement speed is much faster. Such a genius, he's probably a once in a million eras, right? Who is he? Purple Lightning official was all smiles, he's our Ganwu department's new supervisor envoy. Luo Feng. And for a very long period of time, he'll be my Gold Feather and Black Yen official's best partner. Right, he'll be our best partner. The virtual universe company's many matters in the Ganwu universe country will require Luo Feng's supervision. Gold Feather official said too. The headquarters has sent Luo Feng to join our Ganwu department. Gold Feather, Purple Lightning official and I are incomparably happy to be able to work with True Yen Emperor's beloved disciple, the absolute genius Mr. Luo Feng. The black-robed lady smiled and said, her voice resounding within the ears of everyone in the hall, let us welcome Mr. Luo Feng up. Welcome. Welcome Luo Feng up. Purple Lightning official and Gold Feather official shouted passionately. With the three tycoons being so welcoming, how could the group of undyings in the Ganwu universe country not give them face? If they didn't give them face at such a crucial time, the moment the three tycoons remembered them, it would be troublesome. Hence the group of undyings were all very welcoming. Luo Feng. Purple Lightning official shouted passionately. Luo Feng could only walk up the platform. The Ganwu department's welcoming of the three tycoons made the invited undyings extremely shocked. These three tycoons of the Ganwu department are usually very arrogant, there aren't many in the Ganwu universe country that can make them like that. But today, hee hee. Isn't it just a supervisor envoy? Is there a need to do this? If that Luo Feng doesn't know what's good for him and does something behind his back to make him disappear, then there'll be no evidence at all. No matter what, he's just a domain lord level 9 punk, we have ways to deal with him. A few undyings discussed. Kill Luo Feng, don't you know his teacher is True Yen Emperor? True Yen dares to act recklessly without evidence? Haha, it seems like True Yen has stayed in Primal Chaos City for too long. It's been 1,000,000,000 years, many people have forgotten about him. This group of great undyings, they were used to directly destroying their enemies. Hence, even though they knew Luo Feng was the supervisor envoy, he was after all a domain lord level 9 junior. This made many of them underestimate him, however looking at the three tycoons of the Ganwu department being so attentive. Obviously, the three heads of the Ganwu division were expressing their stance, we support Luo Feng and we are in the same camp, we are the Ganwu department's 4 tycoons, messing with Luo Feng is messing with the 3 of us. Actually those words were just a stance, a declaration of their stance. Immediately it made the undyings' thoughts change. In their hearts, Luo Feng's position began to rise. Offending Luo Feng is the same as offending the 3 tycoons. Offending the 3 tycoons, they'll be ostracized in the Ganwu universe country. The many undyings all saw it clearly. Obviously Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official and Black Yen official don't have a strong enough background, they're more afraid of Luo Feng finding trouble with them. During the time Luo Feng has been the supervisor envoy, the Ganwu department has one more person we can't afford to offend. Luo Feng, he's also considered the 4th tycoon. The group of undyings considered from their family's development, they all clearly recognized Luo Feng's importance. The 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department walked down from the platform. The many undyings began to enjoy the banquet. Many waiters brought the ingredients the 3 tycoons brought over from all over the universe. Immediately the entire hall was filled with bustling discussions. Gold Feather official and the other 2 are so obvious, obviously they support Luo Feng. Silver Snow official sat in the corner, smiling and nodding. As long as we can get Luo Feng's help, this matter will more or less be settled. Ji Fengyan said softly. Teacher, look over there, Bushka. Yukon said. Silver Snow turned to look. With a glance he saw the distant tall and skinny man with a head full of silver lumps, coldly saying, "Bushka?" The person beside him should be Hong's teacher, Luo. I didn't expect them to have a right to attend this banquet. I really don't know what Gold Feather and the other two are thinking. Head ancestor, about Hong and little Qing. Ji Fengyan said softly. Chase that punk out of Jade Dome Planet, or kill him, it's useless. Silver Snow official said coldly, make Qing give up and forget about that punk, that's what I need. As for that Bushka, he still doesn't dare mess with me. And that punk called Hong, he's not even a threat at all. We'll settle it however we want. Ji Fengyan and Yukon nodded. In their eyes, Hong was like mud, they could do whatever they wanted. Stay here, I'll go talk to Luo Feng. Silver Snow official stood up. Yes, head ancestor, teacher. Ji Fengyan and Yukon said respectfully. After Silver Snow official stood up, he immediately headed towards Luo Feng who was chatting with a few undyings. He's here. Luo Feng noticed from the corner of his eye that Silver Snow official was walking over, thinking, I haven't even gone to find him and he's already taking the initiative to find me. Listen well. Luo Feng communicated to a sector lord standing at the side of the banquet hall. In a while, when I'm chatting with Silver Snow official, go to the resting room and bring my big brother into the main hall. When it's time, get him to call for me. Yes, your majesty. That sector lord nodded. After a while, Silver Snow official took the initiative to chat with Luo Feng. Luo Feng was incomparably passionate, using the attitude of a senior to talk about Silver Snow official, expressing his shock and respect. And watching this scene, the sector lord standing at the side of the main hall's eyes gleamed. He immediately turned and headed towards the resting room. He pushed open the door and entered. Within the resting room, Hong sat on the sofa. Hong turned to look at the sector lord who entered. Mr. Hong. The sector lord communicated, His Majesty has ordered for you to follow me into the main hall, and when you see him, you can just call for him. I understand. Hong nodded. He stood up and followed the sector lord out of the resting room. After leaving the resting room, it was the main hall. With a glance, the food and wine within was enough to make a normal undying go bankrupt. And that group of great undyings, they were all the highest echelons of the Ganwu Universe country. Above them, was only the Ganwu Universe country leader. It's him. In the distance, Ji Fengyan, who had been observing the surroundings, glanced at Hong and frowned. Why is that punk here? He can even come here. Who? Yukon was curious. The youth standing over there. Ji Fengyan said softly, he's Hong. It's him? Yukon looked carefully at Hong. And after Hong entered the main hall, he too looked carefully at the entire hall. There were thousands of people within. The powerful Origin Law energies caused the entire hall to ripple with Origin Law ripples. Hong swiftly discovered the silver-robed man and his good brother. Luo Feng. Third brother. Hong shouted, his voice resounding within the main hall, causing a few undyings to look over. Universe-level punk, the group of great undyings were all suspicious. Speaking of which, that bug clan Great Tide was indeed terrifying. The endless bug sea, just looking at it was enough to make one tremble in fear. That battle, out of the 32 undyings, a total of 28 fell. Silver Snow official stood there, his eyes filled with reminiscence, recounting the intense battle back then to Luo Feng. Luo Feng listened carefully, almost holding his breath. Third brother. A voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look, smiling, big brother, wait a moment. Silver Snow official who was narrating was stunned, smiling, it's your big brother Luo Feng, who is it? Turning to look, he saw the distant silhouette. That silhouette was still speaking, all right, I'll wait for you here. Silver Snow official squinted, staring at that silhouette. It's him, big brother. Silver Snow official turned to. Look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled, that's my big brother, Hong. Life and death brothers. Life and death brothers? Silver Snow official's heart was in a mess. The moment he saw Hong, he recognized him. Because back when he was investigating Ji Qing's matter, he had looked up some of Hong's information, including his pictures, videos etc. However, Silver Snow official really didn't know about the relationship between Hong and Luo Feng. Hong and Luo Feng were life and death brothers, it was indeed never made public. Back then when they participated in the Genius Battle, they registered as universe citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Hence from an outsider's point of view, they only knew they were from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. As for their personal relationship, if one didn't spend effort to investigate, it would be very hard. That punk, he's actually Luo Feng's big brother, life and death brothers? Silver Snow official creased his eyebrows, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He was an undying, even though he couldn't be bothered to use any schemes for a long time, with his consciousness calculating speed, he swiftly understood Luo Feng's passion from before, Bushka and Luo's appearance. No wonder even Bushka can attend this banquet. No wonder Luo Feng is so passionate. So, everything is because Hong is his big brother. Silver Snow official looked at Luo Feng before him. Luo Feng smiled at Silver Snow official. My big brother seems like he can't wait any longer. Silver Snow official, don't blame me for speaking too much about my big brother and Ji Qing's matter. I want to ask, just what's going on? I wonder if you can tell me. If not, then forget it. Silver Snow official looked at Luo Feng, squinting as he pondered, saying, since Hong is your big brother, I'll tell you. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Looks like Silver Snow official Ji Tiansong indeed had his reasons for stopping Ji Qing from being with his big brother. Sit. Silver Snow pointed to the side. Luo Feng nodded and sat. Ji Qing. Silver Snow Marquis sat down and poured himself a cup of wine. At the same time, he said, this child is the most outstanding descendant of my Ji family in the past billions of years. This is the first time I saw this child. I only exchanged a few words with her. From her words, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that she is extraordinary. Luo Feng listened quietly. She's a genius, an absolute genius of the Jisher family. Silver Snow smiled, she walks the path of a spirit reader hypnotist. Hypnotist? Luo Feng frowned. In the genius battle before, only hypnotist Jiao Lai she stood out. From this one could see how difficult it was for a hypnotist to have any achievements. An extremely talented hypnotist, hence she was absorbed into the core of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Silver Snow smiled, you should understand, to be able to have such shocking achievements in the hypnotist area, they all have extremely deep understanding of human nature. Luo Feng nodded. To become a strong hypnotist, the requirements were extremely high. One had to have a deep understanding of human nature and looks. A genius like Ji Qing, one that sees through human nature and looks very clearly, she doesn't need me to worry at all. Silver Snow smiled, I'm very at ease with the way she does things. And in the universe, love and affection, it's very normal for the strong to have tens of thousands of wives. A strong man has countless women, and a strong woman has countless men. According to my personality, even if Ji Qing and Hong were to have tens of thousands of men, I wouldn't mind too much. Luo Feng looked suspiciously at Silver Snow. What did those words mean? Since he didn't mind, why did he stop Ji Qing and Hong? The one who stopped them wasn't me. Silver Snow looked seriously at Luo Feng, it was her teacher. Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Her teacher? Luo Feng was shocked, Fantasy Spirit Emperor, it's the great being of the demon and spirit clan. Fantasy Spirit Emperor? Silver Snow nodded seriously. Luo Feng's heart sank. When he followed his teacher Tru Yan and listened to his teachings, he had heard of some extremely powerful people. The Sky Feather King was one, and the Fantasy Spirit King was another. Fantasy Spirit Emperor was a member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, an extremely terrifying Emperor-level undying. Although she had only passed the 19th level of the Skycrossing Bridge, it seemed that her comprehension of the laws of the universe was a level lower than Tru Yan and Skyfeather King's. However, because she was an extremely strange illusionist, hence, among the Emperor rank undyings, Fantasy Spirit King was one of the most terrifying beings. Once he was attacked by her, he might unknowingly fall into the illusion and die. And the most valiant of them all were her servants. She controlled a total of 81 undyings, of which 79 were official level and 2 emperor level undyings. This control ability was much stronger than the master of the Yun Mo planet, Hu Yan Bo. Back when he heard these stories, Luo Feng was extremely shocked. It was simply too powerful, just controlling 81 undying servants? 2 more king-ranked martial artists? One had to know that his teacher Tru Yen had taught so many disciples and only managed to teach 1 emperor-level undying. Fantasy Spirit Emperor's position is extremely respected. Luo Feng frowned. Even if Ji Qing is her disciple, she doesn't have to care so much. Don't tell me that after becoming her disciple, one can't even talk about love? That's indeed the case. Silver Snow shook his head and exclaimed. Luo Feng, I don't know if you've gathered information on Fantasy Spirit Emperor's disciples. She has a total of 19 disciples, and of these 19, there are 7 males and 12 females. And these 19 have all lived for extremely long periods of time, some even exceeding trillions of years. However, they all have one thing in common. One thing in common? Luo Feng was even more curious. All 19 of them don't have a spouse. Silver Snow emphasized. Luo Feng was shocked. In the vast universe, even if one gave up on a woman, man, they could still meet a woman, man, in the vast universe. Hence it was strange that none of the 19 disciples had a spouse. Back then when Fantasy Spirit Emperor found out about Ji Qing and Hong, she was immediately enraged and came to ask me. Silver Snow Marquis said solemnly, she asked, if Qingqing had done something like lust. Based on my aura, I can sense that Qingqing's life aura is still very pure. She hasn't done anything like lust. After Fantasy Spirit Emperor found out, her anger subsided, and she ordered me to stop the matter between Qingqing and Hong, otherwise she could only expel Qingqing and not let her be her disciple. Luo Feng realized. Silver Snow looked at Luo Feng and sighed softly. You should understand why I stopped her. It wasn't me who wanted to stop her, but Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Just having an absolute genius isn't enough, she has to have a good teacher as well. The most exceptional genius that our Jisher family has produced in countless years, how can I watch her be expelled by Fantasy Spirit Emperor? Luo Feng nodded. Silver Snow's thoughts were easy to understand. To be able to become a disciple of a great being was extremely hard to come by. For example, in his genius battle, out of the 1,000 participants, less than 10 were accepted by an emperor-level undying, much less becoming a disciple of an emperor-level undying who was considered to be at the pinnacle of undying. That really required luck and luck. Why is it like this? Fantasy Spirit Emperor is only accepting a disciple. Is there a need to interfere with her disciple's relationship? Luo Feng frowned. I'm not sure of the reason either. Silver Snow shook his head. I only know. Fantasy Spirit Emperor doesn't allow her disciples to have relationships, otherwise she'll be expelled. This, Luo Feng was troubled. What should he do now? Fantasy Spirit Emperor, this was a being very close to Sky Feather Emperor and Tru Yen Emperor. Luo Feng's gaze swept around. The group of undyings in the hall all had high positions in the Ganwu Universe country, however there wasn't a single emperor-level undying here. And Fantasy Spirit Emperor had 2 emperor-level undyings as her undying servants. Fantasy Spirit Emperor could completely disregard the group of people here. My position is useless in front of Fantasy Spirit King. Even my teacher, he would at most let her treat him as an equal, he wouldn't be able to make her lower her head. Luo Feng thought. Tru Yen Emperor and Fantasy Spirit Emperor, one was that their strengths were close, and 2 were from different factions. Fantasy Spirit Emperor had no need to submit to Tru Yen Emperor. Silver Snow official, do you have any ideas? Luo Feng looked at him. I have no ideas. Silver Snow shook his head. Fantasy Spirit Emperor wouldn't even put me in her eyes. Luo Feng frowned. If your teacher Tru Yen Emperor were to appear, there might be a chance. Silver Snow official suddenly said. Luo Feng glanced at Silver Snow official. He didn't want his teacher to appear in such a situation. I've already told you the details, I have no other ideas. However, I have to tell you. Qingqing being able to become a disciple of Fantasy Spirit Emperor is an extremely rare opportunity. I definitely won't allow her to be expelled. Silver Snow official looked at Luo Feng. Within the main hall of the banquet, the great beings of the Ganwu Universe country were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. And in the corner of the hall, Hong, Bushka, Luo, and Dylan, these 4 were standing together. I wonder how Third Brother's discussion is going. Hong looked into the distance, where Luo Feng and Silver Snow Official were chatting. Don't rush. The white-haired Luo smiled. His Majesty Luo Feng's position is special, and he has the support of the 3 tycoons of the Gongwu department. Even that Silver Snow Official would have to give him face. He can ignore me, but he wouldn't dare ignore Luo Feng. The tall and skinny man Bushka with a head full of pimples smiled too. Humph. The black-robed bald Dylan snorted lightly. The Undyings in the hall, most of them have many Undyings under them, however none of them would dare ignore His Majesty. Hong nodded, looking at the distant Luo Feng and Silver Snow Official. After a while, Luo Feng and Silver Snow Official finished their conversation and finally turned, walking towards Hong. Third Brother. Hong welcomed him. Big Brother. Luo Feng walked over, his expression complicated. Hong looked at Luo Feng's expression and immediately felt something was amiss. What's going on? Hong said softly. Big Brother. Luo Feng found it hard to speak too. It's like this, the one truly stopping you and Ji Qing isn't Silver Snow Official, it's Fantasy Spirit Emperor. And this Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng explained in detail, describing how terrifying she was. Bushka, Luo, and Dylan were also listening by the side. It's like this. Luo Feng looked at Hong. There's actually Fantasy Spirit Emperor behind him. Bushka's expression changed. This Fantasy Spirit Emperor is extremely difficult to deal with. Dylan frowned. Even if my teacher appears, it'll be useless, unless the ancestor appears, he might be of some use. The white-haired Luo frowned, looking at Hong, saying solemnly, Disciple, since it's Fantasy Spirit Emperor's obstruction, and her disciples are all single, it's destined that she won't easily change her rules, from what I see, you should give up. Hong stood there quietly. Give up, why bother with a woman? Bushka advised, even if you see through it, it's nothing. Some can be given up, but others have to be persevered. Hong revealed a smile, looking at Hong and Bushka, Teacher, Senior Bushka. I definitely won't give up so easily. Third Brother. Hong looked at Luo Feng. If there's anything you need me to do, just say it. Luo Feng looked at his big brother. I've indeed troubled you this time, otherwise I wouldn't even know the reason. Hong shook his head and smiled, I'm afraid in their eyes, they won't even bother to explain to me. I have one thing I need your help with, and this is also the last thing. You and I came from Earth together, that means we're life and death brothers, there's no need to say anything else. Luo Feng looked at Hong. I want to, Hong looked at Luo Feng, meet Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng, Dylan, Bushka, and Luo were all shocked. P.S. Chapter 1 Here meet the Fantasy Spirit King, Luo Feng, Dylan, Bushka, and Luo were all extremely knowledgeable, they too knew of the pinnacle of the human 1008 universe countries. For example, if a universe-level punk wanted to meet True Yen, would he be able to? It was purely a dream. It was the same logic. Could he see Fantasy Spirit King just because he wanted to? Big Brother, this, Luo Feng slightly frowned. He wanted to see Fantasy Spirit King, but he had no relationship with her at all and had never seen her before. There's no way? Hong looked at Luo Feng, if there's really no way, then, don't worry. Luo Feng shook his head, Big Brother, I can only say, I'll try. Hong nodded slightly. The banquet continued. Luo Feng carried his glass and walked to Silver Snow Official's side. Luo Feng. Silver Snow sat there, slightly raising his cup. Beside, the Undying Yukon and Sector Lord Ji Feng Yen stood up and made way. Luo Feng sat opposite Silver Snow Official and smiled, Silver Snow Official, I have something to trouble you with. What is it? Just say it. Silver Snow Official Ji Tiansong looked at Luo Feng. He felt disdain towards Hong, however he still held Luo Feng in high regard, an absolute genius that was able to shine so brightly in the virtual universe company, with True Yen Emperor supporting him, as long as he didn't fall, his future would definitely be terrifying. Luo Feng smiled, Silver Snow Official, please help me send a mail. Mail? Marquis Silver Snow's pupils shrank as he asked in confusion, it's for Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng nodded. The Silver Snow Marquis was shocked. I'll write the contents of the email. Of course, I'll show it to you, Silver Snow. Luo Feng smiled. No matter what, this mail is for Silver Snow official to send. Naturally, I can't make things difficult for you. Haha, I don't have to worry about this. I believe Luo Feng won't anger her. Silver Snow smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the content. Luo Feng extended his wrist and a mail appeared on the screen on his wrist. The contents of the mail were already opened. Silver Snow looked at the screen and read. He wants to see Fantasy Spirit King? He really dared to think. He was just a universe-level punk without any special background or status. What kind of status does Fantasy Spirit King have? Why would she meet him? Silver Snow official was shocked, looking curiously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, is there a need for you to stand up for him? Like blood brothers, of course I have to help, said Luo Feng. Yes. Marquis Silver Snow nodded. I will help you send this mail to Fantasy Spirit King. As for whether she is willing to meet you and Hong, that will depend on luck. Silver Snow smiled. Let me give you a suggestion. If your teacher Tru Yen is willing to appear, no matter what, at least meet. Fantasy Spirit King will definitely meet with you. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Unless there was really no other way, it was best not to ask his teacher for help. His teacher had already done him a great favor by teaching him. If he were to let his teacher worry about this and that, did he think that his teacher was a nanny? This was very disrespectful behavior. It's been sent. Silver Snow official looked at Luo Feng. The moment Fantasy Spirit Emperor is willing to meet you, I'll inform you. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled. I'll tell you my virtual universe network number, you can contact me. The main character of this banquet was Luo Feng. During the process of the banquet, Luo Feng raised his wine glass and chatted with the great Undyings. These Undyings didn't dare underestimate this punk before them. After all, this punk's current authority alone was enough to affect them. The banquet ended, however Silver Snow official still hadn't received Fantasy Spirit Emperor's reply. Jade Dome Planet, Luo Clan Villa. The true upper echelon of the Ganwu Universe country had all boarded universe ships and left. Even the three tycoons Purple Lightning official, Gold Feather official and Black Yen official had left. Night. The guests had already left. Luo Feng walked alone in this silent and vast palace corridor. Big brother. Luo Feng glanced at the distant black-clothed Hong who was sitting quietly on the grass. Luo Feng was like a gust of wind as he leapt over the railings and walked a few steps to Hong's side. Hong turned and looked at him. Sit. Still worried? Luo Feng sat and smiled. I'm not worried, I'm just waiting. Hong turned and smiled at Luo Feng, waiting for that chance to come. No matter what, at least tonight I know why that Silver Snow official obstructed me and Ji Qing. Once I understand the reason, I can think of a way to resolve the obstruction. You're very confident. Luo Feng smiled. I don't have any confidence at all. Only, there are some things I have to do. Hong smiled. Once I work hard, I won't regret it. Even if I can't do it now, when I become stronger in the future, even stronger than Fantasy Spirit Emperor, naturally I'll be able to bring Qing Qing back. Luo Feng looked shocked at his big brother. Stronger than Fantasy Spirit Emperor? Was his big brother bragging, or was he very confident? Fantasy Spirit Emperor, that was definitely an absolute being that roamed the universe. With a flip of her hand, she could probably kill trillions of people, causing a group of Undyings to fall into illusions and die. My heart is limitless, my future is limitless. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Third brother, don't be afraid. If even your heart feels that surpassing is a difficult thing, how will you be able to do it in reality? Luo Feng was stunned. My heart is limitless? His future was limitless? No matter how powerful an absolute being is, it's all accumulated step by step. Hong smiled. As long as you keep improving, always improving. And your lifespan is limitless, then, even becoming the strongest being in the universe isn't impossible. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly he was stunned, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe network and immediately returned. Big brother. Luo Feng smiled. Hong looked at Luo Feng and smiled. From your expression, it seems like something good has happened. I just received a letter from Silver Snow official. Luo Feng smiled. Silver Snow official's letter? Hong's eyes gleamed. He forwarded the contents of Fantasy Spirit Emperor's letter. Luo Feng smiled. Agreed? Hong's eyes gleamed with a gaze. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, right. Fantasy Spirit Emperor will send her underlings to the Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay and bring us to her palace to meet her. Luo Feng said, hence from now on, we'll always leave a thread of consciousness within the virtual universe network and wait for her to meet us. Hong nodded. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay Little District. Luo Feng and Hong looked at the man before them. This was a 3 m tall man with a pair of black feathered wings, and on his forehead were 10 horns of different lengths. This black feathered man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng, True Yan Emperor's disciple Luo Feng. How do you do? I'm Fantasy Spirit Emperor's disciple Bushla. How do you do, Bushla? Luo Feng nodded. This is the punk that wants to marry Junior's sister? The black feathered man glanced at Hong, his lips curling up, almost disdainful. Hong was about to reply when the man turned to Luo Feng, let's go, my teacher is waiting for you. Alright. Luo Feng nodded, immediately bringing Hong and following the black feathered man, swiftly leaving the 9-Star Bay district. At a teleportation point not far from there, they immediately left. Shua, Luo Feng, Hong and the black feathered man Bushla, these three appeared out of nowhere in a vast plaza of a palace. Rumble the waves crashed against the shore. The entire palace was about 100,000 kilometers tall, split into 9 levels, the lowest level was close to the sea, and the plaza Luo Feng and the others were in was the 5th level plaza. Follow me. The black feathered man led the way. Entering the deep palace, they proceeded forward. Even Hong was at the universe level, hence the three of them advanced very quickly, reaching the 7th level after a while. This was a secluded hall. At the entrance of the hall stood a group of women dressed in white muslin clothes that were as soft as clouds and mist. Their furry tails swayed slightly behind them. These women all had soul-stirring purple eyes, and when they looked over, one could feel the desire contained in their eyes. Under the black feathered man's lead, Luo Feng and Hong walked into the palace. As they advanced, the women standing next to him had changed from the women in white to women in black. However, it was clear that these women were all from the same race. They all had purple eyes and furry tails. After walking another 1,000 kilometers, the women beside them changed to purple-robed women. What a wondrous illusion! Luo Feng walked in the huge God-Spirit palace, looking at the women standing beside him, he unknowingly fell into an illusion, almost as though these women were all naked, using all sorts of alluring techniques to get closer. Unfortunately, Luo Feng and Hong were people with high mental states. If they didn't purposely use such an illusion, it wouldn't affect them at all. Teacher. The black feathered man bowed respectfully, his voice resounding within the vast palace, resounding constantly. Luo Feng and Hong stopped simultaneously. Looking up, they could see clearly in the distance, on the huge throne carved with all sorts of complicated and lewd statues, there was a woman with long purple hair, purple pupils and a purple furry tail curled up. When her eyes looked down, the entire land seemed to be filled with a lewd energy. Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Luo Feng held his breath. After hearing of her name, Luo Feng didn't dare be careless. Luo Feng? A gentle voice resounded from the distant huge throne, indeed a universe-level genius that was able to make it to the 10th island of Fantasy Ocean. Your mental state is very firm. I like this kind of determined punk. Your teacher True Yan Emperor indeed has good foresight. He raised a bloodthirsty emperor before, and looking at your data, you're also a killing maniac. True Yan's disciples are all like that. The teacher is a maniac in killing, the disciples are all maniac in killing too. Thank you Fantasy Spirit Emperor for your praise. Luo Feng bowed. His teacher True Yan Emperor indeed had a period where he was crazy and heavenly. It was just that he was much more low profile now, training in Primal Chaos City. Otherwise, in terms of violence, his teacher wouldn't lose to the bloodthirsty Emperor's third senior. On the huge throne, the demon and spirit clan's great being laid lazily, her purple pupils looked at Hong. You are the Hong Qing spoke of? Yes. Hong bowed and replied. P.S. Second chapter has ended, continue writing the 3rd. You indeed have guts, daring to come see me. In the huge throne, Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked down at Hong, laughing softly. Aren't you afraid I'll order someone to kill you in reality? With Fantasy Spirit Emperor's power, with an order, there would definitely be many undyings from the Ganwu universe country fighting to kill Hong. I'm afraid, Hong said respectfully. Haha, so you can be afraid too. Fantasy Spirit's voice was like the best instrument in the world, the best musician playing music, causing one's heart to tremble. Since you're afraid, why did you come? I'm afraid of death, afraid of my dreams not being realized. Hong said respectfully, however some things can't be retreated just because I'm afraid. Qing treated me so sincerely, how can I be afraid of death? No matter what, I'll do my best to think of a way, even if I die, I won't regret it. Ah? Fantasy Spirit King, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Hong and gasped. Afraid of death, but there are some things you won't regret even if you die. Fantasy Spirit King looked at the figure below, and her eyes became hazy as she muttered, dying and having your soul destroyed is scary, but you still do it without regrets. Her voice reverberated within 10 meters around her, and no one else in the hall could hear it. If only he could do the same back then. Fantasy Spirit's expression changed, her eyes occasionally gentle, occasionally terrifying. Rumble, the entire hall trembled faintly, and countless strange noises reverberated in everyone's ears. This caused Luo Feng, Hong, and the other women's expressions to change. Fantasy Spirit regained her calm, the sounds vanished. She looked down at Hong from the throne. Hong, I'll give you a chance to gamble your life. Luo Feng's expression changed. Gamble his life? Fantasy Spirit Emperor, please explain. Hong bowed. Very simple. Fantasy Spirit smiled, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, when you reach the pinnacle of Sector Lord, go participate in the universe wars in the outer region. If you can accumulate enough battle merits to get a first-grade medal, I won't obstruct you and Qing. At the same time, I promise I won't expel her from my sect. The second choice is for you to pass the 18 levels of love illusions I set up. If you successfully pass the 18 love illusions, I won't stop you and Qing, and I promise I won't expel Qing. But as long as you fail, then I'll definitely order the Universe Mercenary Alliance to send experts to kill you. Fantasy Spirit Emperor stared at Hong below. This is a gamble with your life. If you fail, you will die. If you succeed, you will have a chance to be with Qing. Whether you two are in love, break up, or get married, I won't care. If you choose the first option, you will have the time to cultivate from now until the peak of the Sector Lord. I can guarantee that you will be able to cultivate until the peak of the Sector Lord. The second option is to immediately attempt the 18 love illusions. Fantasy Spirit King looked down at Feng Hong. Do you dare to bet your life? The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The entire hall was silent. Even her disciple, the black-winged man, did not dare to make a sound. He and the muslin-clothed women all felt that Fantasy Spirit King was not the same as usual. Big brother. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Gambling with your life, was this a joke? If Hong really accepted the bet and was chased by the Universe Mercenary Alliance, then even True Yen Emperor wouldn't have the right to stop him. I choose the second option. Hong looked up at Fantasy Spirit Emperor high above in her throne. Attempting the 18 love illusions, if I fail, there's no need for you to send people to kill me. I'll head straight to one of the Universe Mercenary Alliance bases. In front of the base members, I'll kill myself and broadcast it to you in the virtual universe network. In her throne, Fantasy Spirit Emperor squinted. Are you sure you're going to attempt the 18 love illusions? Fantasy Spirit said. If you choose the Sector Lord Pinnacle to participate in the universe wars, you can live for a long time. And I can even help you reach the pinnacle. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to change your choice? No. Hong's face revealed a smile. Luo Feng looked at Hong beside him. Looking at the smile on his face. That was a smile that had given his all, without any worries. Big brother. Luo Feng was panicking. Yes. His big brother's mental state training was indeed extremely high, he could be said to be one of the few saints of Earth since ancient times. However, these illusions weren't from the fantasy ocean, but from the incomparably powerful emperor level undying close to his teacher True Yin. Fantasy spirit emperors. Who knows, the pressure it contained might even make Hong collapse. Who? Fantasy Spirit King stood up and looked down at Hong. Looking into his eyes, there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes, nor was there the craziness of grinding his teeth. There was only a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Very good. Fantasy Spirit Emperor ordered, Bushla, bring Hong to the Fantasy Palace, directly to the 101st level. Shua, Fantasy Spirit Emperor immediately vanished. Yes, teacher. The black-feathered man Bushla bowed respectfully, after which he looked pitifully at Hong. Follow me. Fantasy Spirit Palace was in an uproar. A universe-level punk actually wanted to attempt the 18 love illusions. The moment he failed, his soul would be destroyed. Immediately, many people in the illusionary spirit palace quickly ran towards the illusory realm palace. Your Majesty Qing, that Hong has chosen to gamble his life and attempt the 18 love illusions. If he succeeds, Fantasy Spirit Emperor won't stop you from being with that man, and won't chase you out either. However, the moment he fails, he'll be killed in reality. A quiet pavilion stood two young ladies, one of them a green-robed lady said softly. Within the pavilion, a short-haired lady stood at the door, her slender fingers were already gripping so hard they were pale. I want to go out. The short-haired lady said softly. Your Majesty Qing, Fantasy Spirit Emperor's orders, who would dare go against it? We can report everything that happens outside to you, but please don't make things difficult for us. The green-robed lady said. The short-haired lady's eyes gleamed fiercely. Creak, she closed the door. This pavilion was a point where she entered the virtual universe network. As long as she entered the virtual universe, she would appear in this pavilion. And now, within the virtual universe, she was restricted from leaving. In reality, she too was trapped within the god country of her ancestor Silver Snow official. Big Brother Hong. The short-haired woman walked to a window and opened it. She didn't flee. The two evil spirits at the door were Sector Lord level and were specially here to watch her. She was only a universe level, as long as the two didn't go. Easy on her, how could she flee? Don't do stupid things. 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 Moments later. Don't worry, wait for me. This was Hong's reply. She fell silent. Big Brother Hong, you. The short-haired girl raised her head and looked through the window at the distant palace that towered into the clouds. That was the illusory realm palace within the group of palaces in the illusory spirit palace. Alive. You must survive. Many people gathered in the palace, such as demons and spirits, and some disciples under Fantasy Spirit King. I dare say that little guy will definitely die. How can he succeed? The 18 levels of love illusions, no matter how strong that universe-level punk is, he won't be able to succeed. This is a dead end. Look, that's the punk that attempted the 18 levels of love illusions. Who? The silver-armored one? No, the silver-armored one is said to be the absolute genius Luo Feng from the Virtual Universe Company's primal region. The black-armored one is. Wah, that's Luo Feng? So handsome. Don't be smitten. I feel that Hong is quite handsome too. It's a pity that he has to die. Luo Feng and Hong followed the black-feathered man Bushla as they walked along the walkway. Looking around, looking into the distance, there were large amounts of purple-eyed ladies. The entire illusory spirit palace was made up of about 99% females, and the female servants were all from the evil spirits clan, all of them extremely beautiful and alluring. Big Brother, your mental state training is high. However, this illusion, it's Fantasy Spirit Emperors. Luo Feng communicated anxiously. You are strong, but you can't underestimate the absolute beings of the universe. The moment you fail, you'll die without a doubt, and that illusion might even contain consciousness pressure. Who knows, just one pressure and you'll die. Who knows how powerful Fantasy Spirit Emperor's 18 levels of love illusions are. If it's extremely powerful, wouldn't you have nowhere to cry? An absolute being that knew the severity of the situation would probably set up an illusion according to Hong's strength. However, Fantasy Spirit Emperor's temper was famous for being eccentric. She obviously didn't allow any man to touch her, yet she was always so alluring. Her temper was violent and savage, yet she always acted gentle. Who knew if Fantasy Spirit Emperor's 18 levels of love illusions weren't a path to death, if she really wanted Hong to die? Would Hong still be able to live? Hong glanced at Luo Feng. No problem. Swoosh, a silhouette appeared at the entrance of the 101st level of the palace. It was a lady completely covered in a misty rainbow robe. One could only see her purple eyes, but her face couldn't be seen clearly. Immediately the surroundings went silent. The spectating ladies and disciples were all too respectful to make a sound. Right now you still have a chance to retreat. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked at the distant Hong. If you choose to retreat, even though I'll look down on you, at least, you'll keep your life. If you don't retreat, then follow this door and enter. Fantasy Spirit Emperor pointed at the door before her. This is the 101st level of the palace. Every level is a level of illusion. Once you pass it, follow the stairs and head up. Enter the 102nd level and after you succeed, follow the stairs to the 103rd level, keep going down. If you successfully exit the 118th level, you'll have succeeded. Otherwise, your life will be gone. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked at Hong. Hong smiled. Big brother. Luo Feng's expression was anxious. However, he didn't know how to persuade his big brother. This Hong, even if trillions of people tried to persuade him, they wouldn't be able to shake his willpower. Hong smiled and glanced at Luo Feng, after which he walked towards the distant door. So, he had already arrived at the entrance of the hall, and with a single step, he stepped into the hall. Rumble. The entire 101st level immediately became a blur. The naked eye couldn't even see what was happening within. At this time, Hong had no way to turn back. Success, life. Failure, death. 3 chapters completed. Today is the last day of the month. Once the monthly pass expires, it becomes invalid. Everybody please support Tomato. Tomato has officially started the 3-chapter update days. Monthly passes, recommendation votes, all of them. The majestic palace before him pierced through the clouds. If it was on Earth, Luo Feng would be able to see half of Earth from space. However, he was unable to see this majestic shrine. Fantasy Palace. Misty energy revolved around the palace. The 101st level was dark and blurry. Luo Feng stared with all his might, trying to see Hong's situation within the palace. However, it was a waste of effort. It wasn't just Luo Feng looking. Even the large amounts of Devil and Spirit Clan women and Fantasy Spirit Emperor's disciples were looking at the palace. All of them wanted to know if Hong could pass the 18 levels of love illusions. Rumble. The hall on the 101st floor shook, and the inside of the hall became clear. Hong, who was standing in the center of the palace, looked up and smiled at the distant staircase. He immediately flew up and swiftly followed it towards the 102nd level. I've passed the first level. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Hua, the human flow followed the staircase and swiftly rushed up to the 102nd level. Fantasy Spirit Emperor was right at the front. Luo Feng, the black-feathered man and the other disciples followed closely behind. The large amounts of Devil and Spirit Clan women followed at the back. The 2nd and 3rd levels of love illusions. The amount of time Hong took to break through them was getting longer and longer. What do I do? Luo Feng watched as Hong followed the staircase and went up to the next level to attempt the 4th level. He couldn't help but be anxious. This is after all an illusion set up by Fantasy Spirit Emperor. And Big Brother is only universe level. If he's not careful, he'll fall. If he really fails, do I really have to watch him go to one of the Universe Mercenary Alliance bases and commit suicide? However, I can't persuade him. And this is a bet between him and Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Even my teacher can't interfere. Luo Feng was very anxious. He couldn't help and could only watch as everything happened. Strength. This was all about strength. If he had the strength of a universe country leader, he could completely suppress Fantasy Spirit Emperor. There wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble. He was a little genius. Before Fantasy Spirit Emperor, he was just a junior that hadn't truly grown up. Your big brother's willpower is very strong. He actually passed the 5th level of love illusions. Outside the 105th level, the rainbow-dressed Fantasy Spirit Emperor laughed softly. Senior Fantasy Spirit Emperor, please show mercy. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and pleaded. You don't have to beg me. Fantasy Spirit Emperor's soul-stirring purple eyes glanced at Luo Feng. I'm only letting him attempt the 18 levels of love illusions. It's just a test of love and lust. As long as he doesn't get confused by it and sees the true nature of love and lust, then he'll have hope of surviving. Love? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Human. Fantasy Spirit King laughed lightly, or should I say, life. As long as it's alive, there will definitely be desires. You want to live long and become an eternal existence? You want to control the lives of tens of thousands of people? Want a beautiful wife? You want your loved ones to live a good life? Want to stand out? To become a true expert? Fantasy Spirit King laughed. All of these are all desires. Desire. It is the source of the progress of life. Fantasy Spirit King smiled. No matter how pure a person is, they will still have desires. It's just that their desires are different from others, and more unique. Luo Feng was stunned. Desire? That's right. Whether it was the path of the strong, the path of training, the pursuit of pleasure, the pursuit of food, in short, as long as one was alive, they would definitely have desires. Even wild beasts and ferocious beasts all had instinctive desires. Like mating, having more female companions, eating more and better, desire is limitless. Fantasy Spirit Emperor said softly, there's no such thing as good or bad. And life itself, there's only the difference between being controlled by desire and controlling desire. Love and lust is a type of desire, and it's also a very, very complicated one. Even some extremely powerful undyings might not be able to see through love and lust. Fantasy Spirit Emperor laughed softly. I've set up these 18 levels of love illusions. It's filled with the different tastes of love and lust. Even gods would fall within. And him. Since he's deeply in love, then love and lust, to him, should be an extremely difficult level. Fantasy Spirit Emperor smiled. Only by passing the 18 levels of love illusions would he have the right to be with my disciple. Luo Feng took a deep cold breath, looking shocked at the devastatingly beautiful Fantasy Spirit Emperor. Desire. As someone who was often taught by his big brother and second brother, Luo Feng, who had a deep understanding of mental state training, he was very clear on how difficult it was to understand desire. There was an old saying on earth that even heroes have a weakness for beauties. Even some of the saints from the past had their own dreams and pursuits. Like ruling the country, etc., these dreams and pursuits were essentially a type of desire. Wanting to transcend desire? Impossible. No wonder Fantasy Spirit Emperor only passed the 19th level of the Heavenly Bridge, yet still had such terrifying power, almost comparable to Skyfeather Emperor and my teacher True Yen Emperor. Luo Feng thought, no wonder she could directly control 2 Emperor-level undyings. Fantasy Spirit Emperor, she's indeed terrifying. Big brother. These 18 levels are all about love and lust, can you pass them? Luo Feng looked at the blurry palace before him, feeling anxious within. Even though he had confidence in his big brother, Luo Feng didn't dare underestimate the great eternal beings of the universe. Even though Earth's mental state training had some pride in being unrivaled in the universe, those beings that were able to dominate the universe and survive for countless years. And one of them was a huge universe country, a great being that presided over it. These truly great beings, who would dare say their mental states were weaker than Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong, one couldn't underestimate these eternal beings. 30. How's your discussion with Big Brother going? A mail appeared on Luo Feng's arm screen. It was from his second brother Thunder God. Regarding Luo Feng and Hong going to meet Fantasy Spirit Emperor, Thunder God was naturally informed. Second brother. Luo Feng's consciousness flashed with a few words. The screen automatically floated with the words, forming a mail and swiftly sending it to his second brother. 18 levels of love illusions? Big Brother's mental state training is extremely high, he'll definitely be able to pass them, I believe this. Thunder God replied. Second brother, these are the 18 levels of love illusions personally set by Fantasy Spirit Emperor. As a very terrifying being of the universe, she's lived for who knows how many times longer than Earth's Chinese culture, you definitely can't underestimate her. Luo Feng replied. Big Brother, how many levels have you passed? The 9th level. Right now he's taking longer and longer to break them. Luo Feng swiftly communicated with his second brother Thunder God, simultaneously anxiously watching his big brother pass the 18 levels of love illusions. As time passed, Fantasy Spirit King and her disciples, as well as the large number of female members of the evil spirit race, all felt the pressure. They all followed Fantasy Spirit King up layer by layer, watching the process of Hong passing the 18 levels of love illusions. Of the 18 levels of love illusions, the first was the fastest, the further it went, the slower it got, the 10th level, the 11th level, the 12th level. Hong found it harder and harder to break the illusions, however every time he passed, he was still that resolute. Big brother, you have to succeed, you have to succeed. Luo Feng, who had been watching from every level's entrance, prayed within. He actually made it to the 14th level of love illusions. This Luo Feng's big brother is quite powerful, to be able to make it to the 14th level, it means his willpower is very very strong. Unbelievable. I couldn't tell. The women of the Devil and Spirit clan exchanged messages and muttered. And Fantasy Spirit Emperor was very calm at the start, till Hong Qinggong frowned after passing the 14th level. I don't believe that a man who is obsessed with love can pass through the 18 levels of love illusions. Fantasy Spirit King's eyes were like lightning, and her face had a layer of killing intent as she stared at the 105th level. In that secluded pavilion, the short-haired lady was silently standing in front of the window and looking in the direction of the Fantasy Palace. Within her field of vision, the Fantasy Palace pierced through the clouds and was covered in mist. It was impossible to see its height with the naked eye. Your Majesty Qing, that Hong has already passed the 15th level of love illusions. He's succeeded, he's really passed the 15th level. The two Devil and Spirit clan ladies at the entrance shouted. The short-haired lady looked up, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry, saying, Big Brother Hong, you have to make it, you have to. I have to make it. Luo Feng stood at the entrance of the 117th level, staring hard at the palace. Outside the entire 117th level, the large number of Devil and Spirit clan ladies all held their breaths. Even Fantasy Spirit Emperor's expression had completely sunk, her eyes not blinking as she stared hard at the palace. Everyone felt the pressure increase, because the further they went, the more exaggerated the difficulty of the love fantasy became. After a long while, rumble, the hazy scene in the 117th floor shattered, revealing the pale-faced, black-haired man, Hong. There's still the last level. Hong looked up. He didn't even glance at the people outside, immediately following the staircase and heading towards the last level, the 118th level, to attempt the 18th level of love illusions. The human flow was like a river, reaching the 118th level. I'll definitely succeed, I'll definitely succeed. Luo Feng stared unblinkingly at the 118th level, his forehead beaded with sweat. Fantasy Spirit King, who was in front of him, stared at the hall. She didn't believe it, she didn't believe that the 18 levels of love illusions she had set up for a man deep in love would be broken through. A man deep in love would obviously be affected by love. However, breaking through the 18 levels? Impossible. Fantasy Spirit Emperor's eyes gleamed coldly. Rumble, the 118th level shook violently, after which it calmed down. A black-haired black-clothed man with a smile on his face walked out, stepping through the doorway and walking out of the palace. Senior Fantasy Spirit Emperor, I've already successfully passed the 18 levels of love illusions. The black-haired black-clothed man said respectfully. P.S. The first chapter has arrived. Brothers, you're too awesome. Tomato pulled the votes, everyone actually spent so much, surprise, it's too unexpected. Thank you all, thank you very much. The corridor outside the 118th level of the palace was at least 1 kilometer wide. There were tens of thousands of people gathered, all looking in disbelief at the black-haired black-cloaked man. They had been serving Fantasy Spirit for a long time. Following beside her, they were extremely clear on how terrifying she was. Almost no one believed that Hong could pass the 18 levels of love illusions. Fantasy Spirit herself couldn't believe it either. Impossible. Fantasy Spirit stared at the man before her. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, however she quickly calmed down. I didn't expect someone who would die for love to actually pass the 18 levels of love illusions. Fantasy Spirit looked at Hong, her purple eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. You surprise me. Love, there's nothing to be afraid of. Immerse yourself in it, enjoy it. Hong said, your soul will give birth to a wondrous feeling, that's love. Fantasy Spirit looked at Hong, examining him. Now I understand a little why Qing Qing fell in love with you at first sight. Fantasy Spirit nodded, after which she turned to look at the black-feathered man. Bushla, bring Luo Feng and Hong to see Qing Qing. Yes, teacher. The black-feathered man replied respectfully. N. Fantasy Spirit King's body disappeared with a swoosh. After she left, the corridor immediately began to bustle with noise and commotion. The surrounding tens of thousands of enchanting demon and spirit clan ladies were all pointing at Hong and Luo Feng, discussing, almost as though they were very concerned about the two of them. Please follow me. The black-feathered man smiled at Hong and Luo Feng. Congratulations on passing the 18 levels of love illusions too. The rest of us here probably don't believe you can pass it. The black-feathered man smiled. I too had a hard time passing it. These 18 levels of love illusions are indeed terrifying. Hong said. Of course, how could my teacher's illusions be weak? The black-feathered man led the way ahead. Luo Feng and Hong stood shoulder to shoulder. Big brother, congratulations. Luo Feng communicated, his face revealing a sly smile. Congratulations on being together with your wife forever. Hee hee. Hong was all smiles. Big brother, how are the 18 levels of love illusions? I was worried to death just now. Luo Feng communicated. The illusion is very powerful, but it doesn't pose a threat to me. Hong transmitted. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shock. What, there's no threat? However, I see you getting more and more tired with each level, slower and slower, almost as though it's taking a lot of effort. This. In disguise. Hong glanced at Luo Feng and communicated, Fantasy Spirit Emperor is watching from outside, and this 18 levels of love illusions was set up by her. If I were to easily pass level after level, where would she put her face? She's the great Fantasy Spirit Emperor, yet her 18 illusions were swiftly broken by a universe-level punk. It's simply too embarrassing. If I break through it quickly and easily, out of embarrassment and anger, she might immediately change the love illusion after I break through the 18 love illusions. Hong transmitted, if she really wanted me to fail, it would be very easy. For example, she could directly use a soul attack to cause me to die in the illusion and fail. Who here can tell that she secretly made a move? Even if it's you, seeing me die in the illusion, you'd think I didn't pass it, right? Hong looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Hence, I had to act according to Fantasy Spirit Emperor's mentality, making her feel as though I was about to fail, and with such incomparable difficulty, finally breaking through the formation. That way, my goal would have been achieved. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed. His big brother had been acting from start to finish, and this performance had indeed made him extremely nervous, almost as though he couldn't hold on any longer. Each level was harder and more time-consuming than the last. So it was all an act. Strength is very important, however, sometimes it has to be combined with other factors to get the best results. Hong communicated. However, big brother, this love illusion, that Fantasy Spirit Emperor said it was all love and desire, how did you get through it so easily? Luo Feng asked curiously. His big brother was obviously a person deeply in love. For Ji Qing, he came without even knowing the details of the 18 levels of love illusions. Such a person could easily break through the illusion of love. It was after all a very complicated desire. Many heroes and warriors had fallen deeply in love. Our China has this saying, look at a mountain as a mountain, look at water as water. The mountain isn't a mountain, look at water as water. the mountain is still a mountain, look at water as water. Hong communicated. A person who has never experienced love would naturally think that love is love. However, only those who have truly experienced love would find it incomparably complicated, like looking at a flower through a fog, everything is like a dream, unable to see clearly. Love is infinitely complicated in their eyes, because the various emotions and experiences make them realize how complicated love is. At this time, the mountain isn't a mountain, the water isn't water. Only by experiencing the world of mortals, studying the human heart, seeing clearly the many emotions and grudges within, can one finally see the true face of love. I've already reached the stage of returning to my true self. My understanding of love is incomparably clear, seeing through the essence, what I want, what I can die for. I can no longer be tempted, all of this, I've already comprehended it. Hong looked at Luo Feng, smiling as he communicated. At this time, looking at a mountain, it's still a mountain. Looking at water, it's still water. Love, in front of a person at this level, it's already very clear. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He understood within. Not all those who are deeply immersed in love will be unable to extricate themselves. Hong smiled. You're not a fish, how would you know the joy of a fish? Only those who have truly seen through love will know that immersing themselves in love is the path. And forbidding love, that's going against one's heart. Hong said. Everything I do, I follow my heart. Some things I should do, some things I shouldn't do. Some things I know are life-threatening, I still have to do. Luo Feng nodded. He chatted with his big brother while following the black-feathered man Bushla, heading towards Jiqing's residence. Shua, dressed in a rainbow robe, Fantasy Spirit Emperor appeared before the quiet pavilion. Lord. The two devils and spirits clan ladies before the pavilion, upon seeing Fantasy Spirit Emperor, were shocked and bowed respectfully. Fantasy Spirit Emperor immediately pushed open the door and entered the pavilion. Within the pavilion, the short-haired lady who was originally standing by the window and looking outside turned to look at the entrance. Seeing Fantasy Spirit Emperor, she bowed respectfully, Teacher. You should have received news that the junior called Hong has passed the 18 levels of love illusions I set up. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked at her disciple Jiqing. Jiqing was an extremely exceptional disciple. He was the most exceptional out of all the disciples under her. Fantasy Spirit Emperor liked this disciple from the bottom of her heart. Yes, Qing understands. Thank you, teacher, for showing mercy. Jiqing bowed respectfully and gratefully. Humph. Fantasy Spirit Emperor snorted coldly, after which she sat on a chair beside and looked at Jiqing. Qing, I didn't show mercy to him. It's just that the one you like called Hong has indeed exceeded my expectations. He was actually able to pass the 18 levels of love illusions. The short-haired lady couldn't help but blush when she heard this, as well as a sense of pride. I've said it before. The moment he passes the 18 levels of love illusions, I won't stop you too, and I won't expel you from my sect. Whether the two of you love each other and have children, or break up, or anything else, I won't care. Fantasy Spirit Emperor looked at the short-haired lady. Qing, thanks, teacher. The short-haired lady's eyes gleamed. However, there are some things I have to tell you before this. Fantasy Spirit Emperor pointed in mid-air and a screen appeared. On it was a book. This is after a round of conversation. After a while, footsteps and soft chatter could be heard from outside the pavilion. In the distant corridor outside, the black-feathered man, Hong, and Luo Feng walked at the front. Behind them followed a large number of young ladies. They were all from the demon and spirit clan, obviously here to watch the show. Luo Feng, Hong, this is Jiqing's residence. The black-feathered man Bushla pointed ahead at the quiet and beautiful pavilion. Ah? Hong's eyes gleamed. His gaze landed on the pavilion and he walked over. Luo Feng and the black-feathered man followed behind him. Creak. The pavilion's door opened and a short-haired lady walked out. Luo Feng looked at this lady. Even though he had seen Jiqing's picture in the virtual universe network, when he saw her in person, Luo Feng felt something different about this Jiqing. She was taller and her body proportions were perfect. Her short hair made her look valiant and heroic. The expression on her eyebrows made her seem like a very decisive, determined and independent lady. Simply put, she gave off the feeling of a strong woman. However, her eyes seemed to be filled with spring water. Looking at Hong, she seemed like she was about to cry. You really are silly. The short-haired lady looked at Hong and said softly. Hong only smiled. The short-haired lady immediately rushed up and hugged Hong tightly. She couldn't control her tears and they flowed uncontrollably. In the distance, the demon and spirit clan ladies all revealed smiles. Luo Feng too smiled as he watched this scene. Don't take such a risk. It's not worth it. Ji Qing hugged Hong tightly. Hong gently caressed her hair. After which the two separated and their eyes met. Everything has passed. Those obstructions have all vanished. Hong looked at Ji Qing and smiled. Hua, Ji Qing suddenly let go of Hong's hand and retreated. Qing Qing. Hong frowned. Sorry, it's not worth it. Ji Qing looked at Hong. Go. Just treat me as your memory. Go. Hong's expression changed. Luo Feng, who was watching from the side, was stunned too. What was going on? His big brother had thought of all sorts of ways to finally get Fantasy Spirit Emperor to stop obstructing them. However, why did Ji Qing herself say such words? Qing Qing. Hong stared at Ji Qing. From her eyes, he could deduce whether or not she had been hypnotized, or some other technique. P.S. The second chapter has ended. Tomato continues writing the third. Hong looked into Ji Qing's eyes. The eyes were the window to the soul, especially for Hong, who cultivated his heart realm to an extremely high level and had extremely keen observation skills. He could completely determine whether Ji Qing had been hypnotized, bewitched, or other secret arts through the minute reactions in his eyes, or if he was speaking from his heart. What's going on? What did His Majesty Qing mean by those words? What else could it mean, break up? Why did he suddenly break up? Didn't he refuse to submit before, hence he was locked up in the pagoda? Why did he suddenly change his mind? In the distant walkway, the devils and spirits clan ladies were all discussing softly. They too were curious, what was supposed to be a joyous occasion, how did it become like this? Hong looked quietly at Ji Qing. Ji Qing too looked at Hong. From her eyes, Hong could deduce that Ji Qing wasn't hypnotized or hypnotized. Why did you suddenly decide to leave me? Hong looked at Ji Qing. You told me before, there are some things I should do and some things I shouldn't do. When making decisions, you have to be decisive. What needs to be sacrificed should be sacrificed. Ji Qing said softly. Even though her voice was soft, even Luo Feng, who was standing behind Hong, could clearly feel the determination in this short-haired lady's words. Hence you sacrificed our feelings for each other? Hong asked. Ji Qing didn't speak, just gritting her teeth and nodding. Sacrifice? Hong stared at Ji Qing and said in a low voice, why didn't you say these things when your patriarch and your teacher tried to stop me? Why did you force yourself to resist them? However, now that I've asked my brother to help me, I finally met your teacher, Fantasy Spirit King, and risked my life to clear the 18 love illusions. When I successfully cleared the 18 love illusions and came to find you happily, you are telling me these things? Why? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why didn't you say it before? Hong stared at Ji Qing. Ji Qing was silent. Hong's rage was already rising. Luo Feng, who was standing beside, was also unsatisfied. How did everything become like this? This Ji Qing had been resisting the ancestor and teacher, but now she suddenly changed her mind at the last moment. Look, that Hong is about to go crazy. Anyone would go crazy. I heard he risked his life to pass the 18 levels of love illusions. If he wasn't careful, he might even lose his life in reality. Now that Qing Majesty suddenly said these things, how could he not be angry? It's me. I'm angry too. How can I give up such a good man? The women of the evil and spirit clan discussed among themselves and watched the development of the situation. Hong looked at Ji Qing. Ji Qing lowered her head. I have to make a choice. Love is important, but some things are more important than love. That's what you told me. Hong took a deep breath. Have you really made up your mind? Hong asked softly. Ji Qing nodded. Hong revealed a bitter smile. I never thought that after so many years, the first time I fell in love with a woman would be like this. Jiqing bit her lips. Even though she was a strong woman, and could make many decisions within the family, she even felt that she was much stronger than her father. Even when facing those undying senior brothers and sisters, she didn't have any thoughts of lowering her head. However, in front of the only man she loved, she always felt weak. Jiqing. Hong looked at her. N. The short-haired woman raised her head and looked at the man she loved the most. I hope you can achieve your goal and dream. Hong smiled. At the same time, I'm sorry for bothering you during this period of time. Finishing, Hong turned and walked towards Luo Feng. Third brother, let's go. Hong looked at Luo Feng and said. Following which, he vanished into thin air. Luo Feng looked silently at all of this. He then looked at the distant short-haired woman who was holding back her tears, sighing softly. South. He too vanished into thin air, his consciousness returning to reality. Big brother Hong. Jiqing watched as Hong turned and left. In her mind, Hong's final words resounded. Sorry for bothering you during this period of time. Bothering me? Bothering me? Jiqing muttered within. She was very clear on Hong's character. That seemingly simple sentence of sorry for bothering you during this period of time and then he turned and left, it hid a great deal of pain. Also, Jiqing understood that the moment Hong left, he probably wouldn't turn back. Because she understood him very well. Sorry. Jiqing said within. The onlookers of the evil and devil tribe were all a little dazed. They thought that Hong, who had obtained the opportunity by risking his life to pass the 18 love fantasies, would be in pain, sad, angry, and would do something extreme. But none of them had expected that he would just say, sorry for bothering you during this period of time, and then turn around and leave. Just like the Undyings under the Virtual Universe Company, their palaces were all on Thunder Island. The palaces of the Universe Mercenary Alliance's Undyings were all gathered on the same plane. Everything that happened in the Fantasy Spirit Palace was quickly spread by the servants as they chatted. Consecutively passing the 18 levels of Love Illusion's Fantasy Spirit Emperor set up, this punk is not bad. At least he's very strong against love illusions, his other aspects shouldn't be too bad. Ah, and he's a special elite of our Battle Axe Coliseum? Arrange for someone to recruit him into the training camp that's currently undergoing training. Yes, Lord. Ganwu Universe Country, one of the 9 first-grade administrative planets, Jade Dome Planet. Luo Clan Villa. Luo Feng looked at Hong before him and sighed within. Ever since 3 days ago, the seemingly perfect ending matter suddenly changed. Luo Feng had already made up his mind then, even directly telling Hong, I'm sure, she was originally so determined to resist her teacher and the head ancestor. However, at the last moment, she suddenly changed her mind. That's not normal at all. If it wasn't Silver Snow official causing trouble, then it was Fantasy Spirit Emperor causing trouble. Hong replied back then, of course I understand, either Silver Snow official or Fantasy Spirit Emperor influenced Jiqing. But big brother, why did you just leave like that? Just give up like that? Luo Feng asked. Maybe others influenced it, but the decision was made by Qing. Hong smiled indifferently, and I'm very familiar with Qing's personality, she's very similar to me, once she makes a decision, it's very hard to change. And I could hear that she made that decision from the bottom of her heart. Why? Luo Feng asked, why did she give up? Because of herself, or for the family? Hong sighed softly, I'm very familiar with her, she's a very strong person, her determination to become an absolute warrior, it doesn't pale in comparison to her desire for love. And, she has a very strong determination to inherit the family. Standing within the villa, Luo Feng looked at Hong, recalling the conversation between the two of them 3 days ago, sighing within. No matter what, this big brother of his had a tragic ending. Luo Feng, don't feel bad for your big brother. Hong smiled as he looked at Luo Feng, life has its own joys and sorrows. And, after I passed the 18 levels of love illusions, the upper echelons of the Battle Axe Coliseum took notice of me, they even specially ordered me to enter the elite training camps. If it wasn't for the special order, I'd have to wait a few decades before I can enter. Luo Feng nodded, take care. Don't worry. Hong smiled and nodded. Luo Feng, my disciple, and I will leave first. The white-haired old man Luo said. Luo Feng nodded. Immediately, Luo Feng and Hong entered a circular disc-shaped purple and gold universe ship with a diameter of 620 m parked on the grass patch. This was the ship the Battle Axe Coliseum specially sent to pick up Hong. Big brother, make a name for yourself, let Fantasy Spirit Emperor take a look. Luo Feng shouted. Haha. Walking to the cabin door, the black-clothed Hong turned and laughed, make a name for yourself, I've never doubted it. Third brother, you can't relax, otherwise Big brother might catch up to you. If you have the ability, go ahead and chase. Luo Feng laughed loudly. After which Hong laughed loudly and entered the universe ship. After a while, this huge disc-shaped universe ship slowly rose up, leaving the Luo villa and quickly rushing into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the clouds. On the grass patch, Luo Feng looked up as the universe ship left. Your Majesty. Dylan stood behind him. Big brother has gone to the Battle Axe Coliseum's elite training camp. Luo Feng exclaimed, no matter what, Big brother's matter is over, this matter ends here. There's no need for me to stay on Jade Dome Planet anymore. Dylan, go make the arrangements and prepare to head back to my home. Yes. Dylan nodded. Luo Feng looked up. Home. Milky Way. Earth. It had been over 200 years since he'd returned to Earth, his Luoshire family was already a big family. It's time to go back and take a look. Luo Feng thought. That day, Luo Feng brought his guards and sat on the Yunmo planet ship, leaving Jade Dome Planet and heading towards his home Milky Way, Gongwu Universe Country, about tens of thousands of light years away from Jade Dome Planet, a very normal life planet, Vero Planet. Vero Planet, within an underground base. Leader, the information has been sent through the Virtual Universe Network. After 369 levels of translation and the universe coordinates, we've gotten the information. Luo Feng has just brought his guards and left Jade Dome Planet in an F-grade universe ship. His destination is unknown, the information department has deduced. The probability of Luo Feng heading towards his home is 72%. A silver-uniformed bald three-eyed man said respectfully. The other bald, three-eyed man in a black uniform was looking at the screen in front of him. On the screen, there was a detailed information. It was information on Luo Feng. The information on number 9 is still very little. We have to gather enough information and have absolute confidence before we can carry out the assassination. Within humanity's 1008 universe country territory, every time we carry out an operation, we have to pay a huge price. We have to do it once and succeed. The last time we failed to assassinate number 1, our losses were huge, we can't fail again this time. The black uniformed bald three-eyed man said. It was already June, today he had just boarded a plane back home, everything was stable. June, tomato definitely wouldn't disappoint everyone. It was said before that April and May wouldn't be able to explode. June, tomato returns, work hard. June, work hard, brothers, your monthly votes, all support tomato the new month, many of you have your monthly votes. At the same time, order the nearest 13th squad to search for number 9's home, Milky Way Earth. The black uniformed bald three-eyed man ordered. Yes. The silver-uniformed underling replied respectfully. The quiet underground base once again regained its peace. The members of this mysterious organization were usually very quiet, rarely speaking. When Luo Feng brought his guards and sat in the Yunmo planet ship and traveled at 50 times light speed, there was a seemingly normal C-grade black disc-shaped universe ship that had already reached a region of the Milky Way galaxy's dark universe. It maintained its slow speed within this region. Captain, this space has already been hidden by a powerful undying space technique. We have no way to head to Milky Way Earth. The green-uniformed tall and sturdy ape-man said respectfully. A sharp voice suddenly resounded, the situation is the same as the information we've gathered, we indeed have no way to head to Earth directly. Unless we go through a wormhole and spend another 3 years to reach Earth. The second is to request the organization to send a powerful undying to directly break through the space technique. Another green-uniformed tall and skinny lady said respectfully. There were a total of 8 green uniformed men and women, and standing before them was a silver uniformed old man. The silver uniformed old man nodded. The first situation is to go through a wormhole and fly in the actual universe for 3 years. This is something the organization can't tolerate. And to break through the space technique, we need a powerful undying. Any undying hiding within the 1008 universe countries is an incomparably precious resource of the organization. This matter. I will report it to the leader. Dark universe. The blood-colored triangular-shaped universe ship was advancing with shocking speed. As the distance between Jade Dome planet and Milky Way Earth was close to 100 million light-years, even if it traveled at 50 times light speed in the dark universe, it would still require about 2 months to reach. All the guards were quietly within the resting cabin. The main resting cabin's metal walls were filled with vines. The densely packed vines were everywhere. The lush green leaves swayed, causing the spacious resting cabin to seem like a small forest. The nutrition cabin's door suddenly opened automatically. Huahua's naked body stood up from the nutrition fluid. Haha, after a month, I've finally reached the peak of the Domain Lord realm. Luo Feng smiled as he stepped out of the nutrition pod and stood naked in the resting pod. He looked at the vines that covered the entire pod and his eyes suddenly flashed. With a glance, he clearly counted that there were a total of 216 main vines in this dense cluster of vines. You succeeded? The cloud contact vine has already completed its evolution? Luo Feng looked excitedly at the cloud contact vine. The surrounding countless vines flew over, almost like an extremely happy child hugging his parents, completely enveloping Luo Feng, swiftly shrinking and merging together, very quickly. The cloud contact vine that originally covered the 10 m diameter resting cabin had become a jade green armor that stuck to his body. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The color of the cloud contact battle armor kept changing. Sometimes it was silver white, sometimes it was dark green, sometimes it was fiery red, and sometimes it was pure black. At the same time, its consciousness transmitted waves of joy and happiness. The cloud contact battle armor also grew many leaves and swayed happily. Even though Mo Yun could change colors in the past, it wasn't as easy as this. Sector Lord level, it's indeed the pinnacle of evolution for the human body. Luo Feng praised within. From Star Traveler to Sector Lord, the human body's genetic evolution was the leap. From Sector Lord to Undying, the main thing was the evolution of the soul. Hence the Sector Lord level was already considered the pinnacle of evolution for the human body. Of course other life forms were still different from humans. A Sector Lord cloud contact vine with 216 vines is much stronger than a normal cloud contact vine. Luo Feng was delighted within. The later it got. Even at the same level, the difference between a normal and a genius would only get bigger and bigger. At the star level, the geniuses of the universe didn't have many who could comprehend the origin laws. Even if they were strong, they wouldn't be that much stronger. At this time, the difference between a genius and a normal person wasn't huge. However, at the universe level, the same universe level 9, those who could be called geniuses would be able to comprehend a portion of the universe origin laws. At this time, the difference in strength would start to grow, reaching Sector Lord level 9, origin law comprehension, internal world, self-created techniques, special encounters etc., caused a normal Sector Lord to have a huge difference in strength between a genius Sector Lord and a normal Sector Lord. Even in history, there were some absolute Sector Lords who could kill official level Undyings at Sector Lord level. From this, one could see how huge the difference between a normal and an elite Sector Lord level 9 was. The later it got, the more serious the difference became. One theory. The golden horned beast and cloud contact vine were the same. At the start, the golden horned beast and cloud contact vine didn't have a huge difference in strength between their races. As their strength grew, the elites became more and more shocking. At Sector Lord level, the most perfect cloud contact vine could evolve to 360 vines, the lowest only had 36, the difference in strength was more than 10 times. Cloud contact vine, the more perfect and outstanding it is, the harder it is to break through to Undying. Luo Feng caressed a leaf on his shoulder, saying softly, "Back then when my teacher nurtured the cloud contact vine Sector Lord, he only had 108 main vines, you however have 216. However, I'll definitely let you evolve into an undying. The leaf on his shoulder immediately began to dance. You've already reached Sector Lord level. What you need to do now is to reach Sector Lord level 9 pinnacle as soon as possible. Luo Feng let go of the leaf, it waved up and down, after which it immediately disappeared into the cloud contact armor. It's very hard for the cloud contact vine to break through to undying, however, the golden horned beast's breakthrough is even harder. Luo Feng sat cross-legged within the resting cabin, pondering. The bloodline memories were extremely vast and complex, within it were warnings and examples of breaking through to undying. There were countless examples of golden horned beasts being stuck at the pinnacle of Sector Lord, 99% of them were unable to break through. Many golden horned beasts, when they were at the pinnacle of Sector Lord, they were already strong enough to fight undyings, however, they were still stuck at the Sector Lord level 9 until they died. This was the fairness of the universe. The stronger the life form, to become an undying, the harder it was to become an undying, compared to the golden horned beast. For a human to become an undying, it was tens of thousands of times easier. Of course, the resources humans had when they grew couldn't compare to the golden horned beast. Ever since I left the primal region, I haven't tried absorbing the crystals. Let's give it a try. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he sat cross-legged within the internal world. Just like a black mountain range, the golden horned beast rumbled as it got up. Ever since the demon node inheritance ended till now, it had already been over 10 years. Luo Feng originally thought that according to the rules, a few years would be enough for him to absorb the 100th crystal, however reality was out of his expectations. Absorbing the 100th crystal was incomparably difficult, especially that killing aura. The killing aura from the 100 crystals seemed to have a change in quality due to the change in quantity. Every time Luo Feng tried, he would always fail. Chi. The golden horned beast's two huge lake-like eyes stared at its right claw. Its right claw already had a wound, fresh blood flowed out like a fountain, the blood river crystal floated on top of the fresh blood. Rumble. The endless killing intent of the 100 crystals stacked together, forming an incomparably terrifying willpower attack. It was like a tidal wave crashing over, each wave stronger than the one before. It continued to stack on top of one another, each wave becoming a stepping stone for the next, accumulating continuously. Luo Feng's willpower was condensed and mellow. This time is much better than the last. I feel I should be able to hold on. Hold on. I have to hold on. After a while, Luo Feng entered a state of muddle-headedness, to the point where he was about to lose consciousness and collapse. However, his faith held on. Only when the killing aura surpasses a certain threshold would Luo Feng completely collapse. After some time, the endless killing aura swiftly retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a sense of peace. Luo Feng's consciousness that was almost in a coma instantly awoke. Damn, I've successfully withstood the killing aura attack. Luo Feng was elated within. Then, an incomparably terrifying pain immediately passed through the golden horned beast's body, transmitting to Luo Feng's 3 consciousness bodies. Ah! In the cabin, the Earthling's main body suddenly knelt on the metal floor. His fingers gripped the metal tightly, leaving only some white marks. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood flowed out. Within the inner world, the Masha clansman and golden horned beast were in so much pain that they were going crazy. Especially the main body that had absorbed the blood river crystal. At times, it would smash against the metal mountains within the internal world, at times it would use its claws to rip the ground, at times it would roar, at times it would fly up and howl, at times it would dive down and smash against the ground. Ouch, the radiation was so intense that his consciousness was about to collapse. Hurry up. Get over there. Luo Feng and the Masha clansmen were howling. Howl howl. The golden horned beast too was howling in pain. Suddenly, the golden horned beast's huge body was like a huge mountain as it fell onto the ground. It seemed incredibly tired as it laid on the ground. This was the most painful time since absorbing the crystal, and compared to the 99th crystal, it was way more painful. It was so painful that Luo Feng almost collapsed. I've finally succeeded. The golden horned beast rumbled as it stood up, activating the huge amount of blood river energy within its right claw. Immediately, the right claw started to mutate. The bones, muscles, scales and the basic composition of the cells started to change. This caused the scales on the surface of the right claw to become incomparably tighter and thicker, becoming a glaring gold. The entire right claw had become a pure gold color. Simultaneously, the claw was covered in blood engravings. The engravings' blood red color and the scales' gold color completely blended together, forming a very striking mix of blood and gold. And if one were to combine the right claw's sharp claws with the engravings, it would become a roaring beast god sculpture head. The complete beast god skull roaring painting. Hell! The golden horned beast gently stepped on the blood gold right claw. Rumble, the entire ground shook and cracked. Good, so terrifying. Beside, the Masha clansman and the golden horned beast stared at the transformed blood gold right claw. P.S. First chapter here. I'm now number 2, continue to work hard. At this time, Luo Feng finally understood that acquiring so many crystals on Blood River continent was a huge win for him. Compared to the demon node inheritance, the benefits were much greater. Of course, the main reason was because the golden horned beast's genes were much more suitable to absorb the crystals than humans, otherwise the benefits wouldn't be this great. The result of absorbing 100 crystals made Luo Feng overjoyed. After absorbing 99 crystals, the golden horned beast's right claw was 9 times more compatible with the universe origin laws. At the same time, the right claw itself was equivalent to the golden horned beast's entire body's strength. This was equivalent to doubling its body strength, and at this time, the universe origin law compatibility was about 10 times. The increase was very little. However, this right claw, just this claw alone, was equivalent to 10 times the strength of the golden horned beast before it transformed. Yes, from 1 times to 10 times, just the right claw alone was equivalent to 10 times the strength of its body before transformation. Once the strength was completely condensed, it was 11 times. The golden horned beast's pure body strength was 1 unit. Unleashing deities of the world, with its second level already at the small success, it could reach 5 times. Its body strength was about 5 units. And then activating the Blood River energy, adding 11 times on that basis, it was already close to 55 times. Unleashing its natural talent strengthening, the right claw's ferocious attack would reach 110 times its basic body strength, 110 times. What concept was that? Even if the golden horned beast didn't use its spirit energy or genetic energy, just the explosive strength of its body alone was 110 times its original strength. And it already had a strong foundation, adding on the comprehension of the beast god statue, the ultimate move, tearing sky claw. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If it was just absorbing 99 crystals, the difference in strength would be too huge. Because the increase in body strength could be continuously stacked with the strengthening of deities of the world. Hence, it was so terrifying. Normal golden horned beasts wouldn't be able to train deities of the world as well as me, Luo Feng thought. And under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even have the chance to acquire the beast god statue, much less absorb so many crystals. My willpower is much stronger than many undyings. Even if the golden horned beasts acquire the crystals, they probably won't be able to absorb them. Many fortuitous encounters combined. Luo Feng's willpower, the golden horned beast's body condition, the resources provided by the virtual universe company, along with a bit of luck, finally created such a terrifying golden horned beast. Compared to the golden horned beast, the Masha clansman's battle strength was much weaker. The golden horned beast is still not strong enough. First of all, his comprehension of the laws is far from enough. His sky-ripping claw isn't even 1/100th of the beast god's sky-ripping claw concept. Secondly, I'm currently at the second level of the deity of the world, but I've only cultivated part of it. The second level of mastery would allow one's physical strength to increase by a full 9 times. If I can complete the third level of deities of the world, that would truly be insane, Luo Feng thought to himself. In his heart, ever since he heard his teacher mention that absolute genius Kudi was able to kill an official level undying when he was at the pinnacle of a sector lord. I, Luo Feng, will be able to kill an official level undying even at sector lord pinnacle. If he can do it, and I have the golden horned beast, why can't I do it? Luo Feng thought this way. That Kudi definitely had many fortuitous encounters, and many secrets. Otherwise, just based on his comprehension of the origin laws, he couldn't possibly be that insane. Hence, even though Luo Feng had these fortuitous encounters, he didn't feel proud at all. The universe is vast and boundless, with special encounters and fortuitous encounters, there will definitely be many. Truly combining everything together, using it well, only then will I become an absolute warrior. Luo Feng thought, as long as I train on Earth for a few decades, I'll be able to officially step into the Sector Lord level. When that time comes, my origin law comprehension will be able to undergo a period of rapid growth. Sector Lord, that was the true explosive growth period. What Luo Feng was doing now was to build his foundation stronger and stronger. That way, when he reached the pinnacle of Sector Lord, he would be able to explode with terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Within the UNMO planet ship's control room, Luo Feng and Dylan stood within. Immediately beginning universe travel and entering the solar system. Countdown, 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The ship slightly shook. Very quickly, through the external simulation, Luo Feng and the others saw a familiar starry sky, a burning hot star. Surrounding it were planets, constantly revolving around it. This space was the solar system. We're back. Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with complexity. So, the UNMO planet ship swiftly approached Earth. As a F-grade ship, and one that had been modified by humanity's most advanced virtual universe company, this ship's technology was extremely high. At least, Earth's security system had no way of detecting an F-grade ship. After flying for a while, Luo Feng looked at the distant red planet that was very close to Earth. Mars. It actually changed so much. Luo Feng laughed. Your Majesty, what are you laughing at? Dylan asked curiously. Look, that planet. Luo Feng pointed at Mars. Green planet? Dylan was curious. No, 200 years ago, it was still a red planet. Luo Feng laughed, however, because it's the easiest planet to modify in the entire galaxy for humans to live in, plus its area isn't too big, at least it's not as big as Earth. With Earth's current strength, they can modify the entire planet into a life planet. Modify? Dylan was puzzled. The price of terraforming a life planet is much higher than buying one. Luo Feng laughed. Right, it was much higher. However, right now the Luo family was the leader of the Milky Way. Earth's position was extremely high and rich. However, the moment they left through universe travel, to return, they would have to travel through a wormhole for close to 3 years. 3 years of travel time, to the people of Earth, was simply too long. Many people couldn't bear to leave Earth, hence they would rather modify Mars. Modify Mars into a life planet. Within the solar system, humans currently resided on, one was Earth and the other was Mars. Of course, there were other satellites like the Moon, however satellite modification was much easier. Very quickly, the UNMO planet ship neared Earth's atmosphere. Wow, so many ships coming and going? Dylan couldn't help but exclaim, I've been to many life planets, and it's rare to see so many ships coming and going. Luo Feng looked at the distant universe ships flying out of Earth, some heading towards the Moon, others towards Mars. He couldn't help but laugh. These ships don't seem to be going through universe travel. Luo Feng laughed and explained, Earth and Mars, along with a few satellites, have large amounts of ships coming and going daily. Transportation is very convenient. Just like a long-distance coach, public bus. Large amounts of ships coming and going between Earth, Mars, and the many satellites. The humans of Earth could travel between Mars and Earth within a day. They could totally eat breakfast on Earth in the morning, go to Mars in the afternoon for lunch and return to Earth to sleep at night. Also, to the Milky Way leader Luo family, buying a large amount of A and B grade ships was simply a drop in the ocean. The humans of Earth only needed to spend a small amount of money to take the ships to travel between Earth and Mars. The ships operated by the Luo family were only for the wages of a single employee. Everyone, leave the ship. Luo Feng suddenly ordered. Rumble. The guards on the UNMO planet ship swiftly left the rest cabins. Dylan, you are in charge of hiding everyone's tracks. I don't want to be discovered by Earth. Suddenly there are over 1,000 people outside Earth's atmosphere. Luo Feng smiled. That's easy. Dylan nodded and smiled. A great undying. If he couldn't even avoid Earth's detection, that would be too laughable. After a while, Luo Feng and the guards stood in space. As for the UNMO planet ship, it was kept in Babata's storage space. Dylan, keep the guards in your portable world. Luo Feng smiled. I'm returning home, it's better not to make a big fuss. Yes. Dylan nodded. Dylan looked at the 1,000 guards standing in space. With a wave of his hand, they were all kept in his portable world. The worlds created by sector lords were very convenient, and these worlds could even allow life to live in. However, only sector lords could create worlds. The moment one became an undying, he couldn't create worlds anymore. Hence, during sector lords, they would usually create many worlds as backup. As the price was higher, the number of worlds created were very few. Let's go. Luo Feng swiftly rushed into the atmosphere, Dylan following behind. Passing through the atmosphere, very quickly, Luo Feng could see the land of Earth. That's the Pacific Ocean. Luo Feng identified the geography below, this way. So, Luo Feng and Dylan's flying speed had reached a terrifying level. Within a second, they had gone from the Pacific Ocean near North America, flying straight to the Asian continent. What a beautiful planet. Dylan looked at the planet below and exclaimed, your home is not bad. You didn't come 200 years ago. Luo Feng smiled and looked below. Right. Earth had changed greatly. Before the Grand Nirvana period, Earth was very lively. However, the pollution back then was very serious, even the skies were gray. After the Grand Nirvana period, the entire Earth entered the apocalypse. Many cities became playgrounds for monsters, becoming ruins, and the vast ocean was completely ruled by monsters. Humans could only live in the headquarter cities. Carefully, however, as Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God left Earth to roam the universe, Earth began to change greatly. With large amounts of technology and resources, even a normal planet could be transformed into a life planet. Then, transforming Earth was naturally very easy. So beautiful. Luo Feng looked below, he couldn't help but exclaim. The entire Earth had become a green ocean, all sorts of plants and flowers covered the entire Earth. There were even some small animals living in the forests. These animals were just normal animals, and not the monsters from back then. The ruined cities had completely disappeared. Oh, no, there were still a few ruined cities, like museums, for the new humans of Earth to visit. P.S. Here's the second chapter. Continue writing the third chapter. It's changed. The population density is much smaller. Luo Feng flew high in the sky, surveying the city below. There were almost no food-growing areas on Earth. The land was mostly inhabited by humans. The outskirts, the city structures were all very beautiful. The sky was blue, the ground was lush green. Even in the most bustling city, there were very few skyscrapers, only a few of them were worth commemorating. Your Majesty, where did you live back then? Dylan smiled as he asked. There. Luo Feng pointed at the distant bustling city, Jiangnan headquarters city, one of the 8 great cities, Yangzhou City. This city's name is still the same, however the entire Yangzhou City has changed too much. Yangzhou City was now one of the most famous cities on Earth. Just the permanent population alone reached 20 million, along with the large amount of tourists coming and going, the countless worshippers that followed Luo Feng's footsteps. It made Yangzhou City extremely bustling. In the great transformation of Earth, Yangzhou City's position had already risen to the same level as Jiangnan headquarters city. Yangzhou City, the city where the Luo family's old residence was. Dylan, in a while, change your appearance a little. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the black-robed bald man beside him. You obviously don't look like an earthling, you'll attract attention. Understood. Dylan nodded. At the same time, his immortal power surged, and his body and face flowed like water. Soon, he turned into an ordinary-looking bald, yellow-skinned man. He looked no different from an ordinary earthling. Even his clothes became a set of common casual clothes. So, Luo Feng and Dylan swiftly rushed down. The two didn't even alert the city, silently arriving on a street in Yangzhou City. This is the high school I studied in back then. This is the street I often pass by, it's still the same. That is the cheap house I lived in for a long time. Luo Feng and Dylan walked, looking at the memories from over 200 years ago. As a universe warrior, Luo Feng's memory was extremely strong. He could even recall memories from when he was a baby. It's really lively here. Dylan pointed at the distant vast dojo of limits. That's where I trained. Luo Feng smiled. Back then I was a student there. His Highness cultivated here in the past, and His Highness is now a Milky Way overlord. No wonder this martial arts dojo is so lively. Dylan also smiled and nodded. Luo Feng turned his head and pointed at a restaurant not too far away. Let's go eat at that restaurant. I didn't expect it to still be here after 200 years. Luo Feng wore a pair of sunglasses and directly entered the restaurant with Dylan. After entering the restaurant, Luo Feng and Dylan realized that there were quite a few people gathered in the restaurant. They were all spectating. It was very lively. The habit of people from my hometown to watch a show hasn't changed. Luo Feng let out a smile and walked to the corner of the restaurant to see what's going on. The restaurant was in a mess. Tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks were smashed to the ground. A slightly chubby yellow-haired young man was followed by 4 bodyguards dressed in black. Another young man dressed in training clothes stood in front of a girl. Fatty Yan, don't take a chicken feather as a token of authority. The youth in the training clothes wiped the blood from his mouth, pointing angrily at the chubby youth. Didn't you want to clear the place? You can clear the place, but why did you purposely find trouble with me, Yang Ji? What, you want to rely on your boss bodyguards to cripple me? I'm not targeting you. Who asked you to not give my boss face? The yellow-haired fatty laughed coldly. Now hurry up and scram. He thought within, this Yang Ji's improvement was really fast. He was actually able to withstand the attacks of his boss bodyguards and not be crippled. Cheat, the youth's blood rushed to his head. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Aji, Aji. The lady supported the youth. Are you alright? Are you alright? Relax, I'm fine. The youth snorted softly, looking at the yellow-haired fatty. If I hadn't just broken through, I'm afraid I would have been crippled just now. Humph, however we're already downstairs, in public, and this is Yangzhou City. This fatty Yen is just an errand boy, he doesn't have the guts to mess around. The yellow-haired fatty shouted coldly, Boss, I told you to clear the place, why aren't you letting this punk scram? The restaurant's owner, a skinny youth, smiled and walked out. Yan Huan. The lady behind the youth pointed angrily at the yellow-haired fatty. My brother will be here soon, don't get too cocky. Everyone move away. A group of policemen became blurs, swiftly separating the crowd. Tens of policemen quickly occupied the important spots in the restaurant. Luo Feng, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but to smile. Police, right now, the police on Earth, from the looks of it, were all at least at the warlord level. That's right, after all, the weakest people on Earth were all at least at the warrior level. Who's causing trouble? The leader of the group of policemen, a tall and sturdy man, scanned the scene. Brother! The girl seemed to have seen her savior, shouting. Sister! The tall and sturdy man saw that his sister wasn't injured and let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at the pale face of the youth in the training uniform beside her and the bloodstains on his clothes, his expression immediately changed. Brother Yang Ji, what's going on? Brother, this fatty Yen brought people to clear the place for his boss. Of course we wouldn't mess with his boss, hence we were preparing to leave. However, that fatty Yen was purely against Aji, purposely looking for trouble, even getting one of the bodyguards to make a move. Luckily Aji forced his way to the first floor. This was a public place with so many people outside, hence they didn't dare act rashly. If it had happened upstairs, I'm afraid. The lady's eyes were filled with tears. The sturdy man turned and stared at the yellow-haired fatty. The yellow-haired fatty, however, had a smile on his face, bringing the 4 black-clothed bodyguards behind him, smiling at the sturdy man. Captain Wang. The yellow-haired fatty smiled. Yan Huan, don't go overboard, this is Yangzhou City. If things get out of hand, no one will be able to protect you. The sturdy man shouted. The yellow-haired fatty smiled. Right, this is Yangzhou City, the Luo family's Yangzhou City. Not just Yangzhou City, even the entire Milky Way belongs to the Luo family. In this place, messing with the Luo family, no one will be able to protect you. The group of policemen were all silent. The captain stared at the yellow-haired fatty, shouting softly, "Little sister, let's go." Following which he went to help the training uniform youth. Humph, the yellow-haired fatty smiled as he watched this scene. In the corner of the restaurant. "It seems to have something to do with your Majesty's family." Dylan smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed too, "It seems so." Suddenly there was a commotion outside. The large number of spectators outside swiftly dodged. Only a suppressed voice could be heard, "It's the Luo family genius ship." Outside the restaurant, a dark blue ship with a diameter of about 30 m slowly descended. As it descended, black uniformed bodyguards swiftly jumped down, swiftly surrounding the restaurant to protect it. "The boss is here." Within the restaurant, the yellow-haired fatty's expression changed. His hands were like a blur, swiftly picking up large amounts of broken tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. "Hurry and clear the trash." The yellow-haired fatty shouted to the surroundings. Immediately, the 4 black uniformed bodyguards behind him, along with the group of waiters, swiftly cleared the trash. Within a short 10 seconds, the entire first floor of the restaurant became empty. At the same time, a brand new carpet was laid. At this time, outside the cabin door of the ship, a curly-haired fat youth walked out and landed. Following behind him was a devilish purple-cloaked girl. Luo Yanzhong looked around. Outside the guards, there were many people watching excitedly. "That's the Luo family genius, young Master Luo Yanzhong. It's young Master Luo Yanzhong. Look, his eyebrows are very similar to Luo Feng's." "HM. I've come to Yangzhou City for a vacation. This is the first time I've seen someone from the Luo family." The surrounding people were all in an uproar. Luo Yanzhong was very calm about this. The Luo family was a Milky Way leader family, and because of Luo Feng, even the royal families of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were incomparably warm, not daring to offend them. And the surrounding low-level civilizations of the universe were all trying to curry favor with the Luo family. Even though they didn't establish a country and call themselves royalty, however, in the eyes of the people of Earth, the Milky Way leader Luo family was equivalent to royalty. As a family with only 200 years of history since Luo Feng, compared to the royal families with at least 1,000,000 years of history, the number of members in the Luo family was much smaller. Just counting the males, there were only a few hundred of them. Hence, to be able to personally see a member of the Luo family was simply too rare. "Nah, let's go in." Luo Yanzhong smiled and said to the girl. "I've wanted to come long ago. I heard this restaurant has existed since the Grand Nirvana period." The alluring girl said excitedly. Luo Yanzhong smiled and nodded. The two entered shoulder to shoulder within the restaurant. As the group of policemen didn't have time to leave, they were still in the restaurant. "Young Master Luo." The policemen all bowed respectfully, including the captain too. Their bowing was from the bottom of their hearts. Even though the Luo family was extremely powerful, they didn't have many scandals on Earth, at most some small matters. After all, the legendary figure of the Luo family, the head Luo Feng, had very strict requirements for the family. Luo Yanzhong smiled and nodded. After which his gaze swept the restaurant. He couldn't help but frown, as he realized there were signs of battle within. "Boss." The yellow-haired fatty ran over. Luo Yanzhang's eyes were filled with anger, causing the fatty to squeeze out a smile. Yan Huan was Luo Yanzhang's classmate, plus Yan Huan was just as fat as him, and was good at coaxing people, hence Luo Yanzhang made friends with him. Luo Yanzhang looked at the bloodstained training uniform youth beside him, smiling. "Yangji, are you alright?" "I'm fine, young Master Luo," the youth said. Luo Yanzhang nodded. "All of you leave," Luo Yanzhang ordered. Immediately the group of policemen, the youth, the girl and the customers who didn't leave in time all left. Luo Yanzhang ordering them, they felt it was a very normal thing to do. Ignoring everything else, just Luo Yanzhang's own strength was already at the Star Traveler level, within the restaurant. "The last time I ordered you to teach him a lesson, but that depends on the situation." Luo Yanzhang stared coldly at the fatty, communicating, "Don't throw my face when you do things, understand?" "Yes, boss," the fatty said. Luo Yanzhang's body trembled, his expression changed. He suddenly turned to look at the corner of the restaurant, his eyes filled with shock. because he had just ordered everyone to leave, and he could feel that everyone had indeed left. Those two standing in the corner, as a star traveler, he didn't sense them at all, almost as though they were air. This punk seems pretty vicious, one way on the surface, another way in the dark. Hee, roaming the universe, with this personality, he can at least live long enough. However, it doesn't seem like yours. Is he from your Luo family? Dylan asked. Right, he is indeed from my Luo family. He's called Luo Yanzhong, my 8th grandson. Luo Feng said to Dylan. Noticing Luo Yanzhong looking over. Only then did Luo Feng take off his sunglasses. Simultaneously his facial muscles twitched as he looked at Luo Yanzhong. Ah. Luo Yanzhang's expression immediately went pale, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. 3 chapters completed. Now that the monthly votes are number 2, Tomato needs everyone's support. He was completely shocked. He, Luo Yanzhong, was Luo Feng's 8th grandson. As a member of the Luo family, even in the Milky Way, or even in the Black Dragon Mountain star field, he had a very high position. However, no matter how high his position was, to the head of the Luo family, the legendary being that caused the entire Earth's position to rise, Luo Feng, he was just a small punk. Also, the Luo family's rules were very strict. He definitely saw it, the head definitely saw it, definitely saw it. Luo Yanzhang's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at the man who was taller than him, looking normal, yet his gaze was so sharp it made his heart tremble. The man before him was the one he worshipped the most, the head of the Luo family, the most legendary being on Earth. Luo Feng. Big brother? The yellow-haired fatty shouted curiously. Yanzhong. The enchanting lady shouted too. Luo Yanzhong stood before Luo Feng, filled with fear and trepidation, not knowing what to say. He was only the 8th generation's grandson. The Luo family had many disciples, plus Luo Feng often immersed himself in training for many years, occasionally returning to the virtual universe Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. These juniors that were born 10 years ago had at most seen Luo Feng 2 or 3 times, like Luo Yanzhong. From birth till now, he had only seen Luo Feng 3 times. Luo Feng had only spoken to him once. In Luo Yanzhang's heart, the head Luo Feng was a high and mighty being. The restaurant was silent, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, especially the black-clothed guards who looked curiously at the black-haired man in the corner. Why did he look like Luo Feng? Immediately return home, don't mention me to the others, they'll immediately forget about me. The black short-haired man glanced at Luo Yanzhong. Yes. Luo Yanzhong held his breath and said respectfully. The surrounding people saw the genius young master of the Luo family being so respectful, and hearing the man who looked like Luo Feng say that they'll immediately forget about him, they couldn't help but be shocked. Let's go. Yes, your majesty. The black short-haired man and the other bald tall skinny man flashed and vanished. Only Luo Yanzhong and his group, along with the waiters and boss, were left in the restaurant. The guards and waiters who were still shocked earlier regained their normal expressions, almost as though the two had never appeared. Patriarch indeed possesses unimaginable strength. Luo Yanzhong looked at his subordinates and could not help but hold his breath. Just now, my conversation with Yan Huan must have been discovered by the family head. What should we do now? What to do? Although I knew that clan head would come back in a year or 2, who would have thought that clan head would come back to this small restaurant instead of returning home directly? Luo Yanzhong felt bitter in his heart. Boss, let's go eat, said the blonde fatty. Yanzhong. The enchanting young lady also called out. Shut up. Luo Yanzhong shouted angrily, scaring both the fatty and the girl. Unable to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things. Luo Yanzhong stared coldly at the fatty, at the same time shouting, Go, let's go back. Nana, go back by yourself. I have something important to do. Yes. Although the group of black-clothed men were puzzled as to why their young master suddenly wanted to go back after coming here for a meal. But they still obeyed, surrounding Luo Yanzhong as they boarded the private ship and left. Earth, Luo family. The Luo family was a family with an extremely high position. Even though Earth was still managed by the Earth Federation, but because the entire Milky Way belonged to the Luo family, naturally, the the Luo family's position had become special. And the Earth Federation was mainly made up of the upper echelons of the 5 great countries. Yangzhou City, Luo Family Mansion. The outermost perimeter of the old mansion had large numbers of uniformed guards patrolling daily. These guards were all very proud and arrogant, because it was simply too difficult to become a guard of the Luo family. Firstly, many of the guards of the Luo family were universe slaves bought directly from the Luo family, star-level and universe-level slaves. Hence, the standards for accepting guards on Earth were naturally higher. Even though they were of the same race, the lowest requirement was still the war god level. However, as long as they joined the Luo family, even if they were originally war god level, they could very quickly reach the star traveler level. The star traveler level was extremely normal in the Luo family. Recently many big shots have returned. Right, even Lord Puyang has rushed back from the Chenjing star field, which is extremely far from the Black Dragon Mountain star field. I heard he took a ship and rushed through the dark universe for close to half a year. I heard young Master Hai has also given up on exploring the universe and rushed back. The servants within the mansion discussed softly. The Luo family, as a powerful family, usually had many of their disciples on other planets. Only a few remained on Earth. However, recently, many of their disciples had swiftly rushed back from various parts of the universe. These servants too sensed that something was amiss. Luo family mansion, in the core of the mansion, within a quiet courtyard. This courtyard had a very special position in the Luo family. Because, this was where Luo Feng's little brother Luo Hua lived. Within the courtyard. Big brother. Hua. Luo Hua pushed open the door and walked out. Seeing Luo Feng and Dylan standing in the courtyard, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. The two brothers immediately gave each other a bear hug. It's been over 200 years, we haven't met in reality. Luo Hua smiled. It's been a long time. Earth has changed a lot. Luo Feng nodded and looked at his brother. Over 200 years, his brother didn't seem to have aged at all. He just had the aura of a scholar. Where are my parents? Luo Feng asked. Do you even need to ask? Of course they're fighting in the virtual games. Luo Hua smiled. I don't know what's up with them. They're actually so obsessed with virtual games. Luckily they've been strengthened to universe level. Their consciousness and thinking abilities are extremely strong. That's why they don't confuse the virtual world with reality. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. The most obsessed with virtual games in the entire Luo family were his parents. He had heard from his father that back during the Grand Nirvana period, when they were fleeing, they had read some web novels to pass the time. Amongst them were some web novels. Therefore, Dad and Mom were especially obsessed with those virtual games. And those virtual games were 100% simulations. Hence, if the game time was too long, it would be easy for humans to not be able to differentiate between reality and fantasy. This was a mental illness that many of the rich families in the universe often suffered from. However, Luo Feng used all sorts of resources to force his parents and brother to reach the universe level. This method of creating a universe level of resources was enough to buy a small universe level slave army. Of course, to the Luo family, creating a few universe levels was like a drop in the ocean. Big brother, you don't know this. Every time my parents see me, they always excitedly discuss the games with me. They say they're killing everyone in the games, becoming a big boss or something. Luo Hua shook his head and smiled. They even say their lives are worth it. Every time they play a game, it feels like a lifetime. 100% simulation, it really feels good. Luo Feng smiled. As long as Mom and Dad are happy. Every virtual game, playing for a few decades feels like a lifetime. Luo Hua smiled. Spending a bit of money can allow my parents to have a lifespan of 1,000 eras. They can indeed play many virtual games and experience many stories. Luo Feng nodded. Life was not the same. When his parents were young, Earth's calamity erupted and they fled everywhere. Occasionally, they could get some novels to read. After fleeing for many years, they finally settled down in the headquarters city. However, they still lived in a cheap rental house, working hard to take care of the two brothers. All the way until they were about 40 to 50, their son Luo Feng rose up, his parents could finally enjoy life. Fulfilling their childhood dreams, exploring the virtual games one after another, it was incomparably satisfying. Of course. To be able to enjoy games to their heart's content, one had to have money and two had to have time. The stability of humanity in the universe, for the normal people to enjoy so much, it's all because of the countless warriors protecting it. Standing behind Luo Feng, Dylan said solemnly, there are countless races in the universe. Some of the pinnacle races fight against each other, the weaker races either become vassals or form alliances, fighting for their own survival. Every moment, there are humans dying because of this. If one day, those warriors fall one by one, humanity declines, the normal people won't be able to continue enjoying themselves. Luo Feng and Luo Hua were stunned. Following which they nodded. Your Majesty, you have the talent to become an absolute being. Dylan looked at Luo Feng, even my teacher praises you and thinks highly of you. You will also become one of the pillars supporting humanity. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. A silhouette rushed into the courtyard. Luo Feng turned to look, it was Xianxia with long hair. Wife. Luo Feng laughed. The moment you returned, you immediately came to find your brother. Xianxia snorted. Didn't I use my spirit energy to scan earlier and didn't find you at home? Luo Feng smiled as he walked over, changing the topic, right, when I returned. I saw that punk called Luo Yanzhong, his way of doing things was a little, you mean Yanzhong? Xianxia's eyebrows were filled with anger, his way of doing things is indeed a little problematic. The family is secretly gathering evidence on him, however it's good, this punk at least hasn't done anything heinous. Since you brought it up, let's bring him to the family court as soon as possible to judge and punish him. Managing a family, especially one that would last for 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years or even 1,000,000,000,000 years, this definitely couldn't be decided by one person, and Luo Feng didn't have the energy to manage the rewards and punishments of the entire family, hence, there had to be family rules. That was how the clan's internal court came to be. All these years, you haven't bothered with anything. Xianxia stared at Luo Feng, speaking of the family court, I'll report to you. Over these years, there have been 3 disciples that have been executed, 37 have been punished, some light and some heavy. That punk Yanzhong has good talent and improves very quickly. What he's done isn't considered a big crime, plus he's young, I think the punishment will be to send him to a mineral planet for 3 to 10 years. Luo Feng nodded. The Luo family's family rules, compared to some of the big families in the universe, were much stricter. After chatting with his wife for a long time and meeting his 2 sons, the Luo family held a banquet that night. The Luo family disciples all rushed back from all over the universe. In the evening, the family gathering began, the bustling family disciples gathered together. Greetings, family leader. The 2,000 plus people in the large hall all knelt respectfully and bowed. Haha. Luo Feng sat in the main seat, smiling as he looked at the 2,000 plus people below. There were males and females within these 2,000 plus people. Over the past 200 years, it had been passed down through many generations. The one with the lowest seniority was the 11th grandson. Of the 2,000 plus people kneeling below, there were a total of 500 plus males in the family. The others were the girls born within the family. Of course, most of them were daughters-in-law, granddaughters-in-law, great-granddaughters-in-law, great-granddaughters-in-law, etc. Although there were many men in the family who were monogamous, the later generations, because they had roamed the universe and seen the world, were influenced by some of the families in the universe. Many of them married a few wives, and some even had dozens of wives. Because in the universe, the strong and powerful had many wives was very normal. Of course, the males attending the banquet today would at most bring 3 wives, they didn't dare bring too many. All rise. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, family leader. The 2,000 plus people all stood up. Luo Feng looked at the babies carried by their parents below, many of them were blinking as they looked at him, some had light blue eyes, obviously mixed blood. Xianxia. Luo Feng said softly to his wife beside him, right now the later generations of the family seem to have more wives and more children. Xianxia nodded, just like your 9th grandson Luo Kudi, he has 51 wives, a third of them are of Earth blood, the rest are from other races in the universe, of course they are very similar to Earth's women. This is our family rule. He has 21 sons and 28 daughters. Luo Feng was speechless. Luo Kudi? That was fierce. Right now the atmosphere within the family is like that. The Luo family is getting stronger and stronger, especially with you as the supervisor envoy. As one of the 4 leviathans of the Ganwu universe country, many powerful ancient races have come to befriend you. Xianxia said helplessly, these younger generation disciples have seen too much, naturally they are influenced. Those large families in the universe, some have tens of thousands of wives and children. Compared to them, our Luo family is considered good. Xianxia said. Luo Feng was silent. This is the normal direction of a clan's development. Moreover, for a clan to prosper, it indeed needs to be big enough and have enough numbers. Only then will the probability of producing elites be higher. Xianxia smiled and said, those ancient clans and great clans, which one of them doesn't have hundreds of millions of disciples? Just within the family itself, they can nurture a group of sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels are countless. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. Assuming that each of his descendants married dozens of wives and gave birth to dozens of children. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years, the number of descendants in the Luo family could be counted in the millions. The reason why humans are so powerful, Dylan, who was sitting beside him, said in a low voice, is because of their strong reproductive ability and large numbers. Luo Feng turned to look at Dylan. Reproduction, dozens of children, why does it feel like a sow giving birth to a bunch of piglets? Mr. Dylan is right. Xianxia smiled and nodded, if the family wants to be strong, it can't always rely on one person. He also needed a large number of disciples. There are only about 500 males in the family, compared to the ancient clans in the universe, it's pitifully few. Alright. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. His own generation, Luo Ping and Luo Hai's generation, at least the first few generations were mostly monogamous, occasionally marrying 2 or 3 wives. As time went on, especially the 6th generation, 7th generation, it was getting more and more exaggerated. Right now Luo Kudi has tens of wives, I'm afraid in the future our Luo family will have even more powerful disciples. Luo Feng smiled lightly, beside him Xianxia said, in the future, it wouldn't be strange for him to have thousands or even tens of thousands of wives. Luo Kudi. Sitting beside Luo Feng's little brother Luo Hua smiled and said, Big brother, who came up with this name, it's very accurate. Luo Kudi, that punk's strength is average, but he has so many wives and sons, and he's still young. I've seen this punk before, he's very good at business. The family gave him 3 life planets as territories. Not only did he build many palaces in them, he even built palaces in many other places in the universe, it's to hide his wives. He's so young and already has 51 wives, I'm afraid in a few decades, he'll have hundreds and thousands of wives. Luo Kudi. Luo Hua shook his head, just relying on his large group of sons and daughters, he defeated the enemy. What a good name. Let me remind you all. Xianxia smiled, 51 wives, that's the reported number. According to the family's information system, that Luo Kudi has 62 more women that he hasn't reported. Luo Feng and Luo Hua exchanged glances. Speechless. Talent. The undying Dylan was at the side, laughing lightly. During this banquet, Luo Feng and the group of babies had a good time, of course the one that shocked him the most was, that Luo Kudi of the family. Luo Feng had a feeling, if this went on, the family would become bigger and bigger, of course compared to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire imperial family, or the Jishur family etc. ancient families, even if the family had over 100 million people, it wouldn't even amount to 1/10,000 of the ancient families. After the banquet, Luo Feng, Xianxia, Luo Ping and Luo Hai gathered together. Dad. Luo Hai asked, how long will you be staying this time? Little Hai, this time on Earth, I'll be staying for a very long time. Luo Feng smiled and rubbed his son's head. Of the two, Luo Ping was more stable and well-behaved, while Luo Hai had a hot-blooded heart, studying in the Ganwu dojo, adventuring in the universe, along with the family's resources and nurturing, he was already a star level 8. How long is very long? Luo Hai asked. Luo Ping looked at his father. The shortest would be a few hundred years, the longest would be over 1,000 or 10,000 years. Luo Feng smiled. During my time as the supervisor envoy, I'll be staying on Earth in reality. Unless there's a mission from the Virtual Universe Company, I'll be on Earth for the rest of the time. Haha, long live. Luo Hai cheered. Pa. Luo Ping and Luo Hai clapped and cheered. Luo Feng and Su Xian smiled as they saw this. There were many disciples in the family, but the most emotional ones were still these two. These few years, I won't be venturing out anymore. Luo Hai shouted, I want to be on Earth. Haha, Dad, your guard team actually has 10 sector lords, 100 domain lords, hee, there's even an undying, there'll be many who can guide me in the future. If there's nothing important, don't disturb Dylan, once or twice is fine. Luo Feng instructed, and you're just a star level 8 punk, the 10 sector lords in my guard team are all recognized by the origin laws. Each of them can easily guide you, you just have to find them. Luo Hai nodded, understood Dad. Recognized by the origin laws? The entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield added up didn't even amount to that much. Su Xian. Luo Feng looked at his wife. My plan is to purchase some high-tech products from the Virtual Universe Company to modify the Earth. Modify the Earth? Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Dylan. Luo Feng shouted, simultaneously his voice transmitted to a house 1 kilometer away. South Dylan appeared from thin air. Your Majesty. Dylan shouted. Luo Ping, Luo Hai and Su Xian's attitude became more serious. After all, Dylan was an undying. Tell them about my plans to modify the Earth. Luo Feng said. Dylan looked at Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai. Your Majesty is true Yan Emperor's disciple, and you made it into the primal region in your first qualification battle. You're definitely one of the most elite geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company. And the Virtual Universe Company values a genius. Similarly, the other races in the universe will value you too. Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai were shocked. The universe isn't peaceful. The wars have always been ongoing. Dylan said, the armies of the various universe countries, large amounts of soldiers have fallen, however those people are only considered cannon fodder. An absolute genius like your Majesty is the real threat to those races. With your talent, as long as you don't fall, then becoming an official level undying is basically a done deal. Even becoming an emperor level undying is a possibility. Even having a sliver of hope of becoming a high and mighty universe country leader. To such an absolute genius. Humans value it, the other races value it too. Humans value it, nurture it, the other races value it, killing it early. Dylan said. Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai's expressions changed. Dylan smiled, however don't worry, the elites of the other races that are able to infiltrate humanity won't easily reveal themselves. After all, it's not easy to infiltrate without being discovered by us. Plus the absolute geniuses, since they haven't truly matured, their positions are at most official level undyings. Dylan said, and in truth, to break through the space techniques and come to Earth, one has to at least be an official level undying proficient in space techniques. Even so, that official level undying won't personally act, because the moment he does, he'll be exposed. In the center of the human territory, he won't be able to escape. Luo Feng nodded, hence you all don't have to worry too much. Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai nodded. It's not easy to infiltrate in an official level undying. To those races, his value is probably equivalent to an emperor level undying that doesn't manage to infiltrate. Dylan smiled, they can't bear to. The stronger they are, the harder it is to infiltrate the human territory. The moment they succeed, they are all important chess pieces. However, we can't be careless. There are many ways to kill them. They can use poison, automaton weapons, some special methods. Dylan said, anyway, there are many ways to kill them. Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai were all shocked. You all don't have to worry, every time a supervisor envoy is sent out, if they can't even guarantee their safety on a planet, then those geniuses would have long died. Dylan smiled, the Virtual Universe Company has long since developed a perfect remodeling plan for the planets the geniuses stay on, at least it can guarantee, the geniuses are absolutely safe on the planet. Only when they leave the planet and go on a mission would there usually be danger. Luo Feng smiled, trust in the virtual universe company's ability. Right, how's the Bug Clan mother nest? Luo Feng asked. There were two main things he wanted to do on Earth, one was to modify it, the second was the Bug Clan mother nest plan. P.S. I've reached the second chapter, continue writing the third. He actually didn't even have time to write the mother nest plan, sweat. According to your request, we've built an ancient castle and surrounded it, and it's been guarded very strictly. Xianxia said solemnly, that place is indeed very dangerous. Even if that group of slave guards guard it very carefully, the insectoid mother nest will occasionally release poison gas, and 3 slave guards have died over the years. Luo Feng nodded. The Bug Clan mother nest was a ticking time bomb. Bug Clan mother nest? Dylan was shocked, don't tell me it's still alive? There's a Bug Clan queen inside? Right. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. It's worth it, your majesty has earned a lot. Dylan praised. It's not too much, I've checked the information, this mother nest should only be Sector Lord level. Luo Feng said. Dylan said, even if it's a Sector Lord level Bug Clan mother nest, it can nurture large amounts of Sector Lord bug soldiers. This Bug Clan mother nest is still alive. If it were to be sold in the universe, it would definitely fetch over 1 million mixed elements. However, to control a mother nest is very difficult. Capturing a mother nest alive was extremely difficult. Control was also very difficult. However, the moment one could completely control a mother nest, that would be powerful. Even if it could at most produce Sector Lord bug soldiers, the moment it produced a Sector Lord army. When the Sector Lord army attacked together, even an Undying would have to dodge. And an Undying mother nest was even more terrifying. Every mother nest that could produce Undying bug soldiers was simply a nightmare. Bug Clan, it was with these terrifying characteristics that they dominated the universe, becoming one of the pinnacle races. Tomorrow, I'll prepare to go take a look at that mother nest. Luo Feng exclaimed. Anytime. Xianxia nodded. Dad, be careful. Luo Ping said. Haha, relax, even if it's not in hibernation, I have the confidence to survive. Much less now. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The mother nest, ever since he joined the Virtual Universe Company, Luo Feng had always remembered it. His teacher Hu Yanbo didn't have a way to control it, however, the Virtual Universe Company did. After all, amongst the humans, the mother nest was sold and traded. This was also the reason why Dylan was able to quickly report a price. To be able to buy and sell, it definitely had control techniques. However, when Luo Feng was in the absolute beginning region, he didn't find any information on this technique. And after becoming a primal region member, Luo Feng's authority rose, he finally found it. To control the Bug Clan mother nest, in the long history of humanity's 1008 universe countries, they had created 29 different controlling methods, all of them extremely difficult. These 29 secret techniques were clearly stronger than the soul seal created by Hu Yanbo in some aspects. However, the slave soul seal and the soul seal was still very unique. 29 secret techniques, the training requirements were different. Some techniques required an Undying to be able to control the Bug Clan mother nest that created Sector Lord bug soldiers. It required a universe country leader to control the Bug Clan mother nest that created Undyings. There were some secret techniques that allowed human Sector Lords to control the bug race mother hives that created Sector Lord insectoid warriors. Similarly, it was harder to train in, and more expensive. Before accepting the Demon Note General's inheritance, even if I'm at the Sector Lord level, I might not have the confidence to subdue the bug race mother nest. Luo Feng thought. However, after receiving the Demon Note inheritance, my spirit energy amplitude has reached over 3,200. This is the level of many of the Undyings who received the inheritance. Many of the Undyings ended at the end of the first stage of the inheritance. The Undyings that could enter were usually official level or emperor level. After receiving the inheritance, their spirit energy amplitude was only around 3,000. One could see, a telekinesis amplitude of around 3,000 was actually very exaggerated. My telekinesis amplitude is so high that it's just right for the 1,000 Hearts control technique, one of the 29 secret techniques. The most demanding requirement of this secret technique is that it requires multitasking, and the highest level requires multitasking. Luo Feng thought. Once I reach the Sector Lord level, I'll be able to use the 10,000 soul control technique to completely control the Bug Clan mother nest. However, when that time comes, I'll have to spend a huge amount of points to buy the technique. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. As long as I can control a Bug Clan mother nest, this price isn't much. Controlling a Bug Clan mother nest and nurturing it, the future investment would only get more and more shocking. However, Luo Feng was actually anticipating the Bug Clan mother nest to let him invest more and more. It would be best if this mother nest could create an undying level bug soldier, then he would really be amazing. However, Luo Feng understood too, that type of mother nest was extremely rare within the Bug Clan. The chances of evolution, compared to the golden-horned beast breaking through to the undying level, was thousands, tens of thousands of times harder. I can't hope for too much. To be able to control a normal Bug Clan mother nest, it's already very strong. Creating a Sector Lord Bug Clan army, the army's collective attack, hee. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. The Bug Clan could be controlled through the Bug Clan mother spirit energy, like a single body. Countless Bug Clan attacks could be combined into one, trillions of Bug Clan soldiers' attacks combined into one, that was simply heavenly. This was the terror of the Bug Clan. I'll train on Earth, in a few decades, I'll be able to step into the Sector Lord level. When that time comes, I'll be able to study that 10,000 soul control technique. Once I learn it, my strength should be enough to control that mother nest. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Anyway, once I reach the Sector Lord level, the internal world will undergo a fundamental change, it will be able to release life. Before the golden-horned beast reached Sector Lord level, if anyone were to enter, they would immediately be refined. If they couldn't withstand it, the internal world would collapse. Sector Lord level. The internal world was just like the human Sector Lord's internal world, it could release life. The difference was, the golden-horned beast's internal world was incomparably huge. I'll place the Bug Clan mother nest in the internal world, no one will know, I'll quietly refine it. Luo Feng thought, and when that time comes, my internal world will be huge, it'll be very suitable for the mother nest to nurture large amounts of Bug Clan soldiers. Normally, I'll nurture large amounts of them and release them at crucial times. Luo Ping and Luo Hai both went to rest, Luo Feng and Xianxia naturally returned to their own quarters. On the bed, Xianxia hugged Luo Feng, saying softly, "Feng, there's something I have to tell you." "What?" Luo Feng caressed his wife's long hair. "You've noticed too, Earth has changed a lot from when you left back then." Xianxia said, "The remodeling of Earth is entirely our Luo family's money and effort." Luo Feng nodded. That was normal, if the Luo family didn't pay, who would? During the remodeling of Earth, because of the large-scale remodeling, we dug deep into the ground, opened up mountain paths etc., hence we discovered a few relics on Earth. Xianxia smiled, "These relics, some were left behind from the last civilization era, we've studied many of them over the years. However, there's one item that we haven't been able to understand." "Ah?" Luo Feng was shocked. Very long ago, Earth was ruled by a universe country, only it was forcefully taken over by Hu Yanbo later on, hence naturally there were some relics. However, the Luo family's current position and power was extremely high, the items they couldn't understand were simply too few. This item, even the high temperature of the sun couldn't harm it at all. From the very beginning we carefully studied it, as we got bolder and bolder, yet we still couldn't harm it at all. This item has at least an F-grade metal hardness. However, it's definitely a well-made item, and it's definitely not any F-grade metal found in the virtual universe company. Luo Feng was shocked. At least an F-grade metal hardness? And it wasn't any F-grade metal, F-grade alloy. In the vast universe, regarding alloys, one could conclude like this. 1. The highest alloy is E-grade. That's right. 2. Alloys that exceed the E-grade exist. That wasn't wrong either. It seemed contradictory, but in truth these were two different conclusions. Because in the vast universe, the other races' alloys were at most E-grade, only the automaton race had alloys that exceeded E-grade. However, that was when the automaton AIs evolved to become undyings, merging with the alloy body, causing the alloy body to evolve and become an alloy that exceeded the E grade. In other words, in the universe, there was actually only one type of alloy that exceeded the E grade, the automaton undying's bodies, and to be honest, the automaton race had no way of creating them. That thing looks like a board, Xianxia said, a very small board. Then what about the item? Luo Feng asked. The automaton race's body was made of one body, it shouldn't be a board. I placed it in the family's first treasure trove. Xian said. A level 1 treasure trove, that's on Earth? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, bring me there. Ancient families would leave behind some treasure vaults to prevent the family from making a comeback in the future. Some of these treasure vaults were stored in banks, and some were hidden in some inconspicuous or nameless mineral planets in the universe. The Luo family had 12 treasure troves. Only the first treasure trove was on Earth. The other items in this treasure trove aren't too valuable, adding them up, the price is about 10 mixed elements. Xian walked in the underground tunnel, both sides were filled with laser installations, there were even other secret mechanisms at the top. They were all bought by Xian with her virtual universe company core member status, only that peculiar metal board, its value is hard to determine. The treasure trove's metal door automatically opened. This is it. Xian took it out from the secret compartment. Luo Feng looked over. This was a pure black metal board, on its surface there were some patterns, only this metal board had probably been smashed before. The patterns are very normal. Xian said, I didn't discover anything special, however, this broken metal board isn't any F-grade metal, and there's no way to break it. And according to the excavations, this metal board has at least 600 million years of history, however it doesn't have any signs of decay. Ah? Luo Feng received the board suspiciously, with a touch, he was shocked, so light. As this board had been smashed before, it had 6 sides, the longest was 11.2 centimeters, the shortest was 3.1 centimeter, obviously it was just a palm-sized black metal board. However its weight, it felt like a pencil. Luo Feng carefully examined this peculiar metal board from Earth. Today, Tomato had finished 3 chapters. Everyone knew that Tomato's normal habit was to update 2, 3 was indeed tiring. However after 3, he realized that the monthly votes were growing very slowly, the difference between the earlier and later parts was getting smaller. One thing was clear, he had to get votes. Brothers with monthly votes, please support Tomato. Your monthly votes will give Tomato more motivation. Caressing the palm-sized black metal plate in his hand, it was cold and smooth, just like jade to the touch. Feng, just what is this black metal board, do you know? Xian asked. Luo Feng shook his head. He had never seen such a black metal board before. Even in the golden horned beast's enormous inherited memories, he had studied F-grade and even G-grade metals before. However, even the golden horned beast's inherited memories didn't have such a material. Babada, do you know? Luo Feng asked. I've already scanned, the scanning device can't detect anything, it can't penetrate, I've never seen this black metal board before either. Babada's suspicious voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng suddenly held the black metal board with both hands. Heh! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, roaring softly, he used strength with both hands. As a domain lord level 9 warrior, he could easily destroy a life planet. However, the terrifying force didn't affect the small metal board at all. Almost as though Luo Feng's strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree. What a weird metal board. Luo Feng frowned curiously, let's go, we'll return to the house first. Luo Feng brought his wife and left the treasure trove. On the balcony of his bedroom, Luo Feng sat there quietly. It was already about 3 to 4 in the night, the moon hung high in the sky, the cool summer night breeze blew in through the window. With my current authority, I've searched for many mysterious materials in the virtual universe company, I've roughly looked through them all. And the golden horned beast's inherited memories mention some metals and other special materials, I've roughly looked through them too. Luo Feng caressed the black metal board, however there's no information at all. There must be something. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Luo Feng was very clear. Even though his position was high, just within the human race, there were many higher than him. For example, his primal region member authority seemed high, but above that, there were emperor-level undyings, and his teacher True Yen Emperor's authority was probably even higher than normal emperor-level undyings. Above that, there were even the universe country leaders. Anyway, even within the 1008 universe countries, he was only considered the upper echelon, not the true upper echelon. Naturally, he knew very little. However, I can't even find the golden horned beast's inherited memories. Then this black metal board is really special. Luo Feng stared. It was a treasure. It was definitely a treasure. The patterns on the surface of this cracked black metal board look very ordinary no matter how I look at it. Luo Feng stared. With his naked eye's vision, if he were to look at some dissected specimens, he could even clearly see the nuclei within the cells. Even so, he still couldn't find anything special about it. I can't see it with my naked eyes, I'll try using my spirit energy, it can be more detailed. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Chi-chi invisible, colorless, and extremely fine threads of psychic power gently swept across the black metal board. Luo Feng's expression changed, revealing a look of joy. Haha. So that's how it is. It's really special. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with joy. When he controlled the telekinesis threads to sweep across the black metal board, the telekinesis threads did not touch the metal board at all, as if the metal board was air. Instead, the telekinesis threads directly swept into the interior of the black metal board, and felt layers of obstruction. Metal can block telekinesis to a certain extent. Luo Feng was incomparably excited, however this metal board feels like air to my spirit energy scan, maybe it's not a metal board, but some other incredibly tough material. Or maybe it's a very special metal board. Anyway, my spirit energy can permeate it. What's inside? Luo Feng controlled his spirit energy. Hundreds of threads were like needles, as they entered the black metal board and met with layers of obstruction, they worked hard to drill through layer after layer of obstruction. After a while, Luo Feng's expression changed, he felt his spirit energy unable to penetrate any deeper. It can't penetrate? I don't believe it. Luo Feng squinted. Internal world. On the vast continent, that continuous mountain range like golden horned beast raised its head and roared, simultaneously the engravings on the 4 horns on its forehead all lit up, innate secret technique, strengthening. Not only did the golden horned beast's body get strengthened, even its soul, the soul within the core was strengthened. Out. On the balcony of his bedroom, Luo Feng's eyes were like lightning as he sat there. His Earth-human body was Domain Lord Level 9, and the golden horned beast too was Domain Lord Level 9. Since they were of the same level, even if the soul within the core was strengthened and released with spirit energy, the human body would still be able to withstand it without any signs of collapsing. If the human body was only universe level 9, the spirit energy within the core wouldn't be able to be released through the human body. Because the difference in levels was too huge, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Normally between level 2 and 3, the human body would be able to withstand it. Qi. The spirit energy that was affected by the universe laws, its power soared. It immediately pierced through the layers of the black metal board in Luo Feng's hand. Rumble, my child. A majestic and calm voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind, immediately his consciousness was immersed in that voice's illusion. After a while, Luo Feng, who was sitting stupidly on the balcony, suddenly trembled, his expression twisted, gritting his teeth, he fiercely opened his eyes. Damn, I've never encountered such an illusion before. Luo Feng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, this was the strangest illusion he had ever encountered. It was different from the various techniques of the human schools that Luo Feng knew of. Normal techniques targeted the human heart, according to one's desires, inner heart etc., causing one to be unable to escape. However, that illusion earlier. But it was purely an illusion to bully others, along with that mysterious voice, the illusions were created one after another, every time Luo Feng broke through one, more would appear. This resulted in, even though Luo Feng continued to break through the illusions, the number of illusions that were created grew more and more, making him feel like he was in a bottomless abyss, unable to climb out of it. I'd broken through close to 10,000 illusions, finally the endless chain of illusions collapsed automatically. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his spirit energy continued to permeate deeper within the black metal board. Suddenly many words and information entered his spirit energy, allowing Luo Feng to understand. After a while, the words and information ended. This is actually a special item that stores the inheritance information. Luo Feng touched the black metal board, curious. These words and information are also square words. However, I don't recognize a single one of them. Many square words. This information had a total of 36,923 words. It was a pity that Luo Feng didn't recognize a single one of them. It feels like some of the ancient Chinese characters, but it's not. Luo Feng's consciousness calculation speed was shocking. He had some understanding of the ancient Chinese words, and the words he got from the black metal board, even though they were similar, they weren't. Babata. Luo Feng shouted. HM? What did you find out? Babata asked. Do you recognize this word? Luo Feng chose a very complicated word, with a total of 92 strokes. He wrote it in mid-air. This. Babata was shocked. This is the language of the Flame God race. Flame God race? Luo Feng was shocked and curious. He carefully searched through the golden horned beast's inherited memories, very quickly finding records of the Flame God race. The Flame God race was one of the trillions of races in the vast universe, a powerful race that couldn't be provoked. There was very little information in the inherited memories, it only emphasized not to provoke them. Babata, how much do you know about the Flame God race? Luo Feng asked. I've never heard of the Flame God race when I followed the master. Babata said, however, after you became a Primal Region member. As your virtual assistant, of course I can help you search the internet, hence, with your authority, I've searched through a lot of information and memorized it. Luo Feng laughed. Usually when he trained, Babata would search for information when he was bored. Tell me about the Flame God race. Luo Feng asked. There are trillions of races in the universe, the ones that can survive, none of them can be underestimated. Babata began to describe, of course, humans, bug clan, automaton, demon etc. are all considered the pinnacle races. The pinnacle races belong to the pinnacle of the universe, they all have terrifying powers. Like the bug clan, they are incomparably united, their thoughts are one. And some powerful bug clan mother nests are able to create large amounts of undying warriors. An endless sea of insects. Any one of them could easily occupy a star region. Automaton, every automaton is a living AI, the higher the level, the more terrifying they are. Just based on the high-tech weapons, they can be used to kill undyings. Humans are able to develop independently, their independence is extremely strong. Plus their numbers are huge, within this huge number, they can pick out many geniuses, nurturing many absolute warriors that can dominate the universe. Babata said, maybe in terms of individual humans, they aren't as terrifying as the bug clan or automaton pinnacle warriors, however the human numbers are much stronger. Anyway, the pinnacle races have two big advantages, one is that their pinnacle strength is strong, the second is that they can use bug sea tactics, automaton sea tactics and human wave tactics. Other than the pinnacle races, there are also some races, their numbers are small, but their individuals are extremely strong. Hence they have a certain status in the universe, some high or low. Babata said, some of the weaker races have already become vassals or have been swallowed up. And the Flame God race is a powerful and mysterious race. Their population is small, hence their territory isn't big. As there are many absolute beings in the Flame God race, plus their territory isn't big, hence the humans, bug clan and other pinnacle races don't want to mess with them. Because it's not worth it. Luo Feng nodded, according to his inherited memories. Races. They could be roughly split into the pinnacle races, powerful races, normal races, and weak races. Humans belong to the pinnacle races. The Flame God race belonged to the powerful race. The Golden Horned Beast race? They were even weaker than the Flame God race, mainly because the Golden Horned Beasts were simply too rare. One elephant, compared to 100 million ants, there was no doubt the ant group was stronger. The words you wrote earlier were indeed the language of the Flame God race. Babata said, the history of the Flame God race is very ancient, during the earliest period of the universe, they probably already existed. Since this black metal board has existed on Earth for 600 million years, it's understandable, after all their history far exceeds 600 million years. P.S. Chapter 1 here. But the Flame God race has such a special metal board? Luo Feng was curious. My inherited memories, and my authority, I can't find any information on this metal board in the virtual universe network. Firstly, Luo Feng, you have to understand that your inherited memories are the accumulation of your ancestors. Your golden-horned beast ancestors were willing to pass down their bloodline information to the next generation, only then will you receive it. Some of the information that is too mysterious, maybe your ancestors didn't even leave it behind. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Secondly, the Flame God race is a powerful race, even with such a small number, it can still be called a powerful race. Then, at least it can easily destroy a universe country. Babata said. It's powerful, mysterious, rarely interacting with the outside world. Every race has something special, do you know what they have? Babata said. Of course the information within the metal board is in the Flame God race language, that doesn't mean it's an item of the Flame God race. After all, there are many great beings that understand the language. Luo Feng nodded. The simplest method is to first learn the language and translate it, won't you know everything? Babata said. Haha, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. The Flame God language had something in common with Chinese, they were both square characters. The entire Flame God race had a total of only tens of thousands of characters. Just like Chinese, there may have been a lot of characters in history, but in truth, many had been abandoned. Usually, there were only a few thousand characters used. A few thousand characters, forming a complete language civilization. The Flame God language, with Luo Feng's memory, he only needed to look at it once to remember it all. What a simple and mysterious language, it's very similar to Chinese. Luo Feng simultaneously began to translate the information he got from the broken black metal board. The information was, 9 levels XX flesh and blood life forms mainly have a body and soul, the two are equally important. This manual focuses on body XXXXX, changing the internal structure of the body, causing the body to gradually change, the body's genes automatically evolve. 829 words after, training is dangerous, 9 levels, the moment one fails in every level, the soul and body will crumble, dying on the spot, first level. 31,231 words after, 2 ND level. 92 words after, 3rd level. 71 words after. The 9th tribulation. 1,292 words after, this should be a very mysterious cultivation manual. There were more than 30,000 words in total, and the entire manual was incomplete. Even the name of the secret manual was incomplete. There were 4 words in the name of the secret manual. The first 2 words were 9 tribulations, and the last 2 words were unknown. F*CK according to the contents at the very beginning, this manual has a total of 9 levels. However, from the translation, only the first level's contents are complete, the other 2nd and 9th levels are incomplete. Luo Feng looked at the broken black metal board in his hand, this metal board was broken. Therefore, the information contained within was also incomplete. However, it seemed that it contained only the first part of the secret manual. However, just from looking at the first part of the contents, it was enough to shock Luo Feng. Because this was different from any of the techniques Luo Feng had encountered before. Many of them were techniques that used origin laws, battle techniques. Even if it was like a deity of the world, it could change the size of the body and increase the density. Luo Feng had never heard of a technique that allowed the body's genes to automatically evolve. The evolution of the body's genes can only happen a few times. From student level to star traveler to star level to universe level to domain lord level to sector lord level. Luo Feng thought, it's only these few breakthroughs that cause the evolution of the body's genes. And from level 1 to 9, it's an accumulation of energy. However, according to this technique, even after reaching sector lord level 9, training in this technique can still push the body's genes to evolve? Luo Feng was filled with disbelief. Body evolution. Soul evolution, this happened naturally with every breakthrough. The theory behind it, Luo Feng didn't understand, it was purely one of the rules of the vast universe. Just like the universe's rules, the soul limit was 1,000 eras, the star traveler, star level, universe level, and domain lord level's lifespan limit was set. Lifespan limit was one of the universe's rules. This evolution of the body's genes was also one of the universe's rules. The highest speed in the main universe was light speed, also one of the universe's rules. This manual actually transcends the universe's rules. Luo Feng felt his heart thumping. Squinting, the translated and detailed contents of the manual flashed through his mind. This manual's name wasn't complete, hence it was temporarily called the Nameless Manual. Nameless Manual. From the body's genes. Even if it's Domain Lord Level 9, even if it's Sector Lord Level 9, it can still allow the body's genes to evolve. Luo Feng thought. This is unbelievable. Many people train to Sector Lord Level 9, their body's strength reaches its limit and can no longer improve. Even the golden horned beasts deities of the world only compress the body's size and density, the genes themselves don't change at all. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Gene change? Blood river energy. I remember, the moment I activate the blood river energy, the golden horned beast's right claw's gene structure etc. will swiftly change. Just the right claw alone is equivalent to 10 times the strength of its entire body. Luo Feng thought. The golden horned beast's body was huge, under normal circumstances, the right claw's strength probably wasn't even 10%. However, with the blood river energy, the right claw's strength was 10 times the strength of its entire body. This genetic change, how shocking was it? Outside, the sky gradually brightened. Sitting on the balcony, Luo Feng gulped, feeling unprecedented shock and fear. Yes. Fear. Even the 9-universe tablet I saw, even the time-space scribbles, these are all just to guide one to comprehend the universe origin laws, and comprehending the origin laws belongs within the universe laws. Luo Feng thought, I've never heard of anything that can go against the universe laws. This is simply, the undyings are all studying the universe laws etc., their bodies are unable to evolve. If they knew of this heavenly technique, even after reaching the limit, they would still be able to actively train and evolve their bodies. I'm afraid they would go crazy to steal it. Luo Feng squinted. Of course my position within the human race right now, can be said to be high or low, after all I haven't truly interacted with the upper echelon of the human race. The human race, one of the pinnacle races. The absolute beings within the upper echelon of the human race had many resources, many of which had already been monopolized. Like the blood river crystals, the demon node inheritance slot etc. Anyway. For a punk like Luo Feng, there were many opportunities he couldn't even get. I dare to confirm, this sort of heavenly pushing body evolution, surpassing the universe laws. It's definitely incomparably precious. No matter what, I definitely can't reveal it. Luo Feng thought. This technique. It would incur the jealousy of the universe, a total of 9 levels, every failure would result in the soul and body crumbling and dying. Success, the genes would evolve. Failure, the body structure would crumble and become dust. It was a very strange and terrifying secret cultivation technique. The second morning, Luo Feng first went to Xianxia to take a look at the Bug clan mother nest, after which he told his guards that he was going to go into closed-door training. As for the Earth modification plan, he left it to Dylan. Within the family secret room, there was nothing else in the empty room, only a row of weapons. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Pa. Luo Feng casually threw his blade into the weapon rack. Luo Feng looked at the blood shadow blade on the weapon rack. Right now my Masha clansman has become a blood shadow blade, and its core is within it. No matter what, my life core is within the Masha clansman. No matter how my earth body trains, even if I'm destroyed, I can still revive. This set of secret manuals was indeed terrifying. However, Luo Feng was coincidentally one of the few beings in the vast universe that wasn't afraid of danger. When cultivating this nameless secret tome, it required the Soul Crystal Ball and Origin Crystal Ball to be the 2 cores. The Soul Crystal Ball, Origin Crystal Ball, and Origin Crystal Ball would be released and fused into every cell in the body, allowing the Soul Crystal Ball, Origin Crystal Ball, and the body to form a balance. After that, the cultivation of the secret tome would begin to promote the evolution of the body's genes. The moment he failed, the three would crumble. His body, genetic energy crystal ball and spirit energy crystal ball would all crumble and become dust. If he was a normal flesh and blood life form, the moment the genetic energy crystal ball and spirit energy crystal ball crumble and become dust, he would die without a doubt. However, this genetic energy crystal ball and spirit energy crystal ball, they aren't too important to me. They can only be considered energy. Luo Feng thought, the moment I fail, at most I'll just condense another earth body. Who? Inhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath. The strong energy created a huge gale in the 10m wide room. Finally Luo Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, the 30,000 words of the Nameless Technique's first level flashed past, after which he began to train. Qi, a spinning telekinesis crystal ball that represented the soul flew directly into the core of the sea of consciousness in his brain. A genetic energy crystal ball remained within his dantian. The 3-1. Immediately the spirit energy crystal ball and genetic energy crystal ball shot out 720 energy threads at the same time, swiftly entering the 720 critical energy points in Luo Feng's body. My body's own internal universe, rise. Rumble, the genetic energy crystal ball and spirit energy crystal ball shook violently, shooting out another 36,000 threads, swiftly entering every part of Luo Feng's body. The densely packed energy threads connected every part of Luo Feng's body, almost like a brand new energy meridian, allowing the genetic energy crystal ball and spirit energy crystal ball to fuse with his body like never before. The three formed a perfect balance, almost like the rotation of the universe. The threads of energy flowed through the 72,000 thin threads and 1,440 main threads to every part of his body. Incomparably perfect. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Continue writing Chapter 3. The 72,000 auxiliary crystalline threads and 1440 main threads perfectly fused the origin crystal ball, the soul crystal ball, and the body, simulating the inside of the body as an inner universe. Normally, every stage of a martial artist's cultivation would result in a genetic evolution that would occur naturally. However, this mysterious training manual allowed the body to simulate an inner universe and slowly push the body's genetic evolution. Every time the genes evolved. This was a huge improvement in the body's strength. Hence, the genetic evolution was actually very slow and had to be done carefully. The moment one made a mistake, it would cause the body, spirit crystal, and genetic crystal ball to crumble. This is simply too shocking. Bits and pieces of energy flowed along the threads and permeated the body's cells, causing them to change slightly. The 72,000 auxiliary crystal threads and 1440 main threads formed a perfect universe cycle, constantly pushing the cells to change slowly. Even though it was slow, it was still happening. The evolution of the genes would cause the entire body to undergo a complete transformation. Pai Pa. Cha. Luo Feng's entire body let out a sound. This is too shocking, too beautiful. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his expression filled with excitement. It wasn't because of the evolution of his body's genes. It was because of the perfect universe cycle. The 72,000 auxiliary crystal threads, 1,440 main threads, genetic crystal ball, spirit crystal ball, body, these few aspects had actually simulated the universe cycle. Luo Feng was purely following the instructions in the manual, not understanding the mysteries behind it at all. He just followed the manual and unleashed it. However, when he felt it all, mesmerized, incomparably mesmerized. It was almost like seeing the most beautiful thing in the world. Time continued. Luo Feng was completely mesmerized by the perfect universe cycle formed within his body, and the evolution of his genes was slowly pushed forward by the universe cycle. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. Ah! Luo Feng's entire body suddenly twitched violently. Not good. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, his eyes bloodshot. All he could see was his skin and muscles breaking apart, his bones breaking, his entire body was instantly covered in blood. The originally perfect universe cycle within his body was also affected by his body. Without a sound, it shook and Luo Feng's entire body was instantly reduced to dust. His clothes fell to the ground, leaving behind a pile of dust. Luo Feng had already vanished. His inner world. In the air above the vast metal continent, boundless golden air currents madly gathered at the center of the air, forming a golden sphere. A large amount of golden mist energy fused into the sphere, becoming stronger and stronger. Pong, the golden ball cracked open like an egg, and a completely naked black-haired man stood in the air. It was the original Earthling after his resurrection. The secret codex is correct. Luo Feng nodded. This is a technique that pushes the evolution of the genes. It's extremely dangerous. Every single one of the 9 calamities will collapse if you're not careful. There were 2 ways to increase the safety factor. One was to have a strong body. Second, the construction of the universe cycle is more perfect. The stronger the body, the better. If it was some powerful undyings, they would be able to revive with just a single cell. In that case, there was no danger in cultivating at all. Even if they were reduced to ashes, they could still reform and continue to cultivate, of course, because Luo Feng had other bodies, he had the same level of safety. As for the simulation of the universe cycle in the body, although the secret manual described how to set it up, it was only a general explanation. According to the secret manual, if the universe cycle setup was really close to perfection, close to the true mystery of the universe cycle, then no matter how weak the body was, there would be no problem during cultivation. The cycle of the universe? That's unbelievable. Who was the one who created this secret technique? Luo Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Don't tell me, he's already reached the level where he can see through the essence of the universe? The universe was extremely mysterious. Just the laws alone, there were so many. And when the universe truly revolved, many of the laws merged into one and revolved together, almost like many gears moving together. Like time and space, they couldn't be separated. Only when time and space were one could there be the most basic structure of the universe space. Hence, to fully comprehend the cycle of the universe, it was much harder than just comprehending the time and space laws. What kind of great being would be able to create such a technique that mimics the cycle of the universe to push the evolution of the genes? Luo Feng's eyes had a gleam of wisdom, just like when he was studying a math problem in school. Luo Feng was currently looking through the 72,000 auxiliary crystal threads, the 1,440 main crystal threads, the genetic crystal ball, the spirit crystal ball, the body. To observe the universe, the laws of space, the laws of time, the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder and lightning, these origin laws of the universe were only a part of the operation of the universe. I simply couldn't imagine that such an abstract universe cycle could actually be simulated through the 72,000 support threads, the 1,440 main threads, the genetic energy crystal ball, the spirit crystal ball and the body. Even if it's just a part of it, it's still unbelievable. Luo Feng felt intoxicated as he looked up at the space. Intoxicated, of course, no matter how intoxicated he was, it was only intoxication. Luo Feng hadn't even comprehended a single universe origin law, and hadn't even become an undying, he didn't even have the right to observe the true workings of the universe. This being sure is awesome. Luo Feng could only exclaim. So, Luo Feng vanished from the internal world. Within the secret room, Luo Feng appeared naked, and the cloud contact vine that had fallen to the ground swiftly melded into his body, forming clothes again. The earth body and the golden horned beast are both flesh and blood life forms. Since the earth body failed, I'll let the golden horned beast try. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. Within the internal world, the golden horned beast was entrenched in the vast land, almost like a huge black mountain range. The golden horned beast was different from humans. Firstly, its genetic energy crystal ball was actually the 4 horns on its forehead. From birth, it had been pouring all its genetic energy into its horns. Secondly, the original core, where its real soul was, had always been in the body of its original earthling body or the body of its Masha body. However, consciousness needed a carrier, and only with a soul crystal ball could one have consciousness. Hence, the golden horned beast had a soul crystal ball within its body, and it was exactly the same as the earth body's soul crystal ball. Actually, whether it was the earth body or the golden horned beast's soul crystal ball, it was exactly the same as the core. The only difference was, the core soul was connected to the internal world. The moment it crumbled, the internal world would crumble too, and Luo Feng would truly be finished. And the earth body, golden horned beast and Masha body, these three bodies would be finished, but the core wouldn't be affected. Let the golden horned beast try and see if it can succeed. Let's hope it doesn't fail. The earth body is only that big. Even if it fails, the energy required to form a body isn't that much. However, the golden horned beast's body is even bigger than a mountain range. The moment it crumbles, to successfully form a body, the energy required would be tens of millions of times that of the human body. The human body wasn't even 2 m tall. The golden horned beast's main body was 90 kilometers long, and its tail was close to 90 kilometers long. Its height was many times taller than any mountain on Earth. Forming the earth body was a piece of cake. It could nurture the enormous golden horned beast. The energy required to form the internal world would probably delay Luo Feng's breakthrough to Sector Lord level by a few years. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Within the secret room, Luo Feng opened his eyes, revealing a smile. During this month, he had been training the first part of the Nameless Manual. Of course, he only had the first part. Firstly, the earth body had failed 3 times, but its body strength had almost doubled. And the golden horned beast had been training carefully, not daring to mess around, following the earth body's training experience every time. Every time it advanced, it would stop and wait for the earth body to accumulate more experience before it continued. Even so, the golden horned beast still died once. Its huge body instantly crumbled. However, what made Luo Feng surprised was that when it crumbled, it actually perfectly formed a new golden horned beast's body. This meant that the Ash Mountain, in terms of energy, was the same as the golden horned beast. Energy conservation? Luo Feng was happy. Right. Whether the golden horned beast crumbled or revived, it was all within the internal world. Energy conservation wasn't strange. The golden horned beast's genes are stronger than the earth body's genes. This evolution is obviously harder. This month, the golden horned beast's strength has increased by 1.5 times from before. Its improvement isn't as fast as the earth body. Luo Feng muttered, smiling. Right, its improvement wasn't as fast as the earth body. However, the golden horned beast was already terrifyingly strong. Another 50% was already shocking. So, Luo Feng got up and opened the door. Walking in the corridor, he asked, Babada. Luo Feng, what's the matter? The Virtual Universe Company has sent 29 technicians. My Luo family has arranged for over 10 million workers to carry out the Earth modification. I asked you to monitor them from start to end. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Luo Feng asked. The Earth modification was already in its final stages. Of course, the Virtual Universe Company's technology was extremely high, hence the modification was so fast. Of course, there are no loopholes. I placed more than 10 million robots that are smaller than mosquitoes on those construction workers to monitor them at all times. The moment they discover something like the black metal plate, they will immediately report it. Babada quickly replied. How is it, did you find a second one? Luo Feng asked. When he was in closed-door training, Luo Feng had already instructed. It was obvious that the black metal board he got was incomplete. At least the manual only contained the first part, the other 8 were all incomplete. Didn't find it. Babada answered. This way, we'll mass-produce the robots. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This manual was a priceless treasure. From Luo Feng's perspective, it was probably much more valuable than the other treasures he had gotten. You can't make it in time. Just order a large batch of small robots and do a large-scale search of the Earth. Understood. Babada was very excited. 3 chapters completed. Tomorrow was Saturday, a rest day. However, there would be new chapters, 1 or 2, depending on the status. The continuous 3 days were quite tiring. Right now, the other races in swallowed space were gradually appearing. The scenes would only get bigger and bigger. Brothers, give me some monthly votes to support. Luo Feng didn't expect to find such a precious item like the black metal board on his home planet Earth. And according to his deductions, he had only obtained a part of it. The other parts could very well be on Earth. With Luo Feng's order, he swiftly placed the order. billions of small scouting robots were directly transported to a mineral planet close to Earth's nothingness for the handover. After which, the Luo family ship brought a large amount of scouting robots back to Earth. The method to return to the solar system from the dark universe through the space technique was a top secret of the Luo family. Within the dark universe. So, a black stream of light flew through the silent dark universe, its speed already exceeding the speed of light. Suddenly, the black stream of light began to slow down. Soon, it could be clearly seen with the naked eye that it was a humanoid existence. He was shrouded in a simple and unadorned purple armor. Only a pair of eyes could be vaguely seen through the visor of the helmet. Flying through the dark universe with his body, that was almost the mark of an undying. Of course, in the universe, there were occasionally some Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors from powerful races that could travel through the universe. Of course, their numbers were very few. Using space techniques to hide the universe coordinates? A hoarse voice resounded within the dark universe space. This method is really ordinary, I can easily break it. However, since I can't let the virtual universe company discover any traces, I can't break it. Then to travel through the universe, I'll have to spend more time. The purple-armored powerhouse flew slowly, his cold eyes sweeping across the surrounding space. The surrounding space within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled along with his gaze. The space warped and changed. The purple-armored expert's figure also became blurry, and at the same time, he was constantly changing his position. After about half an hour, the purple-armored expert, who had been moving all this time, suddenly stopped. At the same time, the dark universe expelled the purple-armored expert from the dark universe. It was a huge star that looked like a fireball, with planets orbiting it. This was the solar system. In the beautiful and peaceful solar system space, the purple-armored man appeared. The mission has been completed, I can't stay any longer. The purple-armored godly spirits gaze swept across a blue planet in the distant space. That planet should be the Earth mentioned in the mission report, the absolute genius Luo Feng's hometown? Soon, another peerless genius of the human race will fall. He waved his hand and a gray universe ship with a diameter of 120 m appeared in midair. Whoosh! The purple-armored godly spirit instantly transformed into a black stream of light. Soon, his body accelerated to the speed of light and disappeared from the original universe. All that was left was a gray disc-shaped universe ship. The voice of the AI mainframe sounded in the spaceship. Universe coordinates confirmed. We've arrived at our destination. Squad 13, begin the exploration plan. Whoosh, the gray UFO quietly flew toward Earth. Captain, who sent us here? Which undying? I haven't even seen an undying from the organization. Shut up. Even I don't have the authority to know these questions. The members of the 13th team were discussing in the spaceship as they arrived on Earth. 3 days later. In a secret underground base on a very ordinary life planet called Vero. Captain, there's a report from Earth. Number 9 has a report. The black uniformed bald three-eyed man revealed a smile. After 402 levels of translation and the universe coordinates, the report content is: Captain, as predicted by the worst-case scenario, Earth has already completed its safe transformation. Our 13th team has no way of getting close to Luo Feng and assassinating him. The silver-uniformed man said respectfully. Humanity's efficiency in protecting their geniuses has always been extremely high. The black-uniformed three-eyed man smiled. He had never intended to assassinate Luo Feng now. What's more, every time he killed an absolute genius from the 1008 universe countries, it would be like poking a hole in the sky. The virtual universe company would definitely conduct a large-scale investigation and sweep the area. Pass the order. The black-uniformed three-eyed man said. The silver-uniformed man immediately listened respectfully. According to the order from before, infiltrate Earth and investigate everything related to Luo Feng. This mission has no time limit. The black-uniformed three-eyed man said. Yes. Following the organization's arrangements, the 13th team officially infiltrated Earth. Luo Feng didn't even notice. Luo Feng continued to train on Earth. One was to study the nameless manual. Of course, most of his energy was spent on time-space scribbles, 9 universe tablet and first claw etc. According to Luo Feng's plan, when a domain lord was sent out, he would pretty much stay on Earth. Unless the Virtual Universe Company arranged a mission for him. In peace, time passed year by year. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been back on Earth for over 50 years. Earth, Asia continent, Yangzhou City Luo family. The Great Majesty Luo Feng, you've been sent out by the Virtual Universe Company to be the Ganwu Department Supervisor Envoy. These 50 years have passed, what achievements have you made? A bald man in a white robe said with a grin. Why don't you say it so that we, who haven't seen the world, can listen? Second brother, you've just returned to Earth and the moment you see me, you've been teasing me. Come, sit. Luo Feng smiled and shouted. Haha. Thunder God laughed and sat. Luo Feng chatted with his second brother, simultaneously exclaiming about these 50 years. After returning to Earth for 50 years, it had been very peaceful. On the surface, he held the supervisor envoy position. Normally, he would be in the Virtual Universe Network, heading over to Amethyst Island to check on the Ganwu Department's operations. From there, he had indeed noticed something fishy. However, against the passion of the three tycoons, he could only close one eye. These 50 years, his progress in the origin laws was indeed slower. The laws of the universe's origins became more and more difficult as one progressed. Moreover, the difficulty kept increasing in a geometrical curve. The 9 universe tablets raindrop picture, drizzle picture and rainstorm picture, these 3 pictures, each more difficult than the last. The drizzle picture's 36 space essences had been completely comprehended. However, this rainstorm picture's even more profound 72 raindrops, even though he had some comprehension, he hadn't completely comprehended any of them. According to the book's description and Luo Feng's estimation, the hardest 72 space essences, compared to the previous 36, the time required to comprehend them would probably be more than 100 times more. Back then in Primal Chaos City, even Lian Luo needed 3,000 years to comprehend them. One could see how profound they were. Comprehending the space laws and completely comprehending them were on completely different levels. However, he was different from Lian Luo. Firstly, his 3 bodies comprehension, especially the golden horned beast's blood river energy amplification, raised his universe comprehension by a full 10 times. The Masha clansman, as the favored child of the space laws, was extremely terrifying in its comprehension. The two combining, they were definitely one of the most talented humans in the history of the human race. Once I step into the Sector Lord level, my comprehension speed will explode. Along with the golden horned beast and Masha clansman's advantages, Lian Luo needed a full 3,000 years in Primal Chaos City. I probably won't even need 3,000 years in the actual universe. Luo Feng was very confident. The good thing about Primal Chaos City was that he had the chance to personally view the 9 universe tablet and the universe origin laws. And he had the beast god statue that was close to the 9 universe tablet and the time-space scribbles. Even if he didn't go to Primal Chaos City, he wouldn't be too far off. It's a pity. It's a pity I haven't been able to find the second black metal board. Luo Feng was unwilling within. These 50 years, his improvement in origin law comprehension was within expectations. And training the Nameless Manual, his Earth body only took 3 months to complete the first level, while the Golden Horned Beast took a total of 29 years to complete the first level. The moment the first level was completed, the body's genes would evolve, causing his body's strength to increase by 3 times. His natural talents and techniques would only increase by 2 times. The first level of the Nameless Manual was already this strong, it was unbelievable. It's a pity there aren't any other parts. Luo Feng shook his head. However, I can't be too greedy. To be able to obtain the first level of the Nameless Manual by chance, it's already not bad. Luo Feng thought, chatting with his second brother Thunder God. Suddenly, Luo Feng. Babada's voice resounded in his mind, there's mail. Mail? Luo Feng's consciousness swiftly connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa, study. Luo Feng sat before his desk, the fist-sized Babada on his shoulder. The two of them stared at the laptop screen. There was a lot of information in the mail. But it was very simple, there was only one thing. Ha 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 ha, it's been 50 years, the Virtual Universe Company has finally sent out a mission. Babada cheered excitedly. Right, there's finally a mission. The points are quite high, according to the completion rate, the highest I can get is 200,000 points. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the contents. As the supervisor envoy, one was to be responsible for his own work, and on the day he leaves, he would receive 100,000 points. Of course, many Primal Region members would stay at Domain Lord level for tens of thousands of years. To only get 100,000 points in tens of thousands of years, that was impossible. Hence when Luo Feng was appointed as the supervisor envoy, it was clearly stated that he would be assigned special missions. Every special mission would have a corresponding point reward. Universe level, they could choose their own training missions. Domain Lord level, they could only silently wait for the virtual universe company to send out their missions. After waiting bitterly for 50 years, there was finally a mission. I'm about to start a massacre. Luo Feng stared at the contents of the mail. It's not easy to reach a 100% completion rate for this mission. The highest target I have to kill is actually an official level undying 100% completion. I have to kill at least 100 million targets. Babata muttered, the virtual universe company is vicious. P.S. Tomato was thinking about Lina's Law Open finals, hence he didn't update. Today is Saturday, hence it's not too late, no problem right? He went to watch Lina create a miracle. Involving a race war, the virtual universe company's methods aren't strange at all. Luo Feng looked at the detailed information on the screen. The cause of the matter, after a detailed investigation by the virtual universe company, it has been confirmed that the Ganwu Universe Country Dream Underworld Empire's Emperor Yao Hai family's head ancestor Yao Hai and his disciple Jeffries, the two Undyings have been invaded and controlled by the Bug Clan warriors. Yao Hai and Jeffries, these two Undyings have already become the claws and teeth of the Bug Clan. The entire Yao Hai family has been used by the Bug Clan. Over the past 22 million years, they have quietly infiltrated. In the alien battlefields, as the Yao Hai family is a spy, humanity has suffered huge losses. Mission summary, Yao Hai family's suspected members, the 18 organizations elites under them, a total of 120 million people, along with the Undyings Yao Hai and Jeffries, all have to be killed. Target. Strength details 1. Yao Hai and Jeffries were both normal Undyings of the Ganwu Universe Country. In truth, after obtaining the Bug Clan's soul techniques, their strength had greatly increased. Yao Hai had the strength of an official level Undying, Jeffries had the strength of an upper-level Undying general. 2. Normal members of 120 million, a total of 39 sector lords, 812 domain lords, 91,256 universe levels, the rest are star traveler and star level. Mission details 1. Kill Yao Hai, official level Undying, mission completion will increase by 20%, failure will result in a 20% deduction. 2. Kill Jeffries, upper level Undying, mission completion will increase by 10%, failure will result in a 10% deduction. 3. Kill all 120 million people, mission completion will increase by 15%, if one is not killed, it will result in a failure, no penalty. 4. Personally kill target Geisli, sector lord level 1, mission completion will increase by 10%, failure will result in a 10% deduction. Personally kill target AI Fu, sector lord level 1, mission completion will increase by 10%, failure will result in a 10% deduction. Personally kill target Tamblin, sector lord level 2, mission completion will increase by 15%, failure will result in a 15% deduction. Personally kill target Red, sector lord level 3, mission completion will increase by 20%, failure will result in a 20% deduction. Available resources: 1 Ganwu Universe Country's 9th Army, 2 Golden Horn Races Pagoda Squadron. 3 Virtual Universe Company's Information System. Mission time limit: 1 year, any missions not completed within the time limit will result in a failure. Mission reward: total completion multiplied by 200,000, the final reward points. Mission recipient: Luo Feng. What a long mission introduction. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at the screen of his laptop, smiling. The virtual universe company doesn't let me do everything personally. If I had to personally kill an official level Undying, I'd just give up on the mission. Golden Horn Clan's Pagoda Squadron? Babata stared at the screen on Luo Feng's shoulder. The email was very long. Apart from the most basic things, there was also an introduction of the Ninth Army, as well as an introduction of the Golden Horn Pagoda Wind Department. I need to kill 120 million people this time. I can't do it alone, and I can't do it without missing a single one. Luo Feng said seriously, letting the Ninth Army make a move is perfect. And against those two Undyings, defeating them is easy, killing them is an extremely difficult thing. It just so happens that we need the Pagoda Wind Department action team. The 9th Division was very strong. The Pagoda Squadron was the pinnacle Undying team. There's no time to lose, I'll prepare to head to the Dream Underworld Empire's Red Dawn Star and meet up with the Golden Horn race. Luo Feng emphasized. That day, Luo Feng spoke to his wife, son, parents and little brother, before quietly bringing the Undying Dylan and the 5 Sector Lords and leaving Earth on the Yun-Mo planet ship. The Yun-Mo planet ship moved through the dark universe at 50 times light speed. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng and Dylan both sat there. Dylan, with your experience, how do I get the highest completion rate for this mission? The best would be 100%. Luo Feng looked at the black-robed bald Dylan before him. In terms of experience and knowledge, he was indeed much weaker than Dylan. This was his first mission, Luo Feng didn't dare to be careless. Of these 4 submissions, Yi Zichen said. Dylan emphasized, the most troublesome is killing those 120 million targets, after all there are too many of them, the moment we make a move, it would cause the target organization to panic and flee. With 120 million people fleeing randomly in the universe, to kill them all, that's not realistic at all. Luo Feng nodded. The universe was vast. Randomly hiding in some corner of the universe, to find them would be extremely difficult. Hence, the 4 missions, killing the 120 million targets, we have to be extremely careful. Dylan said, if we don't make a move, we won't make a move at all. If we do make a move, we have to be as fast as lightning, killing the 120 million targets in a short period of time. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. And killing the 2 Undying Xiaohai and Jeffries, there's a certain level of danger too. Dylan frowned, his gaze cold, any Undying is hard to kill, much less an official level Undying. Moreover, the moment the news gets out and the other party escapes, using the God Country transfer, he can instantly teleport to a faraway place in the universe. Even if we wanted to find him, we wouldn't be able to. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. He definitely couldn't be careless about this. The 4 missions, killing Xiaohai and Jeffries, if you fail, you'll lose your completion rate. Dylan emphasized, if you fail, not only will you not get the completion rate, you'll lose it instead. Luo Feng nodded. If he completed the other 2 missions, consecutively killing the 4 Sector Lords, he would gain 55% completion, killing the 120 million targets, he would gain 15%. However, the moment he failed to kill the 2 Undyings, that would result in a 30% deduction, leaving him with only 40%. The last mission is to personally kill them. Dylan smiled, actually these 4 Sector Lords aren't that important to the Virtual Universe Company, however their strength is perfect for you to practice on, it's a test of your battle capabilities. Luo Feng nodded. For Sector Lords, 2 Sector Lord Level 1, 1 Sector Lord Level 2 and 1 Sector Lord Level 3. Letting a Domain Lord Level 9 genius kill them, this was something only the Virtual Universe Company would arrange. And the completion rate for this mission is very high. Killing 4 of them, I'll get 55%. It's even higher than killing the 2 Undyings. Dylan laughed. Whether it was Luo Feng or Dylan. As for the Virtual Universe Company slaughtering the 120 million, they were only shocked and shocked, they didn't have any objections or dissatisfaction. This was because Luo Feng and Dylan, one had inherited memories, the other had a long lifespan and high status, hence the 2 were very clear on how intense the battles between the races in the vast universe were. Even if some of the warriors from other races were to be exposed, they wouldn't be able to escape, they would go on a rampage and slaughter, probably killing trillions of people. Hence, the moment one was judged to have betrayed humanity and was working for another race, they would be killed without mercy. Your Majesty, from here to Red Dawn Planet, with the Yun-Mo planet ship speed, it'll take about 16 days. Dylan smiled, Your Majesty, you should go rest first. Luo Feng nodded and returned to his resting cabin. While Luo Feng returned to his resting cabin, a thread of his consciousness swiftly connected to the virtual universe network and entered Amethyst Island. Virtual universe, Amethyst Island. This glaring island made entirely out of amethyst was the Ganwu department's office. Envoy. Envoy. Luo Feng walked within the majestic main palace. Along the way, the domain lords, sector lords, and even undyings all bowed respectfully when they saw Luo Feng. After a while, Luo Feng arrived at the entrance of a reception hall. Luo Feng, quickly come over. Purple Lightning official shouted passionately, the 9th Army leader has been here for a long time. Ah? Luo Feng smiled and walked into the hall with Purple Lightning official. In the spacious reception hall, there was a round table made of black rock. Around the round table, there were tall thrones. At this moment, there were 3 people sitting on the thrones. They were Golden Feather Marquis, Dark Yen Marquis, and a tall, skinny man shrouded in green armor. This tall and skinny man was about 8 m tall, his skin was the color of steel, his eyes cold and his lips purple. Even sitting there, he gave off a heart-palpitating aura, almost as though the tall and skinny man's entire being was filled with endless lightning, making others not dare to get close. And behind the tall and skinny man stood a blur of undyings. With a glance, there were at least 100 of them. 9th Army leader? Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. Envoy. The tall and skinny man walked down from his throne, smiling as he walked over. The 2 of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. According to the Virtual Universe Company's orders, our Ganwu Universe 9th Army's 1 million soldiers will listen to your orders, none of them dare to disobey. The tall and skinny man's voice was low, almost like 2 pieces of metal clashing. There's no order, we're all fighting for the Virtual Universe Company, for humanity. Luo Feng smiled. The tall and skinny man's smile grew wider when he heard this. After all, he was the 9th Army leader, an official level undying, his position was extremely high. Hence, listening to a domain lord level 9 punk's orders made him feel uncomfortable. However, Luo Feng's politeness also preserved his pride as an official level undying. Luo Feng. The black-robed lady smiled, let me give you a simple introduction of the 9th Army. Luo Feng listened carefully. The 9th Army, also known as the 9th Army, is formed from 100 armies. The black-robed lady said, every army is formed from 1 undying, 100 sector lords, 1,000 domain lords and 10,000 universe levels. The entire 9th Army has over 1 million soldiers. Luo Feng nodded. The regular armies heading to the outer region battlefield, every army had over 10,000 people. And Luo Feng's guard army only had 1 undying, 10 sector lords, 100 domain lords and 1,000 universe levels. The scale was reduced to 1/10. The main thing was that as a guard army, it was even more important. Hence the sector lords and the guard army were all sector lord pinnacle, all of them recognized by the origin laws. And the regular armies heading to the battlefield couldn't be so extravagant. An army, 100 sector lords, probably only a few pinnacle sector lords recognized by the origin laws. P.S. First chapter's up. Brothers, you are simply too awesome. You actually made it to the first place in the monthly votes. The Ganwu Universe country's army was made up of 100 armies, with over 100 million universe soldiers. In reality, such a large army wasn't too much of a pressure for a universe country. Firstly, the Ganwu Universe country had over 100 million galaxies. Even if it developed naturally, each galaxy could produce a universe level. What's more, sector lords and domain lords were a huge group. The Ganwu dojo was spread throughout the entire universe country. Under the circumstances of teaching, the number of universe-level warriors in the Ganwu Universe country averaged over 10 per galaxy, and the total number was over 1 billion. In this way, there were over 100 million universe soldiers in the universe army. Indeed, it wasn't too much of a burden, the universe countries had enough blood to supply. Luo Feng, this 9th Army leader comes from our Virtual Universe Company, and is also a member of our Virtual Universe Company. The black-robed lady smiled and introduced. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the 9th Army leader frequently in the future. Luo Feng smiled. It's my duty. The tall, skinny man looked at the black-veiled girl, we are also under the jurisdiction of the Ganwu Division's military. If you need anything, just tell us. It's no trouble at all. Luo Feng looked at the large group of undyings behind the tall and skinny man. The tall skinny man saw this and said softly, "These are the 100 army leaders under my 9th army, some are from the Virtual Domain Master Company, others are from the Ganwu Universe country." Luo Feng nodded. According to the information from the mail before, the Ganwu Universe country's army had a total of over 10,000 undyings, and of these undyings, half were from the Virtual Universe company, the other half were from the Ganwu Universe country, mixed together in the various armies. This was to ensure that the entire army wouldn't split up. Furthermore, the Ganwu Universe country also didn't dare to split with the Virtual Universe company. Envoy, I wonder what this mission requires the 9th army to do. The tall and skinny man looked at Luo Feng. No rush, I'll send you the details of the mission soon, said Luo Feng. Ha ha ha, then I'll wait for your orders, the tall, thin man said with a smile. Before this, the entire 9th Legion knew nothing about this mission. The mission had to be kept a secret. According to Luo Feng's plan, even in the end, Luo Feng couldn't possibly reveal everything to the 9th army. The 9th Legion was just a resource and a chess piece that he could use. Time passed, Luo Feng used the Virtual Universe network to communicate with the company's information system, confirming the 120 million targets' detailed information. After that, he quickly formulated a battle plan. He told the 9th Army General the detailed information of these 120 million people and the locations of some of their planets. Once the order was given, they would immediately lock down the planet and catch them like turtles in a jar. They must not leave a single one alive. All of them were slaughtered. The next step is to contact the Golden Horn Tribe's Pagoda Wen department. Luo Feng sat in the primal region of Yuxiang Mountain in the virtual universe, within his own study, looking at the large amounts of information displayed on his laptop. It was all about the Golden Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron. The Golden Horned Race, it's very similar to the Golden Horned Beast's name. Luo Feng smiled. Babata curled his lips. The Golden Horned Beast is one of the blood and flesh-type space beasts. And this Golden Horn tribe doesn't belong to the category of flesh and blood life forms. Life in the universe was divided into flesh and blood life, metal life, artificial intelligence life, energy life, plant life, rock life. Even if they belonged to the same type of life form, their appearance and body structure would still be very different. For example, there were rock life forms. Some races looked like rocks, some were like mountains, some were like boulders, and some did not have any traces of rocks on their surface. At first glance, some looked like humans, and some looked like flesh-type monsters. The only difference was the internal structure of their bodies. What a mysterious race. Luo Feng looked at the detailed introduction, exclaiming, "The Golden Horn race belongs to the rock life forms. They look very similar to the human Bora race, at least on the surface, there's no difference. And in truth, they eat mud, rubber, even when they shit, it's just crystals." Babata said with disdain, "Even if you cut open their bodies, it's like cutting through metal, there won't be any blood, much less internal organs, because rock life forms naturally don't need to breathe." Luo Feng nodded. The Golden Horn race belongs to the trillions of races in the universe, a normal race. Babata said with disdain, "They're too weak, and their population isn't small, hence they require a huge territory. Hence they can't survive in the universe, hence they rely on the humans, becoming a subordinate race of the pinnacle races." The universe races could be divided into the pinnacle races, the strong races, the normal races and the weak races. The Flame God race before belonged to the strong race. The Golden Horn race belonged to the normal race. Not weak, at least the Golden Horn race has many tribes. Any one of their teams would have an Emperor-level Undying and 7 official-level Undyings. Luo Feng exclaimed, "One tribe is already that strong, the entire Golden Horn race is extremely terrifying. When I say weak, it's only relative to the humans." Babata curled his lips, "You have to understand, no matter what, they're still a race. No matter how weak a race is in the universe, we can't underestimate them, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to survive in the universe, and would have been swallowed by the stronger races long ago." Babata said, "Just this Golden Horn race, according to my estimate, they have at least 100 Emperor-level Undyings, and 2 or 3 universe country leaders. sweeping through the Ganwu universe country, no problem. Luo Feng nodded. From the information, the Golden Horn race could indeed easily sweep through the Ganwu universe country. However, humanity's pinnacle power was actually gathered in the 5 great powers. Just the power revealed by the virtual universe company, like the primal universe outside the primal universe. Like easily suppressing Blood River World. Like easily creating a space. Humanity's power was indeed deep and unfathomable. Of course, they are only vassals of humanity. Babata said, the dirty, tiring, and dangerous work, they do it. Good things, we humans do it. Luo Feng laughed, simultaneously exclaiming within. It was indeed not easy to survive in the universe. With the Golden Horn race's power, they could only be vassals of humanity, selling their lives for humanity, obtaining the resources the entire race needed to develop. They're considered good, some of the weaker races don't even have the qualifications to be vassals. Babata said with disdain, they're immediately captured and treated like slaves. Luo Feng nodded. He had a thought, he should become one of the pillars for humanity to stand in the vast universe. It allowed the humans of the 1008 universe countries within the human territory to live in relative peace, when the Yun Mo planet ship was still in the dark universe, rushing towards Red Dawn planet, a mysterious and powerful little team had already arrived. Red Dawn planet, a very normal life planet, within one of the virtual universe company's stations. Within a luxurious golden palace. The 9 experts were scattered around. Their skin was green, and there was a vertical golden mark between their eyebrows. The plates in front of them were all filled with intricate compounds that were either in the shape of strips or in the shape of spheres. Ka-cha. One of them was a youth dressed in a golden armor, holding a round metal and taking big bites, exclaiming, the taste is not bad, this alloy really tastes good. Everyone take a look at the information. An old voice resounded. Sitting at the very top, completely covered in golden armor, only revealing a pair of old eyes, an old man said solemnly, this is the contact the humans have arranged for us, it's also the information we need to listen to. Kashna, you can eat later. Take a look at the information first. Yes, teacher. The armored youth nodded. The other 7 undyings all looked at the information on the screen. Luo Feng? The armored youth muttered, a youth from the aboriginal planet Earth, participating in the virtual universe company's genius battle at star level, immediately shocking everyone. Amongst the countless absolute geniuses from the 1008 universe countries, he became the top 10 and entered the absolute beginning region. Hey teacher, this punk is quite powerful. Continue watching. The old man ordered. Ah. The armored youth continued to watch obediently. Wah. The armored youth stared, he actually made it into the primal region in his first qualification battle, he's a genius that only appears once in tens of thousands of years? Becoming a supervisor envoy, he's already been a supervisor envoy for 50 years and there's no new news. Everyone has already seen it. The old man surveyed the surroundings, after which his gaze landed on the armored youth, Kashna, this time we're following the leader's request to bring you here. However, you're only a sector lord, so listen and watch, don't cause any trouble for us, understand? Understood teacher. The armored youth nodded, however his eyes were rolling about. The old man didn't look at this disciple anymore, instead saying loudly, from the information, this isn't a normal primal region genius, his improvement speed is shocking. Even if we include all the sector lord geniuses from the virtual universe company in the primal region, this Luo Feng's potential is ranked in the top few. The 7 undyings of the Golden Horn race's pagoda squadron nodded. According to the rules of the race, these absolute geniuses have the chance to become the upper echelons of humanity, we have to be on good terms with them. The old man shrouded in gold armor, his voice gradually became fierce, like blades clashing, this mission is the best chance to make friends with this human called Luo Feng. For our Golden Horn race to survive, even if it's hard to make friends with the upper echelons of humanity, we have to make friends with their future upper echelons. Everything, for the race. Everything, for the race. The 7 undyings, including the armored youth, replied seriously. Enjoy the feast. The gold-armored old man said. The elite members of the Pagoda Squadron began to eat the special alloys the Virtual Universe Company specially made for them, laughing loudly. Time passed day by day. Red Dawn planet space was peaceful. Suddenly there was a ripple in space and a blood-colored triangular universe ship appeared. Your Majesty, ahead is Red Dawn planet. Within the control room, Dylan pointed ahead. Luo Feng stood there. Behind him, there were 5 World Overlord bodyguards. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Let's go meet the Undyings of the Golden Horn tribe. So, the UNMO planet ship swiftly rushed into the atmosphere of Red Dawn planet, activating its stealth system. Without alerting the planet's security system or the people on the planet, the UNMO planet ship had already landed in the Virtual Universe Company's base. Within the vast villa, the 9 Golden Horn tribesmen stood there, looking at the blood-colored triangular universe ship. This is a F-grade universe ship. The armored youth's eyes gleamed. He was so excited his green skin was gleaming with silver light. And it should be made of hybrid copper essence, such a ship made entirely of hybrid copper essence. Just how much resources must be spent on it? This Luo Feng, he's really a rich man. The 7 official level Undyings of the Golden Horn race's Pagoda Squadron had their eyes filled with desire too. Only the gold-armored old man smiled as he watched. At this time, this old man wasn't wearing a helmet. Work hard. When you all have Emperor-level strength, the race will help you all get a F-grade universe ship. The old man looked at the 7 official level Undyings beside him and said. As a vassal race, the resources the Golden Horn race received naturally paled in comparison to the humans. Humans, official level Undyings pretty much all had a F-grade universe ship. As for the Emperor level, a few million mixed elements were nothing to them. However, the Golden Horn race was different. Within the Golden Horn race, only those with Emperor-level Undyings could have a F-grade universe ship. As for official-level Undyings, only a very small number of people had that kind of glory. Hua! The cabin door opened. Under the gaze of the 9 members of the Golden Horn race, the silver-armored black-haired youth brought the black-robed Undying guards and 5 Sector Lord guards and flew out of the cabin. Following which the enormous UNMO planet ship vanished into thin air. The Golden Horn clan's Pagoda Warden Elder Xianxia has led his team to welcome the humans' envoy, His Majesty Luo Feng. The gold-armored old man nodded at Luo Feng, the golden mark on his forehead flashed, the other 8 beside him all bowed, simultaneously the golden marks on their foreheads also flashed. Elder Xianxia, you're welcome. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. At the same time, his gaze swept across the other 8, creasing his eyebrows. Elder, why is there an extra person? Your Majesty Luo Feng. The golden-armored old man smiled and pointed at the sturdy armored young man. This is the only son of the leader of the Pagoda Dwarves, Xianxia. It has been more than 100,000 years since he was born, but he has never left his hometown. This time, I followed my team out to explore the universe and gain some experience. I hope your highness can forgive me. Luo Feng nodded and smiled, looking at the armored youth. Xianxia, it's nice to meet you. The armored youth's eyes were filled with excitement, his green skin gleamed with silver light, saying, Your Majesty Luo Feng, seeing you, I'm very excited and happy too, thank you, thank you. Luo Feng obviously realized that this armored youth's words were a little silly. It wasn't strange. The flesh and blood life forms in the universe were the strongest among the many life forms. This was because the intellect of the flesh and blood life forms were extremely high. Like the plant life forms, even Sector Lord level plant life forms couldn't compare to a normal human's thinking speed. Like the Golden Horn race, as a rock life form, their brains weren't smart enough. Of course the Domain Lord and Sector Lord level's intellect wasn't any lower than a normal human's. However, if they were to learn the human universe language and speak, it wouldn't be strange if they seemed silly. Your Majesty Luo Feng, let's go inside and discuss the details of this mission. The gold-armored old man said. Luo Feng nodded, walking shoulder to shoulder with the gold-armored old man into the living room. Dylan and the other 7 official-level Undyings walked in together. Within the living room, Luo Feng and a large group sat down. Looking at the Golden Horn race members before them, their looks were still very similar to humans. However, upon closer inspection, one could still feel the difference between them and humans. Like their voices, it was like the clashing of metal. According to the mission the virtual universe company gave us, this time we have to deal with two undyings, an official level called Xianxia and a normal upper-level general level called Jeffries. The gold-armored old man smiled. We've already discussed internally, I'll bring 3 official-level clansmen to deal with the official-level target Xianxia. And the other 4 official-level clansmen will work together to deal with the upper-level General Jeffries. We definitely won't let them escape, we'll definitely succeed in killing them. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. The virtual universe company's arrangements were indeed not bad. After all, there was an emperor-level undying in the team. Actually, there was no other way. Defeating a god was easy, however killing one was very troublesome. Most of the time, the most they could do was seal the undying or make them fall into a deep slumber. And to actually kill an undying was 10 to 100 times harder than defeating them. This was also why they sent such a strong team. I have no objections to Elder Si Fanqi's arrangements. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the 9-man team from the Golden Horn race. If the 2 undying's targets are at 2 different locations, then we'll do it that way. However, if it's anything else, we'll have to be more flexible. The gold-armored old man nodded. There's one thing I need to make clear. Luo Feng looked at the 9 before him. During the mission, I need the 9 of you to completely listen to my orders, you cannot act on your own. This we understand, the mission is more important. The gold-armored old man nodded. Very good. Luo Feng nodded. Then, let's head out now. Head out now? The armored youth stared. Immediately, the golden-armored elder and the other 7 marquis clansmen all looked over. The armored youth was so frightened that he chuckled subserviently. From what I see, your clansman Kashna should follow by my side. Luo Feng smiled. I don't want any slip-ups. I want to follow teacher. The armored youth said. No problem, your majesty, Luo Feng. The gold-armored old man replied, simultaneously looking coldly at the armored youth, causing him to lower his head and obey. Immediately, Luo Feng and the group sat in 2 universe ships and left Red Dawn planet, heading towards the capital planet of the Dream Underworld Empire. The Yunemo planet ship and the Golden Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron ship both moved forward simultaneously. And Luo Feng's consciousness entered the virtual universe network, arriving at his villa in the primal region of Yuxiang Mountain. I need accurate information, the targets Xianxia and Jeffrey's exact location. Luo Feng sat before his desk, his expression ashen as he looked at the laptop screen before him. On it was a jade-haired beauty that could move one's soul. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Jeffrey is currently on the capital planet, however Xianxia hasn't appeared at all, we suspect he's in his god country. The jade-haired lady said respectfully. Bullshit. Luo Feng roared coldly, if he's in his god country, how do we kill him? We can't find his god country, and he can use it any time to head to an extremely distant region. I'm not asking you for the reason, I only need the results. I want you to give me an accurate planet's location, simultaneously you have to ensure that Xianxia is on that planet. The jade-haired lady was drenched in cold sweat. I know your intelligence system, it's huge and requires many responsibilities, I'm afraid you have to do many things at the same time. However, the importance of my mission isn't low, if there's no results. Luo Feng roared, I can only report your incompetence to the headquarters, and I'll personally handle it. 3 days, the last 3 days, after 3 days you have to give me an accurate answer. Yes, your majesty. The jade-haired lady was respectful, not even daring to raise her head. After which the communication was cut. Luo Feng sat in front of his desk, his nostrils flaring. Don't be angry, this is very normal, the virtual universe company is such a huge power, its intelligence system is extremely huge, simultaneously dealing with 1008 universe country matters, I'm afraid with other races probing information, assassinations, espionage etc., it'll all take up a lot of energy. Your matter is probably very low in importance, hence they won't spend too much energy on it. Babata muttered. I know. Luo Feng said indifferently. The time limit of the mission was 1 year. The virtual universe company's intelligence department naturally knew of the time limit, hence they weren't too anxious at the start, those 120 million people's locations and other detailed information could be easily obtained. However, an undying that might be hiding within a god country, the intelligence department had no way of finding him. Naturally, they couldn't be bothered to spend more energy. As long as they provided the exact location within the time limit, it wouldn't be considered a failure. As for whether or not Luo Feng could complete it, they couldn't be bothered. With the virtual universe company's intelligence system, if they can't find that Yao Hai, then can't they just lure him out? Luo Feng laughed coldly. Any random powerful undying gathering, send out invitations, and at the same time invite Yao Hai. Wouldn't Yao Hai appear then? There are many ways. It's just that they don't want to spend too much energy. 3 days later. Luo Feng's Yunmo planet ship, the Golden Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron ship, even the Ninth Army's 30 incomparably huge interstellar battleships, were all parked on a mineral planet about 1,200 light-years away from Dream Underworld Empire's capital planet. The moment the time was right, they could swiftly travel through the universe. Within an hour, they would arrive at the capital planet, the Ninth Army's 30 interstellar battleships, that was 30 armies. An official level undying, 30 undying generals, 3,000 sector lords, 30,000 domain lords, 300,000 universe-level warriors. The reason why they arranged so many people was because of the 120 million target. Close to 30 million of them were on the capital planet, and many of them were important people. The intelligence department still hasn't given me Yao Hai's exact location. Luo Feng stood within the control room of the Yunmo planet ship, looking at the desolate mineral planet outside, his eyes filled with rage. Luo Feng, Virtual Universe Network call request, it's from the intelligence department. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. After 3 hours, I'll request for the monthly votes. Right now, he had rushed to number 1, Tomato was even more motivated. However, this number 1 spot was in danger. Requesting for the monthly votes and support, Tomato didn't have much to say. June. Tomato would work hard to the end. The monthly votes, I hope everyone supports me. The blood-red triangular universe ship stopped on a mountain on this desolate mineral planet. In the other regions of this mineral planet, there were another 30 gigantic interstellar battleships, as well as a small Golden Horn Pagoda Squadron ship. The core of all these spaceships was obviously the Yunmo planet ship. In a restaurant on the Yunmo planet. How long do we have to wait? The armored young man, who was eating in the restaurant, shouted impatiently, that so-called intelligence department doesn't give us accurate information. We don't even know where the target is right now, so there's no way for us to act. Are we just going to keep waiting? Be quiet. The golden armored elder at the dining table glanced at him. Wait for orders, the tall and skinny Ninth Army general said coldly. The intelligence department doesn't care about your complaints. The armored youth pouted. Footsteps? The Ninth Army leader and the gold-armored old man turned almost simultaneously. Immediately, the cabin door in the distance automatically opened and a silver-armored Luo Feng smiled. Behind him followed the undying Dylan and walked in with big steps. Seeing Luo Feng's smile, the Ninth Army leader and the gold-armored old man couldn't help but laugh. There seems to be good news, the armored youth muttered to himself. Friends. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Right now our undying Yao Hai is having a banquet here on the capital star. Haha, that's great. The armored youth jumped up in excitement. The golden armored elder and the Ninth Army commander stood up as well. I didn't expect the intelligence department to be so efficient. The Ninth Army leader smiled. Beside him, the gold-armored old man laughed. I guess they wouldn't dare to slight your majesty, Luo Feng. Go, follow me to the control room. Luo Feng ordered. Immediately, the head commander Luo Feng, Guard Dylan, the leader of the Pagoda Squadron, the golden armored elder Si Fanqi and Kashna along with the Ninth Army leader, the entire upper echelons of this operation, were gathered in the control room of the Yunmo planet ship. Standing in the control room, Luo Feng looked at the vast and desolate scenery of the mineral planet, saying coldly, Pagoda Wen team, the Ninth Army's 30th Army, our target is the Dream Underworld Empire capital star, let's go. Yes. Yes. Yes, there was a total of 31 portraits on the control panel. They were the captains of the 30 interstellar battleships and the Pagoda Squadron spaceships. Boom, the Yunmo planet ship and Pagoda symbol, these two ships, one in front and one behind, became two beams of light that shot into the sky and into space. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. 30 gigantic interstellar battleships with a length of over 10,000 meters slowly rose into the air. Following which, their speed became faster and faster. Finally, they transformed into 30 streaks of light and directly flew into outer space. When Luo Feng led the universe army swiftly through the dark universe towards the Dream Underworld Empire capital star, it was bustling with activity within. The capital star had always been the economic center, the political center, where the highest echelons of the universe country gathered. Today, a grand banquet was being held in the capital star's royal palace. The guests were definitely the highest echelons of the Dream Underworld Empire. Second Princess, I heard that the undying that came to our Dream Underworld Empire this time is a huge figure from the Ganwu universe country. A beautiful lady dressed in a purple suit held a wine glass and was chatting softly with another beautiful jade-haired lady in the corner of the banquet hall. Hence even the head ancestor has personally rushed over to welcome him. The head ancestor is welcoming him, that person should be an undying. The jade-haired princess's eyes gleamed. I've never seen an undying from a universe country before. Princess, you'll be able to see him in a while. The lady smiled. At this time, the banquet hall was already bustling with activity. The upper echelons of the empire who had arrived early were all discussing softly. A few beautiful ladies were looking for the youths they liked. Usually these high-level banquets were the best for the youths to meet. Outside the capital star. There seemed to be ripples in space. A blood-colored triangular universe ship appeared first, followed closely by the Pagoda universe ship and finally the incomparably huge interstellar battleships gathered in space. Your Majesty, that's the capital star of the Dream Underworld Empire. Dylan smiled and pointed ahead. Luo Feng looked over too. From space, the capital star of the Dream Underworld Empire seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, its entire body glowing a faint green. What a beautiful planet. Luo Feng complimented softly. It's a pity that it's going to be caught in the flames of war today. It can't be avoided. Dylan emphasized. This time, they were going to kill the official level Undying Yao Hai and the upper level Undying Jeffries. As undyings that could casually affect the entire planet, the moment the operation began, the entire planet would undoubtedly be affected. Elder Xianxia. Luo Feng shouted. Your Majesty. The Pagoda Department Elder Xianxia listened attentively. In a while, you'll lead a team to kill Yao Hai and Jeffries. Luo Feng said softly. I hope, if possible, to let the normal citizens live. Of course, the first goal is to kill those two undyings. Understood. Elder Xianxia nodded. Luo Feng looked at the beautiful planet in space, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. He ordered coldly, the 9th Army's 30th Army, from space, lock down the entire capital star. During the operation, any ship that tries to escape from the capital star will be destroyed. Understood. Understood. 30 consecutive voices resounded at the same time. Move. Luo Feng ordered. Immediately, the 30 interstellar battleships that were originally surrounding the Yun Mo planet ship began to disperse, preparing to surround the capital star from space, locking down the entire space region. Elder Xianxia, you all should move too. Luo Feng looked at Xianxia. Your Majesty, don't worry, my Pagoda team will definitely kill that Yao Hai and Jeffries. The gold-armored old man's eyes were filled with confidence. Remember, activate the live transmission with the Virtual Universe Network. Luo Feng said. The transmission was able to instantly record the battle scene and send it to the Virtual Universe Network. As this transmission was controlled by the Virtual Universe system, there was no way to fake it. Like the detailed process of the mission etc., it had to be done through the transmission. Understood. The gold-armored old man nodded. I'll leave everything to you, Elder. Luo Feng looked seriously at the old man. Killing the two of them is the most important part of this operation. If we fail, it'll be a huge failure. We definitely can't let them escape. Elder Xianxia. I'll be here in space waiting for your good news. Let's go. Luo Feng watched the gold-armored old man leave. The gold-armored old man became a blur and swiftly flew out of the cabin door of the Yun Mo planet ship, entering the Pagoda ship beside. Within the pagoda ship was an Emperor-level Undying and 7 official-level Undyings. They swiftly became beams of light and flew towards the atmosphere of the capital star. Babada, the moment the battle begins, activate the long-distance broadcast. I need to see the entire battle process on the capital star. Luo Feng said. No problem. The virtual universe company's modified systems are extremely outstanding. We're very close to the capital star, we're completely within the scanning range. Babada shouted excitedly on the screen. Remember, only scan when the battle begins, otherwise we'll alert the enemy. Understood. Luo Feng looked silently at the peaceful and beautiful planet. He also looked at the 30 interstellar battleships, almost like 30 satellites orbiting the capital star. It's begun. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Within the banquet hall. The god leader has arrived. A loud voice resounded throughout the glorious banquet hall. The originally clamorous chatter within the hall instantly quietened down. The upper echelon of the royal family, all the important figures of the entire Dream Underworld Empire, they were all extremely humble and respectful as they waited. From the side door of the banquet hall, 3 silhouettes walked out. The formless ripples of the undying laws made the sector lords, domain lords, universe levels and many normal people feel pressured. Greetings, God Leader. One sector lord knelt down first. Immediately everyone in the banquet hall knelt down and shouted loudly, Greetings, God Leader. Their voices resounded throughout the banquet hall. Standing on the platform was a handsome man dressed in jade green armor. His forehead even had a unique crystal embedded in it. His entire person looked like the boy next door. This simple and innocent youth was actually the founding emperor of the Dream Underworld Empire, the head ancestor of the Yao Hai family. Yao Hai, he held the highest authority in the empire. Today, I'm very happy. Yao Hai smiled. His voice resounded within everyone's ears and minds. Standing beside the platform were 2 other Undyings. One of them was tall and sturdy, with a pointy head. It was the number 2 figure of the empire, Yao Hai's disciple, the Undying Jeffries. The other was dressed in a luxurious dark gold long robe. He had snow-white long hair and a smile on his face. His entire being was as dazzling as the sun. Because Lord Long Chier from the universe country has come to our Dream Underworld. Yao Hai's voice stopped. He frowned. Even Jeffries and the snow-white-haired Undying frowned and looked up. Because the 3 Undyings felt the powerful god energy sweep past them. This was an extremely disrespectful action. The upper echelon within the banquet hall all looked up curiously. Haha, what a lively banquet. Hee, the humans really know how to enjoy themselves. Yeah, look at that little doll on the platform, haha. All sorts of ear-piercing voices, like glass being scratched, resounded throughout the entire banquet hall, causing the upper echelon to cover their ears. P.S. Chapter 1. Here the green-armored youth Yao Hai's eyes were ice-cold as he roared, impudent. Rumble, the sound wave far surpassed the speed of sound. Under the undying energy, it instantly shot towards the enemy who spoke outside the palace. With Yao Hai's ability, he easily discovered that there were 3 huge law energies in the air above the palace. It was 3 Undyings. What's going on? The snow-white-haired old man frowned. There's an enemy. The green-armored youth Yao Hai communicated, 3 of them, they're all very strong, however they don't feel like humans. Outsider invasion? The white-haired old man's rage surged. Humph, watch me deal with them, they dare barge into my human territory, they're looking to die. Yao Hai sneered and instantly turned into a green light that broke through the roof of the banquet hall. The building materials on the roof of the banquet hall were incinerated into nothingness. The moment the green light broke through the roof of the banquet hall, a completely black hammer glowed with a piercing gold light, suddenly appearing in front of the green rainbow. Ah! The green-armored youth Yao Hai's expression changed. He didn't even notice that the enemy had already charged in front of him. The huge black hammer seemed to have engulfed the entire space around it. It made one feel like the sky was falling. That terrifying pressure made Yao Hai have no confidence to resist at all. Emperor level! Yao Hai screamed, at the same time waving his right fist. It looked like he was wearing a mesh-like glove. The 2 instantly clashed. Before the clash, be it the black hammer or Yao Hai's fist, they didn't cause any ripples. It was obvious that the energy was extremely condensed. However, the moment they clashed, rumble. At the point where the fist and the black hammer collided, it was as if a dazzling sun had been born. The terrifying heat generated from the collision alone caused the surrounding space to distort. The shockwaves generated from the collision of the incredibly powerful immortal force first destroyed the banquet hall below. The nobles of the empire and the elites of the royal family all screamed in fear as they were swept away by the shockwaves of the powerful immortal force, either turning into ashes or penetrating their bodies. The screams, in front of the shockwave, all sound was completely isolated. The palace was 3,000 kilometers wide. The citizens outside the palace suddenly realized, the palace was extremely silent, as though even the sound of the wind was isolated. Boom! Closely after, the entire palace exploded. It was like a tidal wave, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. All the buildings were instantly reduced to rubble. The shockwaves contained undying energy, even some unlucky world overlords who were affected by the shockwaves exploded and died. Look, the palace is exploding. The imperial palace, Many residents of the imperial capital Star saw this nightmarish scene and felt the earth tremble beneath their feet. They were completely stunned. In the outer space of the imperial capital Star, the UNMO planet ship was floating in space. Scan the capital planet and broadcast the battle over. Within the UNMO planet ship control room, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Babata replied excitedly. In the 3D projection, Luo Feng, the 9th Army leader, Dylan and Kashna were all looking at the screen. On the screen, 3 images appeared simultaneously. 2 of them were scenes of peace, the other one was of the palace that had been reduced to rubble. I wonder if that obsidian is dead, Kashna muttered. Yao Hai will definitely die. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Within the palace. The battle happened suddenly. The Emperor-level Undying Si Fan Chi had been lying in ambush from the start. Even though Yao Hai tried his best to defend, he was still smashed into smithereens by the hammer. Even his flesh and bones were completely shattered. Teacher. Jeffrey's expression changed greatly. Outsiders, you dare to be arrogant in our human race. The white-haired old man's entire body glowed, almost like a star. Lord Long Chier, please help me save my teacher and kill those outsiders. Jeffrey shouted urgently. At this time, 3 powerful energies descended from the sky. Simultaneously, from another direction, they rushed over as fast as lightning. It was the 6 official-level Undyings that appeared at the same time. The 6 official-level Undyings rushed into the rubble. Yeah. Jeffrey roared and rushed into the sky. Outsiders, die. The white-haired old man Long Chier roared and rushed too. Rumble. Jeffrey immediately clashed with one of the official-level Undyings from the Golden Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron. The terrifying undying shockwaves caused the rubble of the palaces to be destroyed once more. Yeah. Jeffrey's expression was savage. Chi. A golden light instantly slashed across Jeffrey's waist, causing him to be sliced in half. Following that, an even stronger golden light descended, pouring onto Jeffrey's broken body, causing his body to emit a sizzling sound. His body was being corroded until it completely disappeared. Long Chier. Before he died, Jeffrey's roar reverberated throughout the palace ruins. Jeffrey probably wouldn't believe it even when he died. Long Chier would act against him. The white-haired old man stood in mid-air and laughed coldly. You dare betray humanity, die. Betray humanity? I didn't expect you to find out. A sharp voice resounded. In the distance, large amounts of undying energy gathered to form a blurry human silhouette. It was Yao Hai. Yao Hai stared venomously at the white-haired old man, and then at the Pagoda Squadron Undyings chasing after him. So, Yao Hai swiftly fled. Fleeing? I was waiting for you to condense your body. The old voice resounded. The gold-armored old man instantly blocked in front of Yao Hai. Teleportation? Yao Hai screamed, his face pale. In the distance, the white-haired old man Long Chier who was watching in mid-air laughed coldly. What an idiot. Betraying humanity and you think you can live? With the arrangements of the Virtual Universe Company, how could they give him any hope of escaping? However, this time, the foreign undyings they sent are really strong. They're actually Emperor-level undyings, and they can already teleport. Yao Hai, you're dead for sure. In space. Within the UNMO planet ship, Luo Feng, the 9th Army leader, Dylan and Kashna watched the screen. It was displaying the battle scene. Jeffrey is dead? Luo Feng was shocked. He died just like that? It was very hard for an undying to die. However, this Jeffrey, he died really quickly. Your Majesty. Dylan smiled. That Jeffrey's original body is a bit weaker, and he hasn't reached the level of a perfect undying body. And the one who attacked him was Long Chi from the Universe Country. Long Chi, he's an official level undying proficient in the light origin laws and time laws. Light origin law warriors are proficient in purification, combining time and light to form a time effect, to completely purify and destroy a normal undying. It's not hard. Luo Feng nodded. However, killing Yao Hai is much harder. Dylan frowned at the screen too. Yao Hai has already reached the undying body level. The 9th Army leader said solemnly, even if he's blasted into pieces, he can reform his body. To kill him, there are two common ways, one is to destroy and the other is to destroy his soul. However, that elder Si Fan Chi from the Golden Horn race isn't proficient in the soul, then, there's only one way. Luo Feng nodded. Undyings, those that have truly reached the perfect undying body level, were extremely hard to kill. Back then in Primal Chaos City, even the high and mighty Primal Chaos City leader couldn't kill those two undyings. Of course, the main thing was that the city leader showed mercy. However, even so, that palm of his was still terrifying. The reason they didn't die was because of the terrifying aspect of undyings. Normal undyings, their spirit imprints and body cells weren't perfect. Hence, just killing them a few times in a row would be enough to kill them. And attaining the undying body. Any cell fragment of an undying, even if it's destroyed, it would reform, even the energy of the entire body wouldn't be consumed at all. Just relying on killing methods, even if you kill them hundreds or thousands of times, you still wouldn't be able to kill them. Instead, it would be much simpler to just seal them. Soul destruction, that was how Hu Yanbo died back then. Even though he didn't lose any energy, it was almost like he was poisoned. All his soul imprints were permeated. As time passed, his soul imprints would shatter. Naturally he would die. To be able to do that, firstly the difference in power was huge, and secondly, one had to be proficient in soul attacks. And annihilation, it was purely energy consumption, destroying the opponent's undying energy into nothing. When an undying was completely annihilated, without a bit of energy left, naturally he couldn't be more dead. This sort of method, firstly had an overwhelming advantage, and secondly, it required a shocking amount of undying energy. If the consumption was too high, it would severely affect one's own strength. Rumble. Rumble. On the screen, 8 silhouettes surrounded one silhouette and fought. AOC watching the undying Yao Hai roar from the screen, the crystal on his forehead emitted a visible jade-green light that shot in all directions. Immediately Dylan and the 9th Army leader in the control room were shocked. What's wrong? Luo Feng was shocked. The Bug Clan's soul attack method. Dylan emphasized. It's the same as a real Bug Clan's. The 9th Army leader emphasized too. The battle continued. Under the encirclement of 1 Emperor-level undying and 7 official-level undyings, especially the Emperor-level undying. Elder Si Fan Chi, who was willing to sacrifice a large amount of his undying energy to destroy him, this Emperor Yao Hai's undying energy was constantly being destroyed, his body's strength was getting weaker and weaker, finally with an unwilling roar, his body crumbled. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Yao Hai is dead. His undying energy is already so weak that he can no longer condense his god body. Dylan smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The 9th Army leader smiled too. Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the 1/5 of the capital planet that was in ruins, he ordered, move, begin killing the 120 million targets. In the day, there was still a gap of 200 votes, in an instant it had shrunk to a point where it was almost past. Brothers and sisters of the Red Alliance with votes, please support Tomato. Tomato continued to write the 3rd chapter. With Luo Feng's order, not only did the 30 interstellar battleships begin to move, even the 700,000 universe warriors that were scattered across the other planets began to move too. Dream Underworld Empire Capital Star. After the great battle of Hunting Undyings, 1/5 of the capital star had been reduced to rubble. The other regions too suffered from the shockwaves, houses collapsed, people injured, etc. Sob sob, sob sob. In a small town on the capital star, sobbing sounds could be heard everywhere, houses collapsed everywhere. However, the people's constitutions were stronger, at most they were injured, only a few died. Don't cry, be good, don't cry. Big brother, the house is gone. The little girl cried, her eyes red. The boy hugged the girl. Behind them stood a young couple. The young couple looked at the collapsed house in front of them and felt sad. Real estate on the capital star was very expensive. Their biggest asset was this house. Now that it had collapsed, after this matter, there would definitely be new rich families that would take back this land. Every disaster was a distribution of benefits. These people at the bottom would always be exploited. Big brother, look. The little girl stared wide-eyed, pointing into the distance. Ah. The boy too stared wide-eyed, looking dumbfounded at the distant sky. In the sky, an incomparably huge and pitch-black universe interstellar battleship, its length over 10 kilometers long, was like a majestic mountain floating in mid-air, covering the sun. And at the end of the horizon, there was another seemingly small, yet identical interstellar battleship descending. At this time, 30 interstellar battleships descended simultaneously, floating in mid-air above the capital star, with absolute control over the skies. Anyone who tried to escape in a universe ship would be destroyed. My God! Universe interstellar battleships. On the capital star, one could see the distant huge and sinister interstellar battleships. These interstellar battleships that participated in the war outside the star region were many times stronger than normal battleships. Just the energy barrier formed by the 30 interstellar battleships covered the entire capital star, causing the people on the planet to be shocked. Big brother, there's a ship coming over. The little girl stared wide-eyed and shouted. Her brother, father, and mother all looked carefully. A blood-colored triangular universe ship slowly descended, directly passing through the energy barrier and finally landing in a plaza of the town. The people of the town watched with bated breath. They were very clear that to be able to directly pass through the energy barrier of the interstellar battleship without being attacked by the interstellar battleship, this universe ship definitely had an extraordinary background. Hua! The cabin door opened. Under the terrified gazes of the townspeople, the silver-armored black-haired youth led the 2 Undyings behind him, Dylan and the 9th Army leader, and 6 sector lords, Kashna and Luo Feng's 5 sector lord guards, flying out of the cabin door and gently landing on the ground that had just been shaken. Whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a dazzling figure shrouded in golden battle armor. He held a huge black hammer in his hand, and just by standing there, it was as if the entire world was trembling. Your Highness. The golden-armored old man smiled. Yao Hai is already dead. Yes. The black-haired youth nodded. This conversation was not deliberately shielded. Many residents of the small town who were staring at this were completely stunned. Yao Hai? Yao Hai was dead. As a resident of the Dream Underworld Empire, who didn't know that the Dream Underworld Empire's royal family was the Yao Hai family? And within the entire royal family, only one person dared to call himself Yao Hai. That was the founder of the family. Head ancestor. And also their Dream Underworld Empire's greatest being, the founding emperor. The founding emperor was a god. He actually died? No, the townspeople were all stunned. However, they looked at the huge and malevolent interstellar battleship in the sky that made their hearts palpitate. Looking at the blood-colored triangular ship and the group of people around the black-haired youth that emitted unbelievable terrifying energy. If they didn't kill the founding emperor, why would they dare to seal the entire capital star, and the royal family didn't react at all? Logically, many people understood that this was the truth. So, a silhouette flew out from the townspeople. Ai Fu! A low roar resounded in the air above the small town. The silhouette that was fleeing like lightning was frozen in mid-air. Only then did the black-haired youth and his subordinates fly over. Your Majesty Luo Feng. A clear and gentle voice resounded. I've seen the universe genius battle, I know it's you. But why did you capture me? The one frozen in mid-air was a beautiful brown-haired lady dressed in simple clothes. Her nose was very straight, her eyes slightly sunken in, her skin was a light green. Luo Feng and the others landed before her. You traitor, my teacher is an emperor-level undying. In front of him, a sector lord like you wants to escape? The armored youth Kashna pointed at the brown-haired lady and roared. Emperor-level undying? The brown-haired lady Ai Fu was shocked. She tried her best to struggle, but how could she break free from the space shackles? Your Majesty Luo Feng, why did you capture me? The brown-haired lady Ai Fu looked at Luo Feng, seemingly wronged. You only have two paths. Luo Feng looked at her. 1. Fight me. If I can't kill you, you can live. 2. The other paths are all dead ends. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words with this lady. The brown-haired lady Ai Fu was frozen in mid-air, gritting her teeth as she looked at Luo Feng. She understood, even Yao Hai was dead, some of her secrets had probably been exposed. She was after all a strong warrior that had just broken through to Sector Lord, she couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you said, you want me to fight you? As long as I don't die, I can live? Ai Fu looked at him. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Can I trust your Majesty? Ai Fu stared at Luo Feng. Humph. Beside Luo Feng, Dylan snorted softly, saying coldly, Your Majesty's reputation is much more valuable than your life. All right. Ai Fu's eyes gleamed, then let's fight. Rumble. Immediately the space shackles dissipated, and a formless space barrier appeared in a 100m area. The golden-armored old man Si Fan Chi's voice was powerful, Your Majesty, I've already set up a space barrier. A 100m long and wide space, it's for Your Majesty and this lady to battle, it won't affect the surroundings. Luo Feng nodded. Come. Ai Fu's originally simple clothes immediately began to change, condensing and becoming a sleek gray armor, at the same time two short blades appeared in her hands. Luo Feng stood where he was. I don't believe that my Sector Lord's strength can't defeat you. Ai Fu roared, immediately a formless world energy pressed down, simultaneously her internal world projection caused the entire space to become a black forest world. Ai Fu was almost like the lord of this black forest. Rumble. The two short blades in Ai Fu's hands extended with her world energy, immediately becoming two huge black whips that wrapped around Luo Feng. In terms of origin law comprehension compared to the geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company, the gap is indeed huge. Luo Feng shook his head. Luo Feng didn't even want to use the Nanshan armament. Hell. In an instant, Luo Feng was like an absolute ferocious beast that rushed out, forcefully stepping on the trees and grass of the forest, charging straight towards the two black whips. Luo Feng's hands were like flashes of lightning, bringing with them a fierce aura, immediately activating the universe's gold and space origin laws. The powerful origin laws infused into Luo Feng's claws that were as fast as lightning. With just a few swipes, the two black whips were broken from the middle. Claw technique. 3000 space. Indeed a genius, however. Ai Fu's eyes gleamed fiercely, the two blades in her hands immediately drew upon the strong world energy, forming endless leaves and vines that wrapped around Luo Feng. However, while Luo Feng broke the whips, his speed didn't decrease at all, continuing to rush towards Ai Fu, when the endless leaves and vines enveloped him. Luo Feng's expression was fierce, just like the huge horned lizard beast god from back then, waving his right claw to rip apart that huge palm. Rumble. The golden right claw was a few meters tall, bringing with it a beast roar, the space and gold origin law energy completely infused into the right claw, forming a solid right claw. It easily tore through the leaves and vines. How can this be? Ai Fu stared wide-eyed. Rumble. The right claw immediately tore apart her entire body, fresh blood splattered and a life core flew out from her body, fleeing frantically. South. Luo Feng flashed and grabbed the life core. Just a little more world energy and world projection than me. However, in terms of origin law comprehension, it's much weaker than me. Luo Feng shook his head and crushed the life core. Babata, close the virtual universe network. Luo Feng said. The battle had already ended. This battle had given him 10% of his mission completion. It's a pity, out of the 4 targets I was given to kill personally, only one of them is on the capital planet. Luo Feng shook his head. So, Luo Feng suddenly rushed into the sky. Dylan, the 9th Army leader, Elder Xianxia and the other Undyings all followed. Standing in midair, Luo Feng looked into the distance. With his Domain Lord level 9 vision, he could easily see 1,000 kilometers away, from the interstellar battleships, large amounts of universe soldiers swooping down to kill the targets on the list. The entire capital planet was in a bloody massacre. Of course, they were only killing targets. Your Majesty, look over there. The armored youth Xianxia was shocked as he stared into the distance. Luo Feng turned to look too. A misty light lit up over 1,000 kilometers away, and at the same time, the space around it rippled. Moreover, huge, ferocious silhouettes faintly appeared. Huge golden insectoid warriors flew out, densely packed together. At the center of the large number of golden insectoid warriors, there was a pyramid-shaped nest that was over 10 kilometers tall. That nest was filled with holes, and all sorts of poisonous liquids and gases filled the air. Simultaneously, a glaring light pillar shot out from the many gold bug soldiers. In an instant, the entire capital planet became a golden ocean. Your Majesty, quickly flee. God Country teleportation, it's the Undying level mother nest. Seeing the countless silhouettes within the blurry light, Dylan grabbed Luo Feng and rushed towards the UNMO planet ship. The Emperor-level Undying Xianxia, the 9th Army leader, Xianxia, and the others all rushed towards the ship. The capital star had become a sea of golden light pillars. Rumble pung, the entire planet immediately exploded, even the sturdiest core within was shattered. With just one attack, the large amounts of universe soldiers that were on the mission were either killed or injured. And the commander ship of this mission, the UNMO planet ship, was fleeing in panic. ****3 chapters completed, the monthly votes have all been exceeded. Woo, I hope all the readers will support Tomato. The annual college entrance exam has begun. Tomato wishes all the brothers participating in the exam to get a satisfactory score and enter their dream university. Lastly, a reminder, those with monthly votes should still support Tomato. Time to go to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll continue with 3 chapters, this month, we'll fight till the end. Amidst the dazzling golden sea of light, the pyramid-shaped insectoid hive that was more than 10 kilometers tall suddenly emitted an extremely ear-piercing sound. Bang! The ear-piercing sound waves caused the densely packed golden insectoid warriors to immediately roar. These golden insectoid warriors were mainly divided into 2 types. One was humanoid, about 30 meters tall, and its entire body seemed to be made of countless armor. It had beetle-like wings, and its eyes were compound eyes like that of a dragonfly. The other type was skinny, about 100 m tall. Their bodies were slightly bent like a hunchback, their heads and bodies were filled with eyes. There were hundreds of thousands of eyes, and on their backs were over 100 pairs of wings. These 2 types of Zerg warriors were completely golden in color. The aura they emitted caused the surrounding space to tremble. Following the high-pitched, ear-piercing sound waves emitted from the insectoid hive, the 2 types of insectoid warriors immediately roared. First, the group of golden humanoid beetle warriors opened their mouths, and a sharp glass tube with a diameter of about 30 centimeters suddenly emitted a blinding white light. Thousands of golden Zerg warriors opened their mouths at the same time, extending their mouthpieces. Chi! Run! Run! All of you, run for your lives! Quick, quick, quick! The 9th Army leader in the UNMO planet ship was no longer calm, only fear and panic. He shouted at the control panel of the UNMO planet ship to the other 30 interstellar warships. The 30 interstellar warships had all activated, wanting to increase their speed and escape. But, how could the speed of the interstellar warships compare to the speed of the powerful Zerg warriors, thousands of 30-meter-tall golden insectoid warriors that looked like the legendary demonic gods shot out a blinding white light beam from their mouths at the same time. The thousands of white light beams actually converged at a single point high up in the sky. The coordination of thousands of strong Zerg warriors was like one person. When the thousands of white light beams converged at one point, poo, 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 The universe space at that point shook violently, directly exploding, revealing the terrifying space turbulence. All sorts of chaotic broken space, layers of turbulence surged. At the same time, with that point as the center, the vibrating universe space was like a domino effect, directly spreading out in all directions from the sky to the ground. In an instant, it was like a supernova explosion. Boom, a dazzling ball of light with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers was produced. Even the 30 huge interstellar battleships that were slow to start up were like 30 small boats in the raging sea. They were instantly enveloped by the terrifying ball of light and completely disappeared from sight. Right after that, this super-large light ball that was much larger than an ordinary star suddenly turned into countless shock waves that spread in all directions. At this time, the extremely terrifying ear-piercing sound truly rang out. Rumble, the universe trembled, space shattered, it was like the end of the world. Amidst the countless shock waves that shot out in all directions, the 30 interstellar battleships swayed and tumbled like toys, tumbling in space and being hit by the shock waves. Whoosh, amidst the countless shock waves, a blood-colored triangular universe ship seemed to be riding the waves, flying out. Inside the UNMO planet. No. The Ninth Army commander's expression was unsightly. He turned his head to look behind him. Through the exterior virtual camera, he could easily see the 30 enormous interstellar battleships rolling around like toys. This is too terrifying. The armored youth, Xianxia, widened his eyes. Luo Feng grit his teeth. Too terrifying. Just one combined attack, and it actually destroyed a 10 million kilometers area. The shockwave spread even further. What terrifying power was this? A normal planet's diameter didn't even reach 10,000 kilometers. Even a star's diameter rarely exceeded 10 million kilometers. With such power, who could defend against it? Beside him, the gold-armored old man Xianxia roared softly, quickly leave, another team of thousands of undying bug soldiers are chasing us. Undying bug soldiers? Luo Feng turned. Under the external simulation, Luo Feng could see with one glance that behind the UNMO planet ship were a blur of thousands of golden bug soldiers. They were all at least 100 m tall, their bodies filled with eyes, their waists bent, and on their backs were hundreds of pairs of wings. All of their eyes were staring at the escaping UNMO planet ship. These gold bug soldiers' flying speed wasn't any slower than the UNMO planet ship. Undying level, they could use their bodies to travel through universe. Universe travel, countdown. Babata's voice resounded within the UNMO planet ship. Don't travel. The golden armored old man Xianxia roared, it's useless. In the dark universe, these undying bug warriors that are proficient in speed and pursuit, without the restriction of light speed, with their instantaneous burst of speed, they far exceed this flying ship. Then what do we do? Dylan roared, old punk, quickly, think of something. Quickly. Luo Feng looked at the group of gold bug soldiers that were getting closer and closer, panicking too. The legendary undying bug soldiers, in an instant, there were thousands of them. Just how terrifying of a power was this? The combined attack of thousands of undying bug soldiers, even an emperor-level undying would have to flee. Don't worry about anything, I'll do it. The gold-armored old man roared softly, simultaneously he vanished from the control room. Luo Feng's expression changed. It's teleportation, he's already out of the ship. Dylan communicated. Don't resist, I'll immediately keep the ship in my own world. Elder Xianxia's voice resounded in the minds of everyone within the ship. So, the UNMO planet ship instantly disappeared in midair, leaving only Elder Xianxia in his golden armor in midair. Despicable Bug Clan. Elder Xianxia stood in the universe space, turning back to look at the thousands of gold bug soldiers swiftly rushing over, his eyes filled with hatred. The next time we meet in the alien battlefields, I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am. The thousands of gold bug soldiers that were chasing saw the human ship vanish in an instant, as though they were one person. All of their eyes shot out golden threads at the same time, countless golden threads spread out, causing the space to freeze. Elder Xianxia, who was preparing to teleport again, felt the space freeze, immediately gritting his teeth. Bastard. Elder Xianxia roared softly. So, fiercely accelerating, very quickly, he reached light speed, the universe space rippled and he was immediately sent to the dark universe. Chi. The thousands of gold bug soldiers that were chasing him also accelerated, reaching light speed, the surrounding space rippled and they all entered the dark universe. Within a world. The UNMO planet ship slowed down and stopped in the air above a vast forest. Within the ship's control room, a group of people stood there in silence for a while. Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 Sector Lord Guards, the 7 official-level Undyings of the Pagoda Squadron, Xianxia, and the 9th Army leader, this group of survivors stood within the control room, their hearts hanging in suspense. Because everyone was clear, they were only in the world that Elder Xianxia carried with him. Once Elder Xianxia was finished, all of them would be finished. Can he escape? Will that Elder Xianxia be able to escape from the Bug Clan? Luo Feng looked at Dylan. No idea. Dylan shook his head. It'll definitely be fine, my teacher is extremely powerful. The armored youth Xianxia shouted. Beside, the tall and skinny 9th Army leader said solemnly, Undying level Bug Clan mother nests are the true upper echelons of the Bug Clan. Every Undying level mother nest is incomparably terrifying. In the alien battlefields, the appearance of an Undying level mother nest is a nightmare. Holding their breaths. Suffocating. The group of people in the control room were silent, waiting for their fates to be judged. What they were most worried about now was this world collapsing. That meant Elder Xianxia's death and the destruction of this world, they would naturally be exposed. When that time comes, this group of absolute warriors, against the Undying level mother nest, they would have no way to resist at all. So, the UNMO planet ship immediately vanished from this world. After the ship appeared, Luo Feng and the others could clearly see the endless ice outside. This is a mineral planet with an extremely low temperature. A familiar voice resounded. Luo Feng, the 9th Army leader, Dylan, and the others all turned to look. The gold-armored old man suddenly appeared within the control room. This was the terror of having the ability to teleport. It wasn't like moving quickly. Moving quickly wouldn't be able to break through the UNMO planet ship's defenses. However, teleportation completely ignored the tall walls. Of course, even amongst the Emperor-level Undyings, only a few had the ability to teleport. Teacher. Elder. The control room was in an uproar. Luo Feng looked at the gold-armored old man and bowed, Elder Xianxia, thank you for saving my life. This is what I should do. Elder Xianxia's eyes were filled with fatigue, smiling, that group of despicable bugs were really hard to deal with. Luckily I specialize in the universe space laws and escape. In terms of space sealing and killing, I may be weaker, but I still have some confidence in escaping. Time and time again, after being chased through thousands of galaxies, I've finally shaken off those bugs. The space laws were split into many areas. Teleportation belonged to one of the extremes. Teacher, you're injured? The armored youth Xianxia stared at Elder Xianxia's armor and exclaimed. There were already cracks on Elder Xianxia's armor. I was attacked once during the chase. Elder Xianxia shook his head, those despicable bugs, all of them have Undying level strength. Even though they don't have much intelligence, and all listen to the Queen's control. If it was one-on-one, they would be much weaker than a true Undying. However, the moment they formed a group, they would have the same consciousness, the Queen consciousness. Alone, they can't compare to a true Undying. However, a few thousand Undying bug soldiers working together far surpasses a few thousand true Undyings working together. It's really terrifying. P.S. Chapter 1 Here within the control room of the UNMO planet ship, everyone went silent as they heard Elder Xianxia's words. Luo Feng couldn't help but think back to the scene that happened on the capital planet. When the Undying Bug Clan mother nest and its large numbers of Undying bug soldiers appeared, just the energy they casually spat out at the start, adding up to close to 10,000 Undying level energy, it caused the entire capital planet to explode. Destroying a planet is a very difficult thing to do. Even though a sector lord could destroy a life planet with one move, that was only destroying the surface of the planet itself would still exist. Even an Undying had to store up his full strength to destroy a planet. And there were simply too many Undying warriors, with all of them gathered together, casually unleashing their energy, they were able to create such a shocking effect. Just now, that move actually destroyed an area with a diameter of 10 million kilometers, Luo Feng emphasized. It's very strong. Dylan said softly, no matter how good their coordination is, for thousands of Undyings to accurately unleash their attacks at the same time, allowing all of their attacks to converge at one point. Thousands of Undyings don't allow for any mistakes, no matter how good their coordination is, even if they do it thousands or tens of thousands of times, it's still hard to succeed. However, the moment they succeed, thousands of Undyings attacks converging at one point, the resulting space turbulence would be terrifying. It's comparable to the Universe Nights. Everyone nodded, their hearts still palpitating. Firstly, their consciousness is the same. Elder Xianxia said solemnly. Secondly, they aren't afraid of death. Thirdly, under the control of the Bug Clan Queen consciousness, the thousands of Undying warriors can unleash incredibly exquisite attacks infused with origin laws, like when they were chasing me earlier, they locked the space, making me unable to teleport at all. Teleportation was like a fish swimming in water. The space lock solidified, like water instantly turning into ice, the fish naturally couldn't swim. They even know origin law attacks? The armored youth Xianxia was shocked. Of course. The Ninth Army leader laughed coldly. The Bug Clan, as one of the pinnacle races comparable to us humans, their numbers can be said to be one of the most numerous races in the universe, but also one of the least. If we count those uncommanded Bug Clan warriors, then their numbers are endless. If we don't count them, there are only a few insectoid empresses who are intelligent and extremely intelligent. Even the most ordinary bug race. Empress is a sector lord at its peak, and can produce large numbers of sector lord bug race warriors. The Ninth Army leader said, not to mention the Undying level Bug Clan mother nest, even an Emperor level Undying might die if they aren't careful. The Zerg Queen Mother is extremely intelligent, and her consciousness and calculation ability are extremely strong. She can control countless Zerg warriors at the same time, and she can even attack accurately. How powerful is she? The bug race can be said to be one of the top few races in the universe when it comes to the use of souls. Any Queen Zerg is a master of the soul. This is also one of the reasons why it is so difficult to control a Queen Zerg with the soul. The Ninth Army leader laughed coldly. Furthermore, if any one of the apex existences of the insectoid race were to come here, they could easily invade our souls and control us all. None of us would be able to escape. The armored youth, Xianxia, blinked. So powerful? The others glanced at him, even the other 7 official level Undyings felt embarrassed. Luo Feng too glanced at Xianxia, not saying a word. The strength of the bug race, in the golden horned beast's inherited memories, there was a huge amount of information about the bug race, as there was simply too much information, Luo Feng only understood the basics. However, even so, it was enough to make Luo Feng feel shock and shock. Bug race, even the golden horned beast race feared and didn't dare mess with a race, especially in the core regions of the bug race, those endless bug sea tactics, would cause any warrior to lose confidence. Why would the Bug Clan mother nest come over? Why would she dare to come over? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Aren't they afraid of the human warriors going over and destroying the Bug Clan mother nest? The powerful beings of the Virtual Universe Company can use their god countries to quickly rush over and chase after the mother nest. If the mother nest uses the god country to teleport over, they can use the chance to confirm the mother's god country. The moment it is confirmed, the mother will definitely die. Your Majesty. The gold-armored old man's voice was like steel clashing. Xianxia and Jeffries, since they were soul-controlled, maybe they were controlled by the Undying level mother from before. The moment Xianxia and Jeffries died, the mother would immediately know, hence she immediately led her elites to teleport over from her god country, to exact revenge. As for why they dare? I'm guessing that the mother didn't teleport over from her own god country, but from the god country of an Undying she controlled. That way, even if she were to be chased by the absolute beings of the human race, she could still sit in the mother nest and lead her warriors to swiftly teleport away. The coordinates confirmed by the humans are merely the coordinates of an Undying she controlled, it doesn't pose a threat to her. With the Undying's god country as a springboard, she can very safely and swiftly escape to the core regions of the bug race. The powerful beings of the human race naturally wouldn't dare to enter. Luo Feng nodded as he heard, asking curiously, don't tell me it's not a threat. That we humans will just let it kill us like that? Of course there's danger. The gold-armored old man smiled. The powerful beings of the human race will leave their coordinates at countless locations in the human territories. The moment a huge threat like the Mother Nest appears, the powerful beings will immediately teleport over from their god countries. With overwhelming strength, they'll kill the Mother Nest. Of course. There's a certain level of difficulty in killing it, however, even if we can't kill the Mother, killing large amounts of undying warriors is still a certainty. After all, to create undying warriors isn't easy either. The gold-armored old man shook his head and smiled. That Mother Nest brought a large amount of her resources with her. After a while, the atmosphere within the control room relaxed a little. The undying level Mother Nest was a high-level threat. Luo Feng and the others didn't want to talk much about it. After all, against such an existence, only Emperor-level undyings would have the ability to struggle. Ninth Army Leader, how are the casualties? Luo Feng looked at the Ninth Army Leader. I'm currently using the Virtual Universe Network to communicate with the undyings controlling the other 30 interstellar battleships. The Ninth Army Leader was obviously dispirited, his voice hoarse. Right now the situation isn't completely confirmed. Please wait for a moment, Envoy Luo Feng. I'm communicating with the undyings. Very quickly we'll gather the information and I'll describe it to you. After which, the Ninth Army Leader closed his eyes. After a while, the Ninth Army Leader opened his eyes. How is it? Luo Feng asked. Our losses are huge. The Ninth Army Leader's expression was ashen. At the start, the Mother Nest and her undying army teleported over from their god countries, wantonly releasing energy, causing the capital planet to explode, immediately killing the large amounts of universe-level warriors, domain lord warriors and even a few sector lords who were on a mission. Luo Feng was silent. That explosion, not only did large amounts of soldiers die, even the countless innocent civilians on the capital planet all died. Over 10 billion people died just like that. After which the Mother Nest's Bug Clan army attacked together, causing space storms and explosions within the physical space. Everything within a diameter of 10 million kilometers was reduced to ashes. Even the few sector lords that survived the first wave of attacks, at least those outside the ships, they all died without a doubt in this wave. The Ninth Army Leader said. Even if they were in the interstellar battleships from the start, or the universe warriors who reacted quickly enough to escape. The Ninth Army Leader shook his head. In the second wave of terrifying space storms and matter explosions, facing such explosions, even normal undyings would die. Even if they hid within the battleships, just the terrifying shockwaves alone would cause all the universe-level warriors within to crumble and die immediately. And even though the domain lords were heavily injured, their life cores weren't destroyed, they were only heavily injured. 30 interstellar battleships, all escaping through the universe, they didn't attract any pursuit. I reckon that the Mother Nest of the bug race is mainly after us, the leaders. Calculate it. 30 interstellar battleships, the survivors are 28 undyings, 1923 sector lords, 5,990 domain lords, 0 universe-level warriors. The Ninth Army Leader's face was ashen, reporting the numbers. This number made Luo Feng silent for a while. The casualties were heavy. 30 interstellar battleships, there were originally 30 undyings, 3,000 sector lords, 30,000 domain lords and 300,000 universe-level warriors. However, after this attack, all the universe warriors, after a few waves of attacks, they all died. Even those hiding within the interstellar battleships, due to the terrifying space storms and matter explosions, they all died. Sector lords, because the hunting targets were rarely sector lords, they didn't even need to move out. Hence, other than a few leading the teams, most of the sector lords stayed within the battleships, hence only half remained, as most of the domain lords led their teams out to hunt, hence only about a fifth of them died. Universe levels, dead. How did 2 undyings die? Dylan asked from the side. According to the survivors, because when the 30 interstellar battleships were above the capital planet, large amounts of the universe warriors went to hunt. 2 undyings left the interstellar battleships. The Ninth Army Leader sighed. When the Mother Nest teleported over, because we gathered too many warriors here, hence the first thing they did was to attack those 2 undyings. Everyone nodded. The command center indeed had the most warriors. The Ninth Army Leader, the 7 official levels of the Pagoda Squadron, Long Chi Air, Dylan, the Emperor level Si Fan Chi. This power, even if the Mother Nest sent out a large army, if both sides clashed head-on, the bug soldiers would have to sacrifice countless lives to kill them all. Hence to instantly attack Luo Feng's group wasn't realistic at all. This mission. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. Ninth Army Leader. Luo Feng suddenly thought of the other 70 armies, asking, the other 70 armies of the Ninth Army carried out the mission, what were the results? P.S. Second chapter has ended, continue writing the third. Please wait a moment. The Ninth Army Leader closed his eyes, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe network and contacted the 70th Army. After a while, the Ninth Army Leader opened his eyes. The situation is still good. The Ninth Army Leader looked at Luo Feng. The other 70th Army's missions haven't had any major problems. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Countless people had died on the capital planet in an instant, even the 300,000-strong army was reduced to less than 10,000 strong. This indeed gave Luo Feng a lot of mental pressure. Especially the originally innocent and peaceful citizens of the capital planet who had all died just like that, it made Luo Feng tremble from the bottom of his heart. If this tragedy happened on Earth, what would happen? This was war, race war. In the face of race war, especially the true absolute beings of the universe, any one of them had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. One planet? To these beings, it was simply like a toy to them. I have to become a true absolute warrior. When the time comes, I'll become the upper echelon of the virtual universe company, becoming the true upper echelon of humanity's 1008 universe countries. That way, I can truly protect Earth. I can even bring many of the people of Earth into my God country. Luo Feng's mind flashed with many thoughts, simultaneously he became even more resolute. Humans, because they had many pursuits and goals, they were able to constantly be resolute. The determination within was also a form of willpower, constantly reflecting on himself and strengthening himself. Luo Feng's willpower would also become stronger and more unshakable. There weren't any major problems? Luo Feng frowned at the Ninth Army Leader. You mean, there were some small problems? The Ninth Army Leader nodded. The other 3 sector lords weren't captured alive? Luo Feng asked. Because the mission required him to kill 4 realm lords with his own hands, and that took up 55% of the mission completion rate, he had only killed 1 realm lord, Ai Fu, and the other 3 were on other planets. Therefore, according to the plan, he had arranged for the 9th Legion to capture the other 3 realm lords alive. The 3 sector lords have already been captured alive. The 9th Army Leader said, the other 90 million targets were scattered across 368 planets. According to the target's strength and numbers, the 700,000-strong army was naturally split into 368 groups. Luo Feng nodded. According to the plan, there shouldn't be any problems. The 9th Army General lowered his head slightly. Special Envoy, I'm very sorry. There was a problem with one of the 368 missions, causing 12 targets to escape from that planet. Oh? Luo Feng frowned. What he feared the most was this kind of situation. According to the mission requirements, the main mission was split into 3 parts. 1 was to kill the 2 Undyings, 2 was to personally kill the 4 sector lords and 3 was to kill the 120 million targets. The target of 120 million was simply too large. Fortunately, they had the support of the entire 9th Army Division, but in the end, there were still fish that slipped through the net. There was no doubt that the capital star was dead. So there were only 12 targets left. How did he escape? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. It's mainly because the killing operations of 368 planets cannot be 100% uniform. The 9th Army Commander explained, and the highest manager of the organization on this planet, Moss, has probably received an urgent message from his comrade on another planet. So he ordered everyone in the organization, including some companies and private groups that can be affected, to leave immediately on spaceships, because there are countless spaceships of all kinds. And back then, they only sent a team of 111 people to deal with this planet. They didn't have interstellar warships to control the skies, so they couldn't stop them in time. In the chaos, they couldn't even confirm which ship the targets were. Even with all their might, they only managed to kill 27 of the 39 targets, with 12 escaping. Luo Feng's expression sunk, ordering, chase after these 12, no matter what, we have to kill them. The 120 million target, as long as they were on the list. As long as even one of them escaped, the mission would be considered a failure. Definitely. The Ninth Army leader nodded. We have to hurry, later I'll ask the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department to cooperate. Luo Feng frowned. Of course we can only hope that the group of people escape towards some life planets. As long as the 12 of them went to a life planet, within the Virtual Universe Company's territory. Then finding them would be much easier. However, if the 12 of them were scared out of their wits, being overly cautious and hiding in some mineral planet in the universe, purely relying on the universe ship's supplies to sustain themselves. That way, who would be able to find them? Envoy. The Ninth Army leader consoled, leaving the group and living on a lonely planet, they won't be able to take it. As long as they survive a year, my mission will have failed. Luo Feng frowned, we'll try our best. Also, pass down the order to send the 3 captured world overlords to Red Dawn Star. Red Dawn Planet was also the place where Luo Feng and the Golden Horn Race's Pagoda Squadron would gather and split up. Within a large hall on Red Dawn Planet, Luo Feng, Elder Xianxia, Dylan, and the Ninth Army leader were all within. Your Majesty. One of the Undyings of the Ninth Army bowed respectfully to Luo Feng. The 3 imprisoned sector lords are all in a world I brought with me. Take them out. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. The silver-gray armored Undying bowed slightly, at the same time looking at the huge empty space in the hall. 3m tall, 3m wide and 3m long dark red chests appeared out of nowhere. The moment they appeared, they charged into the sky. Humph, the silver-armored Undying snorted softly, his undying energy emitted and pressed down on the 3 chests. Your Majesty, these 3 chests are made from E9 grade alloy, the 3 sector lords won't be able to escape. The Undying explained, however they can fly around randomly. You can leave now. Elder Xianxia ordered. Yes. The Undying bowed and left. Elder Xianxia coldly stared at the 3 chests. He easily controlled space and directly trapped the 3 chests. At the same time, a formless undying energy swiftly opened the 3 alloy chests and 3 world overlords appeared. They were all males. Hal, let me go. Why are you capturing me? The 3 reacted differently. However, when they felt the powerful energy of the beings before them, confirming that most of them were Undyings, they were all stunned. It's very simple, I'll give you a chance to live, as long as you can defeat me. Luo Feng looked at the 3, otherwise, only death awaits. Defeat you? Geisley, Tamblin, Reed, these 3 sector lords stared in shock at this domain lord level 9 youth. You are Luo Feng? Genius battles Luo Feng? You said defeat you? When the 3 saw the group of Undyings, the sector lords who were already filled with despair, heard Luo Feng's words, their fighting spirit was ignited. However, when the battle began, the 100m long and wide space within the hull was turned into a space prison by Elder Xianxia. Luo Feng's fingers were like incomparably sharp claws, forming the shape of a claw and directly piercing through Tamblin's throat. The terrifying claw energy directly burst forth from his fingers, directly shattering the life core within Tamblin's body. Tamblin's eyes, which were still wide open, immediately dimmed. Luo Feng pierced through Tamblin's throat and casually swung his hand. Tamblin's body flew out like a meteor, smashing into the space barrier, shattering his bones and splattering blood everywhere. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. His bones were already filled with killing intent, plus he had seen countless people die in this mission, especially the 10 billion normal people on the capital planet that died. This made Luo Feng even angrier. The last one. Luo Feng turned to look. In the distance stood a 2.3m tall and sturdy-looking man with a serious expression. This was the strongest of the 4 sector lords Luo Feng had to kill personally. Sector Lord Level 3 Red. Red didn't underestimate him like before. He finally realized, the pinnacle of geniuses in the universe, they could still kill Sector Lord Level 1 and 2 at Domain Lord Level 9. Your Majesty Luo Feng, I'm different from them, my strength is stronger than theirs. Red was bound and fell into the space prison, after which he regained his freedom. Also, Red's eyes gleamed. Xiao, without a sound, a spirit attack pierced into Luo Feng's mind. Red's expression changed. The soul attack actually didn't succeed. Luo Feng looked coldly at him, relying on his earth body to deal with a Sector Lord level 3 spirit reader. He didn't have much confidence. Because according to the information, this Sector Lord spirit reader had some comprehension of the origin laws, plus the Sector Lord had his own world. With the world energy suppression, he was a huge threat to Luo Feng. This was also the biggest test the Virtual Universe Company had given him. To prevent himself from failing miserably, Luo Feng had long transformed the Masha clansman into a blade and placed it in his study room. The core was also within the Masha clansman. It was because he had nothing to worry about, hence Luo Feng could truly deal with a Sector Lord level 3 spirit reader. The Void Pagoda's 4th level, along with my powerful willpower and consciousness, I actually succeeded in blocking this Sector Lord level 3 spirit reader's soul attack. That's great. Luo Feng thought. The Void Pagoda was a soul defense technique. Its requirements for spirit energy and origin law comprehension were more stringent. And Luo Feng's origin law comprehension, comparable to a normal Sector Lord pinnacle, Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude had reached over 3,200. Many Emperor level undyings weren't even that strong. This allowed Luo Feng to finally train to the 4th level of the pagoda within these 50 years, and had completely consolidated it. One had to know, when Hu Yenbo died, he was at the 6th level. The 4th level was already the limit of many Sector Lord pinnacle warriors. This 4th level pagoda protecting the soul, along with the willpower and consciousness strengthening, it made the pagoda's defense even stronger. Naturally it withstood the attack. You are stronger than them, hence, it's worth me using the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng looked at Red. A dark golden long rod appeared behind him. Looking at the space prison, Luo Feng and Red's battle, the two of them, one was a world formed from the internal world projection, the other was a blade world formed from the Nanshan armament and the origin laws. The two worlds clashed, their strengths clashing time and time again. What power! A Domain Lord level 9 can actually kill a Sector Lord level 3, and this Sector Lord level 3 isn't like before, he's a spirit reader with high comprehension of the origin laws. The golden armored old man Xianxia's expression changed. Humanity's absolute geniuses are truly terrifying. No wonder humanity has been so strong for so long in the universe. Elder, should we invite Luo Feng to our race and increase our relationship? A short and sturdy golden horn race member that was like a steel pillar said solemnly. Invite him to our place? Elder Xianxia's skin immediately gleamed with a silver light. A smile appeared on his stiff face. If you have a monthly ticket, please support Tomato. Staying up late for a long time had caused Tomato to be in a sub-healthy state. He was mentally exhausted. After thinking about it, he had to make a decision. He had to be tough on himself. From the 9th of June onwards, Tomato's update schedule would change. In the past, there were 2 normal updates. The first update would be from 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., and the second update would be from 9:30 p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m. Now, it was time to change. Normally, the first update would be from 10:30 p.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. The second update would be from 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. It was still the same old rule. Once he was late, he would update, ******** this way. Tomato could sleep earlier every day and wake up earlier in the morning. There was no other way. He had to change his schedule. Today, Tomato would organize his plot and sleep earlier. Tomorrow, he would wake up earlier and start writing. From today onwards, he would not stay up late. He would wake up early. He would update the next day according to his new plan. One update before 12 o'clock p.m. One update before 9:30 p.m. Of course, look, Your Majesty Luo Feng is about to win. Elder Xianxia smiled as he looked within the space prison. Within the space prison, Sector Lord Rant's face was directly pierced through. The sharp sword chi entered his body and with a pung, his body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as he slammed into the formless spatial barrier and fell to the ground. Who? Luo Feng, who stood on the dark cloud shuttle, slowly landed on the ground, staring at the ground covered in blood and flesh. This Red is only Sector Lord level 3, I didn't expect it to be so hard for me to kill him. Just from strength alone, he should be 10 times stronger than me. Domain Lord level 9 and Sector Lord level 1, it was a huge leap. The moment one reached Sector Lord level 1, he would have world energy, a world of his own. His strength would immediately increase by more than 10 times. Just from energy alone. Sector Lord Level 3 was 4 times stronger than Sector Lord Level 1. Overall, in terms of energy alone, Sector Lord Level 3 was 10 times stronger than Domain Lord Level 9. And this Red's origin law comprehension was almost at the Heavenly Bridge Level 6. Luo Feng completely relied on his law comprehension being stronger than his opponent, along with his shocking spirit energy amplitude, to suppress his opponent and finally kill him. I've already used all my strength to unleash my origin law attacks. I didn't expect him to force me to unleash my spirit energy amplitude to 1200. Luo Feng thought. A small Sector Lord Level 3 was able to reach the Heavenly Bridge Level 6 origin law comprehension. His reputation isn't high, he's a very normal Sector Lord. Sector Lord level, training origin law comprehension, it's indeed fast. Rumble. The space prison immediately crumbled. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you've won. Elder Xianxia walked over and smiled. Your Majesty is a Domain Lord Level 9 and you actually killed a Sector Lord Level 3 Spirit Reader head-on. How admirable. For the human race to be able to give birth to such a genius like Your Majesty, the human race will only get stronger. Luo Feng smiled, simultaneously ordering, Babata, deactivate the synchronized teleportation. I'll deactivate it immediately after your battle. Babata said. Luo Feng was helpless. The difference between a living AI and a quantum computer was, the living AI could make its own decisions. Of course the prerequisite was that it didn't go against Luo Feng's basic orders. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The armored youth Kashna asked. This Sector Lord Level 3 fella, how much of your strength did he make you use? Kashna. Elder Xianxia growled. Shut up. Kashna immediately lowered his head. As a Sector Lord, seeing Luo Feng kill Sector Lords as a Domain Lord Level 9, naturally he was curious. Elder Xianxia, Kashna didn't ask much. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. This red has forced me to use more than half of my strength. More than half? Elder Xianxia, Kashna, the others present, and even the Undying Protector Dylan were shocked. Luo Feng had already unleashed the Nanshan Armaments Blade World's omnipresence. This still hadn't reached its limit. Luo Feng laughed to himself. Just now, his telekinesis amplitude had only reached 1200, which was more than half of his limit of 3200. On top of that, his strongest flying weapon was the Luofu disc. The moment he used it, his flying speed, strangeness etc. would rise greatly. However, the Luofu disc was simply too expensive. It was usually used by official level Undyings. Luo Feng naturally wouldn't take it out just for this battle. Overall. In this battle, Luo Feng had unleashed about a third of his strength. Of course, this was just his earth body. After a while. Within the banquet hall, there was a sumptuous banquet laid out. Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 Sector Lord Guards and the 9th Army Leader were placed with human food, exotic fruits, delicious meat etc. And on the other side, Elder Xianxia, the 7 official level Undyings and Kashna were placed with special alloys and special materials. Just like how the golden horned beast mainly ate metal, different life forms ate different types of food. Elder Xianxia, I really have to thank everyone for your help this time. If it wasn't for everyone and Mr. Long Chier, killing Yao Hai and Jeffries wouldn't have been an easy task. Luo Feng raised his wine glass and smiled. Let me toast everyone. Your Majesty is too courteous. Elder Xianxia and the other Undyings all raised their glasses, even Kashna did the same. Mr. Long Chier's contribution this time is huge, it's a pity he returned early. Elder Xianxia smiled and raised his glass, drinking some thick liquid. Luo Feng and the others couldn't drink it, however Xianxia and the others enjoyed it very much and drank it all down. Your Majesty. Elder Xianxia placed his glass down and smiled. After eating, we'll be returning home and to our race. Before that, I sincerely invite Your Majesty Luo Feng to head to our Golden Horn Race's habitat. Luo Feng was stunned. Head to the Golden Horn Race's habitat? Your Majesty, our Golden Horn Race is after all a huge race in the universe. Elder Xianxia said proudly, we have the same ancient history as humanity, and our own unique resources. Let's not talk about anything else, just the Nanshan armament you use. Nanshan armament? Luo Feng was curious, what was the point of talking about this? This Nanshan armament is one of the 9 godly weapons for spirit readers. Elder Si Fanqi smiled, it's not just humans that use the Nanshan armament, many races in the universe, as long as they walk the path of spirit readers, many will use the Nanshan armament. A truly good invention, will be used by many races in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty, do you know, the creator of the Nanshan armament is the greatest elder in the history of our Golden Horn race? Elder Si Fanqi said. Elder? Luo Feng was curious. Elder, what position was that in the Golden Horn race? Ah, Your Majesty might not know. Elder Si Fanqi smiled, our Golden Horn race is different from humans. Humans are governed by the universe countries. And our Golden Horn race has over 100,000 tribes, countless of them compete with each other, and the one who controls the entire 100,000 tribes is the High and Mighty Senate. Only by becoming an elder can one enter the Senate. What's the strength of an elder? Luo Feng asked. The pinnacle of a race, how strong was that? One has to become a universe knight to become an elder. Elder Si Fanqi's eyes were filled with desire, the doyens of the Senate have already become universe supremacies. Luo Feng took in a deep cold breath. The Ganwu universe country only had one universe knight, the Ganwu country leader. He didn't expect the pinnacle of the Golden Horn race to be a group of elders, all of them were universe knights. I wonder how many elders the Golden Horn race has? Luo Feng asked curiously. My apologies. Elder Si Fanqi shook his head, the pinnacle of any race will always be a secret. Just how many elders our Golden Horn race has, even I don't know, this is one of the highest secrets within the race. Luo Feng nodded. It was normal. When one's trump card was completely revealed, if one wasn't strong enough, the race wouldn't be far from extinction. And the one who created the Nanshan armament was the greatest elder in the history of our race. Hiroto. Elder Si Fanqi's voice rose, the other 7 official-level Undyings and Kashna's eyes were filled with pride and worship. Hiroto, the great Hiroto. Our Golden Horn race's eternal pride. Hiroto. Elder Si Fanqi and the other 8 were all filled with excitement and worship. Luo Feng too could feel the intense fervor. Under the leadership of the great Hiroto, our Golden Horn race has a place to stand in the universe. Elder Si Fanqi's eyes suddenly dimmed, however, ever since Elder Hiroto entered a terrifying universe secret region and never returned, our Golden Horn race's position immediately dropped. Luo Feng was stunned. An entire race, because of the disappearance and fall of a great leader, their position dropped? This could only mean that the leader was too strong, and the race's overall strength was far from the leader's. After that, our Golden Horn race became a vassal race of the humans. Elder Si Fanqi said, with the humans' help, we had enough territory for our race to survive. Luo Feng sighed. How strong was Hiroto? Looks like, this was a true absolute being that dominated the universe. He was much stronger than the Ganwu country leader, otherwise, how could he oversee an entire race? Elder Hiroto left behind a saint tablet back then. Elder Si Fanqi said proudly, this saint tablet is similar to your human primal chaos tablet. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. Within Primal Chaos City, there were a total of 52 Primal Chaos tablets. These 52 tablets nurtured generations of absolute warriors of humanity. He didn't expect the Golden Horn race to have such a tablet similar to the Primal Chaos tablet, and it was left behind by Hiroto. In our race, only the most outstanding warriors have the right to study the tablet. Elder Si Fanqi exclaimed, over 1 trillion years, a large number of Undyings in our race have all broken through to Undying through this tablet. Even with Elder Hiroto gone, he's still our race's greatest being. Luo Feng nodded. Without the tablet left behind by Hiroto, the Golden Horn race's nurturing of warriors would be much slower. Your Majesty, the Nanshan armament is a weapon created by Elder Hiroto back then, it's extremely suitable for a sector lord's weapon. Elder Si Fanqi said, and Elder Hiroto's inheritance, is a form of deepening of the Nanshan armament. Over 1 trillion years, countless of our race's elites have studied the tablet, yet they've only comprehended bits and pieces. If your Majesty wishes to head to the Golden Horn race, I'll personally request the Elder, as long as you receive the Elder's approval, you'll be able to study the tablet and study it. Elder Si Fanqi smiled at Luo Feng. Your Majesty uses the Nanshan armament, you should be walking the space and gold path. I believe studying the tablet will be of great benefit to you. Of course, this would require the Elder's approval, only then will I allow you to enter our race's sacred land. I don't dare say I have 100% confidence. Luo Feng's excitement grew. The 52 Primal Chaos tablets of Primal Chaos City all had 2 origin laws mixed together. There were some that specifically described time and space, there were even some that described time and space. However, there weren't any space or gold fusion Primal Chaos tablets. Who would have thought that in a different race, the greatest being of that race would actually leave behind such a tablet? I wonder if your Majesty is willing to head to our Golden Horn race's territory? Elder Si Fanqi smiled and looked at Luo Feng. Haha, since there's such a chance, of course I have to go take a look. Luo Feng laughed loudly, and after using the Nanshan armament for so long, I've never really noticed who created it. As for Elder Shilua Duo, I'm filled with respect. Elder Si Fanqi, the 7 official level Undyings and Kashna heard Luo Feng's words and immediately smiled happily. Shilua Duo was the most respected being in the entire Golden Horn race. The banquet ended. Elder Si Fanqi, please allow me to make some arrangements, I'll head out with you in a while. Luo Feng stood up and said. Haha, we're not in a rush, your Majesty please go ahead. Elder Si Fanqi smiled. Luo Feng nodded, turning and leading the group of people from the human camp to leave. Walking along the walkway. 9th Army Leader. Luo Feng said as he walked, this mission is pretty much complete, all that's left is to chase and kill the 12 that escaped. Hence, I'll have to trouble the 9th Army Leader to arrange a portion of the universe soldiers, when the time comes, work with the intelligence department and continue to chase and kill those 12, I hope to successfully kill them within a year. Definitely. The tall and skinny 9th Army Leader nodded, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving to return to the army. Alright. Luo Feng smiled, thank you 9th Army Leader for leading your army to help. It's my duty, it's just that the 30 armies under me suffered heavy losses. The 9th Army Leader shook his head, luckily only 2 Undyings died, their foundations weren't damaged, otherwise I'd be in deep trouble. The most important part of the Universe Army was actually the few Undyings, and the majority of the Universe-level soldiers, their lives weren't precious at all. On the battlefield, Universe levels were basically cannon fodder. It was no wonder, because even if they didn't die on the battlefield, Universe-level soldiers usually only had about 100,000 years of lifespan. Only eternal Undyings could accumulate over time, allowing a race to have more and more Undyings. However, the path to Undying was too difficult. Becoming Undying was too difficult, this time only 2 Undyings died, if more than 10 died, the 9th Army Leader would probably lose his position. Watching the 9th Army Leader leave, Luo Feng said to Dylan, Dylan, I'll have to trouble you to follow me to the Golden Horn race home. Haha, your Majesty, I've never been to such a place before. Dylan's eyes flickered with a strange light. Race, this is a race that is completely different from the human race. To be able to survive in the universe for countless years, such a race definitely had their own unique civilization and some unique traditions. It was worth looking forward to. Moreover, I've heard of Hiroto's name before. He's a mighty existence whose name shakes the entire universe. Luo Feng nodded. What a joke. There were trillions of races in the universe, and the number of spirit reader weapons they had created was uncountable. In the end, they were chosen by humans and were naturally called the 9 great godly weapons. Clearly, every single one of them had profound attainments, they were weapons that no ordinary person could create. At the very least, these 9 great divine weapons were extremely powerful, and they could be used by many people. Of course. The most suitable spirit weapon was undoubtedly a weapon made for himself. Only when it was made close to the body would it be the most suitable. Luo Feng arranged the miscellaneous matters and kept the Masha clansman back in his internal world, leaving the core in his earth body. He then brought Dylan, the 5-sector Lord Guards and the Golden Horn Pagoda Squadron on the Yun-Mo planet ship, heading towards the Golden Horn home. In the Dark Universe. The Yun-Mo planet ship was traveling at a constant speed of 50 times light speed. I didn't expect your home to be in the Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Elder Xianxia sat opposite him holding a special drink and drank, saying, "In the universe, humans are one of the pinnacle races. There are many other races that live under the humans. Since they live under the humans, for safety, they naturally live within the human territory. In any random universe secret region of the human territory, they can just carve out an area and build a vast continent. That will become their living area." Luo Feng nodded. According to what Elder Xianxia said before, the Golden Horn race's living area was at the edge of the Ganwu universe country's territory, in a rather dangerous universe secret region. Living in a universe secret region, Luo Feng muttered, "I wondered just how many of them there are." "It's a secret." Elder Xianxia smiled, "There are definitely many of them. As for how many, I'm afraid only the upper echelons of humanity would know. During a true war, the subordinate races are also useful weapons." Luo Feng nodded. Weapons? Humanity could really be treating many of the subordinate races as cannon fodder, letting them do the hard work. For example, killing Yao Hai and Jeffries. Behind them was a hidden race comparable to humanity's pinnacle race, the Bug Clan. It might even cause a part of the Bug Clan to invade. Hence, as a precaution, they would let the Golden Horn race do it. They do the hard work and dangerous work. Don't I have to do the same? Luo Feng sighed within. No matter how much of a genius he was, he still had to accept the dangers and training. This was the virtual universe company's countless years of tradition. It wouldn't change because of one person. From Red Dawn planet to the Golden Horn race's home at the edge of the Ganwu universe country, the distance was very far, a total of 120 million light-years. Even riding the Yunmo planet ship, traveling at 50 times light speed in the dark universe, it would still take close to 3 months. 1 month later. Within the Yunmo planet ship's resting cabin, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. His consciousness was connected to the virtual universe network, entering his villa in the primal region of Yuxiang Mountain. "Envoy, of the 12 escaping targets, we've already killed 7 of them, there are still 5 left." The 9th Army leader reported on the screen. "There are still 5? Luo Feng's expression changed. "It's been a month, it's been over a month. Back then these 12 were escaping from the same planet, it was easy to chase and kill them. The moment they escape for a month without being caught, then it'll be hard to catch them in the future." "I understand too." The 9th Army leader reported. "However, Envoy, the intelligence department is a very strong department of the virtual universe company. They have many things to do. They can at most monitor the many life planets and help pay attention to the 12 targets. Sending a few investigators is already not bad. It's impossible for them to search for any traces, going to some desolate mineral planet etc." Luo Feng nodded. "I can only try my best." The 9th Army leader said, "There's still a long time before the deadline. I can only hope that the remaining 5 can't take the loneliness and return to the human life planets. When that time comes, the intelligence department's surveillance system will swiftly discover them." "I can only hope that." Luo Feng sighed. This time, the other missions were all completed with flying colors. Only killing the 120 million targets had a flaw. This way, the mission completion rate was probably only 85%. It all depends on luck. Luo Feng didn't think anymore. His consciousness exited the virtual universe network and began to train. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of universe travel had passed. "Luo Feng, we've reached our destination, we'll begin universe travel in 1 minute." Babata's clear, evil childlike voice resounded within the resting room. Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged, opened his eyes. "I still haven't succeeded." Luo Feng cursed. Long before he accepted the mission, his internal world had already grown to the Domain Lord level 9 pinnacle. Under such a state, he could break through at any time. However, breaking through at the pinnacle, there would be errors too. The faster ones would break through very quickly after reaching the pinnacle, the slower ones could drag it out for 8 to 10 years, that was normal. Sector Lord level. The moment I step into Sector Lord level, I'll be able to train that 10,000 soul control technique. Once I've mastered it, I'll be able to truly control the Bug Clan mother nest. The moment I step into Sector Lord level, my consciousness will be able to enter the universe sources, my origin law comprehension speed will explode. The moment I step into Sector Lord level, I'll have the chance to nurture my third body. The moment I step into Sector Lord level, my internal world will have a fundamental change, its special abilities will be revealed. Luo Feng was anxious. How could he not be, as the symbol of the golden horned beast at the peak of adulthood, Sector Lord level, as long as he reached that, he would be considered a true adult golden horned beast. However, standing at the doorstep, it seemed like he could break through at any time, yet he couldn't. Luo Feng was helpless. Haste makes waste. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. Stepping into the Sector Lord level is like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. Many aspects will have fundamental changes, whether it's controlling a bug clan mother nest or the third body, they will all have an incomparably important influence on my future development. The bug clan, that was the pinnacle of races, to be able to control a bug clan mother nest, it definitely wouldn't lose out to having a powerful body. And the last body seat, to Luo Feng, was even more important. After tasting the benefits of having a body, Luo Feng was very clear, if he didn't use it well, it would be a waste. However, if he used it well, he could completely become a heavenly being. Hua! The metal door opened. Luo Feng continuously walked out, the doors automatically opened. Very quickly, Luo Feng arrived at the control room. There was already a group of people gathered there. Your Majesty, the universe ship has just passed through. Elder Xianxia smiled and pointed to the distant outside world. Look, that's the home of our golden horn race. Luo Feng looked up. Outside the ship in the endless space, there was an infinitely huge vast continent. This continent was so huge, at least Luo Feng couldn't see the end of it from the Yunmo planet ship. Countless years ago, our entire golden horn race migrated here. At that time the countless sector lords within the race used their world creation abilities to create large amounts of worlds. With over 100,000 sector lords working together, they could instantly create over 100 million kilometers of land. There were also large amounts of undyings within their god countries creating large amounts of land, before moving them into the universe, gathering all the land together. The Grand Elders, on the other hand, directly blasted away some of the surrounding stardust, so that there are no other obstacles in the surrounding void. Elder Xianxia's eyes gleamed, hence, there was such a huge world that allowed our race to survive for trillions of years. Lesao. Luo Feng was silent. Looking at the vast and boundless world outside the spaceship, his heart was filled with a kind of shock. The moment he imagined, the Golden Horn race's universe venerable level elders destroying all obstacles in the void, forcefully creating a vast region of space. Countless undyings created continents within their god countries. The even larger number of sector lords all created continents, working together to form this vast continent. What kind of spirit was that? Elder Xianxia, how big is Lesao world? Luo Feng asked. It's 300,000 kilometers thick, the diameter of the continent is 2.1 light years. Elder Xianxia said proudly. This world won't disperse? Luo Feng asked softly. It wasn't as though just gathering enough continents together could form a huge continent. Just like how an incomparably huge planet could collapse and even form a black hole. Even though the laws of the universe secret regions weren't that strong, one couldn't just build just like that. Lesao world is also a weapon. Elder Xianxia smiled. Actually, in the normal universe space, you should have seen a few huge continents before. Like your virtual universe company's headquarters. Luo Feng nodded. These supercontinents, especially the huge continents in the normal universe space, are all created. It's not something that the universe evolves normally. Elder Xianxia said, as for the universe secret regions, there are all sorts of strange things in them. Occasionally there will be huge continents. However, to create huge continents, it's very troublesome. Hence, in the universe, there's a very common method to create continents using weapon manufacturing methods. This way, the continents are extremely stable and balanced, allowing them to exist forever. Elder Xianxia smiled. In theory, back then when the countless sector lords from the 100,000 tribes worked together, they could definitely create huge continents. However, why did they need the undyings from the 100,000 tribes to do it? Because the weapon requires it. Luo Feng was speechless. The weapon manufacturing method, to make the continent stable and balanced, ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** closer to Laseo world. D. Confirm authority. A signal was sent to the UNMO planet ship. Luo Feng looked at the content of the signal and turned to look at Elder Xianxia. He smiled, no problem, I'll do it. Shua, Elder Xianxia disappeared from the Yun-Mo planet ship and appeared in the void outside. He released his undying energy and sent it into the continent of the Lazio world. Teleportation, it's really powerful, it ignores the ship's obstructions. Luo Feng exclaimed, even with the strongest defense of a ship, against teleportation, it's useless. Unless the spaceship can block spatial fluctuations, Dylan said softly. Shua, Elder Xianxia appeared in the control room again. Now we can enter the world of Rasso. We won't be attacked. Elder Xianxia smiled and said, if we had taken the flying ship from before, it would have been recorded in the security system. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble. However, the speed of that spaceship was far inferior to His Highness's. When the mission was first assigned, we took the spaceship and flew in the dark universe for nearly a year. Luo Feng laughed too. Even Hu Yanba's Yun-Mo planet back in the day was not this fast. His Yun-Mo planet ship was also modified by the Virtual Universe Company, hence it was so fast. This kind of technology was limited even among humans. Not to mention these vassal tribes. The Yun-Mo planet ship entered Rasso world and continued to fly. Looking down from the ship, one could see large patches of grass, forests, mountain ranges, rivers, oceans, and of course most of it was a world of ice and snow. Most of the regions had very low temperatures, even the land had a thick layer of snow. As our Golden Horn tribe likes temperatures much lower than what humans are used to, hence when we built this world, we considered this point. Elder Xianxia stood in the control room and pointed below. Through the external simulation, it was almost like he was standing in space and looking down. That is the Hai Yan tribe, a middle-tier tribe, with tens of undyings. Elder Xianxia pointed at the many fortress-like houses below. Intermediate tribe? Luo Feng asked curiously, the Tawan tribe is, high-level tribe. Standing behind Luo Feng, Kashna said arrogantly, Your Majesty, our Tawan tribe is a powerful high-level tribe. We're much stronger than this Hai Yan tribe. Our tribe even has 2 emperor-level undyings, while the Hai Yan tribe probably doesn't even have one. Luo Feng took a deep cold breath as he heard. He heard there were 100,000 tribes before. Just one tribe was that strong? 100,000 tribes, just how strong were they? How many tribes are there in total, and how are they divided? Luo Feng asked. 1 trillion years ago, when we moved here, there were 100,000 tribes. Elder Xianxia smiled, as for now, I'm not sure. However, some tribes have fallen and scattered, while others have risen. Also, Laseo world is too big, so I'm not sure. As for the hierarchy, the tribes are divided into low-grade tribes, middle-grade tribes, high-grade tribes, and the highest elder tribes. Elder tribes? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, are there elder tribes? Nope. Elder Xianxia said, it's the top 10 tribes that have the right to be called elder tribes. Because only the top 10 have the right. Over 1 trillion years, there have always been 10 elder tribes. Moreover, each of the 10 elder tribes would have an elder from the Council of Elders stationed there. This is also the privilege of the elder tribes. Luo Feng was shocked within, Dylan too. Calculating this, elders, there were at least 10 of them. I didn't expect the strongest power within the Ganwu universe country wasn't the Ganwu country leader's side, but a hidden foreign tribe within. Luo Feng was shocked within. Haha, shocked? Elder Xianxia shook his head, there's nothing to be shocked about. Your human race's true power lies within the Virtual Universe Company, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe Mercenary Alliance, these 5 Leviathans. As for the 1008 universe countries, they are merely tools to manage and rule the normal humans. Humanity is the pinnacle of races, because they definitely have incomparably powerful strength. Luo Feng nodded. He had no doubt about this. To be able to take over the primal universe, how could it be a joke, to have so many vassal races, naturally they would be able to intimidate them. The Yun-Mo planet ship flew high in the sky, flying past mountains and ice seas. After flying for a total of 10 days, it finally descended. The Tawan tribe, they had arrived. That night, the Tawan tribe held a welcoming banquet for Luo Feng, specially preparing food that humans loved. Human Your Majesty Luo Feng, let me toast you. Thank you. Luo Feng raised his cup and drank with the surrounding undyings. Looking at the large number of people around, Luo Feng was shocked within. According to their conversations, this Taowen tribe had a total of 2 emperor levels, leader and Si Fan Chi, 12 official levels, hundreds of undyings, tens of thousands of sector lords, 1 million domain lords, over 10 million universe levels. The entire Taowen tribe's population was only about 1 billion. Less than China's population. One tribe, 1 billion people, yet over 10 million universe levels. The difference between the foreign races and humans is indeed huge. Luo Feng was shocked within. Shocked at the number of warriors that appear on our side? Elder Si Fan Chi sat opposite Luo Feng, smiling. Every human friend that comes here will be shocked at this point. However you should think about it, humanity's population numbers and reproduction capabilities are shocking. And how few of us there are. The higher races only had 1 billion people. 100,000 tribes, how many people could there be? Any random human galaxy, the number of people there could easily exceed that. Just one universe country alone had over 100 million galaxies. The universe is always fair. Elder Si Fan Chi said, with a large population, the number of warriors is low. With a small population, the number of warriors is high. Like those space beasts, they are all sector lord level when they mature, and they all have some heaven-defying talents and techniques. Like the Bug Clan Queen, they are pitifully few, but all of them are powerful. And the territories you humans occupy are huge, all the geniuses and warriors you produce far exceed our race. Territories? Luo Feng was curious. Luo Feng. A loud and powerful voice resounded, a green and incomparably sturdy man, almost like he was made of steel, walked over. Leader. Luo Feng stood up. I've already written a personal letter, later I'll let Elder Si Fan Chi bring it along and head to the sacred city with you. The leader's eyes were like lightning, his voice resounding and powerful. With our clan's request, and Elder Si Fan Chi personally going, the elders stationed in the sacred city should give you face. Giving you the chance to study the Saint Tablet. Then I'm really thankful. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, you are a friend of our Taowen tribe, no need to thank me. The leader laughed loudly. Luo Feng smiled and raised his cup too. The entire Taowen tribe was incomparably passionate and respectful towards the humans that came to their tribe. Because normal humans didn't have the right to come here, those that were invited were either absolute geniuses or people with powerful backgrounds, or people of high positions. After staying in the Taowen tribe for 2 days. After which, Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 sector lords and Elder Si Fan Chi, along with the leader's son Kashna, they all boarded the UNMO planet ship and headed towards the sacred city. The sacred city is the core of our Golden Horn race, the sacred land. Elder Si Fan Chi explained, that place is where the most outstanding geniuses of the entire Golden Horn tribe are gathered. Those geniuses and experts are all fighting and competing with each other there. There are also many experts gathered there. Experts are opening sects and accepting disciples. And the Saint Tablet is at the core of the sacred city. Elder Si Fan Chi said, the sects in the sacred city all belong to the great Herodos faction. So, the UNMO planet ship flashed in the sky, swiftly heading towards the core of the Golden Horn race, the sacred city. P.S. That's the 3rd chapter, I have to write 6 more today, continue working hard. After leaving the Pagoda sector, they flew at close to light speed, and with the UNMO planet ship's advanced level, they easily recorded everything that happened on the ground and displayed it on the screen, letting Luo Feng, Dylan and the others watch, allowing them to get a deeper understanding of the culture of this foreign race. On the 18th day of their journey, they were about to reach the sacred city. Along the way, we've frequently seen battles and killings below, what's going on? Luo Feng came out of the resting cabin and watched a few videos, asking Elder Si Fan Chi curiously. Our Golden Horn race has a rule, as long as one reaches the universe level, one has to leave the tribe and roam the world, they have to roam for 1,000 years, or reach the domain lord level before they can return. Elder Si Fan Chi said, and while roaming the world, battles and killings are very normal. It's not forbidden? Luo Feng asked. The race's population wasn't that high to begin with. Why not? The strong have to be trained through battles. Elder Xianxia said indifferently, what's more, only undyings can be considered the foundation of the race. Otherwise, with such short lifespans and the inability to become strong, it's useless to the survival of the entire race. Your Majesty, look, right ahead is the sacred city. Elder Xianxia said. The UNMO planet ship 2 slowed down. Luo Feng gazed below. An incomparably majestic ancient city stood in the endless wilderness. This city's diameter was about 100,000 kilometers. The most eye-catching thing in the city was that 10,000 kilometers tall pure gold statue. Even from the ship, Luo Feng could see it clearly. The ship descended. The cabin door opened. Luo Feng, Dylan, the 5 sector lords, Kashna and Elder Xianxia all alighted from the ship, after which Luo Feng kept the ship. Do you see that statue? Xianxia pointed at the tallest and most eye-catching pure gold statue in the sacred city. That's Hiroto. The great Hiroto. Every moment, there are countless warriors rushing over from all over Xianxia world. The entire statue is 12,319 kilometers tall. Just its feet alone are 1,622 kilometers. Luo Feng nodded, feeling excited within. An existence that an entire race worshipped for countless years. Let's go, let's enter the city. Elder Xianxia smiled, Your Majesty needs to remember one thing. Because of the sacred city's special status and the countless geniuses of our Golden Horn tribe gathered here, this is the future of our tribe. So, killing is forbidden in the holy city. If you want to fight, you must go to the huge arena outside the holy city. Luo Feng and his group entered the bustling ancient city. There were many residents in the sacred city. Hiroto. Luo Feng stood in the plaza, raising his head to look at the huge pure gold statue. It had a pair of eyes that seemed to contain the infinite universe. There was no sharpness, no ferocity, only a sense of calmness. No matter how restless he was, as long as he looked at the statue, all his worries would disappear. Even though I haven't seen Hero before, just looking at this statue, it's no wonder he's able to lead an entire race in the vast universe. Luo Feng exclaimed within. Just as Luo Feng was reminiscing about this great pioneer of the Golden Horn race, many members of the Golden Horn race in the plaza were curious and shocked as they looked at Luo Feng and his group. Look, it's a human. It's a human. I can even smell the blood and flesh energy of a flesh and blood life form, and they don't have any life imprints. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. More and more Golden Horn race members noticed Luo Feng and his group. It was still very rare to see humans in Xianxia world. However, in the sacred city of Xianxia world, one could occasionally see some invited humans. But the humans that came, they were all not normal people. Luo Feng noticed that he was being watched. Let's go. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The group complied. Suddenly, human, your domain lord level 9 strength actually came to our sacred city. You must be an absolute genius of the human race. I, Kaneo and Lei, want to challenge you. A youth with dark red skin and a dark golden long rod on his back, his entire body almost like a metal sculpture, stared at Luo Feng and roared. Challenge? Luo Feng looked at this youth. This youth too had domain lord level 9 strength. Your Majesty doesn't have to bother. Elder Xianxia, who was standing beside Luo Feng, said, because there have indeed been many humans that have come to the sacred city before, and amongst them are absolute geniuses. There have also been human geniuses that have battled with our Golden Horn race geniuses before. And some of them have even become legends, hence many of the younger generation have come to challenge the human geniuses the moment they see them. However, as long as Your Majesty doesn't bother, they won't dare bother you. Elder Xianxia finished, and a formless undying ripple spread out. This caused the surrounding group of Golden Horn race members to dodge in fear. Humph. Elder Xianxia snorted coldly. No one else dared to stop them. Elder Xianxia smiled. Let's go, we'll head to the Chief Elder Palace to pay our respects to the elders. Immediately, Luo Feng and his group left under the watchful eyes of countless Golden Horn race members. Humans. There are humans that have come to the sacred city, and the leader is a domain lord level 9. It must be a human genius. Absolute human geniuses have come to the sacred city. The news spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire sacred city. Countless geniuses from the 100,000 tribes of the Golden Horn race had gathered in the sacred city. These geniuses all had the conviction to fight. When they found out that the absolute human geniuses had actually come to the sacred city, a sense of pride and honor made the countless geniuses excited. All of them wanted to challenge the human geniuses. Luo Feng and his group had already arrived outside the Chief Elder Palace. This, Luo Feng stared wide-eyed into the distance. How can this be, impossible? Arriving at the home of the Golden Horn race. Laseo world, this was the first time Luo Feng was so shocked. Your Majesty? Elder Xianxia and Xianxia were both shocked. They were all shocked that the usually calm Luo Feng would lose his composure like this. In the distance, on the continuous mountain range, there was a majestic god palace. The palace was completely dark golden color. It was about 1,000 kilometers tall and took up an area of close to 10,000 kilometers. Such a palace, with Luo Feng's experience, he had seen many palaces much more luxurious than this one. Naturally he wasn't shocked. However, at the entrance of this palace, there was a black star chain that was close to 1 kilometer thick. This black star chain was 1 kilometer thick and nearly 10,000 kilometers long. The chain directly penetrated the flesh and bones of a Xian giant beast that was about 620 kilometers tall and looked a bit like a gorilla. The giant beast squatted there like a towering mountain, not much shorter than the divine palace. Star. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. His heart was trembling. Space beast. The first time, ever since he took over the golden horned beast, even though his experience was vast and his training wasn't ordinary, he had never seen a second space beast. He hadn't even seen a specimen before, much less a live one. This was Luo Feng's first time seeing another space beast. However, the giant star beast was completely bound by the black star chains that had penetrated into its flesh and bones. Haha. Elder Xianxia laughed. Your Majesty must be shocked at this space beast. Haha, this space beast is one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts, the Destruction Beast, Sector Lord Pinnacle. Even though it's only Sector Lord Pinnacle, its true battle strength, even normal undyings aren't its match. It's terrifying. Luo Feng stared at the space beast that was bound like a pet. He could feel the sadness and sorrow it emitted. How long has it been? Luo Feng asked. What long? Elder Xianxia was stunned. This space beast, how long has it been captured? Luo Feng said solemnly. About 20 million years. Elder Xianxia exclaimed. The lifespan of the space beasts is indeed long. Our Golden Horn clan and human sector lords have a lifespan of 1,000 eras. And this space beast's lifespan is 10 times that. Why is it tied up? Luo Feng said solemnly. Elder Xianxia realized that Luo Feng's tone wasn't right. This space beast was captured by the elders back then. However, it refused to submit. What position and status does the elders have? A Sector Lord Pinnacle space beast is useless to him. It's only because it's too rare that he captured it. Right, the elder is a universe knight. Of course he wouldn't care about a space beast. Luo Feng said solemnly. However, this space beast is extremely stubborn. It refused to submit no matter what. Back then, it madly struggled and held. I've often heard its howls, along with the blood that flowed out of its body, its hair torn, etc. Elder Xianxia exclaimed. However, the surrounding land has long been modified by the elders. It can't destroy it at all. And those chains, directly bound its life core and body. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. After a long time, it gave up. However, it refused to lower its head. The elders said back then, when it lowered its head, it would release the chains. Luo Feng's heart trembled as he heard this. Space beasts were very proud. Even the golden-horned infant that he had possessed back then was incomparably proud. High and mighty, killing humans was like hunting livestock. Maybe they were savage, maybe they were ruthless. However, this was their nature. They were born that way. It was simply too difficult to make them submit. Your Majesty, is this the first time you've seen a space beast? Elder Xianxia asked. This destruction beast's abilities are extraordinary. A Sector Lord Pinnacle can defeat a normal Undying. Shall I introduce it to you? Luo Feng didn't speak. He knew much more than this Xianxia. Destruction Beast, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. It was on par with the golden horned beast. However, it wasn't a devouring type beast. It was a thunder and time type beast. It was naturally cunning and savage. He only had one innate secret art, time freeze. Even though it only had one natural ability, its power was unimaginable. Relying on its cunning and savage nature and the natural ability, the destruction beast's battle strength was shocking. Its ability to escape was extremely strong too. It was completely on par with the golden horned beast and flame star beast. Luo Feng looked at the distant mountain-like beast squatting there. In his mind flashed the scene of the 10 billion humans and 300,000 universe warriors being instantly annihilated on the capital planet. Fate, this is fate. The weak are destined to be enslaved, no matter how proud they are, it's useless. Strong. Only by becoming strong can one control one's destiny. Luo Feng stared hard at the beast, trying to remember this image. If one day he appeared as the golden horned beast and was captured by some absolute being, he would probably be treated like a pet. I definitely won't allow it. Luo Feng thought. Your Majesty, you stay here first. I'll bring the head's personal letter to the elders and report this in detail. If the Grand Elders agree, Your Highness will be able to enter the sacred ground to study the sacred monument. Elder Xianxia smiled. Luo Feng took a deep breath, maintaining his smile. Elder Xianxia, I'll be troubling you. Haha. Elder Xianxia smiled and turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, follow beside His Majesty, don't run around. Yes, teacher, Xianxia said, but his eyes were glued to the towering destroyer behemoth. Elder Xianxia shook his head slightly. He turned into a golden light and flew towards the Grand Elder Celestial Palace. He arrived at the entrance of the Grand Elder Celestial Palace. After standing outside for a moment, he entered the palace. Luo Feng and his group were at the foot of the mountain. You're very interested in the beast? Luo Feng looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and laughed. The beast is able to defeat a normal Undying with Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. It's very powerful. This is also the only space beast in our entire Lasheo world. If we don't observe it more, when it dies of old age, we won't be able to see it anymore. Then let's get closer. Luo Feng said. Xianxia was stunned. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others and headed straight towards the direction of the beast. After a while, Luo Feng stood on a piece of empty land. Ahead were a few guards surrounding the area where the beast was. Human, please don't go any further. Otherwise, you will be attacked by this trapping array. A man dressed in his signature dark golden armor said. As Luo Feng was a human, the guard's attitude was very friendly. Trapping secret array? Luo Feng looked over. Nearly 1,000 kilometers around the destruction behemoth, there were strange runes that were almost circular. The complicated runes were completely engraved on the edges, as if they were drawing a prison. What a complicated space engraving. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. This destructive behemoth was 620 kilometers tall even when it was squatting. It was like a normal human being trapped in a cage with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Of course, it was very sullen. However, because of the black astral chains and the ceiling formation, he was unable to escape. Blood and hair. Luo Feng looked at the dried-up black blood stains and some broken hairs within the formation. This was obviously the blood stains and hair from the beast's struggle. Hair, blood stains? Luo Feng thought. This destruction beast is at the pinnacle of Sector Lord. Then, if I get its hair, when I reach the pinnacle of Sector Lord, wouldn't I be able to nurture a destruction beast? Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. He was thinking about the feasibility of this and whether it was worth it. As he only had one internal world, and the natural talent cloning was nurtured through the internal world, then it was destined that he would at most have 3 bodies. Even if he created another golden horned beast, because he didn't have another internal world, he wouldn't have 3 more bodies. Actually, it was easy to understand. If he had one more golden horned beast, he would have 3 more bodies. That way, as the cycle continued, he would have countless bodies. Hence, it was impossible for this to become a reality. The destruction behemoth only had one secret technique. Natural talent. Time stop. This technique was similar to the golden horned beast's natural talent, strengthening. Both were natural talents that could be unleashed through the activation of the engravings on its body. As it had nothing to do with the internal world, hence, the moment he created a destruction beast, he would still be able to unleash this heaven-defying natural talent, time stop. Very heaven-defying. Time stop is definitely a terrifying technique. Whether it's used for attacking or escaping, it's very good. Luo Feng was itching to use it. If he were to suddenly unleash this technique during battle, and take the chance to kill his opponent. What kind of heaven-defying technique would that be? Of course it wasn't invincible. Just like a universe-level destruction beast unleashing time stop, it couldn't stop a sector lord's time flow. This wasn't an invincible technique, it was just a very strong one. It was even stronger than Luo Feng's natural talent strengthening. My current strength isn't enough, and I haven't experienced enough. Maybe in the future I'll have a better choice. Luo Feng looked at the mountain-like beast within the trap. However, if I can get its hair, I'll at least use it as a backup. After accumulating a few choices, I'll choose the most suitable one. However, I have no way of entering. Luo Feng frowned within. Right now he was only a domain lord level 9, he definitely wouldn't make a rash decision. If he chose the destruction beast early on, when he obtained some heaven-defying life form's genes and was able to nurture it, wouldn't he regret it to death? Back then in Blood River World when he saw the beast. God, Luo Feng was clear on one thing, there were still some special life forms in the universe, and in his inherited memories, there were some special life forms too. These life forms were extremely few in number. Some were the only ones since the birth of the universe. They couldn't even be considered a race. However, there were some powerful life forms like the beast god, whose strength far surpassed sector lord level. And there was a limit to nurturing a clone, it couldn't exceed the main body. Meaning the clone he could nurture would at most be sector lord pinnacle. There was a limit, but it was extremely small. There was only one slot left, the moment he wasted it, there would be no more chances. Wait. When I reach sector lord pinnacle, or when I discover something that will surprise me beyond anything else, I won't regret it. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng suddenly felt a clamor behind him. He couldn't help but turn to look, only to see the mountain path behind him had a bustling crowd of a few hundred golden horn youths walking over. This group of golden horn youths, with Luo Feng's sensory abilities, with a glance, he could tell that most of them were domain lord level 9. The human geniuses are over there. They're standing over there. Domain lord level 9 geniuses, 90 million years ago, Si Tong defeated the visiting human geniuses. The group of golden horn youths were completely engulfed in the glory of the race, all of them had a thirst, the thirst to defeat the human geniuses. In history, the human geniuses that came over were all intrepid. In the clashes between the golden horn and human geniuses, the humans almost always won. However, there were still a few times where the golden horn race won. Whenever they won, it would be talked about for a very long time. As the golden horn race was the human race's vassal race, and had been for countless years, hence when the golden horn race faced the humans, they naturally felt inferior. This inferiority made it so that whenever a genius appeared in their race that could defeat the absolute geniuses of the human race, they would feel extremely proud. The race's honor, in front of this honor, they were no longer afraid of death, as long as they could succeed, then they would truly become famous, and their fame would be even greater than becoming an undying. Human genius, GIAI, challenge you. If you're brave, accept my challenge. Human, Bukong Duo, issue you an official challenge. The group of golden horn youths fought to be the first to issue the challenge. Even these youths were filled with a thick smell of gunpowder. The youths from different tribes, some had green skin, some red, some white, some purple, but they all had the same golden mark on their foreheads. Battle spirit. Thirst. The hundreds of youths looked at Luo Feng, their eyes filled with a deep thirst, thirsting to battle him. To be able to compete with the absolute geniuses of the human race was something that could only be found by luck. Firstly, the human geniuses that came here were already very rare, and there were many sector lord geniuses. Meeting a domain lord level 9 genius was very rare. Even if they did come, some of the human geniuses felt that they weren't strong enough and wouldn't accept the challenge. To obtain the honor, the battle had to be fair. Their feelings of inferiority made the Golden Horn clan members even more demanding for fairness. If the human geniuses were domain lord level 9, then the challengers would definitely be domain lord level 9. They would rather have domain lord level 7 or 8 than to allow sector lord level 1 challengers to appear. This was a humiliation to them. Your Majesty. Dylan smiled at Luo Feng. So many challengers. Luo Feng shook his head, smiling helplessly. This situation was indeed unexpected. Please accept my challenge. Human geniuses, please accept my challenge. This group of geniuses could all speak standard human universe language. After all, once they realized this, they only needed a few moments to learn the universe language. Luo Feng and his group were surrounded by the Golden Horn clan youths. And as time passed, more and more youths rushed over. A portion of them were here to challenge, while others were purely here to spectate. Very quickly, the number reached a few thousand. What are you all doing? Why are you all gathered under my ancestors' god palace? A thick and violent roar resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. The thousands of Golden Horn clan youths too turned to look. In the distance, on the broad passage of the lofty dark golden palace, a black-skinned young man, who was more than 3 meters tall, carrying a dark golden long staff on his back and wearing cyan armor, rushed over with a large group of palace guards. At the same time, he shouted, "This is a restricted area of the palace. How dare you quarrel here? Beat them all out." Yes. The group of Sector Lord Pinnacle level God Palace guards replied in unison. Leader, over there, those are humans. Suddenly, a God Palace guard said softly beside the black-skinned intrepid youth. P.S. Chapter 5, Chapter 6. Humans? The black-skinned youth's gaze immediately landed on Luo Feng and the others, quickly determining that they were indeed humans. You are the leader? The black-skinned youth looked shocked at Luo Feng. From where Luo Feng and the others were standing, it was obvious that Luo Feng was at the front, Dylan the Undying was at the side, the other 5 sector lords and Kashna were at the back. How do you do? Luo Feng smiled and looked at him. Haha. The intrepid youth that was filled with killing intent revealed a smile, gazing at the large group of youths. I finally understand, no wonder you all have gathered here. Oh, GIAI, you've rushed over too. Haha, looks like all of you want to challenge the human geniuses. This skin glowed black, almost like a steel-forged intrepid youth stared at Luo Feng. Human, I, a lowly member of the Elder God Palace, officially challenge you. This underling is disgusting. This underling has received the teachings of the Elder God Palace, his strength is indeed very strong. The thousands of Golden Horn clan members discussed. Underling? Luo Feng looked at the black-skinned youth. With one look he could tell that this youth was indeed domain lord level 9. Please accept my challenge. The black-skinned youth's gaze was like lightning, almost like he wanted to devour someone, staring hard at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, about to reject. However, as he gazed at the distant thousands of Golden Horn youths, he suddenly thought, Elder God Palace? It seems that my identity as a human has made many geniuses of the Golden Horn clan want to challenge me. Instead of continuously challenging me, I might as well accept one battle and show my strength. At least, some geniuses with weaker strength will not provoke me. Please accept my challenge. The intrepid youth roared again. I can accept, however, you have to agree to one condition. Luo Feng looked at him. The intrepid youth was stunned, after which he revealed a look of ecstasy, staring at Luo Feng. What condition? Speak. I heard those Divine Palace guards call you commander. You have some status in the Prime Elder Divine Palace, Yi Futian said. Luo Feng pointed at the distant destruction beast that wasn't much shorter than the God Palace. I've never seen a space beast before, hence I want to take a closer look and interact with it. I wonder if that's possible? Close range? The youth frowned. Going in to take a look is a small matter, but that beast has the strength of a normal Undying. If you go in, you're safety. If the human peerless genius died in the Golden Horn tribe's world, the consequences would be dire. Relax. Luo Feng looked at Dylan beside him. Dylan nodded. After all, Dylan could be considered a deity who was close to becoming a marquis. He was extremely powerful. Since you can guarantee your safety, watching the destruction behemoth up close is a small matter. I can make the decision. The young man got off the bed and glanced at the guards inside the trapping array. Let these humans go in and have a look. Let them enter through the safe passage. Yes, Commander. The group of guards obeyed. Looking at the destructive behemoth up close was indeed a small matter, but what was the point of just looking? Within the Golden Horn tribe, some of the more influential figures would often observe the destruction behemoth up close. After all, it was the only colossus of astral behemoth in the entire world of Lazio. Crack, the metal door opened. This is the only way to enter without triggering the trapping array. The youth bowed and said. Luo Feng however smiled as he brought Dylan and the others along the pathway into the 1,000 kilometers area. That area was where the destruction beast usually lived. Walking in the wilderness, one could smell the destruction behemoth's body. It had a special stench to it. On the ground, one could still see some black dried blood stains, along with some fallen messy hair. Luo Feng, the blood stains have been dried for too long. They probably can't be used to extract the life energy from the body anymore. However, the hair that hasn't completely rotted can definitely be used. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng squatted down and gently stroked a strand of hair. Even though it was called a hair, it was actually thicker than a tree. One strand of hair was at least a few meters thick, and its length was shockingly a few km long. Hence from afar, it looked very slender and soft, like the hair of an orangutan. However, compared to the destruction behemoth that stood over 1,000 kilometers tall, it was very normal. With a glance, the messy hairs in the wilderness were all tangled together. In just one spot, there were at least a few hundred strands of hair. The entire wilderness had many strands of hair that had fallen off. Lowly, I'll take a strand of hair as a souvenir, is that all right? Luo Feng turned to look. The youth outside the trapping array couldn't help but be suspicious. He wanted a strand of hair as a souvenir? This thing was pure trash. Only a few of his clansmen had come close to it and left 1 or 2 strands of hair as souvenirs. In truth, it was really useless. Human, if you want a strand of hair from the destruction behemoth, of course you can. The lowly said loudly. Thank you. Luo Feng nodded, after which he kept the hair into his space ring. Done with this hair. I can use the golden horned beast's natural ability to nurture an embryo and give birth to a destruction beast. Luo Feng thought, following which he walked towards the destruction beast. He looked up and walked closer. Looking at the bound destructive behemoth squatting there, a star behemoth that should have been able to roam the universe freely was tied up like a cat or a dog. This was a kind of sorrow. And with Luo Feng's special identity, seeing the destruction beast in such a state made him feel sad. Howl a low roar reverberated within the mountains. The destruction beast squatting there opened its huge eyes. It was a pair of green gold eyes, gazing down at Luo Feng. Luo Feng too looked up at it. Dylan however stood cautiously by the side. Human? The destruction beast let out a low voice. How do you do? Luo Feng nodded. One man and one space beast, one looked up and one looked down. In their eyes, they all faintly felt the same thing. The same cold temperament. Similarly, he suppressed and restrained his murderous intent. Because Luo Feng was a human, he was able to suppress the golden horned beast's killing intent, and because the destruction beast was tied up, it too suppressed that killing intent. Human. The destruction beast's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. The feeling you give me is very close. You and I have a few similarities. Similarities? Luo Feng sighed within. Right. Similar, because to a certain extent, he was also a giant star beast. If he had the ability, he would definitely save this destructive behemoth. However, he was only a human genius. The golden horned elder was a night-level being. Even if the race was a subordinate human, the night-level being wasn't something he could easily mess with. Is there anything I can help you with? Luo Feng asked. No need. The destruction beast's green gold eyes gazed down at Luo Feng, communicating mentally, you can't help me, and the elder beside me gave me a promise when he bound me for 3 million years. as long as I break through to Undying, he'll let me go. What? Luo Feng was shocked. There was actually such a promise. After being bound for 3 million years and giving such a promise, the elder probably admired the space beast's stubbornness. However, deep down, the high and mighty elder definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. Hence he gave it the requirement of reaching the Undying level. Reaching the Undying level, is it very hard? Luo Feng asked. It's thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than you humans. The destruction beast said, I can already defeat normal Undyings, however I still can't break through the last barrier. I've already endured for 20 million years, breaking through to Undying. I can definitely do it, definitely. Human. It's rare to see a life form that I feel close to. I've said enough, you can go, go. The destruction beast once again closed its eyes. Luo Feng sighed. Right. He couldn't help it, he even had to request to study the tablet and see if the elder would agree. He didn't even have the right to request it. Your Majesty Luo Feng, why are you inside? Luo Feng turned to look. Outside the formation was the golden-armored old man Elder Xianxia. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others along the pathway and swiftly left. I went to take a closer look at the destruction beast. Luo Feng looked at Xianxia. Elder, how was it? Xianxia laughed loudly. The elder and I chatted for a while and nodded in agreement for your Majesty to study the tablet. He even gave you special permission to study it alone for a month. Furthermore, Your Highness can choose any secret technique stored in the Holy Land after you've finished studying the Saint Tablet. Study alone for a month, one technique? Luo Feng was shocked. Yes, after all, the Holy Steel only allows people to comprehend, without any systematic secret techniques. The secret techniques stored in the Holy Land are all systematic secret techniques left behind by the great experts of our Golden Horn tribe. They are all secret techniques that combine space and metal, belonging to Hiroto's lineage. Elder Xianxia said with a smile, Your Highness, you can choose one. Of course, you can only choose one. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and nodded. So you're called Luo Feng? You can't possibly want to drag this battle to after you comprehend the Sage Tablet, right? Standing not too far away was a black-skinned youth dressed in azure armor. His voice was ferocious as he said, Let's go to the arena and fight. Luo Feng looked at him. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you want to compete with him? Elder Xianxia was shocked, communicating, Your Majesty, don't agree. You've just reached the 9th level of the Domain Lord realm not long ago. But this lowly one is one of the 2 geniuses of the Bei brothers nurtured by the Elder of the Divine Palace. His comprehension of laws should be at the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge according to your human classifications. Luo Feng was stunned. Comprehending the laws to the 9th level of the Sky-Crossing Bridge, F***CK, the peak geniuses of the Golden Horn tribe were also very terrifying. 6 chapters completed. Waha, I started preparing at 8 in the morning and took a short break in the afternoon. I kept writing and finally finished before midnight. Brothers. I want a monthly ticket, Waha. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Xianxia communicated anxiously, our Golden Horn race's absolute geniuses are generally much weaker than the human geniuses. However, the Golden Horn race has over 100,000 tribes, the number of domain lords we have far exceeds that of a universe country. Also, the absolute geniuses of the race will receive guidance from the elders, naturally their standards won't be low. Luo Feng nodded within. Yes. As they were constantly feeling threatened, the Golden Horn race's nurturing of geniuses was even more important than the humans. Even the elders of the universe night level came to teach them. The top 10 of this generation's domain lord level geniuses are the Bei brothers. Xianxia communicated, within the top 10, the other 9 are roughly at the 9th level of origin law comprehension. And the strongest Bei brother's older brother Bei Qiu is the only one with the 10th level. Look, the thousands of youths that challenged you before, they were all quite strong. Like that Jia AI, he's one of the top 10 domain lord level geniuses. Luo Feng blinked, looking at the group of Golden Horn race youths that had gathered, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. He originally didn't put them in his eyes, however he forgot, this was a race's genius. Even if they were weaker than the humans. They wouldn't be too ridiculously weak. The top 10 human domain lord-level geniuses were also Primal Region members. 9 of them had passed the 10th level, and 1 had passed the 11th. The 10th level and the 9th level have a fundamental difference. Every 3 levels represent a major level, 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9. There are many geniuses in the domain lord level absolute beginning secret realm who are stuck on the 9th level. It is extremely difficult to enter the 10th level. Luo Feng was shocked within. I didn't expect the Golden Horn race's domain lord level to actually have one that stepped into the 10th level. Looks like he has the strength of a human primal region member. That one called Bei Qiu. He was the only one that could match up to a human domain lord level primal region member. Luckily I wasn't fighting Bei Qiu, only the top 10. Luo Feng sighed within. With my current strength, against Bei Qiu, I have no chance of winning. Even against Bei Qiu, it's still very dangerous. Hearing that he had the strength to pass the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge, Luo Feng understood that he was in big trouble. Human genius Luo Feng, don't tell me you're scared, the black-skinned intrepid youth growled. His eyes were like lights as he stared at Luo Feng. Haha, since I promised you, naturally I'll fight. You choose the time and place, said Luo Feng. All right. The lower bed was overjoyed and shouted, then let's set off immediately. The time of the battle is today, and the location is the arena outside the city. Sure. Luo Feng nodded. With this simple conversation, a battle between the geniuses of the human race and the Golden Horn tribe was decided. This simple conversation immediately attracted the attention of thousands of people who had gathered nearby. Even the guards of the Divine Palace cheered excitedly. For a moment, cheers and howls resounded through the mountains. Lowly bed. Lowly bed. Lowly bed. All of a sudden, all the geniuses of the Golden Horn clan were excited. Almost all of them shouted the name of their humble servant. Yes. As one of the top 10 domain lords, he was indeed qualified to fight against human geniuses on behalf of the Golden Horn clan. Everyone relax. The lower bed youth turned to look at the thousands of clansmen. He immediately shouted loudly, I, lowly bed, will definitely obtain victory for our Golden Horn clan, definitely. Victory! 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 The thousands of youths roared excitedly. Luo Feng watched silently, thinking within, victory, yes, this battle. I have no way out, I have to win. This battle didn't just represent himself, it represented humanity's glory. The moment he lost, then the Golden Horn clan would spread the name of this lower bed for countless years. They would always remember that there was a lower bed genius who defeated a human genius called Luo Feng. The more the Golden Horn clan valued this, the more they would lose face. There was only one way, to defeat the lower bed, victory. Human Luo Feng. The youth lowly bed was in high spirits. He was unprecedentedly excited. The arena is outside the city. Let's head out. Then let's go. Luo Feng nodded. So, Luo Feng's group along with Lowly Bed and a few other Golden Horn clan geniuses all flew towards the arena. Simultaneously, many of the geniuses immediately connected to the virtual universe network and swiftly spread the news to their friends, telling them, the human genius and our clan's lower bed genius will soon begin their battle in the arena. The Golden Horn clan was a vassal of humanity. Hence, they too had the right to use the virtual universe network. However, they were restricted within a space. Most of them could only chat within the clan. Many of their privileges were restricted, like they couldn't use the killing fields etc. However, the most basic communication functions were still possible. The news was like lightning, swiftly spreading throughout the sacred city. The human genius Luo Feng and our clan's lower bed are about to battle. In the arena outside the city. It's about to begin. Right, the human genius. You didn't hear wrongly. It's a human. The news spread like wildfire. The sacred city residents who were originally busy with their own matters all put down what they were doing. With incomparable fervor, they swiftly flew out of the city. If one were to look from above, one would realize that the entire sacred city was like a flood. Almost like a tidal wave, they were all rushing in one direction. the arena outside the city, a strong sense of pride for the clan. The unwillingness to be a vassal of humanity for countless years. Facing the humans' natural inferiority, this caused this group of residents who lived in the core of the sacred city of Lasheo world, who were normally the proudest, to sink into a frenzy. They yearned for victory, they yearned for their clans. Geniuses to defeat the human geniuses, the arena outside the sacred city took up a huge amount of space. Within the sacred city, it had a special status. Actually, before the Golden Horn clan migrated, they didn't have a tradition of having an arena. It was only after the clan leader Hiroto disappeared, that the Golden Horn clan felt an incomparably strong sense of danger. Hence, they had various measures. For example, forbidding the geniuses from killing each other. However, they were afraid that the geniuses would lose their fighting spirit. Hence, they created the arena. The sacred city forbids battles. Only in the arena could one battle take place. The construction of the arena was similar to the humans' battle-axe Colosseum. Master, our arena has a total of 100 million spectator seats. Usually, for all sorts of battles, this number of seats is more than enough. However today, Master, we may not have enough seats. A gray-skinned youth pointed into the distance. Another tall golden-skinned man looked up too. In the distant sky, a black mass, in the hundreds of millions of Golden Horn clansmen were flying over. The sacred city, as the sacred land core of the Golden Horn clan, had a population in the billions. To be able to become a resident here, many of them were trainers. Usually, there were very few battles that attracted them. However today, over half of the entire sacred city had swiftly rushed over. Half, it was definitely over 1 billion. There aren't enough seats. The golden-skinned man roared, "Send the order, swiftly remove all the seats and proceed according to the clan's rules." Yes. The gray-skinned youth replied. The huge arena outside the sacred city was undergoing lightning-fast changes. The original decorations, comfortable seats etc. were all removed. Even some of the comfortable private rooms and luxurious viewing platforms were all removed. The entire arena was built to accommodate as many spectators as possible. So many people. Luo Feng sat in his resting room, looking through the window at the black mass of people flying over. This situation had already lasted for over 10 minutes. They're probably all here to spectate. Dylan looked up too. It's really shocking. Even in our human world, we can't create such a huge area for people to gather and spectate. A few large-scale battles are usually carried out in the virtual universe network, that way it's easier and less chaotic. The virtual universe network and reality are still different. Luo Feng shook his head. Your Majesty. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned to look. Do you have any confidence? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. I don't, however, this battle, I can only win. Luo Feng's eyes were sharp. About 3 hours had passed. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you can enter the arena now. Elder Xianxia walked in from outside. Luo Feng immediately stood up. Be careful. Elder Xianxia said, in a battle in the arena, if one isn't careful, one side will fall. Luo Feng nodded. He naturally understood this point. This was a battle in reality, not in the virtual universe network. This sort of life and death battle, especially one that concerned the honor and glory of the two races, there was no room for mercy at all. Everyone was giving it their all, and the battle was as fast as lightning. The moment one was hit, it could result in death. Luo Feng walked out of the resting room, under Dylan's guidance and the guidance of the dojo staff. He walked along a corridor and finally arrived at the vast arena. Rumbled the cheers and the terrifying energy waves. It was as though the entire arena was about to be torn apart. Luo Feng looked around. All he could see was a blur of silhouettes outside the arena, and the tilted second-level viewing platform, as well as the highest viewing platform. They were all filled with silhouettes. There were even more people standing in mid-air in the distance. Lowly bed. Lowly bed wins. If you lose, just kill yourself. You have to win. You have to win. Victory. Victory. All sorts of sounds caused the surrounding space to boil. Over 1 billion Golden Horn clansmen roared, causing Luo Feng to hold his breath. Luo Feng looked opposite. On the arena stood the green-armored, black-skinned, intrepid youth Lowly Bed. At this time the golden mark on his forehead was revolving with threads of blood. He had already sunk into an incomparably crazy state, the intense honor of his race, the past battles with the human geniuses, over 1 billion clansmen watching and roaring, it had completely caused Lowly Bed to enter a state of madness. He had to win, even if he died, he had to win. Within the pathway leading to the arena stood the undying guard Dylan and Elder Xianxia. When the battle begins, Elder Xianxia. Dylan looked at Elder Xianxia beside him. No matter what, you and I have to guarantee that His Majesty's life won't be in danger. I understand. Elder Xianxia said solemnly, I will be careful and on guard. The moment the victor is determined, I will immediately stop the battle and guarantee His Majesty's safety. Dylan's expression was serious, turning to look at the calm Luo Feng in the arena. The ancestor told me to protect you, there's no room for error, definitely. Dylan said. In this battle, just from the blur of silhouettes in the 3 levels of the Colosseum, along with the silhouettes in the distant sky, there were over 1 billion Golden Horn clansmen here. Just the Undyings alone, there were over 1,000, there were even a few Emperor-level Undyings. No matter what, at the last moment, we have to guarantee the lives of me and that human genius. We can't become enemies with the humans because of this. Everyone, do your best. The Undyings all did the same. However, none of the Undyings present dared say they had 100% confidence. Because Luo Feng and me were both spirit readers, the final deciding factor of the battle would naturally be the spirit weapon piercing through the body. Only when the body was pierced through would the victor be decided, and at that time, they could very well lose their lives. Of course, Luo Feng was only a genius amongst the humans. If he were to die in such a public battle, even though the humans would be unhappy, compared to the relationship between the two races, a little genius was like an ant, it wouldn't affect the relationship between the two races. Silence. A voice resounded throughout the land and skies. Over 1 billion clansmen very quickly lowered their voices until they were completely silent. However, they were all filled with passion, staring at the arena within the arena. This battle. On one side is our Golden Horn clan's genius me, on the other is the human genius Luo Feng. A majestic voice resounded throughout the land and skies. The rules are simple, once one side admits defeat or is defeated, it will end. Right now, the battle, my race is me against the human Luo Feng, begin. The voice resounded. Over 1 billion Golden Horn clansmen stared at the arena, all of them holding their breaths. And on the platform, the silver-armored Luo Feng and the green-armored youth laid on the bed, facing each other. Golden Horn clan, Humble Bed. The young Humble Bed shouted loudly. Human, Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the opponent. Who? Luo Feng and Bibu were about 10 kilometers apart. They simultaneously rose into the air and floated in mid-air. A dark golden long rod appeared on their backs and a flying spirit weapon beneath their feet. You also use the Nanshan armament? The Lowly Bed grinned and stared at Luo Feng. My Golden Horn clan's great Shilua duo is the true creator of the Nanshan armament. Then we'll see who uses it better. Luo Feng said coldly. All right. The Lowly Bed's eyes shone brightly. Boom. The dark golden staff on his back shot out countless rays of golden light. Luo Feng's gaze was like lightning as he stared at his opponent. The dark golden long rod on his back rumbled and shot out 10,000 gold lights. In an instant, countless blade silhouettes floated and the golden origin laws linked together, connecting to the universe space and gold laws. His spirit energy combined with the origin laws, immediately forming a world, Blade World. That human genius is also using the Nanshan armament. They're both the Nanshan armament's 6th level Blade World. Bibu's Blade World seems to be even bigger. Over 1 billion Golden Horn clansmen discussed softly and watched excitedly. Rumble. Rumble. The moment the 2 large Blade Worlds formed, they clashed. The worlds clashed, the ground shook and the mountains shook. Countless blade energy crumbled. Luo Feng's Blade World began to crack, almost as though it was about to shatter. It's about to break. The human genius is at a disadvantage. Bibu is about to win. The Golden Horn clansmen were extremely excited. Indeed, the golden horn genius that Elder Si Fanqi recognized as having the strength to pass the heavenly bridge's 9th level. His blade world is obviously much stronger than mine. Luo Feng roared softly. Immediately his spirit energy control was pushed to the limit. Over 3,200 spirit energy amplitude was completely released, causing the initially shaky blade world to immediately stabilize and become more real. Rumble. Rumble, the two blade worlds clashed time and time again, causing the space to tremble. He's also trained the blade world to a perfect level? The Bibu youth's expression changed. The 6th level was split into 3 levels. As one's comprehension got higher and higher, the stability of the blade world would get stronger and stronger, finally reaching a limit. Normally, one would need to reach the heavenly bridge's 9th level origin law comprehension to reach its most stable state. Even after 50 years of training, Luo Feng's origin law comprehension was only roughly at the peak of the heavenly bridge's 7th level. Unfortunately, over 3,200 spirit energy amplitude allowed Luo Feng's spirit energy to rise to 32 times the normal limit. This allowed Luo Feng's control of the blade world to immediately reach a level normally only reached at the heavenly bridge's 9th level. As the saying goes, others only have one person, I have 32 to stabilize the world. Even if his origin law comprehension was low, he could still reach an extremely high level. Human genius. If he couldn't reach this level, that would be weird. The Bibu youth thought. His lips curled up and his eyes gleamed like never before. Then let's see who's stronger. World Blade. Condense. The Bibu youth gritted his teeth. The two sword worlds collided, but suddenly, the world controlled by the young man rapidly shrank. But at the same time, the density of the sword chi became higher and higher. In the end, it became a huge crystal sword that was only about 10 meters long, and it enveloped the young man within it. The 10 m long huge blade completely enveloped the blade world within. The energy wasn't wasted at all, it was extremely condensed. This was the 3rd level of the blade world. Condense. Luo Feng too roared. With his telekinesis amplitude of over 3,200, the massive sword world, which had a diameter of over 10 kilometers, rapidly shrunk. In an instant, it condensed into a crystal sword that was about 10 meters long, and he stood inside the crystal sword. You're definitely going to lose. The Bibu roared. Come. Luo Feng only had eyes for his opponent. Who? The two of them were within the crystal huge blade, each controlling their own crystal huge blades, each leaving a faint golden rainbow in mid-air and immediately clashing. The Bibu's crystal huge blade was as fast as lightning, unpredictable and incomparably ferocious. Luo Feng's crystal huge blade seemed to carry the power of the land and skies, incomparably sharp, clashing and clashing, two completely different styles. Bang! 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 The two crystal huge blades that were completely infused with blade worlds were terrifyingly fast, clashing time and time again, almost like two absolute swordsmen attacking each other. Ka! Luo Feng looked up fiercely. He realized that the crystal huge blade he was controlling was already cracking and cracking. He couldn't help but be shocked. With such a clash, the crystal huge blade formed from his blade world was already unstable and about to crumble. He's about to win. That human genius's blade world is about to crumble. Haha, he's definitely going to win. The Bibu hasn't even used his strongest move yet, he's already mastered the special blade technique of the blade world, the vibration space blade technique. The moment it's unleashed, that human genius will definitely lose. Humph, that goes without saying, our Golden Horn clan is the true origin of the Nanshan armament, the techniques unleashed by the Nanshan armament are countless, that human genius using the Nanshan armament, he's definitely going to lose. You can't last long, such a simple logic, you don't even understand? The Bibu roared, you really disappoint me, the human genius only has this little bit of strength. I've only used 70% of my strength up till now, watch. My strongest, vibration space blade technique. Ong, the crystal huge blade controlled by the Bibu too began to connect with the power of the land and skies, and its speed became even faster, even more erratic, immediately rushing towards Luo Feng. What an exquisite control technique. Luo Feng was shocked. He had only acquired the Nanshan armament, and only knew the basic control techniques. As for how to unleash the full power of each level, it all depended on his own comprehension. However, in the Golden Horn clan, the Nanshan armament had 9 levels. Every level had its own corresponding techniques. These techniques were all created by the Golden Horn clan geniuses, requiring a certain level of comprehension of the origin laws to unleash. How could a battle technique created by one person compare to the countless techniques accumulated by the Golden Horn clan geniuses over the generations? Rumble. The Blade World Crystal Huge Blade controlled by the Bibu had already produced a blurry image. The surrounding universe space had strangely been drawn into this blade. The power of this blade was simply terrifying. Natural ability, strengthen. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Internal world. That incomparably huge golden horned beast raised its head and roared. The golden horn on its forehead glowed with a glaring gold light that enveloped its entire body. Its natural ability immediately activated and its consciousness strength immediately doubled. Blood Warrior, Blood River Energy, activate. Luo Feng seemed to have gone mad. Against the oppressive Nanshan armament's blade, Luo Feng immediately unleashed his natural ability strengthening along with his earth body's Blood River energy. Absorbing 3 Blood River crystals, it caused his earth body's origin law compatibility to double, causing the origin law-infused attack of the crystal huge blade's power to soar. Natural ability strengthening, consciousness soaring, controlling the crystal huge blade's power to soar again, 2 consecutive soars. Luo Feng controlled the crystal huge blade, connecting to the universe space. Its power was even more terrifying, its speed was even faster, that tyrannical charge was even stronger. Gold, extreme yang, extreme hardness, incomparable sharpness. Break. Luo Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Space-shaking blade technique. Bibu's crystal huge blade had already traversed a few km distance, instantly arriving before Luo Feng. Rumble like 2 trains colliding, like Mars colliding with Earth, Bibu's crystal huge blade began to break apart, following which with a pung, the incomparably condensed blade world exploded and large amounts of little golden blades flew in all directions. Luo Feng's crystal huge blade was even more tyrannical, charging forward, smashing through the opponent's crystal huge blade and simultaneously crashing into Bibu's body. Pung! Bibu's entire body flew back 10 kilometers, crashing fiercely into the walls of the dojo and falling down. Luo Feng controlled the translucent crystal huge blade and looked at Bibu. Finally, when it crashed into Bibu's body, he could clearly feel a strong energy blocking it. Bibu seemed to have flown far enough, however in truth, the true fatal force of the attack had already been dissipated by over 90%, otherwise Bibu would have been smashed into meat paste. At the last moment, the Undying must have secretly saved Bibu. Luo Feng thought. That was good too. The main thing was that after unleashing his strongest attack, he couldn't even stop it in time. It was quiet. When Luo Feng controlled the crystal huge blade in mid-air of the dojo, the over 1 billion Golden Horn clansmen were silent. They lost. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. From the start of this battle, Beizi from the Golden Horn clan had already displayed his advantage. Even before the battle ended, Beizi had confidently unleashed his strongest move, using the huge crystal blade of the Blade World to unleash the vibration space blade technique, wanting to easily defeat Luo Feng. However, the situation suddenly changed. The human geniuses suddenly erupted and defeated the lowly bed with overwhelming strength. How did this happen? How did he lose? He was still. The countless Golden Horn clansmen couldn't accept this result. And the host's voice resounded once again, this battle, the human genius Luo Feng wins. After hearing the final result, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to look at Beizi, who was heavily injured and swiftly flew into the pathway. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Dylan smiled. Your Majesty, Luo Feng's strength is indeed extraordinary. Entering Domain Lord level 9 for such a short period of time and actually defeating our clan's genius Beizi. Elder Si Fanqi congratulated Luo Yunyang. However, based on his tone, Elder Si Fanqi wasn't very happy. Let's hurry and leave. Luo Feng's ears could clearly hear the over 1 billion Golden Horn clansmen's chatter, discussion, yelling, and even the sounds of challenges. Many Golden Horn clansmen's youths were shouting, Human Luo Feng, I want to challenge you. Human Luo Feng, accept my challenge. Accept my challenge. challenges, raging shouts, all sorts of voices mixed together, the sound waves almost seemed to tear the sky apart. Yes, we have to leave immediately. Dylan nodded. Too passionate. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. The normal members of the clan are looking forward to a victory. Beizi's defeat will indeed cause many to be angry and unwilling. Elder Si Fanqi shook his head and exclaimed, however they are all normal members, their vision is narrow. They can't even see the difference between our Golden Horn clan and humans. Just winning a genius battle is useless to the entire clan. However, to make the clan more united, even though they know this is boring, they still have to support it. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty Luo Feng, let's leave from the back. Elder Si Fanqi said. Luo Feng, Elder Si Fanqi, Xianxia, Dylan and the 5-sector Lord Guards quietly followed a pathway to leave the dojo. However, the moment they left, they were stopped by a group of youths. Human Luo Feng, please accept my challenge. Human genius, I, Qi Nua, officially challenge you. The group of young men of the Golden Horn clan was extremely excited. Hurry and leave. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Yes. Dylan nodded. Don't worry, it's fine. Elder Si Fanqi used his undying power to suppress the group of youths. Whoosh, Luo Feng and his group swiftly tore through the skies and flew towards the Saint City. The Holy City was incomparably vast, and within the Holy City, there was a city within a city, the Holy Land. The Holy Land was the most dazzling and sacred place in the entire world of Lazio. There were some residences there, specially prepared for the strong members of the Golden Horn clan. There were also 2 towers. One was called the Secret Tome Tower, and the other was called the Holy Tablet Tower. In terms of importance, the Holy Tablet Tower was a level higher. Look. Elder Si Fanqi pointed at a white tower that was more than 100 miles high in the distance. That is the Secret Tome Tower. It contains the trial books of many powerful warriors of our Golden Horn clan. Trial copy? Luo Feng froze. Right. Elder Si Fanqi nodded. There are countless manuals within the clan. To allow the later generations to have a better choice of techniques. Create a trial book for each secret manual. The trial book only contains a small portion of the secret technique's contents at the very beginning. This trial book is purely to let the reader understand what the secret manual is about. As for the detailed cultivation method, there is none. Luo Feng nodded. Only after confirming which one to choose and sending the request will the true manual be given. Elder Si Fanqi smiled. After all, the manuals our Golden Horn clan has accumulated over countless years are priceless. If we were to put all of them in, I'm afraid there would be many strong clans fighting over them. And right now, there are only trial copies. None of them have any training methods. It's very safe. Luo Feng understood the reason for doing this. The other Holy Tablet Tower is where the Holy Tablets are stored. Elder Si Fanqi pointed at the other tower that was completely golden color. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you have the chance to study the Holy Tablets alone for a month. When that time comes, you'll enter that tower. Look. The Sacred Land is a city within a city. Elder Si Fanqi pointed to the surroundings. There were many quiet and unadorned residences around them. There were no extravagant decorations, and everything looked ancient and simple. At a glance, a large number of residences exuded a very unique ancient charm. On the streets, one could see unkempt Golden Horn clan warriors walking about. All of them seemed to be deep in thought. The Sacred Land didn't have any facilities for eating or entertainment. This was a training atmosphere. To have a residence in the Sacred Land to train peacefully, one has to be a warrior that is truly respected by countless clansmen. Or an absolute genius that countless clansmen praise. Or someone that the elders value. Elder Si Fanqi exclaimed. The ones training in the Sacred Land are the future hope of our Golden Horn clan. Your Majesty, our Golden Horn clan has also prepared a place for you to stay. Elder Si Fanqi smiled. Please follow me. After a while, a simple training residence that took up about 10 hectares of land appeared in their field of vision. Luo Feng and his group stood before it. Si Fanqi pointed at the residence before them. this is considered the largest training residence in the sacred land. Your Majesty, you can arrange for your guards to stay here. After studying for a month at the Saint Tablet Pagoda, you can also stay here to properly absorb the wonders within the Saint Tablet. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Outside the training residence, a black armored golden horn clansman bowed respectfully. From today onwards, this residence will be Your Majesty's residence. Your Majesty can stay here for as long as you wish. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. The 5 of you can rest here first. Luo Feng ordered the 5 sector lord guards. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5 bowed respectfully. Dylan, accompany me to the tower to take a look. Luo Feng smiled. Bringing Dylan, Elder Xianxia and Xianxia, they walked a few hundred km and arrived at the majestic and resplendent Holy Tablet Tower. Luo Feng raised his head to look at the golden tower that was over 100 kilometers tall. Human Luo Feng. A low voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. I, guardian of the tower, you have the chance to study alone in the tower for a month. Will you begin now? Right now. Luo Feng nodded. All right. The guardian of the Holy Tablet Tower interrupted some Golden Horn clansmen who were comprehending the Holy Tablet and drove them out of the Holy Tablet Tower. Perhaps these Golden Horn clansmen hadn't used up their time to comprehend the Holy Tablet Tower yet. However, because of the human race, they could only continue to comprehend the Holy Tablet Tower after a month. Human genius? Look, that's the one. I was studying just fine and was interrupted. I still have 3 days to study. I can only wait for a month before I can come back for another 3 days. Really? Who asked them to be humans? Tens of Golden Horn clansmen walked out of the tower. Glancing at Luo Feng and his group, they communicated and discussed. However, they didn't dare cause trouble. They only communicated and left. Dylan, you all go back first. I'll be studying in the tower. I'll come out in a month. Luo Feng said and headed towards the entrance of the tower. The moment he entered the tower, he felt a bone-piercing cold. Just breathing made him feel the cold seep into his body. Human Luo Feng, I am the guardian of the tower. You can call me the guardian. His entire body was covered in gorgeous black armor, revealing only a pair of purple eyes. Through the helmet, one could faintly see that the guardian's skin was dark red, and his entire body was suffused with an extremely terrifying and sharp aura. Beside him, there was a 3 m tall huge blade embedded in the ground. The formless pressure it gave Luo Feng, it wasn't any weaker than true yin. Guardian. Luo Feng bowed. Go in. The guardian said solemnly. Luo Feng nodded. Walking along the pitch-black passageway, he soon arrived at an incomparably vast hall. Looking up, he could even see the ceiling of the Sage Tablet Pagoda, which was over 100 kilometers tall. It was obvious that the entire Sage Tablet Pagoda only had 1 floor, and in this vast hall was a towering crystal holy tablet. The entire monument was about 300 meters tall, 100 meters wide, and 50 meters thick. It was made of a light green crystal. A suffocating aura emanated from the crystal monument. At the same time, there was a hole in the center of the crystal monument. The hole was about 30 centimeters in diameter and 1 m deep. It was a conical hole. It's different from our humans' 52 primal chaos tablets. Firstly, the materials are different. The feeling is different too. Luo Feng stood in front of the Saint Tablet, immediately looking at the 300 m tall pale green crystal tablet. There was actually a very peculiar demon picture, a human-shaped demon roaring. Demon roaring picture? The entire crystal tablet is just this picture. And there's actually a conical hole in the center? Luo Feng muttered to himself. After which, he didn't think anymore and began to carefully examine the tablet. Just as he focused, his consciousness was uncontrollably sucked into the demon roaring picture. His consciousness was sucked into one of the wings of the demon roaring picture. It was almost as though he could see the endless space, the universe, and stars evolving. Just as Luo Feng realized something, the internal world that had been stuck at the pinnacle of the domain lord level seemed to be affected by this and suddenly began to tremble. Ah! Luo Feng was shocked. He immediately came out of his meditation state and understood what was happening. The internal world is about to evolve, it's about to step into the sector lord level. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Tomorrow was a rest day, Saturday. Tomato didn't dare rest completely. He decided to rest for a while. There would be a new chapter tomorrow. Luo Feng stood before the huge saint tablet and closed his eyes, his consciousness completely immersed in the internal world. Internal world. The vast metal continent, which was 900,000 kilometers in length and width, began to crazily devour the endless golden mist surrounding the continent as well as the endless golden mist in the sky above the continent. The mist shrouded the entire metal continent, but unlike the previous few metamorphoses, the vast metal continent did not expand after devouring the golden mist, but shrunk. Chi. The more it absorbed, the smaller the continent got, and the larger the internal world space got. In just a short while, the diameter of the entire inner world was more than 10 times larger than before. Meanwhile, the vast metal continent, which was 900,000 kilometers in length and width, became smaller and smaller as the metal mist accumulated over countless years. In the end, it became a bottomless abyss surrounded by golden mountains. Two-world abyss, form. Rumble, two-world abyss floated within the vast internal world space. The walls of the abyss were filled with incomparably complex engravings, much more complex than the engravings of the beast god head roaring diagram of blood river power he had seen before. At the same time, countless golden specks of light were condensing within the mountains of the two worlds abyss. Those golden specks of light were the essence of the metal continent that was 900,000 kilometers long and wide, as well as the endless golden mist. At this moment, the densely packed golden specks of light were whirling incessantly, slowly condensing like a nebula. Goldhorn World Stone, condense. Luo Feng's consciousness was strong, directly controlling the process. Rumble. The nebula like countless golden specks immediately condensed into one, forming a pyramid-shaped golden stone that was about the size of a thumb. This golden stone floated within the two-world abyss mountain range, however it caused the surrounding space to ripple, formless ripples, completely causing the entire internal world to tremble. Goldhorn World Stone. A golden horned beast can only produce one Goldhorn World Stone in its entire life. This stone is formed from the golden horned beast's huge internal world's true gold essence. It contains golden space elements, it's a true treasure. Luo Feng exclaimed within. The Goldhorn World Stone, the golden horned beast's most important treasure, because after breaking through from the domain lord level to sector lord level, the golden horned beast's internal world would no longer be pure gold energy. It would become a very normal world with rivers and mountains, an internal world that could accommodate life. Therefore, the violent and aggressive metal energy condensed into a two-worlds abyss. The essence of the two-world abyss was within the Goldhorn World Stone, while the internal world was changing, Luo Feng's earth body's core was also changing. Rumble the soul crystal and origin crystal melted into a liquid torrent under the influence of an invisible force. The two torrents began to come into contact, and when the spirit power and origin force truly came into contact, the first fusion after the fusion of consciousness and will, the first strand of world force was born. The power of the world was born. This allowed Luo Feng's consciousness to resonate and feel the vast universe's origin. The primeval universe was the most ancient, vast, and powerful universe that nurtured the most life forms. Although the primal universe was an independent universe outside of the primal universe, it was not even a fraction of the primal universe. The true origin of the primeval universe. When the first thread of world energy was produced within Luo Feng's body, it connected to the incredibly distant source grounds. Ah! This is the origin of the universe? Luo Feng's consciousness, under the resonance of the world energy, immediately entered the origin of the universe. It was an incredibly vast land. With Luo Feng's consciousness, he could only feel this endless land, he couldn't feel anything else. And this endless land, every grain of sand was like a space, and within the space were endless universe crystals. One grain of sand, one world? One world, endless universe crystals? This is the true appearance of the universe origin grounds? Luo Feng was incredibly shocked. However, the trillions of kilometers of land that he could feel was probably just a small portion of the universe origin grounds. Even so, it was enough to make Luo Feng tremble. Two worlds resonance. When Luo Feng's consciousness truly came into contact with the universe origin grounds, his core and internal world simultaneously underwent shocking changes. The internal world originally only had two world abyss left. But at this moment, it was as though a passage had been opened between the inner world and the primeval origin sourceland of the universe. An endless amount of the origin source energy of the universe, the world energy, surged into the inner world like a raging flood. It was incomparably violent, and in an instant, the space of the inner world was completely filled. One had to know, the internal world space was already 10 times larger than before, yet it was still filled in an instant. Obviously, to the primeval universe origin grounds, any grain of sand universe crystal's energy was enough to fill up Luo Feng's internal world. How satisfying! Instantly having so much universe energy, it's a pity, such a chance is only available once when a domain lord breaks through to the sector lord level. And it's also the only chance. Luo Feng sighed within, after which he didn't think any further, his consciousness controlling the universe origin energy that filled up the internal world energy. Condense. Central continent, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 peripheral continents. The diameter of the vast central continent was about 5 million kilometers, and there were 5 peripheral continents with diameters of about 1 million kilometers. These 5 continents were either fiery hot, cold, or filled with endless grass and trees, metal mountain ranges, or endless thick earth. Between the 6 continents is the endless ocean. Rumble between the land and land, there was an endless amount of water, flooding the entire internal world. The ocean area far exceeded the land area. Within the central continent, there's an internal ocean. Suddenly, the central part of the central continent, which had a diameter of 5 million kilometers, began to collapse. The soil turned into nothingness, and endless seawater was born. In an instant, a vast inland sea with a diameter of 900,000 kilometers was born. This inland sea was completely inside the central continent. The heart of the internal ocean is the two-world abyss. Goo the ocean churned. The two-world abyss slowly rose, almost like a lone island in the internal ocean. The center of the island was the endless abyss, almost like it led to another world. Endless living things, grow. Luo Feng allowed the internal world to naturally evolve, the central continent, the 5 peripheral continents, the internal ocean, the endless ocean, all of them naturally grew plants, flowers, mountains etc. In an instant, the entire internal world was no different from a real world. Internal world, form. Huahuadian used large amounts of universe origin energy swiftly. Transformed into universe crystals, immediately forming a universe crystal mountain on the continent. The internal world had already been formed, the universe energy world energy naturally formed a universe crystal mountain. Normally when one just stepped into the sector lord level, they would all have such encounters. However, normal sector lords had no way of obtaining such a huge universe crystal mountain. Because those sector lords' internal worlds were much smaller than Luo Feng's. From what I know, many sector lords' internal worlds are usually over 10,000 kilometers in diameter. And my internal world's diameter is over 10 million kilometers. The stronger the internal world, the more powerful the core it had to be. From the 900,000 kilometers long and wide internal world to over 10 million kilometers in diameter, Luo Feng's core once again underwent a fundamental change. During the process, the core naturally absorbed the essence energy that leaked from the internal world, which was also a small portion of the gold horn world stone's energy. Rumble within the core, the spirit energy flow and genetic energy flow had already completely fused. Following the universe's natural evolution, it had transformed into an origin orb. The orb revolved slightly, releasing endless threads, connecting to the core. Because of this, the original core had completely changed. From the Star Traveler level to the Domain Lord level, the core had always been translucent, with complicated golden engravings on the surface, emitting golden light. It was very mysterious. However, after stepping into the Sector Lord level, the core absorbed the essence energy of the internal world, the energy of the origin orb, the energy of the universe energy, becoming a seemingly normal core. Simple and unadorned, there was no light, even the golden engravings had been completely retracted. My God! Luo Feng was shocked. My current core can hold a 10 million kilometers diameter internal world. It's already much more terrifying than many Sector Lord Pinnacle's core. When I reach the pinnacle of Sector Lords, just what level will this core reach? No wonder the golden horned beast has 3 great natural abilities, inherited memories, and a lifespan that's 10 times that of a human's. However, those that break through to the undying level are still extremely few. Feeling the core strength, Luo Feng understood how difficult it was to break through to the undying level. Even now, if Luo Feng let go of his defenses and let a strong attack his core, even a Sector Lord Pinnacle wouldn't be able to break it. Of course, Luo Feng wouldn't let others attack his own. After stepping into the Sector Lord level, the internal world is already a true world. It doesn't necessarily have to swallow metals. Normal Sector Lords all use universe crystals to push their world to evolve. Before, when my internal world expanded, it too relied on the endless universe crystals to instantly evolve. I have 2 paths. The first path uses universe crystals to expand the internal world. That way, even when I reach the pinnacle of Sector Lords, the internal world's diameter will only exceed 30 million kilometers. The second path still uses the most precious metals to swallow. Those metals are most suitable for the golden horned beast. After being swallowed by the 2-world abyss, the purest and most precious metal energy will be absorbed into the golden horn world stone. The other energies will directly push the internal world to evolve. After the gold horn world stone transforms, traces of its essence energy will affect the original core, making the original core stronger and able to hold a larger inner world. Such a peak Sector Lord's limit is an inner world with a diameter of over 90 million kilometers. Luo Feng was very clear. The first path meant it was slightly easier. Many golden horned beasts would choose this path. The second path was incomparably difficult, because the shackles were stronger. However, the benefits were that the internal world would be bigger, its power would be stronger, its future god country would be stronger too. The constantly absorbing essence of the golden horn world stone could be said to be the highest quality. 2 paths, one easy, one hard. Which one to choose? Within the tower, Luo Feng, who was standing before the Saint tablet with his eyes closed, revealed a smile. My heart is like a mirror, seeing through all illusions. My heart is like a blade, cutting through all obstacles. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all, calmly making his decision. If I don't even have the courage to break through to undying as a golden horned beast, how can I even talk about becoming an absolute being in the universe? How can I even talk about becoming a true upper echelon of humanity? I believe I can do it. I definitely can. Luo Feng thought. As someone who had received guidance from Thunder God and Hong to train his mental state, he placed more emphasis on his mental state. If a person didn't even have the courage to challenge difficult things, then he was destined to achieve nothing at all. And if he had absolute confidence and courage when facing truly difficult problems, then he would have to work hard and surpass his limits, getting closer to his goal. Even if he failed in the end, his achievements would still be extremely high. Just like that, Luo Feng naturally chose the second path, swallowing large amounts of metals to strengthen his internal world. Actually, he had long purchased the metals needed for the Sector Lord level. From this, within, Luo Feng had already planned for his future. Back then, when I was a normal warrior on Earth, did anyone ever think that I would become a Milky Way leader? When I entered the universe as Earth's strongest warrior, did anyone ever think that I would become one of the top 10 geniuses of humanity's 1008 universe countries in the genius battles? Did anyone ever think that I would be able to make it into the primal region in the first qualification battles? And right now, many people think that I have hopes of becoming an official or emperor level undying. However, how many would dare to think that I would become a universe knight level being? Luo Feng thought, his eyes gleaming even more. A true warrior had absolute confidence in himself. Firstly, he dared to think, then he worked hard, only then could he succeed. If he didn't even dare to have such a goal, how could he succeed? ******* Internal world. Within the vast internal world, on a grass plain in the central continent, there was a space beast that was like a black mountain range. Beside it stood a black Masha Luo Feng. The golden horned beast has broken through to Sector Lord level. The Masha clansman has broken through to the Sector Lord level. Following the push of his consciousness, the originally majestic universe crystal mountain of countless universe crystals immediately shattered into dense world energy. It was like 2 streams of energy. One stream of world energy continuously flowed into the golden horned beast's body. The other flow continued to surge into Masha Luo Feng's body. Of the 2 torrents, one was about 10 meters thick, while the other was more than 10 kilometers thick. Kakaka, the golden horned beast's entire body made all sorts of sounds. After training the nameless manual, its body that was already stronger than before started to evolve. It swallowed large amounts of world energy, causing its body to grow larger and larger. Its scales became even tighter, to the point that there was even a layer of transparent scales. On the golden horned beast's forehead began to grow a fifth horn, the other 4 horns also began to grow longer. Rumble, the Masha clone next to him, completely turned into a black stream of energy, and the black stream of energy became denser and denser. In the center of the black stream of energy, one could faintly see a resplendent life crystal that flickered with spatial laws. Boom, boom, the 10 kilometers thick world energy stream and 10 thick world energy stream were cut off at the same time. The golden horned beast's body length had already reached a shocking 100 kilometers. The moment its scaled wings were unleashed, it could easily cover any huge city on Earth. In the blink of an eye, it could go one round around Earth. To such a powerful being, a planet was simply too small. The place it lived in was the universe space. Hua, the rumbling black energy suddenly condensed and formed into a black-clothed Luo Feng. Sector Lord Golden Horned Beast and Sector Lord Masha Luo Feng stood on the grass plain. Hell, the Golden Horned Beast raised its head and let out a roar that shook the entire endless world, announcing that it had finally stepped into the Sector Lord level. Haha, Masha Luo Feng too let out a carefree laugh. After stepping into the Sector Lord level, it's indeed different. Masha. Luo Feng's face was filled with glee. This Masha clansman's space law compatibility was increased by tens of times, and the Sector Lord level is the fastest level to train. Now that it has stepped into the Sector Lord level, along with the Masha clansman's growth, it's simply. It was said that the training speed at the Sector Lord level was extremely fast. Sector Lord level was an explosive period of strength. Even the Undying level couldn't compare to the Sector Lord level. This was also why many warriors would rather stay at the Sector Lord level for longer and not rush to break through to the Undying level. Just like that time Sector Lord Luo, he had stayed at the Sector Lord level for so long. However, now that his lifespan was nearing its end, stepping into the Undying level was extremely dangerous. Within the empty Saint Tablet Tower, before the majestic Saint Tablet, Luo Feng stood silently and finally opened his eyes. I've broken through to the Sector Lord level. With the 2-world abyss, it'll be much safer to use my natural ability swallowing in the future than before. Luo Feng thought. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansman have both reached Sector Lord level 1. From Domain Lord to Sector Lord, this huge leap in strength is indeed exaggerated. I'm not in a rush to train that 10,000 soul control technique. It won't be too late to train after a month of studying the Saint Tablet. I can't waste this month. Although it sounded slow, in truth the internal world breakthrough, the Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansman didn't even take half a day. After which Luo Feng focused on the pale green crystal Saint Tablet before him. The towering holy monument had a huge picture of a roaring demon on it. The demon had 2 curved horns, a pair of wings, and a pair of eyes that were like flames. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary picture of a roaring demon, but if one really looked at it carefully, every feather on the demon's wings, the flames surrounding the eyes, every strand of hair, every pattern on the curved horns, and the mysterious patterns on the armor, they were all mysterious and profound. Rumble. A portion of Luo Feng's consciousness was immersed in the demon roaring picture. The majority of his consciousness, the Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansman's consciousness, immediately passed through the world energy and entered the universe source grounds. The mysterious universe source grounds. The core of the entire primal universe, no one knew when it existed. However, one only knew that, at Sector Lord level, one's consciousness could enter the universe source grounds for the first time. This feels too good. A large part of Luo Feng's consciousness was sucked into the endless land, entering a grain of sand, and his consciousness was unprecedentedly clear. He could feel gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, space, time, all sorts of ripples, he could feel them all. The origin of laws was also hidden in the mysterious origin of the universe. When one's consciousness entered the universe source grounds, it would be incomparably close to the origin laws. As it was incomparably close, hence the feeling was extremely clear. Even the wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and time that he didn't understand in the past, the clarity of his comprehension wasn't any lower than when he was at the domain lord level. Of course, if the clarity of wood, water and fire was 100, then the clarity of the gold laws would be 10,000, and the space laws would be 200,000. How can the sector lord level not be fast? This origin law comprehension is more than 100 times easier. Many things that couldn't be comprehended at the universe level or domain lord level, after becoming a sector lord, one can still train to the point of being recognized by the origin laws. Luo Feng exclaimed, "The sector lord level is indeed blessed by the heavens." World energy was a special form of creation energy. The realm lords used the power of the world to create a world, and the origin grounds of the universe, that boundless land was the boundless power of the world. Every grain of sand contained an endless amount of universe crystals. It was because the world energy was special, hence one's consciousness could enter the universe source grounds. The moment one reached undying, the energy level would change once more. Possessing even stronger undying energy, however, he would no longer be able to merge his consciousness with the land. It wasn't always better to be stronger, it was better to be suitable. With the world energy, one would have the chance to comprehend all sorts of laws. The moment one stepped into the undying level, even after millions and trillions of years, one wouldn't be able to comprehend the space laws. Firstly, the higher one went, the harder it got. Secondly, the undying level couldn't be as extravagant as the sector lord level. At the sector lord level, some absolute geniuses only trained for tens of thousands of years, and their comprehension of the laws could match an emperor level undying. However, a normal undying, breaking through constantly, to reach emperor level, even 100 million years was impossible. This was the advantage of a sector lord. This was also the reason why many ambitious people didn't want to enter the undying realm too quickly. They wanted to comprehend more laws at the sector lord level, so that the moment they stepped into the undying realm, they would have a strong foundation, directly becoming an official level. Or even an emperor level undying. Like that absolute genius Kadi, he was able to kill an official level undying at sector lord level. If he didn't die and entered the undying level, then the moment he did, he would immediately reach the emperor level. Within the internal world, Masha Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Within his body, the complex space engravings on the life crystal rippled, causing the Masha clansman's consciousness to sense the space ripples to increase by 10 times. Blood river energy. The golden horned beast also activated the blood river energy in its right claw. Its right claw swiftly transformed, simultaneously a blood-colored beast godhead roaring appeared, causing the golden horned beast's ability to sense the gold laws to increase by 10 times. Before, the gold law's clarity was 10,000, the space law's clarity was 200,000. And at this time, the gold law's clarity was 100,000, the space law's clarity was estimated to be over 200,000. This far surpassed wood, water, fire, thunder, light and time. It's too beautiful. While studying the demon roar diagram tablet, I'm also comparing it with the space and gold laws. Comparing and studying, this speed is really. Luo Feng felt that studying in front of the tablet for a day was equivalent to 100 years of studying at the domain lord level. Of course, the main thing was that at the sector lord level, Luo Feng's training speed was hundreds of times faster than at the domain lord level. Luo Feng studied within the pagoda, hungry and thirsty, not daring to waste any time at all. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, sacred city, within one of the ancient training quarters within the sacred land, Xianxia, Kashna, Dylan and the 5 sector lords all stayed here. His Majesty Luo Feng has already entered the pagoda to train. You all better focus on your training. When your strength surpasses that lowly being, come and find the human Luo Feng. At the entrance of the training quarters, Elder Xianxia looked coldly at the group of golden horn youths gathered outside, not having enough strength and still coming to challenge. Haven't you lost enough face? Undying pressure emanated out. This caused the group of golden horn youths to feel fear. Emperor-level undyings, even in the strong upper tribes, there were usually only 1 or 2. They were definitely high and mighty beings. What are you still standing here for? All of you scram back. Elder Xianxia roared fiercely. Yes, Elder. The group of youths bowed obediently, even though they were unwilling, they still left. Elder Xianxia watched as the youths left. He couldn't help but shake his head. These youths were completely riled up by the glory of defeating the humans in history. All of them were completely riled up. Compared to the humans, our clan's intelligence is obviously much lower. Elder Xianxia sighed within. The stone life form and the flesh and blood life form are very different. Maybe the chances of producing a strong warrior is higher, however their reproduction rate and intelligence are much lower. These youths within the clan are riled up, all of them don't care about anything else. The Golden Horn clan was indeed like that. As long as they were riled up, they would risk their lives. Humans however were different. Human beings were more intelligent. Even the apprentice-level human beings were extremely smart. The experts of the Golden Horn clan might have a strong consciousness calculation ability, which could be compared to optical computers, but they were not good at EQ. To put it simply, they were stupid and not smart enough. However, the existences that had lived for a long time still had high intelligence under the test of time. Elder Xianxia. Dylan brought 5 sector lord guards and walked over. Mr. Dylan. Xianxia smiled at Dylan. I've troubled Elder Xianxia. Every time there are too many challengers, Elder Xianxia has to step in to suppress them. Dylan, who was dressed in a black robe, smiled. In the past 20 days, I haven't had a break. Elder Xianxia, you've worked hard. It's our Golden Horn clan's fault. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Our Golden Horn clan has too many youngsters. Although we've forbidden them from disturbing us, there are still some fearless youngsters who dare to challenge us. I couldn't kill the future of the clan, so I could only order them to leave. Mr. Dylan, you can't cultivate in peace. Nothing. Dylan shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal for these clansmen to challenge us. Elder Xianxia shook his head. What I'm really worried about is a genius young man in the clan. Who? Dylan asked. Beiqiu. Elder Xianxia said solemnly, Sacred City Elder God Palace Genius, one of the Bei brothers' older brother Beiqiu. Amongst the domain lord level 9 geniuses, Beiqiu, who was defeated by His Majesty Luo Feng before, has the right to be in the top 10. And his brother Beiqiu is definitely number 1. In terms of origin law comprehension, according to your human standards, he should have the ability to reach the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Ah? 10th level? Dylan was shocked. Going from the 9th level to the 10th was extremely difficult. The Virtual Universe Company had a total of 10 Domain Lord Primal Region members, of which 9 were at the 10th level and 1 at the 11th. He didn't expect the Golden Horn clan to have such a genius. The Bei brothers are known for their ferocity. They're a pair of brothers with heavy killing intent. Elder Xianxia emphasized. Beiqiu has lost. His brother Beiqiu will definitely rush back to the Sacred City. With Beiqiu's arrogant and ferocious personality, he'll definitely challenge His Majesty Luo Feng. The other clansmen can just challenge him. However Beiqiu, he's the number 1 amongst the Domain Lord geniuses. Dylan frowned too. Actually, the fact that Luo Feng could defeat Beiqiu previously was already a surprise to Dylan. Dylan had even secretly informed Tru Yen of the battle. His Majesty will probably lose against that Beiqiu. Dylan thought. The difference between the 9th and 10th level is extremely obvious. His Majesty's training time is too short. Just as Elder Xianxia and Dylan were chatting, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Elder Xianxia, Dylan, the 5 sector lords and Kashna all turned to look. Saint Tablet Tower. Xianxia and Dylan were shocked. In the distance, the majestic golden tower that was 100 kilometers tall was currently enveloped by an incredibly powerful origin law energy. Golden engravings revolved around it and golden light shot in all directions. In an instant, the entire golden tower was incomparably glaring. The intense origin law ripples made one's heart palpitate. The origin laws have descended. Xianxia and Dylan glanced at each other in shock. They were very clear on what this meant. His Highness is in the Saint Monument Pagoda. A World Overlord guard behind Dylan called out in joy. Other than the Guardian, there's only His Majesty Luo Feng within the tower. Elder Xianxia's eyes gleamed. Right now, the origin laws have descended, and it's the gold laws. Without a doubt, His Majesty Luo Feng has already gained the recognition of the gold laws. The recognition of the origin laws. Kashna was shocked. His Majesty Luo Feng is only at the domain lord level. Dylan looked at the distant tower and was extremely excited. He nodded and thought, I have to immediately report this to the ancestor. Within the sacred land, the strong were as common as the clouds. Very often, there would be a warrior who had gained the recognition of the origin laws. The special scenes of the origin laws descending would appear. The cultivators in the Holy Land were already used to this, but this time, the special scene appeared in the Holy Tablet Pagoda. Moreover, many people knew that the human domain master genius was comprehending alone in the Saint Tablet Tower. The human genius has gained the recognition of the origin laws? So fast. Domain Lord level 9 and he's able to gain the recognition of the origin laws. Looks like in terms of the gold origin laws, he's already reached an extremely high level. Powerful. Many cultivators in the sacred land looked up at the towering golden pagoda. Within the tower, Luo Feng stood silently before the majestic pale green tablet. His eyes were focused on the demon roaring picture on the tablet. Rumble, the space around him slightly trembled. A golden water droplet appeared above Luo Feng's head and fell. Drip, the golden water droplet landed on his head. Seeing Luo Feng's body as nothing, it seeped in and landed on the core. As though it pierced through nothing, it pierced through the core. Finally, the golden water droplet landed on the origin orb. The origin orb was the fusion of the domain lord's soul crystal and genetic energy crystal. Luo Feng's energy core. And also the soul core. Chi-chi easily, the golden water droplet was completely absorbed by the origin orb. This orb had an additional gold color. At this time, Luo Feng had officially gained the recognition of the gold origin laws. A golden blade mark slowly appeared on Luo Feng's forehead. This mark had a heart-palpitating ripple of origin laws. This was a sign of one gaining the recognition of the origin laws. Simultaneously, an even bigger golden blade mark appeared on the golden horned beast's forehead. I didn't expect my gold origin law comprehension level to have already reached the level where the origin laws have recognized me. Luo Feng revealed a smile. I've already gained the recognition of the origin laws. Then, my consciousness should be able to enter the origin law ocean. The universe origin laws were extremely mysterious. After reaching Sector Lord level, due to the world energy, Luo Feng's consciousness was able to merge with the boundless land. And when a drop of origin law water merged with his soul, it caused his soul consciousness to undergo a transformation. At this time, Luo Feng felt a soul-shaking calling. Almost like a mother calling her child. So, Luo Feng split half of his consciousness and swiftly left the boundless land. He was immediately attracted by the calling. Rumble, a golden ocean, boundless and endless. This was the origin of the gold laws, the entire primal universe's gold laws. Endless amounts of origin law energy permeated the entire ocean. The powerful pressure far exceeded any warrior Luo Feng had ever met. Luckily, Luo Feng had already gained the recognition of the origin law ocean, merging with a drop of water. Rumble, the waves surged and rumbled, endless and endless. Luo Feng's consciousness merged with a drop of water and floated along with the ocean, constantly searching and comprehending the gold laws. A portion of his consciousness merged with the boundless land, another portion within the gold origin law ocean, and the last portion studying the Saint Tablet before him. My consciousness has gained the recognition of the gold origin laws. My current comprehension speed isn't any slower than the space laws. Luo Feng looked at the Saint Tablet before him. He was filled with glee within. Gaining the recognition of the origin laws meant that his comprehension of the origin laws had already reached a very high level. 20 days of study. The Sector Lord level's efficiency is hundreds of times higher than the Domain Lord levels. Plus the effect of studying the Saint Tablet, 1 day is equivalent to 100 years of study for a Domain Lord. 20 days and I'm close to 2,000 years of study for a Domain Lord. Luo Feng exclaimed. He could only exclaim at the huge difference between Sector Lord and Domain Lord. In the Virtual Universe Company, the competition for the Sector Lord members of the Primal region was the most intense. Generation after generation of genius battles, hero battles, as well as the selection of the human elites in the entire universe, etc. Over 10 million years of elites were gathered at the Sector Lord level. However, there were only 100 of them, and they were all Sector Lord level in the primal region. No wonder they all value Sector Lord geniuses. A Sector Lord's 1 day of study is equivalent to a Domain Lord's 1 year. Sector Lords study for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. How can the Domain Lord geniuses compare? Luo Feng thought. This Saint tablet is coincidentally related to space and gold. It's extremely beneficial to me. Luo Feng stared at the Saint tablet before him. There's less than 10 days left, I can't waste it. Gaining the recognition of the origin laws only distracted Luo Feng for 1 to 2 minutes, after which he continued to study. In the blink of an eye, 30 days had passed. Human, your study time is up, you can come out. The protector's low and powerful voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears and mind, immediately waking him up. Luo Feng's consciousness swiftly left the universe origin grounds and origin law ocean as well as the demon roaring picture on the sacred tablet. Who? Luo Feng looked reluctantly at the majestic pale green tablet. It's a pity it's only a month. This tablet's effect on me is even better than the 9 universe tablet. Luo Feng sighed within. The first 7 pictures of the 9 universe tablet were all space laws, hence studying the 9 universe tablet wasn't much of a help to the gold laws, at least it was far from this tablet. Luo Feng turned and left, following the exit. The guardian of the Holy Monument Tower, who was wearing black armor and standing there like a statue, had a 3-meter-tall giant saber stabbed into the ground next to him. An invisible pressure covered the entire area, pressuring every member of the Golden Horn clan who entered the Holy Monument Tower. Rumble. The tall door slowly opened, light from outside shone in. Luo Feng walked out alone. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. Outside the door stood Dylan, the 5 Sector Lord guards, Xianxia and Xianxia. Luo Feng smiled and nodded to his people, however his expression changed. As there was another large group of Golden Horn clan youths gathered outside the tower, they were like red-eyed calves, all staring hard at Luo Feng. Human. Luo Feng, I challenge you. Human, accept my challenge. If you are a warrior, accept my challenge. Various voices could be heard. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and walked over to Dylan, Elder Xianxia and the others, communicating, let's first return to our training quarters, Elder Xianxia. I'll have to rely on you to deal with this group of crazy clansmen. After which, Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others and swiftly left the tower. It was indeed a mess. Training quarters. Luo Feng and the others pushed open the door and entered. As they walked, Luo Feng said, Dylan, I'm preparing to sort through this month's study of the tablet, after which I'll head to the secret manual tower to choose. After saying that, Luo Feng chose a study room to study. Your Highness is truly diligent in your cultivation. Seeing this, Dylan shook his head and smiled. Yeah, when I hadn't reached the immortal realm, I was also this hard-working. After reaching the undying realm, one would obtain eternal life and no longer have to worry about the limit of lifespan. Along with the fact that it was extremely hard for undyings to improve, the slow improvement and limitless lifespan made undyings not so hard-working. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged in the meditation room, closing his eyes and pondering over the mysteries he hadn't fully comprehended from the Saint Tablet, carefully pondering over them. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. Luo Feng opened his eyes and revealed a smile. I've comprehended everything on the Saint Tablet. Comprehending the Saint Monument for 30 days would be equivalent to a Sector Lord who had cultivated for 8 years and a Domain Lord who had cultivated for close to 3,000 years. And it hasn't even been 300 years since Luo Feng was born. He had improved tremendously in these 30 days, however, the difficulty of the 9 universe tablet's 9 pictures rose exponentially. Even though he had comprehended the raindrop picture and drizzle picture before, the raindrop picture had a total of 36 drops, however, the rainstorm picture had another 72 drops that were more than 100 times harder. Even after 30 days of study, it only allowed Luo Feng's origin law comprehension to roughly surpass the Heavenly Bridge's 9th level. Comprehending the 108 drops. Normal warriors only needed to comprehend it, that was equivalent to getting 100 points in the exam. And comprehending the essence was equivalent to answering all the additional questions correctly, getting 150 points. Even though it was just slightly more profound, the difficulty was raised by 10 to 100 times. This was also the reason why Tru Yan was worried about Luo Feng's ability when he asked him to study floating blood. Because comprehending the essence, the requirement for origin law comprehension was simply too high. 30 days, that was equivalent to a domain lord's 3,000 years of training, allowing Luo Feng to completely understand the third rainstorm picture. This meant that he could get 100 points in the even more profound 72 drops. Comprehending the third picture meant that Luo Feng already had enough origin law comprehension to pass the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge. From the peak of the 7th level to the 9th, I've only used 30 days, and I've finally comprehended the rainstorm picture. Normally when warriors train, in theory, they should be on to the next picture, the 4th picture. It's a pity I can't. I have to comprehend the most profound 72 space essences. Luo Feng studied for 30 days and realized how difficult it was to comprehend the 72 essences. The first 9 were the easiest, he had comprehended them back in Primal Chaos City. The middle 27 were much harder. Through the fortuitous encounters in Blood River World, Luo Feng's comprehension speed soared. With the Beast God statue's long-term observation, along with Xianxia Palace leaders' pointers, he finally comprehended them all. The last 72 were the hardest. Luo Feng had accepted the impossible level mission and trained on Earth for 50 years. Now he was training in the Saint Tablet Tower for 30 days, equivalent to a domain lord's 3,000 years. Under such circumstances, Luo Feng had only reached 100 points in the rainstorm picture. However, he hadn't even comprehended a single one of the 72 essences. Difficult, incredibly difficult. Normal absolute geniuses, even if they spent 1,000 eras of their entire lifespan at Sector Lord level, they wouldn't be able to comprehend all 108 essences of the space laws. Only the true absolute geniuses at the pinnacle of the universe had the right to waste large amounts of time. Back then, the pinnacle genius, Lian Luo, when he was a Sector Lord, spent 3,000 years in Primal Chaos City to comprehend them all. Of course, in terms of talent, with the golden-horned beast powered by Blood River energy and the space darling Masha clansman, he probably surpassed the pinnacle genius of the universe humanity Lian Luo. Especially with Luo Feng's beast god statue, he could use it to study the first claw at any time. *********** Luo Feng walked out of the study. Immediately a few silhouettes flashed past. Dylan, the 5 sector lords, Elder Si Fan Chi and Kashna all appeared. Your Majesty, have you finished studying? Dylan smiled as he walked over. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Congratulations Your Majesty Luo Feng, how was your study of the Saint Tablet? Elder Si Fan Chi looked at Luo Feng. Not bad. Luo Feng complimented. Not bad indeed. Right now, just in terms of origin law comprehension, he had already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The moment Luo Feng fully unleashed his spirit energy amplitude, reaching over 3,200, it would raise his strength by 10 times. If he really tried the 9-universe Heavenly Bridge, he could definitely pass the 10th level. Just in terms of origin law comprehension, he was already at the 9th level. His battle strength was already enough to pass the 10th level. The demon node inheritance is indeed very beneficial to me. Luo Feng complimented within. However, my improvement is too shocking, it's not too suitable for me to attempt the Heavenly Bridge now. As long as he was happy with his improvement, it was enough. There was no need to be cocky about attempting the Heavenly Bridge. After all, there weren't any special benefits to attempting it now. If there were no benefits, it would at most make him stand out. Luo Feng wouldn't do it. Let's go, we'll head to the secret manual tower. Luo Feng said. In the secret tome tower, there are countless trial books of the entire Golden Horn clan. Many of them are unique and unconventional. Even our human treasure trove might not have them. Dylan smiled. Your Majesty must choose seriously. Of course. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Wasn't that right? In the Virtual Universe Company, to train a manual, one needed a huge amount of points to exchange. A normal manual would cost over 10,000 points. Some of the more valuable manuals cost millions to tens of millions. And some of the more expensive super manuals, even Luo Feng's teacher Tru Yan Emperor could only stare dumbfounded. I have to choose an expensive manual from the expensive ones. Luo Feng thought. The more expensive it was, the more valuable it was. There was no doubt about that. From the expensive ones, he would choose what suited him. After a while, Luo Feng and his group followed the sacred land streets and arrived before the majestic white pagoda. The entire pagoda's height was similar to the Saint Tablet Tower, however it was completely white. The entire pagoda emitted an energy that calmed one's heart. Getting close to the pagoda, one's entire soul felt unprecedentedly calm. Luo Feng and his group followed the stairs and entered the pagoda's entrance, arriving at the first level. This first level is the reception level. Elder Xianxia explained beside. Your Majesty Luo Feng. A sharp voice resounded. A tall and skinny female Golden Horn race member dressed in light green armor walked over, making Luo Feng feel as though she was an absolute beauty. Due to the Golden Horn race's life structure, their skin and human skin were very different. The female's lips curled up. Your Majesty Luo Feng, my name is Zeus, I'm one of the receptionists of the pagoda. We've long received orders from the Chief Elder Palace that Your Majesty Luo Feng can choose any of the books within this tower. As long as you choose, we'll give the entire book to you. I'll explain the entire process to you, allowing you to save time. After all, the manuals here are simply too huge. The entire pagoda has a total of 999 levels, every level has millions of manuals. Then I'll be troubling Miss Zeus. Luo Feng said. Your Majesty Luo Feng, we'll rest here and wait. There's no need to rush. Choose carefully, this opportunity is hard to come by. Elder Xianxia said. Luo Feng nodded. Let's go. Luo Feng looked at the female Golden Horn race member Zeus. I'll lead the way. Zeus walked beside Luo Feng, leading the way. Following the stairs, they swiftly ascended to the second level. Luo Feng took a deep cold breath. The second level was extremely huge. The height was close to 100 m. Bookshelves were scattered all around. On the bookshelves were books. Even though they were laid flat due to the sheer size of the space, the bookshelves were at least 70 m tall. Hence, there were simply too many books. The entire second level definitely had over 1 million manuals. Every level has so many, 999 levels? Luo Feng sighed. The number of manuals for a race is indeed ridiculous. Luo Feng's gaze swept across. He discovered that every manual had a price beside it. For example, some manuals were worth 120 contribution points. Some were worth 388. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The female Golden Horn clansman, Zeus, explained, the secret techniques on the 999th floor of the secret cannon tower are distributed according to the number of contribution points. The most expensive secret technique on the first floor only costs 612 contribution points. And the cheapest one on the second level costs 612 contribution points. The higher you go, the more expensive it gets. How expensive is the 999th level? Luo Feng asked. The cheapest one on the 999th level costs about 98 million contribution points. The most expensive one costs about 1.6 billion contribution points. Zeus said. Of course, Your Majesty Luo Feng can choose any one of them for free. After finishing the third chapter, I'll ask for a monthly ticket. If you have a monthly ticket, please support Tomato. The female Golden Horn race member Seth's words were filled with unconcealable envy. Then let's head to the 999th level. Luo Feng smiled. Yes. Zeus, the female Golden Horn clan member, muttered inwardly. Just as she had expected. Luo Feng brought the female Golden Horn clansman Zeus up the stairs. The higher they went, the lesser the number of Golden Horn clansmen they could see on each level. After reaching the 800th level and above, there would often be a level with only one attendant, with no Golden Horn clansmen coming to choose their manuals. Seth said, our Golden Horn clan's management is strict. To enter each level of the tower, there's a strict limit of contribution points. Without enough contribution points, one doesn't even have the right to enter the higher levels. For example, to enter the 999th level, one's contribution points have to reach that level's cheapest manual, which is about 98 million contribution points. Only Your Majesty, because you can choose any manual for free, there's no requirement. Luo Feng smiled. Contribution points? He didn't have any contribution points at all. How does your Golden Horn clan calculate the contribution points? Luo Feng asked as he walked up the stairs. There are many sources of contribution points, like giving birth to a child for the clan, raising one's strength, reaching the Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, and even breaking through to the Undying level, all have contribution points as rewards. There's also joining the army, to participate in wars for humanity and earn some points, which can be exchanged for contribution points. Anyway, as long as you contribute to our Golden Horn clan, you'll get contribution points. The female Golden Horn clansman said, contribution points are very useful. They can be used to buy secret techniques, weapons, treasures, and even a large number of guards. In short, many things that can't be bought with money can be bought with contribution points. Luo Feng was shocked within. The Golden Horn clan as a vassal clan had a strong sense of danger. The importance of contribution points had already risen to a terrifying level, even giving birth required contribution points. And under such measures, a clan's cohesiveness would be extremely shocking, the energy they could unleash would be extremely terrifying. From the fact that so many Golden Horn clan youths wanted to challenge him, it was obvious. Unknowingly, they had already reached the 999th level. There was another guard at the entrance of the 999th level. His main job was to ensure that those choosing manuals had enough contribution points, and also to ensure that no clansman dared to damage the manuals. Human, Your Majesty Luo Feng. The old man at the entrance slightly bowed. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. This old man was already an Undying, and was also the strongest of the members in charge of guarding the pagoda. Human, Your Majesty Luo Feng. The old man pointed at the bookshelves around him and said, the 999th floor is the highest floor of the entire secret codex tower. The most precious secret codex trial books are gathered here. There are a total of 128,120 secret codex trial books placed on the 999th floor. Your Highness can read and choose at will. Yes. Luo Feng walked in front of the tall bookshelves. Beside him, the female Golden Horn race member said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, the manuals are arranged from the entrance of this staircase. The further in you go, the more contribution points you need to exchange for them. The one in the corner at the top is the most expensive manual in the entire 999th floor. Saying that, she pointed to the top right in front of her. Ah? Luo Feng smiled, after which his entire being floated in mid-air and flew over. The bookshelves ranged from 60-90 m in height. The secret manuals placed on them were more spacious, at least much more spacious than the ones Luo Feng saw on the second and third levels. After all, there were only around 130,000 manuals on this level. Luo Feng passed through the bookshelves one after another, finally flying to the top of the bookshelf in the left corner. Luo Feng glanced over. The secret tomes on this bookshelf were obviously much more expensive. There were only 3 secret tomes on this 80 m tall bookshelf. It could be said to be the least of all the bookshelves. The price tag next to the 3 secret tomes was 168,000,000. The one below was 162,000,000, and the one below was 160,000,000. They were all priced at 1.6 billion. Hee. Luo Feng floated at the top of the bookshelf, immediately picking up the highest-priced manual. The entire book seemed to be made out of a special metal. A secret tome made of F-grade metal? That's extravagant. Luo Feng was shocked, after which he shook his head and smiled. Right, the secret pagoda is an important place for the Golden Horn clan to pass down their knowledge. These manuals need to be passed down for trillions of years. Normal materials will definitely decay after a long time. Using F-grade metal isn't weird. Anyway, 1 Yin-Mo planet ship's hybrid copper essence is enough to create countless manuals. To the Golden Horn clan, it's indeed nothing. He picked up this 2-ton metal book. On it was a name. Golden Soul. What's this? Normally the pinnacle manuals would describe space or time etc. A manual that only describes the gold laws shouldn't be that powerful. Luo Feng muttered within. Because comprehending the gold laws would only make one a normal undying. However, comprehending the space laws or time laws, one could immediately become a high and mighty knight of the universe. Just like, the 9-universe heavenly bridge required one to pass the 21st level, only then would one have comprehended the space laws. And if one didn't comprehend space or time, and only comprehended the gold and wood laws etc., even if one became an undying, he would only have the strength of the heavenly bridge's 10th level. Of course, just comprehending metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, it was extremely easy at the start. However, the final step was extremely difficult. This was also the reason why so many sector lords were unable to become undying. This was also the reason why Time Sector Lord Luo, despite having over 20,000 years of lifespan, didn't have the slightest confidence in taking the final step and becoming undying. The last step was extremely difficult. However, just obtaining the recognition of the gold origin laws was much easier. On the contrary, as one had to pass the 21st level to be considered to have comprehended the space laws, to obtain the recognition of the space laws was thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than comprehending the entire gold laws. To obtain the recognition of the origin laws, one had to completely comprehend one aspect of the laws to the limit. For example, teleportation. Anyway, obtaining the recognition of the space laws was an incredibly difficult thing. Golden Soul? Luo Feng flipped open the book and began to read. The Golden Soul was created by a great elder in the history of the Golden Horn tribe, Cultivation. It mainly started with the law of gold and delved deep into the law of space. Combining the two, it created the extremely frightening Golden Soul. This was a set of pure fighting secret techniques. It wasn't meant to be enlightened. Just like the black hole evolution in the human treasure trove, that was also a battle technique. Battle-type secret arts were purely for explaining how to fight stronger. And the time-space scribbles that Luo Feng exchanged for was something that helped one better comprehend the origin laws, helping one to understand the 9-universe tablet. It belonged to two different styles. One belonged to the research category, while the other belonged to the battle category. Which was better, the benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom? The battle techniques could raise one's battle strength, the research type could allow one to quickly raise one's comprehension of the origin laws, and this was after all the foundation. Golden Soul's battle techniques, from low to high, were split into 72 types. The first battle technique, the 35th battle technique, belonged to those below the level of undying could use it. The 36th to the 70th technique belonged to undying, those below the universe knight level could use it. The 71st and 72nd could only be used by a universe knight. If one can comprehend the 35th level at sector lord level, one can completely kill normal undyings. Comparable to an official level undying? Luo Feng looked at the explanation and couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. This power was indeed terrifying. The Nanshan armament's 9th level was only comparable to a normal undying at its peak. And this was a complete battle technique. It could be used all the way to the universe knight level. Right now I have the beast god statue and the time-space scribbles. However, these are all for research purposes to help me comprehend the origin laws. I don't have any true battle techniques. Luo Feng thought. And as a sector lord pinnacle, I should create a suitable technique for myself. Naturally, I have to create a battle technique too. However, before I create it, learning a pinnacle battle technique will also help broaden my horizons. This is one of the choices. Luo Feng casually picked up the metallic book in his hand and continued to read other books. Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to decide which book to pick. Instead, he swiftly read through them one by one, confirming which suited him and finally choosing the best. Luo Feng stood before a row of bookshelves. A formless spirit energy spread out and simultaneously flipped through thousands of manuals. The many books were flipped open and read at the same time. Shwa. He finished reading a few thousand. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to close all the books and continued to read the thousands of manuals below. The Golden Horn Lady Zus couldn't help but grit her teeth. This human majesty Luo Feng is simply, too ruthless. Who would choose manuals like that? Flipping through thousands of manuals at once, that was too arrogant. Not long later, Luo Feng hugged the 3 books and walked to the edge of the 999th level where there were chairs. He sat on one and placed the 3 books there. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The Golden Horn Lady Zus walked over and smiled. Have you chosen? Her gaze swept and the first book was Golden Soul. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Choosing the most expensive one, this human majesty was simply, it's about time, I'll choose from these 3. Luo Feng smiled and said. Simultaneously, he looked at the 3 manuals. These 3 books all had names engraved on them. They were Golden Soul, 36 levels of nascent God and Herodo's sayings. The prices were respectively 1.68 billion contribution points, 910 million and 100 million contribution points. All 3 have their own benefits. Which one should I choose? If only I could choose all 3. Luo Feng had such a thought. After which he shook his head and laughed. He was simply too greedy. His monthly votes were being chased. Danger. Brothers and sisters with monthly votes, please support Tomato. Tomato needs everyone's support. The 3 manuals all had different prices. Golden Soul was a battle-type technique, its power was extremely strong. 36 levels of the god was created by the Golden Horn race's greatest senior elder Herodo. It could be said that the Nanshan armament was a simplified version of the 36 levels of the god. 36 levels of the god was a battle-type technique, at the same time it could be said to be a research-type technique, studying the fusion of space and gold. This technique had a total of 36 levels. The weakest first level, as long as one had some comprehension of the space and gold laws, they could use it. The strongest 36th level, had roughly the strength of an official level Undying. Overall, the attack power of the 36 levels of the god was very average. The strongest 36th level had extremely high requirements, and it was only comparable to an official level Undying. For such a level of manual, even if it was for battle and research, it was extremely beneficial to the weak. However, its price wasn't very high. A normal price of 100 million contribution points was already not bad. However, because it was created by Herodo, hence it was priced at 910 million. Herodo's sayings. After Herodo's disappearance, the undying disciples under him had recorded down all the teachings and sayings of their teacher back then. The entire sayings were very rich, with many explanations. At the same time there were many examples of techniques. Because it was compiled and not a secret manual left behind by Herodo himself, this sayings of Herodo was at most used as a reference for cultivation. It was a supplementary secret manual, and even with Herodo's relationship, the price was a round number, 100 million contribution points. Which should I choose? Without a doubt, Golden Soul is the absolute strongest battle technique of the 3. There are a total of 72 types, even the night level techniques are included. Luo Feng thought, the 36 levels of the god is very beneficial to my training, as well as creating my own spirit weapon in the future. According to Herodo's own introduction, this 36 levels of the god is the most solid foundation of his school. Of course its battle strength is obviously much weaker, it's just a strengthened version of the Nanshan armament, its power is only comparable to an official level. It's at least 2 grades lower than Golden Soul. Herodo's sayings is beneficial to training, however it doesn't have a system of battle techniques. However, many of them were personally taught by Herodo back then. The effects definitely won't be bad, just that it's not a system. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. All 3 had their strengths and weaknesses. Which one should I choose? Golden Soul is a series of combat secret arts that can be cultivated to the highest level, while Herodo is purely supportive. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows as he pondered. The 36 levels of the evolved god has both, only its strongest attack is only comparable to an official. It's obviously the basics of the basics. If only I could get the complete manual Herodo created, that would be great. Herodo had a secret codex that he had created. It was very complicated and profound. Unfortunately, the secret canon pagoda did not have this set of absolute art. There was only the basic chapter of this set of absolute art, the 36 levels of nascent god. Yes, I've decided. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. The Golden Horn Lady Seth, who had been standing obediently beside, was shocked. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you've already chosen? This one. Luo Feng picked up the one in the center, 36 levels of the evolved god? The Golden Horn Lady Seth was slightly shocked, glancing suspiciously at Luo Feng. She had thought that this human genius would choose the most expensive golden soul. Your Majesty Luo Feng, I'll report the news of you choosing the 36 levels of the evolved god. You can head to the first level of the pagoda and wait. I believe the manuals will be sent over very soon. All right. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Following the stairs down, he floated like the wind. 10 birds in the forest are not as good as one bird in the hand. Luo Feng thought, even though the golden soul is powerful, able to have techniques that even a universe knight can unleash, however, a universe knight? How long would it take for me to train to a universe knight? How many years would that take? Once I reach that level, with my power and vision, I'll be able to buy even better techniques from the virtual universe company. This evolved god 36 levels is after all the foundational manual of Hiroto's absolute art. Back then he created this powerful foundational manual, after which, he simplified it and created the Nanshan armament. The Nanshan armament can be spread throughout the universe, allowing many races to use it. And Hiroto is the greatest being in the Golden Horn race. The foundation volume of his unique skill should be the best foundation volume among all the secret cultivation books of the Golden Horn clan. Even though it's weak. But to me, it's even better than the Golden Soul. 10 birds in the forest are not as good as one bird in the hand. What you can't see is ultimately unrealistic. The Golden Soul had a total of 72 techniques, from the 36th onwards, only Undyings could unleash them. And he had chosen the hardest path of the Golden Horned Beast. To become an Undying was extremely difficult. Once I become an Undying, I'll naturally have better techniques. Hence the Golden Soul to me, only the first 35 techniques are effective, and these 35 naturally can't compare to the evolved god 36 levels. Their attacks may be similar, however in terms of research and creating spirit weapons, they're far from it. When Luo Feng was choosing his techniques in the tower, sacred city, within the chief elder palace. Within the dark palace. Humble sat there quietly, his eyes gloomy, almost like a volcano about to erupt. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. My beloved brother, after being defeated by that human genius, have you completely given up? A purple-armored black-skinned youth walked in. His looks were very similar to Humble, only his aura was different. Humble was the violent type, while this black-skinned youth's eyes were cold, his entire being was proud and aloof. Only occasionally when his eyes moved, a sense of killing intent could be felt. Big brother. Humble stood up, his gaze complicated, he lowered his head. I've lost. I've lost in front of a billion Sacred City clansmen. Losing this battle is nothing, however if you really continue to give up like this, then teacher will be very disappointed. The purple-armored youth said coldly. Teacher? Humble was stunned. Even though they belonged to the chief elder palace. However their teacher wasn't a senior elder. Himself, what kind of status did a senior elder have? At most he would occasionally give pointers to geniuses, to get a senior elder to accept a disciple. Extremely difficult, extremely difficult. Pull yourself together. The purple-armored youth said softly, you've lost, this big brother will just have to act and defeat him. Humble's eyes gleamed, nodding, big brother, if you act, you'll definitely be able to defeat him, his strength is only slightly stronger than mine. He's far from being your match. Humble nodded. Suddenly a silhouette rushed in from outside, seeing Humble and Humble, this pair of genius brothers, that silhouette stopped, it was a god palace guard, he bowed respectfully, Leader Humble, we've already received news, that human genius Luo Feng has left his residence and entered the secret pagoda, I estimate it won't be long before he comes out. Ah? Humble's eyes gleamed, saying softly, my chance is here. So, Humble became a blur and swiftly left. Big brother. The younger brother guessed what his big brother wanted to do, his heart couldn't help but blaze, immediately shouting and becoming a blur and rushing out. Within the first level of the secret pagoda. Luo Feng, Elder Si Fan Chi, Kashna, Dylan and the 5 human sector lords sat in a corner to rest. Rumble. A strong pressure emanated, a group of blurry silhouettes appeared in the hall, condensing. It was the 12 Golden Horn Undyings. Your Majesty Luo Feng, they're here to deliver the manual. Elder Xianxia said softly. Luo Feng smiled as he stood up and walked over. The 12 Golden Horn Undyings emitted their auras. The leader was a green-skinned lady with an aura no weaker than Elder Xianxia. She said hoarsely, Human Your Majesty Luo Feng, we're under the orders of the elders to deliver this manual. We hope you can read it here. After you're done, you can pass it to us. At the same time, we hope that after you leave our Liceo world, you won't spread this. That's for sure. Luo Feng nodded. The green-skinned woman flipped her hand and a thick 30 centimeters thick metal book that looked like a chest appeared. That metal book immediately floated up and flew out of her palm, finally floating in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded and received the book. 36 Levels of Evolved God. The cover had a clear name. Luo Feng immediately flipped it open and began to read. This manual was the foundational part of Hiroto's absolute art. Even though it was only the foundational part, it allowed Luo Feng to feel the absolute being's endless wisdom. It's actually like this. Back then when Hiroto created the Nanshan armament, he actually created it this way. So creating a technique that's suitable for oneself can be done with such a special method. Unbelievable, it's so easy. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he read, his face flushed red. This was the first time he saw a Space and Gold Path Spirit Reader absolute art in such a long time. From every bit of the absolute art, Luo Feng could feel the absolute being's endless wisdom. That high and mighty casual writing already pointed to the essence. Just like the creator of the 9-universe tablet, when he wrote the time-space scribbles, he could easily create hundreds and thousands of techniques to interpret any picture. 2. It's too worth it. A set of secret battle techniques that can be used by a universe supremacy is only worth 1.6 billion contribution points. And this foundational part is sold for 910 million contribution points. Looks like it's not just because of Hiroto's name, this foundational part is indeed a surprise. If I had the entire set, it would definitely be worth up to 10 billion or even 100 billion contribution points. Luo Feng thought, right, the entire Golden Horn race's core manuals. If I were the race manager, I wouldn't leave them in the tower. I would still need some trump cards. Hiroto's complete set of absolute arts should have been kept. Luo Feng was getting more and more excited as he read. It was worth it, it was too worth it. He flipped to the last page in one breath. On the last page, there was only one paragraph. Spirit Reader Master's greatest advantage is being able to control as many spirit weapons as possible, hence the higher the spirit energy amplifier the better. If you don't have a spirit energy amplifier of 300 at the pinnacle of the Sector Lord realm, then give up on the Spirit Reader path, give up on this manual of mine, it doesn't suit you. You're not suitable to become a true spirit reader either. End of chapter 671. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.